Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 111, Chapter. Inside, the house was simple but sturdy, clearly built with care and attention to the brutal conditions of the outback. Thick stone walls kept the heat at bay, and wide windows let the golden light in without allowing it to burn. The living space was sparsely decorated, a few shelves filled with worn books, a battered sofa that had seen better days, and an open kitchen where Gilgamesh moved with surprising domestic ease, brewing coffee like it was second nature. I couldn't help but feel strange about it, his name. Gilgamesh. I knew the guy, I had met him more than once, and he was very different. I was a product of his time for sure. I would likely have gotten better along with him as my divine lancer, goddess of Rangaminiad self, than I ever did as a saber. After all, he was a king from the realm of gods, and while he didn't pay overly much respect to them, he still treated them a bit better than his toys. He saw them as more equal to himself. And compared to this man who shared his name, well, they couldn't be more different. This Gilgamesh was nice, kind, and overall just a nice guy. Nothing at all like the Gilgamesh I knew of. I sat cross-legged in one of the armchairs, feeling the comfortable hum of Excalibur Morgan finally settle back into slumber within my soul. Across from me, Thena reclined on the couch, wrapped in a loose blanket, a cup of something hot cradled between her hands. Circe and Sprite perched nearby, Sprite swinging her legs idly as she nursed a can of soda she pilfered from the fridge. "So," Gilgamesh said at last, breaking the silence as he handed me a mug. "To what do we owe this interesting visit?" His voice held no hostility. Only curiosity, and a grudging respect. I took a slow sip before answering. The coffee was strong, nearly a weapon in itself. "We're looking for Fastos," I said simply. "I need his help with tech issue." Thena's eyes sharpened slightly at that, but she said nothing yet. Gilgamesh frowned, rubbing his jaw. "He won't do it, he is against giving humanity aid, not since the last few times he tried it. It isn't beyond humanity, one human has done it, Tony Stark, but should I ask him for my help, my pride won't allow it." I corrected him. Gilgamesh grunted, a sound halfway between understanding and skepticism. "Still. If it involves advanced tech, convincing Fastos won't be easy." He buried himself deep for a reason. Across the room, Thena finally stirred, her voice low but steady. "He won't listen to logic. He's too stubborn for that." She took a sip from her cup, then added, almost as an afterthought, "You'll need something special. What if I have Sprite and Circe talking on my behalf?" Gilgamesh chuckled, the sound deep and amused. "That might get you in the door," he said. "Might even keep him from slamming it in your face. But convincing him?" Thena added, swirling the liquid in her cup absently. "He took the last time pretty bad, when he helped them make nuclear stuff, and they turned it into a bomb." I shifted slightly, setting my mug down on the low table. "That is unfortunate, as I too seek his help in making clean infinite energy, but I still want to try." Gilgamesh leaned back against the counter, arms crossed. His expression was thoughtful, but not dismissive. "I will leave that part of it to Sprite, she is rather spirited when it comes to this," I said with a small smile. Sprite straightened in her chair, puffing out her chest in a way that might have been more impressive if she hadn't looked 12. "Damn right I am. If Fastos won't listen to logic, then he'll listen to me nagging him until he gives up just to shut me up." Circe hid a smile behind her cup. "It's not a bad plan," she said lightly. Fastos always had a soft spot for Sprite. She could get him to do anything if she whined long enough. "I don't whine," Sprite said, scandalized. "I apply strategic emotional pressure." Gilgamesh snorted. "Sure. Strategic." I leaned back slightly, amused by the exchange. "Good. Because persistence is exactly what we'll need. He won't trust me right away, I'm not one of you." "That's fine," Circe said, setting her cup down carefully. Her tone was more serious now, steady. "You don't have to be. You have us. And we'll vouch for you." "And besides," Sprite added, grinning mischievously, "how could he not trust someone who can outduel Thena without breaking a sweat?" Thena, still quietly sipping her drink, raised one elegant eyebrow but said nothing. The faintest twitch of her mouth hinted that she wasn't entirely offended. Gilgamesh, sensing the shift in the room, pushed off the counter. "If you're really set on it, we can point you in the right way. Fastos won't be easy to find, but he didn't vanish completely." Gilgamesh crossed to a small desk cluttered with old maps and papers, rifling through them before pulling out a slip of paper. He tossed it onto the coffee table with a thump. "He's somewhere near Detroit. Quiet little neighborhood. Middle of nowhere, really. You wouldn't notice him unless you were looking. Cersei leaned over the paper, studying the address carefully. It's a start. Sprite leaned back with a huff. Of course he's in suburbia. It's always suburbia. Would you rather it be a jungle? I asked, amused. Honestly. Yes. At least jungles are honest about trying to kill you, Sprite grumbled. We ended up staying the night, mostly because the drive back to civilization would take all night, and while none of us needed sleep, we were also likely to get lost out there. Everything looked the same. So we spent some time talking. Thena and Gilgamesh both wanted to know more about me. They had seen things on TV, followed along with events. Yet, clearly they too had been wondering about just what was going on, and if I was the Arthur they once knew, and now that they confirmed I wasn't, they were curious about what was going on. I didn't blame them, they have been around for so long, they had seen everything, so this age of entertainment was likely a good place for some retirement, but even that got stale. And nothing was more exciting than a mystery, and I was the biggest one. So we talked. I tried explaining things in simple terms, but they weren't easy to satisfy. Though Thena wasn't the worst, she was more interested in my swords and other weapons than the nature of other timelines and all that. I ended up inviting them over to Camelot, and while Thena seemed willing, she still turned me down due to her condition. I was almost surprised Cersei and Sprite didn't ask if I could cure her, given all the things I could do. But I didn't bring it up myself. I did decide to help her, but I figured it would be fine to wait a little. Let it be another card in my hand for getting Phaedos to help me. I could see that all four of the Eternals still had much to say to one another, so while it wasn't a tearful goodbye, it still wasn't too far off. However, we had a mission, and while it wasn't too time-sensitive, it was still better to solve it sooner rather than later. Which meant yet another long flight back across the vast ocean. And worse yet, we had to visit the US, a place I really didn't want to go to openly like this. There was no doubt that the US was the main force behind much of the global discontent with Albion. Their desire for power and control didn't allow them to just sit back while I rose to power. Sneaking around inside the US was one thing, going through customs was another. Thankfully, the US was also the beating heart of capitalism, so money could open all doors. It wasn't quite like bribery, it was a bit more legal. You just bought some expensive VIP packages here and there, an expensive $1 million hotel stay, and they ensured you didn't have any problems. Say, Arthuria. Why are we going to New York? Sprite asked as she strolled through the airport, passing customs entirely. I figured that we might as well pick up Mordred while we are here. I still can't believe Mordred is a girl, the one I knew was a right horrible twat. Sprite didn't hold back her opinion. And I for one couldn't imagine Mordred as some horrible man of pure evil. Mordred was never evil, mean yes, but not evil. Cersei chuckled softly as we made our way through the terminal, wheeling along a few bags despite none of us actually needing luggage. In every timeline, it seems, Mordred causes trouble. Some things are universal. I smiled faintly. My Mordred is a good knight, loyal, yet. I failed her, which led to the rebellion, though I can't deny she is in a rather prolonged rebellious phase. Still hard to believe, but what is she doing here in America? Sprite said as she skipped along. She is supposed to help me hunt down the Hand, immortal evil ninjas with a taste for crime. Sprite practically lit up. Evil ninjas. Why didn't you open with that? That's so much cooler than suburbia and energy tech. Cersei gave her a dry look. Don't get any ideas. Immortal or not, we don't interfere with human affairs, you know the rules. Sprite pouted, but it didn't last long. Technically, evil ninjas aren't normal human affairs. They're supernatural crime. That's basically our turf. No, they are still human, and even if humanity destroys itself, we shouldn't interfere, and this hardly gets close to that, so no, we don't pick sides in human conflicts, we don't decide who is right and wrong. Cersei corrected gently. Not even if the answer is obvious. I didn't envy their position, seeing things take a bad turn, having the ability to help, the heart willing to help, but bound by rules not to. The Eternals were amazing creations, able to feel like that, they were almost human in many ways. Yet clearly the Celestial were true gods, they thought as gods did, even I could feel that kind of thinking. That cold, uncaring line of thought, the one that had once led to the Lion King's tower. They didn't take into account what it meant to feel. Their creations were given a heart, and then told not to follow it. That was very much the type of thing a god would do. We aren't here to help her, just pick her up, she has been here too long now, she needs to get back home where she belongs before she ends up starting a war with more than criminals. Sprite made a face. Come on, you're acting like that's a bad thing. It would be if the war ended up involving the US military, I said dryly. Or worse, their politicians. Mordred has a knack for drawing the wrong kind of attention. She'd probably think it was fun, Sprite said, grinning. Wreck a few tanks, punch a senator. Cersei sighed, clearly imagining the exact disaster scenario. we should really hurry. I nodded. We will go see Tony Stark, he should know where she is, and remember, we don't mention our mission, he is a normal human, let's not break his worldview any more than it has been. I could only hope that Sprite would listen. It was clear that she desired the old days again, when she had a purpose. She was bored, so very very bored, and wanted some excitement, even if that was kicking some evil ninja butt. However, she was also loyal, unwilling to break the rules on her own, though if she could justify it, she wouldn't hesitate to involve herself in something fun. End of chapter. So, Sprite. I keep putting some Mordred down over her, and I'm not entirely sure if I should be doing that or not. But yeah, let's not think about it too deeply, she will change a lot when she grows up anyway. Next, we will bring back Mordred and finish up the first Eternal mini-arc. Likely a small time skip to see the effects of that. Then it's time for Fury to have a very busy week, and a very very bad time. Chapter 112, Chapter. Arriving at Stark's home should have been easy enough, I knew where it was, heck, I knew the special coordinates to open a spacetime gate into his home. Now, I might not be headed to his home in Malibu, but instead to the Stark Tower he was building, or had built, just still working to get everything done. So it really should have been just a small drive. So why the fuck was I in this situation? The first hint of trouble wasn't a high-speed chase or the wail of sirens. It was the slow tightening of the air. It was the way traffic suddenly got heavier around us, thick, sluggish, like the very streets were conspiring to trap us. It was the identical black SUVs slipping into the mirrors. 1, 2, 3. No lights. No sirens. Just there. Following. Tracking. Herding. I grimaced, easing off the gas. Blowing through Manhattan like a maniac would only give them an excuse. No, whoever was after me was smarter than that and had plenty of resources. I could feel it, the way that traffic moved, lights changing color at suspicious times. As if carefully leading traffic and us somewhere. It didn't take a genius to figure out who it might be. If I had to bet, I would say it was S.H.I.E.L.D. I wasn't sure how, but it seemed that they had somehow found me. I guess the slip I did back in Vegas ended up annoying them more than I had anticipated. They're setting up a net, Cersei said under her breath, glancing around sharply. Fake construction, fake traffic delays, they're funneling us somewhere. Who is even after us? And why? Sprite said as she acted far too excited about the whole situation. Likely S.H.I.E.L.D., some government agency that fancy themselves as the protectors of Earth. I said as we once more ended up stuck in traffic, unless we took a turn right now, which I resisted doing. Well, why are they after us? I thought the world didn't know what you looks like. Cersei complained as she didn't want to end up on some watch list, she had been staying low for so long, and it seemed everything was about to be ruined. She wouldn't be able to move freely anymore, likely stuck in Albion. I caused them a bit of trouble last time I was here with Mordred. Though saying trouble is too much, I exposed that I was enhanced, that is all, they hunt down enhanced like rare Pokemon. I said as I tried to figure out how to get out of this situation without making it any worse. Well, that's just great, Sprite muttered, craning her neck to look behind us. How rare are we talking? Legendary or shiny rare? Both, I said dryly. Probably have a whole division dedicated to catching me at this point. Traffic continued to thicken, more and more suspicious. A city bus conveniently stalled 2 lanes over, while 2 cop cars idled up ahead, blocking the right turn lane. No way forward. No way back. I hissed through my teeth. Sprite. Get ready. For what exactly? She asked, bright-eyed. For a very polite disappearing act. Sprite perked up immediately. Finally. She clapped her hands once, a shimmer rolled out, and the car faded from sight like a mirage breaking apart. For a moment, it was perfect. Invisible. Undetectable. And then the real problem became clear. Being invisible didn't stop the world from existing around us. Barely moments since we disappeared, a crash happened as the car behind us mistook me for empty air, and drove right into our rear end. Nothing big, just a small bump, but more than enough to cause some chaos and confusion. Well, that wasn't very smart now, was it? Cersei said, acting all smug. Right, bad move, I guess we will have to drop the car and move on by foot. I couldn't help but sigh, as indeed, it had been a stupid move on my part. But then again, I wasn't very good at using illusion stuff, that was always Merlin, and this, like this, never happened with him. Sprite, keep us hidden, and let's do our best not to bump into someone, shouldn't be too much to ask, even if the enemy now knows we can turn invisible. I said as I quickly stepped out of the car and onto the sidewalk. Manhattan sidewalks were packed. Office workers in sharp suits, tourists gawking up at skyscrapers, food carts belching steam into the winter air, it was like walking through a battlefield of distracted civilians. And we were invisible to all of them. I had a strange feeling, to walk around without being spotted, I had many abilities, but presence concealment wasn't one of them. I wasn't an assassin, yet now I got to experience what it felt like to be one. Everywhere people walked right past us, never spared us a glance, and that was something, because since gaining the body of Arthuria Lancer, everyone looked at me. Still, it was a good thing we were all enhanced, because navigating the crowds wasn't easy. More so since I could see S.H.I.E.L.D. agents walking around them, clearly seeing out empty areas and trying to catch us. Not that they would succeed, since Sprite could do a lot more than just hide us. She could make others seem invisible, make us look like other things. Once we weren't confined to a car stuck in traffic, her ability was amazing for slipping away. I feel like a ghost, Sprite whispered, barely containing her glee. This is awesome. This is stressful, Cersei hissed back as she narrowly avoided bumping into a man juggling 3 coffees and his phone. You'll live, Sprite said with a cheeky grin, even though the effort of holding the illusion over all of us was already starting to bead sweat on her forehead. I wasn't blind to it. Keeping 3 people and their shadows hidden while weaving through a crowd wasn't easy. It taxed her, even if she didn't want to admit it. She had not been very active for a long time, likely just using her powers to get by, or messing with people. So this was likely the first time in a while she put her powers to the test, and doing many small things was often much harder than one big one. Thankfully, we were moving faster and much more easily than the agents hunting us expected, which meant it didn't take long before we got rid of them. Sprite could take it a bit easier, just having to disguise us. We made our way over to Stark Tower. It still had that new building feel to it. I'm not sure if I pushed the construction forward or not. I was fairly sure it was meant to be new, doing the events of the alien invasion led by Loki. But what was new? A week. 1 year. 5 years. So, had the fact that I healed him and helped him invent the new element changed things? Ah, the joys of not knowing. A goddess I might be, but I was far from omniscient. Damn, his house seems even better than yours. Sprite whistled as we stood before the great tower, right in the heart of the city, prime real estate. I live in a magic castle, nothing beats that. I rolled my eyes at her as we went inside. On the other side of the city, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent in charge of the mission to invite in the so-called winning queen had to accept that the mission was a failure. He feared that this would set him back on the promotion he had been eyeing, but he couldn't in good faith spend more resources looking around, given the high likelihood that the target was long gone. With a resigned sigh, he picked up his radio and made the call. This is Agent Miller. I am reporting that we have lost sight of target winner queen. I repeat, we have lost sight of the target. The mission is a bust. All right, get back and deliver the report. The voice of his superior came back, cold and as hard to read as always. Back at the office, it was time for the least glorious part of being a secret agent, paperwork. It wasn't what kids dreamt about when they saw James Bond on TV, or any of the other shows filled with spies and secret agents. Even training seemed to skip over it. Sure, they had to go through paperwork in training, but early on, it often seemed to focus more on the exciting things about paperwork. Like hiding secret codes in normal-looking text, so they hate to write a lot of random reports, but it felt more fun, more exciting and spy-like. But in reality, there was an endless amount of paperwork, everything had to be carefully documented, despite everything supposedly being highly secret. So now he had to figure out how he got through this hurdle without hurting his career too much. And it was supposed to be simple enough. Find the mysterious enhanced woman, and bring her in for questioning. Avoid fighting if possible, easy enough. Yet, it appeared that the 2 unknown women with her were also enhanced, at least he didn't assume the power to turn a car, and then they were invisible from the winning queen. Her power was listed as enhanced strength and luck, how that was a special power he didn't know. But given how easily she could apparently earn money, he sure wouldn't mind a bit of that luck. But still, with winning queen, the little lion with the hero name of Mordred and Jessica Jones, these 2 new likely enhanced women meant that 5 young, so far unknown enhanced women seemed to share some kind of relationship. Yeah, he was sure his bosses would get in a right mood when they learned about all that, and he couldn't blame them. This stunk to high heavens as some kind of larger motive, and that was just the kind of thing that had the higher-ups all worked up in a panic. Miller stared at the half-finished report on his screen, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. Suspected gathering of enhanced individuals under unknown leadership. That would be the phrasing they wanted. Something that sounded cautious but alarmist enough to justify pulling more resources. And if he was lucky, they would realize that he wasn't given the right hand to deal with the situation, so they wouldn't blame him for this failure. He shook his head and finished writing his report. Once he was satisfied with it, he sent it off and cleaned his hands of this whole mess. It was clearly above his rank, so unless he was promoted to care, he wouldn't. He might once have had dreams of saving the world like James Bond, but he had grown up since then. This was just a job, and he did it because he agreed it had to be done and because they paid him. Take away the pay, and he would leave it to others. He had wants and desires of his own, and being a hero didn't pay well. No, it paid much better to be the people who cleaned up after them. End of chapter. So, I figured that I couldn't just have Arthuria go back into the US without alerting S.H.I.E.L.D., so this is where this chapter came from. It wasn't fully planned, but S.H.I.E.L.D. would just seem too incompetent if they somehow missed this. Also, wanted to point out that most people working such jobs aren't super loyal to the idea, which is why Hydra got their hands on so many. They want the paycheck, and I can't blame them. Next will be Mordred recap, and depending on how long that will take, I might fit in some more stuff. Gonna finish this Eternal arc soon, been doing research for Thor stuff, and it's kinda crazy. Chapter 113, Chapter. So, I admit I didn't expect Pepper to call me about some guests today, less so for my guest to be the Queen herself. Stark greeted as soon as he arrived. The nervous Pepper Potts stood by his side, not sure what to think at all. Well, I was in the neighborhood, and figured I might as well pick up Mordred, lest she ends up causing you more problems than you can handle. She seems to take joy in causing me problems, but she is just a kid, she can't cause any trouble I can't handle, Tony spoke with bravado. I doubt that. Mordred can be a handful. She must be going easy on you, likely out of pity. I said, sensing the truth. Mordred was indeed giving him trouble, but Stark was too proud to admit that. Tony, who are these people? Pepper couldn't help but ask. She was fairly sure she knew Tony well, and knew the people he liked to deal with. But she also had to admit that he had been doing things she couldn't understand as of late. In fact, since he returned from Afghanistan, she felt like he was another person. A better person, or maybe just the best version of himself. Not that he didn't still have plenty of problems, he was far from a saint or a perfect person, but he was better. Even if he was still his annoying self. Sometimes she felt like she didn't know him at all, and at other times, she knew him all too well. Yet, she had also noticed that for the last few months, he seemed to be working on something different. First was the strange new complex element he had worked on in total secrecy, even she wasn't allowed anywhere near it. After that, he seemed far more carefree than before, like he had new life breathed into him. And after that he almost seemed stressed again, as if one of the secret things he worked on wasn't going well. But damn that man, he just wouldn't tell her about it, and she had promised that she wouldn't pry, even though she damn well wanted to. And now, these 3 women, or 2 women and a child, showed up. One of the women was making her feel inadequate, she was just so beautiful. And she seemed to know Tony. It wasn't strange that Tony knew beautiful women. God only knows how many she had seen leaving his bedroom or office or something. But she normally knew about them, he wasn't shy about showing off his conquests, and he seemed to really have stopped doing that since he returned. So, who was this living goddess of a woman? And why did Tony call her a queen, well, other than her looking like one? She's an old acquaintance, Tony said with a shrug, as if that explained everything. Royalty tends to stick together, you know. Private club. Crowns mandatory, snobbery optional. Pepper gave him a look that could have cut glass. Tony. Fine, fine. He raised his hands in mock surrender. Arthuria Pendragon. Yes, that Pendragon. And yes, she's technically a queen. Or king. It's complicated, but she's the real deal. Pepper blinked. Once. Twice. She was about to say something rational, something that would cut through Tony's inevitable bullshit, but then Arthuria smiled faintly and inclined her head, as regal and natural as if she'd been born with a crown. Which, maybe, she had. Tony tends to oversimplify things, Arthuria said gently. But the truth is close enough. I lead Albion. I came to pick up one of my wayward knights. She glanced around. Where is she, by the way? Wreaking havoc in the newest safe house I arranged for that little team of yours. Pepper was still trying to process it all, the invisible weight of authority Arthuria carried without even trying, the casual way Tony accepted it, when Sprite piped up brightly. We're also on the run from government agents. It's been a super fun day. Pepper turned slowly to look at Tony. Tony gave her his best innocent smile. Is it too late to claim I don't know them? Pepper didn't answer. She just folded her arms and gave him a look that promised retribution later. Possibly violent retribution. Tony cleared his throat and moved swiftly on. Right, introductions. He turned toward me with a raised brow. You I know. The kid, he nodded at Sprite, I'm assuming is some sort of magical gremlin you picked up along the way. Oi. Sprite protested, hands on her hips. I'm not a gremlin. I'm older than your entire civilization. You should show me some respect. Tony laughed at her outburst, and even Pepper just smiled, both finding it funny and endearing. That was until Tony suddenly remembered how he had recently learned about magic and apparent gods, which made him turn to me. That's Sprite, I said smoothly. Don't let appearances fool you. I purposefully kept things vague, and honestly, Sprite wasn't wrong, she was, millions of years old, and her memories did indeed extend back further than humanity's earliest civilizations. Tony blinked once, twice, clearly reevaluating the very small but very smug child in front of him. Right. Got it. Another of your friends, and this one? He asked, hand raised towards Cersei. Cersei, ever patient, offered him a polite smile. Cersei. Just Cersei. I'm another friend. She's being humble, Sprite piped up before anyone could stop her. Cersei's basically a goddess of life. She can turn rocks into trees. Probably turn your tower into a garden if she wanted to. Tony stared at her for a beat. Then at Cersei. Then back to me. You brought an ancient magical gremlin and a reality-bending garden goddess into my tower? His voice pitched upward slightly in disbelief. Cersei is no goddess, though she may have been worshipped as such long ago. These two are far older than even me. I tried to calm him down, though I think I may have failed. I think he took it well enough, but Pepper seemed to be really struggling with the situation. Pepper opened her mouth, closed it, then opened it again. She looked at Tony with an expression halfway between, I need wine immediately, and, I am going to kill you. Tony, meanwhile, just ran a hand down his face. You know, I was starting to doubt Mordred being your child. But now I believe it, you two both bring me endless trouble. I smiled, unbothered. Trouble builds character. You should be thanking me. Yeah, no thanks, Tony muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. I've got enough character to last several lifetimes, courtesy of you people. Pepper finally gathered herself enough to straighten her spine and fix me, and then Tony, with a firm stare. All right. Let me get this straight. You are the legendary King Arthur of Camelot, the very same king of Albion who has the entire world up in arms, and you are here, because Tony. She pointed from me to him. Somehow have the Knight of Rebellion, the Bloody Knight, the chief enforcer of the cruel and medieval rule of King Arthur, that Mordred, stuffed away somewhere. And she is also a woman. She looked like she desperately wanted this to be a joke. Tony gave a helpless shrug. When you say it like that, it sounds way more insane than it actually is. It is insane. Pepper snapped, throwing her hands up. I thought you were supposed to be working on clean energy or building supersuits, not harboring mythological figures. Hey, multitasking is the mark of a genius, Tony said with a wink. Besides, it's not like I went looking for them. They kinda fell into my lap. Pepper looked ready to combust. I decided to intervene before her blood pressure reached critical levels. Mordred is not what you think. She was a loyal knight, misunderstood by history. Much like myself. She's no villain, not truly. That's reassuring. Pepper said, voice unsure. I was honestly surprised at how bad Mordred's reputation was, but then again, she had been my go-to choice when it came to fighting. So the world had seen the most of her strength. That along with media bias against me. I guess I could understand. I'm sure this is a lot to take in, Lady Potts. I won't impose on you, just show me towards Mordred, and I will be on my way. I tried to smooth things over, ignoring the looks Tony gave me. Yeah, he didn't look forward to having to explain everything to Pepper, but that was very much a Tony Stark problem, so let him deal with that. Well, that was something, wasn't it? Cersei said as we left Stark Tower behind and headed for the location of Stark's little safe house. Well, if it hadn't been for Sprite spilling the beans about her age, he might just have been curious, but not ask questions. I cast a look at the person in question. Sprite stuck out her tongue unapologetically. Please. He was already 2 seconds away from asking if we were aliens or magical deer or something. Better he gets the truth from me than whatever crazy theory his brain would have cooked up. You're assuming he believes any of it, Cersei said lightly. He might still think it's a very elaborate prank. I shook my head. Tony Stark might be many things, but he isn't stupid. He knows enough of the world to believe things, even if he thinks you are aliens rather than gods, and don't try to fool us, Sprite, you just got pissed he called you a kid. Sprite didn't even try to deny it. She crossed her arms with a huff and looked away. He's lucky I didn't do anything else but shatter his tiny mind. Cersei chuckled. He is one of the smartest humans alive. Emphasis on human. Sprite shot back as we finally neared our destination. All right, let's get Mordred and head down to find Fastos. The sooner that is done, the sooner we can get back home. I tried to steer things back on point. And the sooner you can give me a killer body like yourself. Sprite replied with clear excitement in her voice. Cersei raised an eyebrow at that, lips twitching in amusement. That's still your plan, is it? It was always the plan, Sprite replied without shame. Do you know how hard it is to command respect when you look like you're 12? I could be saving the world and people would still ask me where my parents are. In fact, I pretty much have, and look at me today. Forced to stay inside all day, afraid to be sent to school again. Cersei let out a laugh, light and melodic. You do know most 12-year-olds aren't ancient and immortal, right? You could always try pretending to be a genius child prodigy. I tried that, Sprite grumbled. But I would have to study, and everything moved along so quickly, and things were so boring. I just couldn't do it. And you know that. You were there. Cersei just giggled. Yeah, I remember, but I still wanted to bring it up, maybe it will make you appreciate people like Tony Stark a bit more. Please, Stark is insufferable enough without someone like Sprite paying him a compliment. I think it's just fine as it is, and this should be the building. I said as I stopped the car we acquired from Stark. Sprite leaned forward in her seat, peering up at the building through the windshield. Looks boring. That's the point, I replied. Stark doesn't exactly want people knowing he's stashing mythological warriors and enhanced teenagers all over the city. End of chapter. Okay, here is the chapter, and yes, it's a lot later than I wanted, but I woke up feeling like shit, so took a while to get around to it. I won't spend too long talking about it, it's not the best, not entirely happy with it, but at this point, I can't be asked to change it. Hopefully, I can receive a bit for tomorrow's chapter. Not sure if there will be 1 or 2 chapters left before we return to Camelot. Almost feeling like skipping the rest of the Eternal stuff and just deal with things later, because I'm sure you all know how it's gonna go. I would be smart to pull some twist out in the end, but hey, I'm not smart, so neither is the story. So yeah, we can all guess the final result, so rather than having yet another Eternal reunited, might as well just move things to Camelot and have a big old reunion there at some point. Or a chapter or 2 about Sprite going around showing off her mature appearance could be fun. Chapter 114, Chapter. Mordred and Jessica had been growing increasingly bored since they moved out of their apartment in Hell's Kitchen. Stark had given them a new place to live, though Matt had turned it down, and instead just gone back to his own place in life. After all, he was the only one of them with a place of his own and the only one to wear a mask, meaning he could go back without getting hunted down. Neither Mordred nor Jessica had done that, so the hand was after them, not to mention everyone else. So, now they just stayed here, just the 2 of them, and because of that, the place was an absolute mess. The living room looked like a war zone. Clothes were strewn across furniture that hadn't been used for sitting in days, pizza boxes and takeout containers formed a loose fort on the coffee table. A half-assembled punching dummy stood awkwardly in the corner, missing its head. Jessica had thrown it out the window during an argument over the TV remote. Mordred sat slouched on the couch, one leg hanging off the side, her boots up on a pile of magazines that may have once resembled a coffee table stack. I'm going insane, she muttered, flipping a knife between her fingers. At this rate, I'll end up stabbing a delivery guy just to feel something. Jessica didn't even glance over from where she was nursing a beer and staring blankly at the muted TV. You already scared off 2 food couriers this week. They were cowards. They were teenagers. They should have been braver, Mordred shot back with a huff, tossing the knife at the wall. It stuck with a solid thunk, in the exact same spot as the other 7 knives. This is not what I was made for. Jessica leaned back, sighing. Yeah, well, I wasn't made for this either. But here we are. Professional fugitives with a government bounty and ancient ninjas breathing down our necks. And rather than hit them all back, Stark dumps us in his safe house. Mordred muttered, gesturing broadly to the chaos around them. I feel like a prisoner. Jessica let out a short laugh. You are the only prisoner who spends a few grand a day on takeout and delivery. Mordred threw the now empty wrapper from the burger she had just finished. Well, I don't have anything else to do but eat, can barely swing a sword around in here without hitting something. Jessica looked at the pile of food on the table, then at Mordred, then at herself before giving up. Well, you were the one who trashed the last place, the big one, with all the cool entertainment systems. Mordred snorted, unapologetic. That TV had it coming. It was looking at me funny. Jessica arched an eyebrow. You put your sword through a 60-inch flat screen because it was looking at you funny. I don't trust things that don't blink. Mordred said as if it were the most reasonable thing in the world. And anyway, it wasn't just the TV. The whole place felt off. Jessica just shook her head and took another sip of her beer. You're lucky Stark didn't just kick you to the curb. He wouldn't dare, Mordred said with a sharp grin. He knows what I can do to his suits. And she wasn't even boasting. She personally trashed his latest suit, one meant to withstand her strength, but clearly, he was far from reaching that point, even if the suit was way better than the last one she had trashed. Not that she would tell him that. They didn't get further in the very same discussion they had every day since having to give up the hunt for answers and evil ninjas as there was a knock on the door. Mordred and Jessica both barely reacted. Jessica lifted her head from the back of the couch. Did you order something? Mordred frowned, flipping the TV remote in her hand. No. Thought you did. Jessica shook her head. Not this time. Another knock. Firmer. Still, not exactly threatening, just, there. Mordred grumbled under her breath and stood up, stretching her arms until her joints popped. Maybe it's that new dumpling place. I did think about ordering dumplings. Maybe I blacked out and did it. You'd think they'd at least text first, Jessica muttered, eyeing the door suspiciously but not moving to open it. Another knock. Patient. Solid. Mordred sighed heavily. Fine, fine. I'll get it. She stood up, her back popping as she stretched, then in the most dignified manner, befitting of a knight of Camelot, a knight of the Round Table, she slouched toward the door, still expecting to see a delivery guy balancing a massive food order. She yanked the door open without thinking. And froze. Standing in the doorway, calm and collected, was Arthuria Pendragon. Father. King. Knight of legend. In casual clothes that somehow still looked more royal than anything anyone else could have pulled off. Behind Arthuria stood two strangers, one serene and radiant like a living portrait, and another small, smug, and mischievous-looking. Mordred's brain blanked for a full second. Hello, Mordred, it's good to see you again. I greeted her as soon as the door opened, and what a look she was. Her expression was so funny, poor Sprite couldn't help but break out in full-blown laughter. Mordred's expression twisted, her mouth opening like she had a retort ready, something snarky, something cutting, but nothing came out. Her hand gripped the edge of the door just a bit too tightly. Jessica, still lounging on the couch, shouted without looking. Is it dumplings or not? Nope, Mordred said, voice weirdly flat. It's worse. It's my dad. That got Jessica to sit up. You're what? Worse. Sir Mordred, it almost sounds like you aren't happy to see me. I asked with a teasing tone, already finding myself feeling better. Aren't you going to let us in? I just talked with Stark, he talked at great length about this place, how nice and clean it should be. Mordred's face did something strange, part scowl, part horror, part a desperate attempt to regain control. Of course he did, she muttered under her breath, stepping aside stiffly. I stepped inside and looked around, taking in the mess all around me. And what a mess it was, even worse than back home. Cersei followed gracefully, taking it all in with the quiet bemusement of someone who had seen far, far worse. Sprite bounded in after, nose wrinkling. Oh wow, Sprite said, hands on hips. It smells like gym socks and despair in here. Is that mold on the ceiling or just pizza sauce? Jessica grabbed a throw pillow and hurled it without rising. You're not funny. I disagree, Sprite replied with a grin, ducking easily. Who asked what you think, you brat? Mordred clearly didn't appreciate Sprite's comment. Sprite, too, didn't like being called a brat, so she responded in the way only a brat can do. With glowing eyes. It was clear she was using her power, and a lot of it. Mordred didn't show any reaction for a moment, just stood there, blank-faced. Then, whatever it was Sprite was doing pissed her off. I don't know about the Marvel version of Mordred, but mine got pissed off very easy. And Sprite, despite her age and experience, couldn't possibly be ready for a suddenly angry Mordred. The situation changed fast after that. Within moments of getting trapped in some illusion, Mordred went through a quick series of emotions, shock, surprise, fear, horror, and then anger. I didn't know what she was seeing, what she was hearing, but I could see the result, as could everyone else. Cersei knew about Sprite's power and temper, so she understood perfectly well what was happening. Jessica might not understand it that well, but she too knew something was happening and stood up on guard. Then, Mordred raised her hands, and Clarent appeared there. The sword of kings, and of rebellion, the king-slaying blade, the kin-slaying sword. Mordred's sword and one of her noble phantasms, a good sword, even if I never really used it much. I didn't feel I deserved it, never saw myself as the kind of king who would wield it. But it was a good sword, and now it was crackling with red lightning, and it seemed Mordred was about to demolish whatever apparition she was facing in the illusion. I'm sure Sprite had faced this kind of situation a lot, where someone she wanted to scare decided to fight back. Yet there was something she likely didn't expect here, magic resistance B. Not enough to make her immune to illusions, even my magic resistance A didn't do that, something Merlin demonstrated plenty back in the day. But it was enough to change one crucial thing. Mordred wasn't just attacking inside the illusion, no, she was also attacking outside it. And that made all the difference. The air around Mordred pulsed, the red lightning from Clarent scorching a path into the real world. I felt it, the moment the illusion began to buckle under pressure. Cersei, I said calmly. She was already moving. She quickly jumped at Sprite, knocking her to the ground and breaking her concentration and the illusion. At the same time I reached out and placed a hand on Mordred's head, ruffling her hair. All right, that's enough, I don't think we need to turn this block into rubble over a bit of fun. Mordred blinked rapidly as the illusion crumbled around her like ash in the wind. Her breathing was still heavy, her eyes wild, a cornered beast pulled back from the edge just in time. Clarent flickered and vanished from her grip, though not before leaving deep scorch marks in the carpet. She swatted at my hand half-heartedly, grumbling, "Don't touch my hair." I ignored the protest and gave her a gentle pat anyway. Still as dramatic as ever. Still as annoying as ever, she muttered, but the fire had faded from her voice, replaced with embarrassment and no small amount of confusion. Sprite groaned under Cersei's knee, clearly winded. I said I was just messing around. You say that every time, Cersei replied evenly, not moving until she was certain Sprite wouldn't start round 2 the moment she stood up. You're lucky she didn't cut this place in half. She almost did. Jessica yelled, flinging her arms wide. Is anyone else seeing the sword marks on the ceiling? That was nearly my head. I wasn't aiming for your head, Mordred muttered, rubbing her temple. Probably. Jessica just groaned and dropped back onto the couch, grabbing her beer again. I need hazard pay. I looked back toward Mordred and studied her face for a long moment. There was tension there, not just from the illusion, but something deeper. I knew that look. What did you see? I asked quietly. She hesitated. Then, nothing I want to talk about. Fair enough. I wouldn't press. Not here. Not with everyone watching. Then let's change the topic, I said, backing off gently. You're coming with me. We're heading to Detroit. Mordred looked incredulous. That's your follow-up? Or you can stay here, rotting away here while explaining to Stark why you cut apart the ceiling, and clean up the place. This looks and smells like a dump. I guess they shouldn't be worried about werewolf attacks. Any creature with half a nose on its head would stay away from this place. Okay. Detroit it is. Mordred was quick to change her tune under the threat of cleaning. Not to mention, I was sure she wanted to get back home as well, but she was just too embarrassed to be honest. Oh, and in case you need introductions. These are Cersei and Sprite, and they are both older than all of the Round Table combined. So you can call them Granny or something. I quickly introduced the two Eternals, while getting a little payback on Mordred's behalf. I didn't know what they had seen in the illusion, but I knew it was nothing good by the flashes of emotion on her face. And only I got to mess with Mordred. End of chapter. I was really struggling with how to deal with the aftermath of Sprite's little attempt at getting one over Mordred. I had a few ideas. For one, have Arthuria step in and use Avalon to tank a Clarent Blood Arthur. Another idea was to have the Ancient One step in and send them all into the mirror dimension to have the NP go off in there. And then have her send them to their destination. There was never any way Mordred and Sprite meeting wouldn't end in a mess. One hates being treated as a female, while clearly being a woman. I mean the clothes Mordred likes to wear doesn't even attempt to hide her sex. And the other, appearing as a child, hates being treated as that. And both have a temper. Yeah, they are gonna be best friends, in the same way that Thor and Loki are the best brothers. Then again, this won't last long as Sprite will get her reward. Chapter 115, Chapter. Dad, are we there soon? I'm bored. Mordred called out for the millionth time, or at least it felt like it. Packing up didn't take long, though apparently Jessica was mistaken about something, and didn't get that she was coming with us. I wasn't about to just leave her here. I might have saved her from that purple-dressed guy, but I had also dragged her into a world of new problems. The Hand was after her, and apparently, Mordred had caused enough problems that a SHIELD team was sent to capture them. That wasn't something she could just ignore, and unless she wanted to hide under Stark for the rest of her life, she wouldn't be able to stay in the US, where she was so hunted. Which meant I had to take responsibility. So I figured that until the heat calmed down and something could be done, I would take her to Albion, where she could walk around freely without worrying about SHIELD and the Hand. So, we stuffed her few worldly possessions into the trunk of the car and went in. The car was feeling rather full, given we were 5 people all in here. Still, that wasn't the end of the world, no, but instead the fact that Mordred got bored, and Jessica got bored, then Sprite also got bored, and they all started whining without end. I was driving. Cersei sat beside me with the serenity of a monk who had mastered the art of ignoring noise. She'd retreated into some kind of meditative state, one that I envied with every passing mile. Her hands folded in her lap, eyes half-lidded, probably dreaming of trees and silence. Behind us. Chaos. Are we there yet? No. Now. No. How about now? Still no. Ugh hi. Mordred slumped dramatically against the door, her cheeks smushed against the window. This is torture. We should have ridden a dragon or teleported or something cool, not taken a glorified metal coffin. I agree with Mordred, we should have teleported, Jessica muttered from the middle seat, squeezed between Mordred and Sprite. Fully fed up with them trying to fight every few minutes. Because I didn't know that it would take half a full day to get to Chicago by car, and now I'm not about to stop driving just because you two can't behave yourself, so we are driving the entire way, even if just to torment you. I was equally fed up with them. But in the end, they had to learn to deal with this. And maybe I had to learn it too. Cersei cracked one eye open at my outburst, then let it drift shut again, expression still peaceful. There's value in the journey, she said in a tone so composed it nearly made me swerve the car out of spite. Mordred groaned. I swear if one more person says something philosophical I'm going to scream. You already screamed, Jessica said dryly. Yeah, why don't you just shut up? No one here wants to hear your whining, princess. Sprite shot back with a rude tone. Mordred whipped her head around. What was that? Sprite gave her a smug smile, resting her chin in her hands. You heard me, stop whining like a little baby, princess. You little shit. Isn't this past your bedtime? Maybe you should take a nap. Or maybe you can't sleep without your pacifier. Mordred snapped back. Ah. I sighed, here they go again. Another fight, with poor Jessica stuck in the middle. If possible, I would have allowed Mordred to sit in the front, that way, they couldn't fight, but Sprite also wanted to sit in the front, so they fought over that. Truly, there was no way to avoid it. It was like babysitting 3 overpowered toddlers trapped in adult bodies. Or I guess Jessica might count as a teenager, slightly more mature, but still problematic in her own way, given how I could clearly see her trying to emulate Mordred's behavior. I will pull this car over, I said through gritted teeth, for what had to be the 5th time. And you will both walk the rest of the way to Chicago. You wouldn't dare, Mordred scoffed, crossing her arms. Try me. Honestly. Jessica said, shifting in her seat, at this point, I hope you do. Mordred and Sprite fell into a sullen silence for all of 20 seconds. Then Sprite broke it. So, how long before we get there again? No one talk to me. I said immediately. Not unless you're on fire or about to be. Are those my only options? Sprite asked innocently. Jessica turned her head slowly to glare at her. Do you want me to yeet you out this window? You'd be doing me a favor, Sprite muttered. In the front seat, Cersei finally opened both eyes and tilted her head with a faint smile. Perhaps we should play a game to pass the time. There was a beat of silence. Then Mordred said, we are not playing I Spy again. If I have to hear something gray one more time. It was the seatbelt buckle. Sprite cried defensively. It's supposed to be something outside the car. Both Mordred and Jessica shot back. You both did clouds 3 times in a row before that. Sprite defended. I banged my forehead against the steering wheel, gently. I have battled gods, I muttered. I rebuilt a kingdom. I wield the spear that pierces the skies. And now I am driving a nightmare through Indiana. Oh, this is Indiana. Jessica said, looking out the window. No wonder the air smells like deep-fried boredom. We're stopping at the next gas station, I said, tone final. If only to get away from all of you for 5 blessed minutes. Can I get candy? Sprite asked immediately. What a kid, Mordred scuffed. Wanting her candy. I sighed again. Loudly. Dramatically. And kept driving. We were halfway to Chicago. Halfway. To killing someone. We ended up stopping about an hour later. Just to get some air and some gas. But Mordred started whining again, acting more like a little kid than she had ever done before. Clearly her time under Tony Stark's care had awakened something in her, this strange ability to be an annoying kid. I missed my overly loyal knight. Hopefully she would return to normal before I ended up doing something I would regret. But for now, just to shut Mordred up, and because her crying about being hungry, kinda made me hungry, I agreed to go into the burger joint attached to the gas station. Some McDonald's knockoff call Burger Jacks, but when it came to food, one couldn't be picky, and my right side really did like this kind of junk food. We stepped into the restaurant, greeted by the familiar scent of fryer oil, grilled meat, and despair. Sprite immediately made a beeline for the claw machine near the front counter. While Mordred followed by Jessica went to claim some seats. Which just left Cersei and me standing at the door. Guess we are ordering. I muttered as I went up to the counter. The poor young man behind it seemed like he had lost his ability to think at the sight of me. The poor young man behind the counter blinked twice, swallowed, and tried to stand up straighter. Ah, welcome to Burger Jacks. Would you like to try our mega meal combo today? I leaned slightly on the counter, scanning the laminated menu overhead, then gestured casually. Yes. I'll take 20 of them. He froze. I'm sorry, did you say 20? Yes, I said, perfectly calm. And I'd also like a tray of those triple bacon stack specials, maybe 10 of those. 5 apple pies. 6 milkshakes, in fact, double that order, and give me 10 family-size fries for the table. And what do you want, Cersei? And Sprite. Cersei seemed to be struggling with the large order, almost as much as the guy taking it. He seemed to need a restart. Cersei. I asked again, breaking her out of her spell. Yes, just a chicken salad for me and a meal set 2 for Sprite, she finally decided. And some drinks with that. Give the table. 15 large sodas, just a bit of everything. I added as I figured that the milkshakes likely wouldn't be enough. The cashier was no longer blinking. He was just staring. Possibly reconsidering his entire life. I think I need a manager, he whispered. Take your time, I said patiently. Behind me, I could hear Sprite still trying to shake the claw machine like it owed her money. Mordred was loudly demanding to know why the ketchup packets came in such pitiful sizes, and Jessica was saying something about the seats being too sticky for civilized people. This was my life now. Cersei, ever graceful, stepped up beside me and added in a gentle voice, and don't forget the toy for the child. She will ask. I'm not a kid. Sprite shouted from across the room. And I don't want a toy. The cashier flinched. It took the combined effort of 2 employees and the assistant manager to get our full order processed. They clearly didn't feel like taking such a big order, but I paid in full, and added a large tip, making them accept it in the end. It didn't take long before food began arriving as they made it. And it was a massive amount for sure. And while Mordred was always competing with me about who could eat the most, now Sprite seemed to try to compete with Mordred. It was a mess. Yet for a while, they weren't openly yelling or asking about when we would be there, too busy stuffing their faces with an ungodly amount of food. I had just finished my 7th burger, barely making a dent, when the door chimed. It was subtle. Quiet. But something in the air shifted. I knew that shift in the air. The kind that came before bad news. I looked up. There he was. An older man in a black leather trench coat stepped into the greasy light of Burger Jack's, wearing an eye patch like it was the most natural thing in the world. He looked around with casual indifference, like someone who knew every exit without needing to turn his head. He walked to the counter, ordered a black coffee, no food, no hesitation, and then turned slowly, scanning the booths. It was an empty gesture. I could clearly feel that he already knew where we were. And indeed, his eye landed on our table, and without a bit of surprise he approached. Jessica was the first to react, something I hadn't anticipated, yet clearly she had grown rather guarded after what happened with Mr. Purple. Mordred was still chewing a mouthful of fries and didn't react at all. Likely because she didn't feel anything of note. After all, he was indeed not a danger to her, or to me, and he didn't come with hostility. Sprite froze halfway to dunking a nugget. Cersei calmly placed her napkin on her lap, as if she were preparing for tea with a mildly unpleasant relative. I set down my soda. Can I help you? The men gave us all a measured look before speaking. I don't know, maybe you can help me, answer a few friendly questions. He said, pulling a chair over and joining us. I had to admit, he had balls, this man, sitting down on a table with people he knew to be enhanced, and even stealing our food. And what questions are those? Jessica asked. Which one of you is traveling under the name Alia Kingsley? That made Mordred pause. The hell kind of name is that? Not mine, I said smoothly, which was technically true. Why are you asking? Fury raised an eyebrow. Because your paperwork says you're from some obscure island nation that doesn't exist. You've been flagged across 3 internal systems. Most people don't walk into the US with records that clean. Too clean. He looked at the rest of the table. Also traveling with you. Eliza Strange. June Meadows. Jessica Jones, real name, the only real name, and then someone going by the name Mordred, real bold choice. End of chapter. A meeting between Arthuria and Fury has been long withheld. And while I was thinking about having the meeting happen in either Camelot or some UN conference, I just liked the idea of him popping up like a bad attempt at a ghost. So, here he is, but how and why? Who knows? Well, you will know at least some of that in the next chapter, which should be the last before heading back to Camelot. I just felt this meeting would be good, so I delayed the return home. Just one more chapter before then, I promise. And never believe a word I say, because I never keep my word. Chapter 116, Chapter. Fury didn't rush. He sipped his black coffee like a man with nowhere to be and all the time in the world. That, more than anything, put me on edge. He was composed. Calm. Curious. And entirely too casual for someone surrounded by several enhanced individuals, any one of whom could have wrecked this place with a sneeze. But I suppose that was Nick Fury's whole deal, wasn't it? I like to know who's walking through my country, he said smoothly, eye roaming from face to face. Especially when those people show up flagged by 3 different surveillance systems, have no verifiable national origin, and burn through cash like Stark on a bender. He ran the show like he was giving a lecture. With all of us just eating, or looking at him as he kept speaking, asking questions that weren't really questions, just stating what he knew. And speaking of Stark, he is involved in his mess, staying at his place. Having him block information about you all. Bold move, real bold. Mordred, still chewing, leaned over and whispered, not quietly, Father, can I hit him? No, I said immediately. Not even a little. Still no. Fury gave her a single glance. I have been aware of you since you showed up in Vegas, no IDs, no leads, total ghosts, and then, after winning a fortune, you leave it all behind and just disappear like ghosts. Well, tell us something we don't know. The hotel was crawling with you people at the end. Mordred scuffed between bites. Then you appear again, in Hell's Kitchen, smashing up criminals, starting a gang war with the Hand, and then you. He looked right at me. Disappears again, leaving just her. He pointed his coffee at Mordred. Then you appear in this story, Miss Jones, someone we know, a real person, a real face, a background. The hows and the whys aren't known, but we know who you are. Don't you pretend to know me. Jessica hissed, you know nothing. To his credit, Fury didn't react much, he just moved on. And then you appeared again, he said, looking at me. At the airport, fake names, plenty of money, so much that it's strange you even bothered going to Vegas, not that you earned much, given you left everything you won. Then one of you turns a car invisible, causes a crash, and then just UPS and leaves. And then all of you take a trip across the nation, real quality time. And that leaves me with questions, lots of them. He finally finished telling us what he knew. There was a brief silence after that, just the background hum of the fryers and Sprite licking ketchup off her fingers. I met Fury's gaze, steady and unblinking. That's a long list of observations. They're facts, he said. I'm in the business of knowing things. When I don't, I get professionally curious. Cersei tilted her head, hands folded neatly. You've told us what you see. But I don't hear what you want. Fury offered a small smile, the kind that didn't touch his eye. I want to know if you're a threat. To this country. To the people in it. To the world, even. Big leap, I said calmly. From strange paperwork to world-ending threat. You wouldn't be the first. Fury took another sip of his coffee. Let's just say I've developed a sense for patterns. And the world isn't a peaceful place, so if a group of all-female enhanced show up, I want to know why. Mordred snorted. That sounds like a you problem. Fury glanced her way, expression unreadable. Maybe it is. Or maybe I'm about to make you your problem too. Jessica sat back with folded arms, clearly restraining herself. So what? You gonna try to arrest us? If I were here to arrest you, he said smoothly, you'd already be in handcuffs. Or unconscious. Or both. That got a reaction from Sprite, who muttered, please try. Sprite, I warned. She pouted and sulked back into her fries. Fury continued like none of that had happened. I don't plan to pick a fight. Just want to understand what kind of situation I'm dealing with. And what if we don't feel like being understood? I asked. Then I walk out of here with questions I will get answers to another way, he said. He let the words hang there, just long enough to remind us that, however polite he sounded, this was still a warning. I was honestly tempted to remove his head from his shoulders, but I knew that while he was rather annoying, he was still someone at least trying to keep the world safe, more than could be said for anyone who might replace him. And, honestly, I found the idea of him trying everything to find out about us, only to find nothing until the day I would reveal who I was to the world, would be a fun revenge for his disrespect. Sprite, if you please would. I asked, and Sprite was all too happy to do her thing. Well, Mordred said, reaching across the table to steal another handful of fries, that was anticlimactic. Jessica leaned back in her seat, still chewing. This is how we're handling problems now. Mind hacks and fries. I'm not complaining, Mordred said, stuffing her face. Still think we should have let me punch him a little. You don't just get to push people because you are bored, Mordred, you are a knight, act like it. Mordred just huffed and continued to eat, all while ignoring Sprite's smug look. Ugh, Mordred muttered, standing and stretching as the meal wound down. She walked past Fury on the way out, leaned in close, and whispered into his unblinking face. Next time bring backup, pirate. And maybe wear brown pants. Then she laughed and pushed the door open with her foot. We filed out, calm as anything. Sprite was still humming, clearly proud of herself. Cersei gave the cashier a polite nod on the way out, he looked like he'd aged 10 years in the last 20 minutes. Then the door swung shut behind us. And inside. Fury sat still. But in his world, something else was happening entirely. Sprite, if you please would. I asked, and Sprite was all too happy to do her thing. Fury looked from the regal-looking woman who seemed to be in charge, to the person reacting, letting him know who this Sprite was. And that would be the child in the group. And once again, he couldn't help but feel this was a teen calling herself Mordred, running around killing people with her super strength. Then the woman she called father, a stunning blonde that shouldn't be totally unknown. Winning Queen 2 had the same kind of super strength that would make the old-day super soldiers jealous, and possibly the ability to teleport and manipulate probability, though both were unconfirmed. How does one even confirm probability manipulation? Then the last of the known members of this little group, Jessica Jones, now that was at least a real person. With a real background. Parents, schooling, everything a real person should have. Which did allow them to find out a good bit about her while looking into the situation. Which did include another enhanced, one with mind control powers. Apparently, Jessica had been under his control. Honestly, Fury wasn't sure what to think about that bit of information. On one side, he was glad someone with such a dangerous ability was dead. He had plenty of people already shitting themselves over Xavier, and he had proved that he wasn't willing to do it. And on the other hand, he would have liked to get his hands on someone with that power. With so many enhanced running around, so many dangerous ones, he would have liked another way of forcing them to comply. But as for the last two of this group, they too were completely unknown, other than some fake names. Everything they had on them was pure speculation, and that single thing was that one of them might possess the ability to turn things and themselves and others invisible. Another highly useful ability in his line of work. It had also allowed them to escape a full shield attempt at capturing them, which just went to show how useful such an ability is. The child was the one to react, and he was instantly on guard. He wasn't a fool. He knew that just because someone was a child didn't mean they couldn't be dangerous. He had seen far too many mutants cause chaos to dismiss any enhanced individual. He was ready to react. He had men waiting for his signal. I am the High Queen of the Universe. Ruler of the 10 realms. Lord of Stars and Grand Duke of Chaos. The one and only God Queen of the multiverse. The child said as the world around them seemed to change. One moment, they were in a small roadside burger joint. The next. A golden palace with the stars outside the massive windows, entire galaxies were shown in each window. A dozen more sprites emerged, each slightly different. One with wings of crystal. One with circuitry laced into her arms. One draped in robes of shadow. They danced in the void between pillars made of memories Fury hadn't shared in decades. A memory of the first time he held a gun. A flash of a failed operation. A coffin, sealed. A name he never said out loud. What is this? Fury growled, turning in place, hand twitching near his sidearm, which no longer existed. Next, he tried to send the silent signal, hoping to get them to act and wake him up from whatever was going on. Don't expect your friends to help you. They are all back on Earth. Sprite said before exploding into blinding light. When he could see again, he was standing on a massive platform, and before him stood a being larger than planets. It looked like it was made of stone or metal, and the head alone took up almost the entire visible area of the sky. You messed up, mortal, you have angered the gods. The massive creature said, a voice both like that of Sprite, and like some all-powerful being. Fury didn't flinch. He stood in the center of the cosmic platform, dwarfed by the titanic figure looming overhead. Its glowing eyes bore down on him like twin suns, while ethereal music hummed in the background. Some strange blend of a heavenly choir and 80s synth. You have been found wanting, the voice declared. Your fate shall be decided by the laws of cosmic irony. A shimmering scroll unrolled in the air beside him, several 100 feet long. Fury's name was scrawled at the top in glowing pink ink. Below it were crimes ranging from unauthorized intrusion into sacred snack time to disrespecting the queen of the multiverse. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. God help me, I'm being judged by a sparkly gremlin. The giant sprite raised a massive celestial gavel. Your sentence, endless loop of existential frustration. Your reality will be turned into. Fury raised a hand. Cut the theatrics, he said coolly. You want to mess with my head, you'll need better material. I've seen worse. Been through worse. You don't scare me, kid. The illusion shimmered. Cracks formed in the illusion's sky. The giant sprite paused, tilting her head like a curious cat. And then, in a snap, it all collapsed. Fury was back in the booth. The tray of fries was empty. His coffee had cooled. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, indifferent to what had just transpired. What is going on here? He angrily yelled. At which point, the agents who had been hidden suddenly found that they had zoned out for a moment, and now their targets were gone. I don't know, sir, they just suddenly disappeared. The ever-competent, Coulson said as he stepped forward. Fury looked at his watch, finding that an hour had passed since he sat down. Fury sat still for another moment, then exhaled through his nose. Cute. We lost them, if we spot them, remote surveillance only, no engagement, and someone, tell Stark to stop collecting magical blondes. He said as he stood up. Far away from Fury and the joint, the group led by Arthuria had finally arrived at their destination after Arthuria decided to get this over with by opening a Temgate over to where Phastos was hiding. End of chapter. I had a lot of ideas for what Fury should be seeing. For the reason that wouldn't even make him realize that something was gone. To have Sprite proclaim herself as the king of Camelot. And everything in between. I won't be doing anything more with the US, we'll be going right back home after this, not much of a time skip, but no need to stay around there anymore. As for Fury, I really did a lot of dumping, didn't I? But with mutants being a thing, that leaves so many questions, like why haven't he done anything about them? Because the Fury I saw back in 2008, he wouldn't just have such people running around freely. So he might not slap cuffs on them, but he would keep eyes on them, want to recruit them, anything. He should know about Xavier and his school, likely even have some kind of relationship with him. I mean, when it comes to mutants, there are only 3 paths to take. Full bad guy, strap them to an operating table and try to clone them or whatever. Go half bad guy, half good guy, and we have Magneto. And finally, the good guy, bald guy. And honestly, I feel that Fury would likely do a mix of the first and third option. Chapter 117, Chapter Albion, the kingdom of knights, of magic, of legend, and of mutants. It was indeed a land of many things, of many people. It was a land that was beginning to see peace and a bright future. The land was ruled by the legendary king of knights, Arthur Pendragon, who had returned from the dead to lead the realm once more. The king, now known as Arthuria Pendragon, worked tirelessly for the good of her nation. The people rarely saw the king, in fact, they had never seen his face, only the mighty armor he always wore. The king's true appearance was a topic of hot debate, both in the privacy of people's homes, and on national and international TV. That very same mysterious and noble king was right now relaxing in her grand bath. I sank deeper into the steaming water with a long exhale, the heat soaking into my bones like a blessing. The grand bath was still, save for the gentle ripple of movement and occasional splash from somewhere behind me. Columns of polished stone surrounded the great pool, and above, golden light filtered through enchanted panels, casting a soft glow on the water's surface. Finally, a moment of peace. I leaned back against the warm marble edge, letting my hair float around me like liquid gold. Every part of me ached, but in that dull, satisfying way that came after great work well done. For once, I allowed myself the indulgence of rest. That indulgence lasted exactly 6 seconds. Ha! Take that. Mordred's voice cut through the tranquil air, followed by a tidal wave of water crashing against the far edge. A second voice, higher and shriller, cried out, I am dodging. You're just cheating with those stupid strong arms. I didn't even need to look. Mordred and Sprite, of course. I heard the sound of another splash, followed by uproarious laughter from Mordred, who had apparently declared war on all calm and stillness in the room. This entire break had been Mordred's idea. She had gotten fed up with me being busy all the time and finally kicked both Agravain and Bedivere out of my office and then dragged me into the bath. I had just thought it would be a bit of bonding time and rest. But after dumping me in the changing room, telling me to get the bath ready, which was unnecessary, the bath was magic after all. She had just left me, and then soon enough, she returned to the bath, with a whole crowd following her. Apparently, she decided that a bathing party was the way to spend the day. I could only sigh at that, and ordered some of the maids to bring some refreshments before allowing them to join if they desired. Unsurprisingly, they had turned the offer down. I couldn't blame them. Mordred had a way to turn the calm waters of the bath into something that could sink ships with how she moved around. Among the guests she brought along was Sprite. The two of them were acting very much like siblings, always fighting, but also hanging out all the time just to annoy one another. At the edge of my vision, I caught Jessica Jones sitting on the submerged bench, arms crossed over her chest, trying very hard to pretend she didn't care. Her eyes, however, kept flicking to the others, to Mordred, to Gareth, to me, and while she tried to hide it, I saw the way her posture curled inward. She wasn't used to this sort of company. Jessica was by no means an ugly woman, yet compared to imagination come to life, she did indeed fall short. Though she wasn't the only one who felt out of place there, not by far. Gareth, too, had somehow been dragged into this. And she was just totally adorable. Which is why I had been unable to resist dragging her into my lap as I petted her hair, and she was so tense and nervous. But honestly, I just couldn't help it. It had been something Arthuria had wanted to do back in her time, and now that I was Arthuria, all of them, well, I couldn't resist. I wasn't the same reserved king as Saber. Gareth sat stiffly in my lap, her cheeks nearly as red as the ribbon still tangled in her damp hair. She was trying very hard to look straight ahead, but her eyes kept darting back up at me, then quickly away again. Her whole body radiated tension, like a knight awaiting judgment. You may relax, dear Gareth, I murmured, gently trailing my fingers through her soft golden strands. I assure you, I do not bite. And no, of course not, Your Majesty, she said quickly, her voice slightly too high. It is simply. I was not expecting to be seated with you so directly. I chuckled softly. If it truly discomforts you, you're free to move. But I'd much prefer you stayed. She squeaked, a proper squeak, and then immediately tried to compose herself, muttering something about duty and honor. I smiled and let her be. Her warmth was comforting, and in truth, I wished more of my knights could treat me more like Mordred. Mordred was now using Sprite as a makeshift flotation device, arms wrapped around the struggling Eternal as she tried to break free. It wasn't going well. "Get off me, you barbaric gorilla!" Sprite shrieked. "You're the one who said you wanted to work on upper body strength." Mordred barked back, dunking them both under with a wave of her arm. There was a moment of sputtering, and then Sprite emerged with a dramatic gasp, hair plastered to her face. "One day," she growled, pointing a soaked finger at me from across the pool, "I'm gonna get a real body, a tall one, with actual curves, and when I do, I'm taking your throne." I arched a brow. "You were the one who insisted on waiting until Fastos had completed his work before moving forward with the upgrade. I believe your exact words were, 'I'm not going to rush perfection.' Perfection should come faster," she grumbled, sinking lower into the water. "This is oppression." While those two were making themselves right at home, another person was feeling extra awkward. Raven Darkholme aka Mystique. How and why Mordred decided to drag her into this I didn't know, and I didn't want to question it. Still, Raven, in all her blue glory, was keeping to the far edge of the bath, clearing her throat. Not to sound ungrateful, but, why am I here? Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? I could only sigh, for I had no answer to give her, and Mordred was busy fighting a war with the tiny Eternal. I could ask you the same, I said, turning just enough to meet Raven's sharp, skeptical eyes across the water. But I'm choosing to enjoy the mystery. She didn't laugh, but her lips twitched like they wanted to. Well, I'm not exactly used to royal bath parties. Neither am I admitted with a wry smile. But you have to admit, it's pretty nice, isn't it? That earned a proper chuckle from her. A small one, but it was there. She relaxed just a little, settling deeper into the steaming water. The veiled hand, the women who had once been widows of the Red Room, were seated together not far from Raven, clustered close but no longer guarded. They were slowly getting used to their new lives, in fact most of them seemed to have accustomed to it. Or as much as one can get used to the insanity that is this crazy world. One of them, a tall woman with short, dark hair and a barely healed scar across her shoulder, cautiously leaned back against the smooth stone with a sigh that seemed to surprise even her. "This is nicer than I expected," she murmured. Another, the youngest among them, barely older than Mordred looked, gave a soft laugh as she wiggled her toes beneath the surface. "This bath is great, though it's a bit loud." Everyone, myself included, couldn't help but look to the source of that noise. And indeed, they were both loud and made large waves wash over us and water splash everywhere. One of the other widows, no, I should stop calling them that, they were veiled hands now, raised her cup slightly toward me from across the pool. "Your Majesty, thank you for this. It's strange, but, in a good way." I inclined my head, a quiet nod of acknowledgement. "You are welcome here. Always. Never forget that this is your home." This small group was a strange one for sure. But this was a strange world, and honestly, being strange would be the new normal soon enough. The lights of the Stark Expo gleamed like a miniature city, glossy and shining with promise. A celebration of technology, progress, and of course, Stark Industries. Tony had made sure every angle of the event screamed legacy and brilliance. Fireworks painted the sky, music pounded through the air, and cameras flashed as he descended onto the stage in a gleaming blur of red and gold. The Iron Man suit, the newest Mark 11 model, responded like it was reading his mind. Powered by a clean, arc-stabilized reactor, and enhanced with custom kinetic buffers, Stark moved like lightning wrapped in chrome. "Ladies and gentlemen," he shouted over the noise, lifting his arms like a messiah of innovation. "I'm not saying I've fixed the future, okay, maybe I am. But tonight, you're gonna see what it looks like when one man decides to stop sitting in the passenger seat of progress." The crowd roared. That was the moment the lights dimmed. Not all at once, not a system failure. It was too precise. First the stage. Then the surrounding booths. Then the spotlight on Tony himself. And then, the sound. A sharp snap hiss echoed across the expo grounds, cutting through the noise like a blade. People turned just in time to see something bright and blue tear through a nearby exhibit tent. Sparks flew. Screams followed. A man stepped into view, shirtless, scarred, and grinning like a mad prophet. Twin coils of white-hot plasma crackled from his mechanical harness, lashes of energy that sliced through reinforced steel like butter. "Stark," he bellowed, voice soaked in vodka, rage, and vengeance. "You come from family of thieves. But I fixed that. Tonight, legacy ends." Utter chaos followed his words. Truly, nothing made hot-blooded Americans realize it was a real threat than when it was delivered with a Russian accent. Tony didn't waste time. "Jarvis, full combat protocol. Now." "Already running, sir." The upgraded suit clicked into combat posture with seamless grace. Tony took off like a missile, flying straight at the threat. Tony narrowed his eyes as he saw the plasma whip come down towards his suit. Jarvis instantly calculated the trajectory of the attack, and in response, he quickly raised his right arm. The whip hit, but did little as the force of it wasn't enough to knock him off course. Instead, the whip rebounded off his metal suit. And the next moment, Tony slammed into the men with force well beyond what one could meet when run over by a truck. Instantly, Tony and the attacker left the room and the building as Tony continued with the many through the large windows. The room quickly calmed down as the threat seemed to disappear, and people grew unsure of what to do. Given that the outside might be more dangerous than the inside now. We begin tonight with breaking news from Queens, New York, where a dramatic and deadly attack disrupted the ongoing Stark Expo just hours ago. Authorities have confirmed that the assailant, whose identity has not yet been officially released, died shortly after being removed from the scene by Tony Stark, better known to the world as Iron Man. Footage shows cracked pavement, scorched debris, and a wide breach in one of the expo's pavilion walls, smoke still rising. Witnesses report that the unknown attacker, described as male, shirtless, heavily scarred, and wielding high-tech plasma weaponry, launched a sudden and targeted assault on Stark himself, using what experts are calling a high-tech whip. A short clip plays, civilians ducking behind booths, camera phones raised, as a blur of red and gold streaks across the frame. Stark engaged the attacker immediately, and within seconds, both men were seen crashing through the expo's main display hall and out of sight. According to Stark Industry Security, the attacker sustained lethal injuries during the encounter, reportedly from blunt force trauma after being struck and carried through reinforced glass and concrete. A freeze frame shows damage to the side of the building, with emergency drones scanning the site. While speculation continues, officials stress that no civilians were seriously harmed during the incident, and there are currently no indications of further danger. The NYPD and FBI are securing the area, and a statement from Stark Industries is expected shortly. Tonight's attack raises difficult questions about the security of public technology showcases, and just how far some individuals may go to challenge the legacy of Stark Industries. She pauses. The screen shifts to a silhouette of the attacker, heavily pixelated and labeled unidentified. Stay with us for continuing coverage as more details emerge. For now, this is WNN Nightline. We return you to regular programming. End of chapter. Alright, everyone is back in Camelot and getting used to living there. And while we could once more go over having Jessica marvel at the amazing White City of Hope, I figured that we might have had enough of that for a bit. So instead, a bit of a bathing scene, showing that Mordred is collecting her Pokemon, her exotic women, friends. And the attack on Stark, I decided that given Stark was cured and not desperate to work through his bucket list, he wouldn't be in Morocco. And Vanko wouldn't have that chance to attack. Which delayed it, and made it happen at the expo itself, as a replacement for Hammer's drone, since he couldn't make those without Vanko's help. And as for how the attack ended, I thought about just having him shot dead on the spot. But figured it would still be better to have Stark do the deed, even if by accident. After all, having a man in a metal suit flying at you at high speed isn't healthy at all. So a worthless and stupid villain ended up dead in a moment, because not having a damn chest plate is really unhealthy. And with the expo, this is Fury's big week happening, so that means a lot of stuff potentially happening all at once. Chapter 118, Chapter. The resplendent realm of the gods, Asgard, was trapped under a strange cloud of silence. The normally lively realm of the Norse gods was without its endless feasts, without the legendary brawls and fights. The entire realm seemed to be holding its breath, as if waiting for something. The golden halls of Asgard have seen much since their ancient creation, countless wars, bloody conquests, and peace, a golden age of peace for the 9 realms under the rule of Odin, the All-Father. Everyone expected that golden age to last forever and extend into the age ruled by Odin's son, Thor. Yet because Thor could become king, something happened, something that shattered the peace, or at least threatened it. The palace of Asgard, its very vaults had been attacked. The fearsome Jotnar of Jotunheim, an ancient enemy of Asgard, had dared to attack the vaults of the gods while Thor was to be crowned king. Everyone knew that something was bound to happen, and the Asgardians all waited to see what Odin, the wise and powerful All-Father, would do in response. And their mighty king, too, was thinking about what to do. He knew that he couldn't ignore it. If the king ignored such an attempt on his treasures, it would make him look weak. Yet, he wasn't willing to start a war. He was fully aware of the state of Jotunheim and the desperation of the Jotnar for their casket. He understood that they were desperate, so if he pushed them too hard, they might do something foolish. He understood Laufey's problem because he now faced something like it. The people demanded he do something, and now he needed his wisdom to figure out what that was. Yet, as he had the wisdom to know he needed to act with care, neither of his sons truly understood the situation. Thor, always someone more willing to swing his hammer than use his head, was raring to do something. He was festering with her pride. And Loki, he who thought himself the smartest of all, was trying to see how he could use this situation for his benefit, without thinking about the potential cost. Odin, for all his wisdom, failed to realize the true foolishness of both his sons, before it was too late. For while Odin was deep in thought, Thor was deep in his drink. He was joined by his trusty companions, all of whom confirmed his words and thoughts, but all of them too drunk to truly think about what they said or agreed with. Thor slammed his goblet onto the table, golden ale sloshing over the edge and onto the polished stone. They dared to enter our vault, he growled. During my coronation. Do you understand the insult that is? To me? To Asgard. They should be punished, Volstagg muttered, already flushed from drink. In the old days, we'd have marched before sunset. Exactly. Thor shouted, rising to his feet. We should not sit idle while Jotunheim mocks us. But we are not in the old days, Sif said cautiously, her voice sharper than the others. The king forbade retaliation. We must trust his wisdom. And let Laufey believe us weak. Thor spat, nearly overturning the bench. Is that what Odin calls wisdom? None answered him. Not at first. And then Loki spoke, quietly, calmly, as if reluctant. I understand your anger, brother, he said. Truly, I do. But what if this was not an act of war? Thor turned to him, his fury barely restrained. You think it wasn't? Loki tilted his head, a thoughtful frown playing across his face. The Jotnar were desperate. Desperate creatures take desperate risks. Perhaps Laufey didn't sanction the attack. Perhaps he cannot even control his people anymore. Thor said nothing, but the fire in his eyes flickered. Loki stepped closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial tone. If that were true, would it not be wise for you to go? To speak with him directly? See the truth for yourself. The Allfather may not act, but you could. Quietly. Thor narrowed his eyes. You suggest I defy Father? I suggest, Loki said gently, that you protect Asgard. If there is a weakness in Jotunheim, we must know it. If Laufey plans more, we must be ready. Call it reconnaissance. A small party. In and out. Thor glanced at his companions, all watching, all waiting for his word. And though the thought had not begun with him, it felt right. Righteous. I will go, he said. We all will. While Loki hadn't planned to go himself, he wasn't able to say no to this now, so all he could do was try to make sure Thor made as many problems as possible for himself. Heimdall stood silent as ever at the edge of the cosmos. The Bifrost Observatory hummed with latent power, its mechanisms still and waiting. The gatekeeper had sensed the shift in the realm's rhythm when Thor grew quiet, and Loki began whispering. So when they arrived, cloaked in defiance and heavy with weapons, he was already waiting for them. You would go to Jotunheim, Heimdall said, his golden eyes fixed on Thor. It wasn't a question. We must, Thor replied. Laufey has insulted Asgard. This cannot go unanswered. It is not your place to answer it, Heimdall warned, his voice as cold as the void. The Allfather has given no such command. Thor stepped forward, fists clenched. Then we go not to answer, but to ask. We go to speak, to demand truth. To see who dares challenge us. Heimdall's gaze swept over the group, Fandral, Hogun, Volstagg, Sif, and Loki, who stood behind the rest, silent and unreadable. You tread dangerous paths, Prince of Asgard, Heimdall said. But I see no treason in your heart. Only pride. And perhaps, something else. He turned slowly toward the controls. You are not the only ones defying orders this day. I will open the Bifrost. A great pulse of rainbow light erupted from the mechanism as the bridge awoke. But no, I can't hide this from the king. Odin learned of his son's foolishness as soon as they committed it, yet he also knew he couldn't stop it before things got ugly. Damn fool, he hissed as he got up from his throne, he had work to do. The roar of the Bifrost consumed them, flinging their bodies across the branches of Yggdrasil. Moments later, they crashed into the wastes of Jotunheim, wind and snow and death greeting them with open arms. The ground crunched beneath their boots, ice and bone ground together by centuries of frost. Dark shapes moved in the distance, massive and watching. They know we're here, Hogun muttered, hand on his weapon. Good, Thor said, stepping forward. Let them come. And come they did. Laufey, king of the Jotnar, stepped from the shadows with his warriors flanking him like living glaciers. His crimson eyes flicked to each of them before settling on Thor. You've come a long way, Odinson, Laufey said, his voice sharp as cracked ice. To die. Thor lifted Mjolnir slowly. That depends on whether you answer my question. Who sent your kind to Asgard? Who ordered the breach? Laufey bared jagged teeth in something like a smile. We go where we please. No one orders us. Not even you. And just like that, the frost broke. Spears of ice hurtled through the air. Thor shouted, leaping forward, and Mjolnir sang as the first blow struck. The battle had begun. The battle ended almost as soon as it began. Thor had only just realized that he was losing before he was winning as his father and the mighty army of Asgard arrived. The storm of battle froze in place, not from fear, but from the blinding light that erupted behind the warriors of Asgard. With a crack like the sky breaking open, the Bifrost opened again, not at Heimdall's hand, but Odin's. The Allfather descended in full armor, mounted on his 8-legged steed Sleipnir. The golden runes on his armor glowed like living fire in the eternal cold of Jotunheim. His single eye burned with fury, not at the Jotnar, but at his son. Enough. Odin's voice echoed across the realm, louder than thunder and deeper than the roots of Yggdrasil. The warriors fell still. Even the frost giants halted, uncertain. Thor, still breathing heavily, turned. Father. Silence. The word carried such weight that even Laufey stepped back. The king of the Jotnar narrowed his eyes. This was not an act of war, Odin declared. It was to be peace. You call this peace? Laufey hissed, gesturing to the shattered ice and fallen warriors. Odin didn't look at him. He only glared at Thor. You've broken a fragile truce. You've embarrassed this realm. You've disobeyed me. Thor stood his ground, jaw tight. They came to our home. And you brought war to theirs, Odin interrupted, voice now cold and measured. You are not ready. He turned to Laufey then, finally acknowledging the Jotnar king. We will leave Jotunheim. If there is a next time, it will be war indeed. Laufey gave a grunt of bitter amusement. Then go, Allfather. Take your child and leave our realm. Odin's eye lingered on Laufey for a heartbeat longer, then the Bifrost opened beneath their feet, sweeping Thor and his companions away in a rush of cosmic light. Back in Asgard, silence fell once more. But this time, it was filled with shame. Thor stood in the observatory, still gripping Mjolnir. The others stood behind him, heads bowed. Odin descended the steps toward him. You are reckless, arrogant, and unworthy of the mantle you seek to claim, he said. Your actions endangered not only yourself, but your realm. You have forgotten what it means to rule. Thor looked up. I only wanted to protect. You wanted glory, Odin snapped. You wanted to be seen. To be praised. That is not the mark of a king. Loki stepped forward, ever so slightly. Father, perhaps. Odin held up a hand. No more words. Not from you either. He turned back to Thor. I strip you of your rank, and your power. In the name of my father, and his before, I cast you out. With a roar, Odin raised Gungnir, and the runes on Mjolnir dimmed. Thor shouted as he was flung backward, pulled toward the Bifrost by Odin's will alone. The hammer followed, tumbling after its master. As long as he is worthy, Odin whispered, he may yet reclaim it. Back on his throne, Odin was troubled, having to banish his son brought back memories of old. Of his first child, another child that followed the wrong path, even if he was to blame for that. Hela. She had been his pride and glory until he realized that he was wrong, that war was wrong. That day changed everything. He feared that Thor, in his recklessness, would follow in her footsteps. He knew the warlike nature of his people, and he feared that should they once more start on that path, they would return to the old ways. Thor wasn't young, but he was acting like it, and maybe he was still young enough that if he got a taste for how easy war could solve his problems, he would solve them all that way. He sighed. Really, he had failed raising him, but Thor wasn't the only one he had failed. With another sigh, he stood up and made his way to the vault and his remaining son. Far from the golden realm of the gods, in the realm of mortals, Earth was an island. An island nation. And within this nation stood a great white city. As if plucked from a dream and placed into reality, it stood surrounded by green plains and forests, as well as a small bustling town. The brilliant white city was home to an equally white castle, and that castle housed a great tower. Within the realm of Albion, that tower had a name. Lance of the Heavens. At the very top of this tower stood a woman of unmatched beauty, her long golden hair swaying in the wind as she stood, watching the sky above. The night sky was dark, and thick clouds hid the stars. Yet that woman's bright green eyes beheld far more than just the clouds themselves, as she could see right through them and gazed at something far beyond. You owe me a favor, Odin, she whispered into the wind as lightning filled the skies. End of chapter. The thing with doing a crossover, even though this one is barely that, given that everything is happening in one universe only, is that I can't assume everyone knows fuck all. Do people know who Galahad is? Gawain? Or do they know the events of Thor 1? Well, I can't know that, so I kinda gotta assume the worst, so this chapter is mostly for those who would have no idea about Thor getting kicked out. I did plan to focus it more on Odin, thinking about the changes happening on Earth, and whether or not it is safe to send Thor there, given that Arthuria is running around. But in the end, I just went with this poor attempt at a recap and info dump. But that aside, who is that mysterious green-eyed woman at the end? And what did she mean about her words? Chapter 119, Chapter. The people of Camelot weren't used to bad weather. It was almost as if the city had somehow been spared from it over the past year. So this sudden storm did catch them somewhat by surprise. Yet, they weren't too concerned. They were slowly starting to learn about all the strange things out in the world, magic and mutants being among those. And among those, magic and mutants, they had learned about some who could manipulate the weather. One was named Storm, and could indeed make a storm like this happen if rumors were to be believed. Another was called Rain Caller. She did, in fact, live in Albion and was making a name for herself by coursing rain over fields for a price. She could also ward off rain, so every farmer was more than willing to pay good money for her services. Most importantly, they had faith in their king. They were sure that even if some mutant or evil witch who attacked at the tournament came back, their king would defend them. So they just went indoors and waited for the storm to clear. But while the normal people did that, the same couldn't be said for the countless eyes watching Camelot and Albion. Agencies from around the world were on high alert for anything unnatural happening around Camelot, and as this sudden storm appeared, they were now scrambling to figure out how to react. And they weren't alone in reacting strongly. Inside Camelot itself, the noble legendary knights of the Round Table were also trying to understand the situation, expecting the worst. Sir Bedivere, the king's loyal assistant, ran through the large castle, looking for his king, hoping that nothing had happened to her, dreading the idea that he had failed to protect her once again. Sir Lancelot, determined to redeem himself for his past actions, quickly made his way to the throne room, waiting for his king's command. There he was soon joined by the other knights. Sir Gawain arrived next, rein still clinging to his hair. He stepped through the grand archway of the throne room and paused, finding it silent, empty but for Lancelot standing at attention before the throne. "No word yet?" Gawain asked, his voice a low growl. Lancelot didn't turn. "None." Bedivere still searching. One by one, the others trickled in, Tristan with his bow slung across his back, Kay muttering under his breath about celestial omens, Gareth and Gaheris at his flanks, their eyes flicking constantly toward the windows where the storm raged. And then came Mordred. She strode into the room like a blade unsheathed, soaked to the skin but burning with energy. Her boots splashed as she crossed the marble floor, ignoring the others as she stood dead center in the hall and stared at the empty throne. "She's not here," Mordred said flatly. "No one knows where she is," Gawain added, his expression grim. "That's not like her," Tristan muttered, arms crossed. "She could be investigating the storm," Gareth offered. "Or stopping it," Kay said with a measure of hopeful defiance. A silence followed, thick, heavy, almost reverent. All eyes fell on the throne, hoping Arthuria would simply appear. "My king, what is the cause of this storm?" Galahad couldn't help but ask as he stood by my side as I gazed up at the clouds. I didn't answer him at first. Not because I couldn't answer, but because I wasn't sure how I should do it. I was well aware of the nature of the storm. I could feel the powerful divine aura it gave off. The power to destroy a planet seemed to loom behind them. Thankfully, there was no malice in it, no will, it was just pure raw power. It was so far away, yet here. It felt like my own lance, the power to pierce space. The Bifrost was impressive, and there could be no doubt about it. "A guest is arriving," I finally said. I knew I couldn't hide it, shouldn't hide it. Galahad frowned. "From where?" I turned my gaze from the clouds to him, and for a moment I saw the confusion behind his discipline. He was brave, one of my best, but even he didn't yet grasp how big the world had become. "Not from this world," I said softly. "From beyond the sky, beyond the stars. A realm of gods, much like our own once was." His expression faltered. "Another realm." I nodded. "Asgard." He tightened the grip on his shield, the great weapon forged from the Round Table. "Are they here for peace? Or war?" "Peace. This is just Odin's way of warning us, reminding us about the consequences of making an enemy out of him. Indeed, it's a powerful move. With such thick clouds, even Gawain will be weakened," he commented as he looked all the more on guard. And I couldn't blame him. Among my guards, none were better at defending me than Gawain, who was invincible under the sun. Even I would struggle to take him down under the light of noon. So to cause such a storm, it weakened him a lot, and thereby all of Camelot. Not that I thought Odin was aware of this. This display wasn't just for me alone. It was for all the forces of Earth, all those in the know. They could sense the message clearly. Finally, the skies seemed to flash with all the colors of the rainbow, as if 1,000 colorful lightning strikes struck all at once. And instantly, I felt a new presence inside Camelot. And just moments later, another wave of light, and a powerful strike hits Camelot, as an immensely heavy object slammed down. I turned from the storm and motioned for Galahad to follow. "Come. The knights are waiting." "Father. There you are," Mordred exclaimed the moment I stepped into the room. The tension in the hall broke, but only slightly. My presence had calmed them, yet the storm still roared beyond the castle walls. Thunder cracked like the voice of a god, and all eyes turned to me, expecting answers. "I am here," I said, walking past them, claiming my seat on the throne. "I am safe, I had Galahad with me." Mordred crossed her arms and leaned slightly forward. Then what was that impact? Something hit Camelot. I nodded. Camelot is now hosting a royal guest, a divine guest. Thor, the god of lightning, has arrived. I said, my words afire onto the oil of tension in the room. The reaction was immediate. Tristan's eyes narrowed, Kay cursed under his breath, and Gawain took a step forward, his hand instinctively moving to the hilt of his sword. "Thor," Gawain repeated. "As in, the Norse god. Odin's heir." I said calmly, though I could feel the tension tighten around me like armor. My knights were mighty, yet when faced with gods, they couldn't help but be nervous and worried. And I understood them. As a fate goddess myself, I knew full well the difference between mortal and divine. Thor is here in a diminished state, no more than a mortal man, sent to earth in exile, to learn the burden of kingship, and the responsibility that often comes with power. I explained. Thor is here as a guest, he is not to be harmed, he shall be treated as a guest, and no doubt he will get along with some of you well enough. Though I do not demand that you get along with him, only that he is treated as his status demands. I continued. The knights exchanged glances, the room still thick with the scent of ozone and unease. No one spoke right away, until Mordred let out a dry huff of amusement. "Well," she said, arms still crossed, "as long as he doesn't try to flirt with me, I suppose we can get along." Kay rolled his eyes. "He better not try to flirt with anyone. The last thing we need is divine drama in the court." Tristan gave a faint smirk. "I wouldn't mind hearing about some divine drama. Indeed, the stories would be interesting." Sir Dagonet concurred. "Sir Agravain, I trust that you will ensure the city guards are aware of the situation. And that public order isn't too disturbed. And find a time to invite our guest for a chat at some point, but do not see him out until he reveals himself." Agravain, ever composed and efficient, bowed slightly. "It will be done, my king. Discreetly. Discretion isn't vital, the truth may come out in time. Just ensure he isn't hurt, he is our guest, and we will take care of him." I emphasized the importance of that. Agravain gave a second, deeper bow before turning to leave and beginning the necessary arrangements. The others weren't so easy to deal with. Mordred, in particular, was highly curious about this new divine guest. And while the others were no less curious, only Mordred dared to speak freely. "Why here?" she demanded. "Out of all the places on this planet, why would a banished god land in Camelot?" The question cut through the tension like a blade. No one interrupted her, not because they hadn't thought it, but because she alone had the fire to say it out loud. I met her eyes. She was drenched, tense, frustrated, not by fear, but by uncertainty. I knew that feeling well. She hated not knowing who the enemy was. Or if there even was one. And her question wasn't bad, it was one I, too, had had. Why would Odin send Thor here? Rather than that random town in the US? Well, honestly, the question was easy enough to answer. It all came down to the fact that Camelot could give Odin what he wanted, and easily at that. Thor needed to learn humility, needed to understand leadership. And here, in Albion, he would be surrounded by knights, true knights, not sycophants or jesters. Men and women who had lived and died for their oaths. He would see what loyalty meant. What strength meant. What it meant to serve a kingdom greater than oneself. And perhaps more importantly, he would see me. He would see what a king could be, should be. Seeing another king was far different from seeing his father. He didn't see Odin as a king as much as he saw him as his father. That made him blind to some things, but with me. He would see a divine king other than his father, and see how many things I shared with him, and how I differed from him. In the original story, the only reason Thor learned the lesson was because of Loki messing around. Without that, it could have taken years, decades to teach him what he needed to be set on the right path. Yet, there hadn't been anyone better to send him. So Odin could only entrust things to Loki, no doubt having planned everything, because I don't believe Loki could have commanded the destroyer around, or that it would be so weak for Asgard's ultimate weapon unless he had allowed things to happen that way. But no, now he did have another option, Camelot, so sending Thor here was a no-brainer. And if I could get a favor out of it, then I saw no reason to not allow Thor to run around. It wasn't like he was much of a problem. The only potential problem would be Loki, but while the fate Loki might have been a powerful god, this one. He was nothing, so I wasn't too worried. All right, that's enough. Go rest. Tomorrow will arrive soon, and I will not have my nights tired. I finally decided to end the conversation. I could already imagine what tomorrow might bring, and I had to admit, I was looking forward to it. It was for sure gonna be better than my normal day-to-day work. Honestly, the paperwork was maddening. Hopefully, Thor and his brother would lighten up my life a little. End of chapter. So, just the night before things take off. Still working on the final plan on how to deal with Thor. I got most of it, but the first meeting. I have a few ideas, but only one will work. So this chapter was really just me drawing things out, giving me a bit of time to figure things out. But yes, Thor will, and has landed in Camelot, which will allow him to interact plenty with Arthuria and her knights. Might have some POV segments from him and others, rather than just focus on Arthuria. To give a chance to see how everyone feels about him, and how he feels about the knights. But yes, I got some big plans for Thor in Asgard, so look forward to it. Chapter 120, Chapter. The morning after the free storm, Camelot was back in full swing. There didn't seem to be anything different. And other than a few flashes of strange light, nothing had really happened the night before. So people quickly moved past it all, though it was still the talk of the town. And it didn't take them long to notice a few things being out of the norm. The Knights of the Round Table seemed to be abnormally active. In the age of social media, it was hard to hide anything from curious people, so when posts came of all the knights, everyone felt something was off. After all, the knights were rare, some of them were hardly ever seen, Mordred had been gone for more than a month, and others also seen so rarely it was impossible to know if they were in Camelot at all. Yet now social media was flooded with pictures of all the knights walking around the streets, which was a clear sign that something had indeed happened, but people still didn't know what it was. And while the people whispered and speculated, one man stood out among them. A large man. Blonde, barefoot, shirtless despite the chill. Covered in mud and still bearing the bruises of a fight no one had seen. Thor. He wandered the lower districts of Camelot with no clear purpose. He did not look like a god, nor even a nobleman. Just a man who had been cast down from something great. In the great city of Camelot, the capital of Albion, a man like Thor didn't fit in. This wasn't the medieval age. Having a man run around looking like that was quite a strange sight. More so in Camelot, a place where poverty wasn't really a thing. The people had stared as he passed by. A few had even tried to offer him help or money, but he just shook his head, lost in his own thoughts, his own loss. It didn't feel real, just a day before he was to be crowned king of Asgard, yet now, he was cast out, stripped of his power, his home, everything. He quickly realized where he was, Midgard, the mortal realm of humans. He had been here in the past, revered as a god by the locals, yet now he felt their pity, and it stung. He was starting to realize just how far he had fallen and how much he had lost. Finally, in a dark, silent part of the city, he once more fell to his knees, crying to the sky. Why? Why, Father? He cried loudly, but he was given no answer. He didn't know how long he had been there, but finally, someone found him. Hey there, son. Sure seems like you have it rough, a man spoke from behind. Yet, Thor was in no mood to answer. Not much for talking, Well, no matter, come here, son, I'll give a few pints down at the pub, or tavern, I guess they call it here. I'm sure some drink will help you with whatever. He said as he pulled on Thor. The stranger was a thick-armed man with a bushy beard and the kind of laugh lines that only came from years of cheer and drink. He wore the apron of a blacksmith and smelled faintly of iron and ale. Thor blinked at him, unsure what to say, but the man didn't wait. Come on, big guy. You look like you could use a warm seat and something that burns on the way down. We've all been there. Before he could protest, Thor was half-dragged, half-guided through winding alleys and quiet courtyards, until they arrived at a modest tavern tucked between the guild halls. The sign outside read The Resting Boar, and it looked as sturdy and unpretentious as the man guiding him. Inside was warm and welcoming. A hearth crackled at the center, and locals filled the tables, laughing over breakfast alesh and stews. Eyes turned as the two entered, but the smith raised a hand. Don't mind him, he called. Just a traveler. The kind who needs a drink more than he needs questions. That seemed enough for them. Thor was ushered to a seat by the fire. A mug was pressed into his hand. It steamed with heat and the scent of honeyed malt. I am called Bram, the smith said, sitting across from him with his own tankard. And you? Thor hesitated. Then, quietly, Thor. Welcome to Camelot, then, the city of dreams and whatnot. A great place to start over, as long as you aren't on the run from the law, then it's the worst place to be. Thor didn't answer right away. His grip tightened around the mug, the warmth bleeding into his fingers. He stared into it like a man trying to remember what comfort felt like. Bram leaned back with a grunt, taking a sip from his own tankard. I've seen that look before. Man who's lost more than he ever thought he could. Or maybe, he pointed with his tankard, a man who just realized what he had only after it was gone. That one hit home. I mess up, Thor said eventually. I messed up bad. I don't think my father will forgive me. Bram raised a brow. Well, no better to start over than here, Northwest better place to prove yourself here either, and look at you, plenty strong, you can likely make a name yourself in the arena here or something. Thor didn't respond immediately, but the edge of his mouth twitched. Just slightly. The idea of proving himself, of fighting, of earning back his worth with blood and effort, felt familiar. Comforting, even. Bram must have noticed. Ah, there it is, he chuckled, tapping his mug against Thor's. That spark. You've got the look of a warrior. Thor exhaled, the sound halfway between a laugh and a sigh. I don't even know what I am anymore. You're alive. You're in Camelot. That's a start. Finally, 2 pints of the finest Guinness were placed before them. Enjoy, and for the big guy, if you need a bath, let me know. Thor lifted the dark drink and eyed the foam with mild confusion. Guinness. Bram grinned. Strong, dark, bitter, and heavier than it looks. Bit like life sometimes. Drink up. He took a sip. It was strange, earthy, thick, unfamiliar, but it warmed him. Not just his throat, but something deeper. Something old. Forgotten. It tasted honest. It couldn't be compared to Asgardian drink, but after what he had been through, he really needed it, so he drank until the mug was empty. Then, he did as he always did back home, he threw the mug onto the floor, hard. Good, another, he called out, before freezing. He had expected the mug to break, they always did when he threw them around, yet this one didn't break at all. At his confused look, the tavern keeper laughed loudly, picked up a glass, and threw it hard against the ground, aimed at Thor's mug. Yet it too, didn't break, despite being made of glass. Couldn't help yourself, could you? But it's as true as they say, Camelot-made stuff is different, no mortal can break it. He said with a laugh, one that everyone else shared. Thor stared down at the unbroken mug, then at the barkeep, then at Bram. He had forgotten he was a mortal for a moment, yet he was still surprised, back when he was here last time, even mortals could shatter mugs and glasses. So, for them to say no mortal could break anything here made him curious. Camelot, this white city of peace. What kind of mortal kingdom made unbreakable mugs and glass? What had changed since he was still here? Nonetheless, more drinks came, and soon enough, Thor was starting to feel better, and even though the sun had yet to leave the sky, everyone was already drinking hard as they listened to his tales. They were fantastical, pure fiction, yet they couldn't help but get pulled into those tales, as if watching a live performance. The laughter rolled on, the drinks flowed, and for the first time since his exile, Thor didn't feel hollow. He was still shirtless, still bruised and muddied, but he had a tankard in hand and a grin pulling at the corner of his mouth. He spoke of frost giants and fire realms, of battles beneath twin moons and a serpent that circled the world. They didn't believe a word of it, but they loved every second. More drinks were poured. Cheers rose with every punchline. The tavern glowed with warmth and noise, and even Thor's heart, cracked as it was, found a moment of ease. The bell over the door jingled as it swung open again, letting in a blast of cool afternoon air. A woman entered. She was middle-aged, sharp-eyed, and carried herself like someone used to commanding a room. She looked around, then made her way to the bar. Full house already, she asked with a smirk. What's the occasion? Bram gestured toward Thor with a raised brow. Tall tales from the Northlands. The woman glanced over. Her eyes lingered on Thor for a moment, then narrowed slightly. He's got the voice for it, I'll give him that. You lot always drink this hard before dinner. Only when the stories are good, someone shouted from the back, and the room chuckled. She accepted her drink from the barkeep and leaned against the counter. Well, speaking of strange stories, any of you lot heard about that hammer? That quieted a few nearby conversations. Strange thing, she continued, no one knows where it comes from, right at the young king's feet, on the stone and all, and people tried to move it, but couldn't, so it must be pretty heavy, or maybe it's enchanted like the sword. The air shifted. Thor didn't move. Didn't speak. But his grip tightened around his tankard. Bram noticed it immediately. That means something to you, Thor. For a long moment, he said nothing. His eyes were locked on the flickering fire in the hearth. His face, once loose with drink and laughter, had gone still, serious. Then, quietly, where exactly did you say this hammer was? Earlier that day. The skies over Camelot were clear once more, the storm having passed without so much as a drop reaching the streets. The white towers glistened in the morning light, and the smell of fresh bread and dew filled the air. For tourists, it was a perfect day to explore the capital of Albion. Cameras clicked, children laughed, and guided tours drifted through the plazas and courtyards. At the heart of the city, just past the flower-ringed gardens and between two sweeping arches, stood the most visited monument in all of Camelot, the statue of the young king. He stood tall, immortalized in white marble, his features youthful, noble. In one hand, he held the sword of promised victory aloft, beneath his feet, embedded in a pedestal of stone, sat the hollow where the very same sword had once rested. Tourists often took photos beside it, imagining themselves worthy. It had become something of a tradition, young people posing as if trying to pull a replica blade from the original groove, smiling for the feed. But today, there was something different. "Hey," a man said, nudging his friend with his elbow as they queued up to take their own photo. "That wasn't there before, was it?" His friend tilted his head. "What?" "That." He pointed toward the base of the statue, where the stone surface flared outward around the feet. Something sat atop it now, something no one had expected. A hammer. It wasn't part of the statue, that much was obvious. It looked real, rough metal, worn handle, solid and entirely out of place. It rested right where the sword once lay, as if claiming the spot for itself. Other people began to notice too. A small crowd formed around the stone. "Is this new? It's not listed on the tour pamphlet." Slowly, more and more people noticed the hammer, and before long, someone got brave enough to step through the waters of the fountain and onto the platform housing the statue, stone, and hammer itself. This person, a local and a big man, decided that someone must have placed the hammer as a joke, so he wanted to remove it, yet as he tried, he couldn't move it at all. End of chapter. So, here we are, Thor is in the city. But it's strange, why hasn't he been picked up yet? Arthuria has made it clear that she knows everything happening in the city, so she should know where he is, right? Strange things indeed. But poor guy, wandering about, lost, alone, in pain, the only thing that could make it worse is if he were hit by a car. But surely no one would hit a poor guy with a car. I mean, imagine hitting someone with a car, crazy right? Talking about crazy, imagine hitting someone with a car, and then tossing them right after, now that is crazy talk. So yeah, what do you do when you find a guy in trouble? Well, if you live under the protection of the King of Knights, you give him a pint. Also, I know that since I had Thor land in Camelot, I did more or less block his relationship with that one mortal bitch. But it was a shitting plot anyway. Thor is like 1,500 years old, he wouldn't care about a mortal woman, and wouldn't fall in love so quickly, I mean he is Thor. Everything about that guy screams he fights, drinks and fucks all day long. But yes, he is in Camelot, and it seems his hammer is too, and what a hammer. I did some research on it a few weeks back when planning this arc, and holy hell, that hammer is insane. I've been looking forward to bringing it into the story for a while now. Chapter 121, Chapter. The man's inability to lift the mysterious hammer soon earned him a shower of amused laughs, much to his displeasure. "If you guys are so strong, why don't you give it a try? This thing is far heavier than it looks," he defended himself. And in response to his words, plenty of people who just stood around watching couldn't help themselves from stepping up. "Step aside," one man said, rolling up his sleeves. "Let a real man show you how it's done." He clambered up onto the pedestal, bracing his boots against the cold stone as he wrapped both hands around the weathered handle. He grinned, playing up the moment for the small crowd that had gathered. He even gave a wink to a group of giggling tourists recording the scene on their phones. But the second he pulled, his grin faltered. It didn't budge. He strained, veins standing out on his neck, his boots slipping against the aged stone, but the hammer might as well have been welded to the earth. "Come on, mate, you skipping arm day," someone shouted, earning a round of chuckles. The man stepped back, panting, his pride dented. All right. It's just stuck. That's all." Another stepped up, then another, each one met with the same unyielding resistance. The hammer didn't shift, didn't so much as wobble. A few tried the slow, steady approach, gripping it with both hands and attempting to lift with their legs. Others went for the classic, overconfident heave, as if willing the hammer to rise through sheer force of personality. None succeeded. By now, a decent crowd had formed, phones held high to capture the scene, a mix of laughter and whispered speculation rippling through them. Given how popular this statue was as a tourist spot, and how interested everyone was in anything special happening in this city, people quickly got attracted by all the chatter on social media. As the crowd grew, so did the determination of those trying to lift the hammer. Some tried clever approaches, wedging sticks beneath for leverage, or trying to twist it instead of just lifting, but none had any more luck than the first few. A pair of teenagers even wrapped a belt around the handle, forming an impromptu pulley system, but the leather snapped under the strain, sending them stumbling back into the fountain with a splash, to the crowd's roaring laughter. It was turning into quite the spectacle. Vendors began to set up nearby, selling cold drinks, snacks, and hastily printed t-shirts with slogans like, "I tried to lift the hammer," and "King for a day." The fountain plaza started to feel more like a festival ground, and it wasn't long before local news reporters caught wind of the commotion. One particularly bold tourist even brought over a portable speaker, blasting epic orchestral music as the next wave of challengers lined up to try their hand. "I'm telling you, it's got to be a trick," a woman whispered to her friend as they watched another muscle-bound tourist struggle and fail. "Maybe it's magnetic, or maybe it's glued down." "Glued," her friend scoffed. "What kind of glue could be that strong? It got to be magic." The whole thing turned into a crazy part, but soon enough, a strong, cold voice broke through the noisy, lively atmosphere. What is going on here? It wasn't a question, it was a command, and it quickly got the attention of the crowd, which grew quiet, only the music was still blasting away. The voice belonged to a tall, imposing figure in dark armor. His aged face was cold as ice. A long blue cloak tripped with white fur hung down his body, almost reaching the ground. All the knights of the Round Table were well known, and each had their own reputations. Sir Gareth was well known as the only female knight, and beloved by all. Sir Percival was revered for his sunny and kind disposition. Almost all the knights were kind, just, and all-around good people, only a single knight had a less than stellar reputation. Even Lancelot and Mordred weren't given the same treatment as that one person. And that was the king's royal strategist, the cold knight Sir Agravain. The crowd fell silent at the sight of him, the festive atmosphere cooling like a sudden winter breeze. Even the boldest tourists took a step back, some lowering their phones as if the very act of recording might earn them his ire. Sir Agravain's eyes swept over the scene, taking in the scattered tourists, the dripping teenagers still recovering from their failed pulley attempt, and the hammer itself, still perched arrogantly on the stone pedestal beneath the statue of the young king. For a moment, his hard gaze lingered on the hammer, his lips thinning as if in disapproval. Then he turned his attention to the crowd, his voice like the crack of a blade on a shield. "This is a sacred place," he said, his tone as sharp as the chill in his eyes. "Not a playground for fools and tourists. Return to your business, and stop making a spectacle of yourselves." The crowds deepened as night after night emerged, each a living legend in their own right. The gathered tourists exchanged hushed whispers, eyes wide as they recognized the iconic figures stepping into the square. Sir Kay, tall and broad-shouldered, approached first, his armor gleaming in the afternoon sun. Unlike Agravain, his expression held a hint of amusement, a sharp contrast to the cold strategist beside him. "Come now, Agravain," Kay said, his voice carrying a rough, brotherly warmth. "No need to scare off the tourists. They're just curious. It's not every day you find a hammer like that in a place like this." Beside him strode Sir Gawain, his fiery red hair catching the light like a sunrise over the battlefield. He gave the crowd a reassuring nod, his presence alone enough to calm their nerves. Next came Sir Tristan, his face shadowed by a deep hood, his keen eyes flicking between the hammer and the crowd, ever watchful, ever silent. Sir Gareth and her brother Gaheris weren't far behind, the former's warm smile and gentle wave doing much to ease the tension Agravain had cast over the square. Percival, his towering frame casting a long shadow over the marble, offered a kind, almost fatherly nod to the onlookers as he took his place among his brothers in arms. Even Mordred appeared, the gleaming red armor and horned helm as intimidating as always. With all these knights here now, the crowd had grown quiet, eagerly awaiting what this all was about. "Now, why don't someone explain just what is going on here?" Gawain asked. The crowd remained silent, eyes darting between the assembled knights and the hammer still perched defiantly on the stone pedestal. For a moment, no one spoke, the only sound was the distant murmur of the city and the soft splash of the fountain's water. Finally, one brave tourist, a young woman in a bright yellow raincoat, cleared her throat and took a hesitant step forward. She had the look of someone who had just realized they were standing in the presence of living legends and was struggling to find her voice. It's this hammer," she stammered, her eyes flicking nervously to Agravain, who regarded her with a frozen stare. "It just appeared here, on the pedestal. No one knows where it came from." Gawain stepped closer, his fiery red hair catching the sunlight, his green eyes narrowing as he studied the hammer. "Just appeared," he repeated, his tone curious rather than accusatory. "You mean it wasn't here yesterday?" The young woman shook her head quickly. "No, sir. I took a picture here just yesterday, and it definitely wasn't there then. It just showed up this morning, and no one can move it." Kay folded his arms, his expression shifting from mild amusement to interest. "So, it's not just stuck, then. It's more than that. It's like it's part of the stone itself," another tourist chimed in, an older man in a baseball cap with a camera slung around his neck. "We've had all sorts try to lift it. Big guys, strong guys, even a couple of construction workers. It won't budge." Mordred scoffed from her place near the edge of the group, arms crossed, the light catching on the jagged edges of her armor. "Maybe it's just a cheap trick. Some magic prank to make fools of you all." Gawain shot her a sideways glance, a hint of a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "Perhaps. But it's an odd place for a prank, don't you think? Right at the foot of the king's statue." At that, the knights all grew a bit more serious, their eyes shifting to the hammer itself. It was an imposing thing up close, its metal head dark and etched with unfamiliar runes, its leather-wrapped handle worn but solid. It didn't match the aesthetic of Camelot at all, clashing with the clean marble and polished stone of the plaza. Kay stepped closer, his broad frame casting a shadow over the hammer. He glanced at Agravain, who remained silent, his cold eyes fixed on the object. Then, with a shrug and a grin, Kay reached out and wrapped one massive hand around the handle. Release it, Kay, that is not something you should touch. Kay paused, his fingers wrapped around the worn leather handle, and turned his head toward the speaker. His grin faltered for just a moment, his eyes narrowing as he met the sight of Arthuria in full armor. And finally, he let go of the hammer, sure that there had to be a reason for her words. Arthuria stepped forward, the sunlight catching on the polished silver of her armor, her white cloak trailing behind her like a banner in the breeze. She moved with a calm, unhurried grace, the weight of command evident in every step. The crowd, already awestruck by the presence of so many knights, fell completely silent. Phones were lowered, breaths held. Even the boldest tourists dared not speak in her presence. Arthuria reached the base of the statue, her eyes fixed on the hammer, and for a moment, the entire square seemed to hold its breath. She studied the strange object, her expression unreadable, under her helm. The knights, even the usually brash Kay, watched her in respectful silence, each instinctively stepping back to give their king space. Mordred tilted her head, watching with a curious gleam in her eyes, while Gawain's normally warm expression grew serious. Under the watch of my knights and my people, I cast my eyes onto the hammer of Thor, Mjolnir. With my fey eyes, I saw far more than just metal. With my divine gaze, I saw right through its essence. Whosoever holds this hammer, should he be worthy, shall wield the power of Thor. I slowly resisted the words laid on the hammer, the magical restrictions of Odin. Beside her, Gawain stepped closer, his brow furrowing as he glanced from the hammer to his king. Your Majesty, what is it? You speak as if you recognize this thing. I nodded, finally looking away from the hammer, satisfied with what I had seen, what secrets I had uncovered. I do. This is no ordinary weapon. It is Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. The knights around her exchanged glances, confusion mingling with curiosity. Thor? Kay asked, folding his arms over his broad chest. As in the same guest who should be arriving. Why is his hammer here? Yes, the very same one. And Mjolnir was forged in the heart of a dying star, enchanted by the Allfather himself. It is a weapon of divine power, bound by the will of Odin. Only those he deems worthy may lift it. Mordred's red eyes narrowed behind her horned helm. Worthy. She scoffed, her gauntlet fingers flexing. And what counts as worthy, exactly? That is entirely up to Odin to decide, as it is his enchantment, but I'm sure you are smart enough to figure out what it truly means. I said, layering my words, and the smartest of them quickly picked up on what I meant. Your Majesty, Gareth spoke up, her youthful face creased with concern. Do you intend to try and lift it? I chuckled, the sound quiet yet clear enough for my knights to hear. No, this weapon is not meant for me or any of you. My blade is Excalibur, my spear is Rhongomyniad. I have no need for a weapon that is not mine, nor do any of you. I straightened, letting my voice carry the full weight of my command. Heed my words, knights of mine. None of you are to touch this hammer, nor attempt to lift it. It is not our test to take, nor our prize to claim. Leave it for those whom it calls. I saw the flicker of understanding in their eyes, the subtle shift as they accepted my decree. Even Kay, who rarely took orders without a hint of challenge, gave a small nod, his expression turning thoughtful as he glanced back at the hammer. However, I continued, my gaze sweeping over the watching crowd, the tourists still lingering at the edge of the square, their phones still pointed our way. I will not forbid others from trying. If they wish to test their worth, let them. Perhaps this city, this world, will find a new champion among them. Should any be proven worthy and gain the powers of a god, I invite you to my castle. I said as I looked at the stunned crowd. Let them try, but have some enforcement knights keep the order. I gave one final order to Agravain as I turned, my white cloak trailing behind me as I headed home. End of chapter. So Mjolnir is here, and naturally, a mysterious hammer is gonna draw attention, and given this time it didn't land in the middle of nowhere, lots more people would notice it. And with Arthuria telling the whole world the truth about said hammer, it's going to be chaos. After all, this is the power of a god. Surely everyone will want to try to lift that, won't they? The next chapter or two will be seeing us learn more about Mjolnir, Thor, and the situation with the power of a god waiting to be picked up. I wonder who would be interested in such a thing. Chapter 122, Chapter. The knights mostly followed me back to the castle, their armored footsteps echoing off the polished stone streets of Camelot. They remained silent, their discipline unshaken despite the strange encounter at the statue. They had heard my command, and I trusted them to obey it. Even Mordred, with all her rebellious fire, had chosen to stay by my side, her red armor clinking softly as she walked just a step behind me. I knew they would not touch the hammer. My knights were not fools, nor did they seek power for its own sake. They had been chosen for their strength, loyalty, and hearts unclouded by greed. Yet, even I felt the ripple of temptation that had passed through them, the subtle, unspoken curiosity at the thought of testing themselves against a divine relic. A few knights, however, stayed behind, their duty clear. Agravain, ever the hard worker, quickly began arranging for the enforcement knights to secure the plaza, his sharp eyes scanning the growing crowd. Tristan, his hood drawn low over his face, remained on the outskirts, his keen eyes ever watchful, while Percival, his massive frame cutting an imposing figure, quietly directed the confused tourists away from the statue. I'm sure they would get tired of it soon enough. I doubted anyone would prove themselves worthy, they likely knew that too. After all, I had explained it to them, even if it wasn't spoken plainly. This was but a test for Thor, and nothing more than that. But the people, they were not so easily calmed. They had heard my words. Words that would echo through their thoughts, their hopes, their dreams. Whoever holds this hammer, should they be worthy, shall wield the power of Thor. It didn't take long for the shock to give way to whispers, then murmurs, and finally a rising tide of excited voices. The square, which had briefly fallen silent at my presence, now exploded back into chaotic life, the weight of my declaration settling into the hearts of the gathered crowd like a spark to dry tinder. A god's power, someone muttered, their eyes fixed on the hammer. She said a god's power. Thor, as in the Thor, another echoed, their voice tinged with disbelief. Odin. Those are just myths, aren't they? But Camelot itself had once been a myth, nothing more than a romantic legend of knights and kings, of holy blades and ancient oaths. And yet, here they stood, in the shadow of the very castle itself, a monument to living legend. If Camelot could be real, then why not the gods of old? A ripple of realization passed through the crowd, their eyes drawn back to the hammer. It seemed to gleam a little brighter now, the runes etched into its dark metal seemed magical. It was no longer just a strange object to be gawked at, no mere curiosity for tourists to snap pictures of. It was a promise. Power. Immortality. Godhood. Someone pushed forward, their hand reaching for the handle. Then another, and another. The small, nervous cluster of tourists became a press of bodies, each struggling to reach the pedestal, their hands clawing over one another in their desperate bid to grasp the leather-wrapped handle. The air filled with the sound of clinking metal, shuffling feet, and the rising clamor of voices. Let me try. Move. I was here first. Out of my way, you cowards. It was like a fever had spread through them, a madness fueled by the promise of power, the tantalizing whisper of divinity. People who had never so much as thrown a punch in their lives now shoved and elbowed one another aside, their eyes wild with the thought of what might be within their reach. Enough, a powerful voice shouted, causing everyone to freeze in place. They had gotten so worked up that they forgot themselves, where they were, and who else was watching them. Sir Lamoriac, a gallant and powerful knight with a tragic tale, had stayed behind, and he wasn't happy with what he saw at all. To think his king's people would act like wild beasts. The square fell silent at Lamorac's shout, his deep voice cutting through the clamor like the crack of a war drum. His armored form loomed over the crowd, tall and imposing, his eyes narrowed in disapproval. The sunlight gleamed off his polished plate, the deep blue cloak at his back rippling in the sudden, uneasy quiet. Slowly, he stepped forward, each of his heavy steps ringing against the stone as he made his way to the base of the statue. The tourists and locals, who had moments before been clawing at the pedestal like animals, shrank back at his approach, the madness that had gripped them retreating under his iron gaze. What is this madness? He demanded, his tone sharp and uncompromising. Have you all forgotten where you stand? This is Camelot, the city of honor and chivalry, not some lawless backwater. Compose yourselves. A few of the more stubborn members of the crowd bristled at his words, their pride stung, but none dared to challenge him. This was Sir Lamorak, one of the mightiest knights of the Round Table, a warrior whose strength and courage were matched only by his unwavering sense of justice. To stand against him was to invite ruin. Lamorak reached the foot of the pedestal, his eyes locking onto the hammer that had caused such chaos. He knew better than to reach for it. He had heard his king's command, and he wasn't a traitor. Listen well, he said, his voice ringing out over the heads of the assembled masses. You have heard your king's words. This hammer is no mere trinket, no simple prize to be claimed by the strongest or the boldest. It is a divine artifact, bound by the will of the gods themselves. He let his words hang in the air, watching as the crowd shifted, some of their eyes falling to the ground in shame, others still drawn to the hammer like moths to a flame. If you seek to test yourselves, then do so, he continued, his tone softening only slightly. But remember where you are. Remember who you serve. Camelot is a city of honor, of dignity. Do not disgrace yourselves with this foolishness. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his eyes lingering on the tourists with their cameras and bright clothing, the locals with their wide eyes and nervous expressions. Those who truly seek worthiness will not find it through madness or desperation, he said, his voice dropping to a rumble that seemed to shake the very stones beneath his feet. Honor, courage, humility, these are the virtues that define a knight. These are the virtues that might, perhaps, make one worthy. For a moment, the square was silent, the only sound the soft trickle of the fountain beside the statue, the quiet rustle of banners in the wind. Then came the sound of heavy armored boots. The enforcement knights had arrived. And in short order, they enforced the order of Camelot. And rather than a wild free-for-all, those wishing to try their luck were allowed to line up one by one. I heard the king say it. A young man near the front whispered to the woman beside him, his hands flexing nervously. He said it himself. The power of a god. You hear that? A god. The woman, her hair tied back in a loose braid, glanced at the hammer and then back to the line forming behind her. I heard it, she replied, her voice tinged with both disbelief and hope. You really think it's true? That thing could actually give someone the power of a god? The man shrugged, his jaw tightening. Why not? We've seen stranger things. This is Camelot, after all. If magic and knights can be real, why not gods? A few people behind them, an older man in a worn leather jacket huffed, crossing his arms over his chest. God's power, huh? He muttered, more to himself than anyone else. All right, guys, one of them, a young woman with bright pink hair and a camera in hand, whispered excitedly. We're about to see if I'm worthy. Make sure to hit that like button, because if I lift this thing, I'm taking over the world. Her friends cheered, though their voices held a nervous edge. The kind of cheer that masked real fear, the kind that clung to the edges of their excitement like cold mist. Closer to the front, a pair of brothers in matching football jerseys took turns psyching each other up, slapping each other on the back and flexing their muscles as if preparing for a championship game. Come on, bro, you've got this, the younger of the two said, clenching his fists and bouncing on his toes. You're the strongest guy I know. That hammer's as good as yours. His brother grinned, rolling his shoulders to loosen them. Damn right. I'll be the fucking best god, turn all the water into wine. From somewhere near the middle of the line, a slender, bespectacled man in a neatly pressed suit muttered to himself, his fingers drumming nervously against his leg. If this works, if this actually works, the things I could do, the power, the influence. All types of people gathered, all trying their luck, all of them failing without a doubt. None could move the hammer, as if it had fused with the entire city itself. Yet, as hours slowly passed, the afternoon started to drag on. Someone once more started a commotion, someone foolish enough to try and push past the queue, and skip the line entirely. The line at the statue had grown longer as the afternoon wore on, the air buzzing with nervous energy. Some people whispered excitedly about the possibility of gaining godlike power, while others exchanged nervous glances, wondering if it was all some elaborate prank. Then, without warning, the crowd parted, and a tall, broad-shouldered figure strode into the plaza, drawing curious stares. He was still rough-looking but no longer caked in mud, his long blonde hair now brushed back, his face washed, and his chest bare but cleaner. The only thing that remained unchanged was his fierce blue eyes, locked firmly on the hammer resting on the pedestal. Thor. He moved with purpose, his bare feet slapping against the cool stone as he approached the statue, ignoring the muttering and protests of those still waiting in line. Someone tried to grab his arm, but he shook them off, his focus singular. The air grew heavy, the temperature dropping as dark clouds began to gather overhead. The crowd shifted uneasily, some instinctively stepping back as the first rumble of thunder echoed through the square. A few more people tried to block his path, their hands reaching out to stop him, but Thor brushed them aside without a second thought, his eyes never leaving the hammer. But just as his hand stretched out to grasp Mjolnir, a figure in shining armor stepped in front of him, blocking his way. It was Sir Lamorak, his eyes hard, his stance firm. Back in line, Lamorak said, his voice like iron. You will wait your turn, or you will be removed. Thor's eyes flashed with anger, his jaw clenching as another roll of thunder cracked overhead. For a moment, it seemed he might try to push past the knight, to strike down this mortal who dared stand in his way. But Lamorak didn't flinch, his armored frame blocking the path with unyielding resolve. But it seemed that Thor realized that he couldn't defeat this man, heavy armor against his bare mortal fist wouldn't go well. He looked at the long line, people all laying their hands on his hammer. Slowly, Thor's shoulders sagged, and the storm overhead began to dissipate, the dark clouds breaking apart to reveal the afternoon sun. Without another word, Thor turned on his heel and made his way to the back of the line, the crowd parting nervously as he passed. The storm that had threatened to break seemed to ease with each of his steps, the air slowly returning to the tense, expectant atmosphere it had held before his arrival. Behind him, Sir Lamorak cast a few glances between him and the hammer, already having figured out his identity. But the king's word was law, everyone would get a chance, so even though Thor was the rightful owner, he would have to wait for his turn. End of chapter. So, the hammer is up for grabs. Here, we have some normal people try their luck, and we'll likely have a future chapter where some known faces try this and that. We all want to see it, so we will. But yes, a chaotic scene, here, everyone going crazy and then just make content out of it, because why the fuck not? The next few chapters are already written, I just need to edit them. Will be another upload soon, if a bit of a special thing. As for the next few, we will have Thor try, then a reaction to everything, then Loki, then likely everyone else. I have a few names for who will try. Magneto, he seems perfect. No. Metal Powers, Metal Hammer. Doom as well, because he would want the power. The Eternals as well, and then we will have some of these people interact with Arthuria, and she will become more active. She will soon show herself to the world, and start to really get going. After all, with Camelot growing, gods showing, people won't be able to sit still anymore. However, we will likely have a few chapters with Loki stuff before all that, given we need to finish up the whole Thor 1 storyline, but after that, we start moving with the next phase before moving into Avengers 1 territory. Chapter 123, Chapter 122. This chapter isn't part of the main story, it's just a fun little thing I wanted to write. Because Mjolnir is pretty crazy in some aspects, even if, as a godly weapon, it's hardly even close to the level of Rangaminiad. The line stretched out across the plaza, a slow-moving serpent of ambition and desperation, coiling its way around the statue of the young king. At the base of the pedestal, bathed in the golden light of the afternoon sun, Mjolnir gleamed like a fallen star, a promise of godhood for the worthy. Farron flexed his fingers as he watched the hammer, his pulse a slow, heavy thrum in his ears. He had been waiting for hours, inching forward with each failed attempt, each hopeful fool who laid hands on the relic only to stagger back, disappointed and shaken. Most of them had no chance. Office workers, wannabe heroes, muscle-bound gym rats who thought worthiness was a measure of bicep size. Fools, all of them. But Farron, he had an edge. He reached up, tugging the sleeve of his worn leather jacket a little higher. His fingers tingled with the familiar thrum of his power, a mutant gift that had ruined his childhood, shattered his faith in the arcane, and marked him as a freak even among mages. Anti-magic. Anything enchanted, cursed, or divine that he touched was reduced to its base elements. It wasn't just dispelling, it was absolute negation. A perfect severance of magic from reality. It had made him feared among his kind. Hated. Hunted. But now, it would make him godlike. Finally, it was his turn. He stepped forward, ignoring the side glances from the knights in their polished armor. He felt their eyes on him, their whispered judgments, the unease of seeing a mage without a hint of reverence in his stride. Mjolnir loomed before him, its runes pulsing gently, a heartbeat in cold metal. Farron reached out, his fingers trembling, not with fear, but anticipation. Break the magic, become a god. His hand closed around the leather-wrapped handle. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. The air around him felt thicker, heavier. He felt the enchantment resisting him, like the dying gasps of a thing that had never known weakness, fighting against his touch. Then, with a crackle of invisible force, he felt the enchantment shatter, like glass against stone, like a scream cut short. The runes flickered and died. The ancient magic that held Mjolnir together for millennia failed, the forces holding it together simply vanished. Farron grinned. Then, he realized his mistake. The weight hit him like a mountain. His legs buckled. His spine compressed. His knees struck the stone, the impact sending a shockwave of pain up his legs. His fingers were still wrapped around the handle, but they were crushed against the leather, fused to the weapon by the sheer, unrelenting mass. He tried to let go, to wrench his hand free, but the gravity well that had formed around Mjolnir's true mass pinned him to the ground. The stone beneath his knees fractured, cracks spreading out like the legs of a spider, and the plaza around him trembled. The air grew dense, warped, compressed by the gravitational pull of the hammer. The light around him bent, twisting his shadow into impossible shapes, and the faces of the knights who rushed forward to save him seemed to stretch and distort as they crossed into the field. Farron's ribs snapped, one by one, as his chest caved in. Blood filled his throat, his mouth, his eyes. His vision tunneled, the world a dark, red blur around the edges. The moment Farron's lungs collapsed, his body folding like wet paper under the hammer's sudden, unrestrained weight, the plaza around him began to change. The cracks in the stone didn't just spread, they cascaded, ripping outward in a jagged spiral from the point where Farron knelt. Stone tiles buckled and splintered, entire slabs lifting as the mass of Mjolnir dragged the earth beneath it into a crushing sinkhole. The impact craters spread like the legs of a dying spider, splitting benches, shearing metal railings, and cracking the ancient foundations beneath the city square. The air itself groaned, a low, subsonic thrumming that vibrated the bones of everyone within 50 meters, shaking their teeth loose, rattling the stone buildings, and shattering every nearby window into a spray of glittering, airborne glass. Several of the knights stumbled back, their armor plates clanging as they staggered away from the unfathomable pressure now radiating from the hammer. The tourists, many still clutching their phones, felt their bodies stretch as if caught in a slow, invisible blender. Limbs grew long, bones crackled like dry wood, and screams turned to gurgles as the intense gravity began to compress their lungs, their spines, their skulls. The light twisted, bending in impossible arcs around Mjolnir, creating a sphere of warped space that twisted reflections and cast shadows that stretched far too long, some even curling backwards toward the hammer itself. The sun above seemed to flicker, as if fighting against the gravity well to reach the ground. Fountain, its water arcing gracefully just moments before, now froze mid-spray, the droplets pulled violently into a jagged curve as the gravitational pull redirected them. Stone statues surrounding the square began to tilt, some even toppling over, their ancient forms cracking under the uneven pull. Someone screamed, a high, keening wail that ended in a wet crunch as the man's ribs imploded, his body folding inward like a poorly made paper airplane. His bones snapped like dry twigs, blood exploding from his nose and ears as his internal organs were flattened against his spine. And still, the weight grew. Cameras, metal signs, and even the iron gates of a nearby courtyard tore free from their mounts, the iron bars bending and twisting as they hurtled toward Mjolnir, clanging together in a twisted, scrap metal wreath that clung to the hammer like the rings of a dying star. The very air around the hammer had taken on a visible distortion, a thickening, as if reality itself were warping under the strain. The marble statue of the young king, once proud and unyielding, cracked at the base, its stone feet sheared clean off as the hammer's gravity dragged it forward, pulling the monument into the growing crater like a sacrificial offering. The ground quaked, and deep beneath the plaza, ancient sewer pipes burst, sending geysers of water and sewage shooting into the air before being dragged back down into the pit. Gas lines snapped, and the smell of natural gas filled the air, mixing with the coppery tang of blood and the sharp bite of crushed stone. Far above, the clouds began to spiral, slowly at first, then with increasing fury, forming a swirling vortex that centered on the plaza, the wind howling as it was pulled into the widening gravity well. And at the center of it all, Farron's shattered form trembled against the stone, the last whispers of his life fleeing his broken lungs, his wide eyes bleeding as they bulged from their sockets, crushed by the unrelenting force. Mjolnir, once a symbol of godly might, now stood as a monument to the arrogance of a man who believed he could break the divine. End of story. When doing some research on Mjolnir, I learned what the weight of it would do. I mean, it's just a hair's breadth from being dense enough to form a black hole. You wouldn't want to be around that. Ever since hearing that, I wanted it. But I could hardly make it a real chapter, so this little story came to be, a what-if kind of deal. Chapter 124, Chapter. Thor, son of Odin, Prince of Asgard and future master of the Nine Realms, couldn't help but feel strange as he stood in a queue with other mortals, all to get his chance to claim Mjolnir, his very own hammer. For hours now, he had stood here, slowly moving forward one step at a time as mortal after mortal tried to claim his power, to become the new god of thunder. It was as irritating as it was humbling. It really hammered into him the fact that he was now just another mortal. But there wasn't anything he could do. He turned his gaze to the sides, and there stood those large armored knights. They didn't feel like living beings, in some ways, they reminded him of the Destroyer. Only far less powerful. Not to mention that one knight standing by the statue and Mjolnir, even Thor had to admit that, as he was now, he would have no chance against him. He clearly wasn't a normal mortal. Standing here, listening to the people talk, he did learn a lot about this strange city he was in. He had thought that Midgard remained as it had been since he had been here last time, a primitive world. It still was compared to greater civilizations, but clearly, they weren't in an age when people fought with swords anymore. But in this city, those people still lived, and those warriors, those knights, weren't normal mortals. They seemed to be some kind of legendary warriors back from the dead, which reminded him of the Einherjar. Part of him wanted to fight these warriors, in particular their legendary king, whom he had heard plenty of as he stood there, slowly moving towards what was his. He figured that once he got his hammer back, he would teach that knight a lesson about disrespecting Thor, son of Odin. And that king as well, for allowing others to touch his Mjolnir. Though since they were apparently warriors of honor, bravery, and loyalty, he wouldn't be too hard on them. As the sun started to disappear, people also started to leave the queue, which meant that he moved towards the front rapidly. Finally, he could see his hammer, the people trying and failing, the fools would never be able to move his mighty hammer. As he got closer, the clouds started to churn in the sky once more, like a storm about to break loose, which just made more people leave and hurry home. Finally, under the watch of a few dozen people, it was his turn. "You can go home, there won't be anyone trying after I claim Mjolnir," he proclaimed to the people behind him. A few laughed, clearly thinking he was just another fool with delusions of grandeur, but he didn't care. He took a deep breath, feeling the cool, damp air of the approaching storm fill his lungs. He felt alive, more alive than he had since being cast down to this mortal realm. As he stepped up onto the platform, the air grew heavier, the distant rumble of thunder rolling through the sky. His eyes locked onto Mjolnir, the sacred hammer, the symbol of his power, his right as the Prince of Asgard. He reached out, his fingers curling around the leather-wrapped handle, the rough, familiar texture sparking a surge of memory, of battles fought and won, of enemies shattered beneath its mighty blows. "Come, Mjolnir," he whispered, his voice low but full of conviction. "Return to me. Let us show these mortals the power of the gods." He tightened his grip and pulled. Nothing. The hammer didn't so much as tremble. He frowned, his muscles tensing as he dug his heels into the stone, his powerful arms straining. He pulled harder, his face twisting with effort. Still nothing. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat a dull, thunderous drum in his ears. The wind whipped around him, the storm above growing wilder, dark clouds swirling like a vortex, lightning flashing within their depths. He gritted his teeth, every muscle in his body burning as he pulled again, veins standing out on his neck, his knuckles white against the leather grip. "Come on," he snarled, his voice echoing through the square. "I am Thor, son of Odin, the rightful master of Mjolnir. Come to me." The hammer remained still, as immovable as a mountain, as if it had become one with the very stone beneath it. Thor's breath came in ragged gasps, his chest heaving, sweat beading on his brow despite the chill in the air. His heart raced, confusion and frustration mingling with a rising sense of desperation. This was his hammer. His birthright. His power. It should obey him, respond to him, fly to his hand at the merest whisper of his will. But it didn't. It refused him. And then, slowly, the storm above began to fade. The winds died down, the lightning ceased its flickering, and the rumble of thunder grew distant, receding like a tide drawn back into the depths of the sea. Thor staggered back, hands falling to his sides, eyes wide with disbelief, his breath coming in short, sharp bursts. "No," he whispered, his voice breaking. "No, this can't be." He stumbled back another step, his gaze locked on the hammer, the symbol of his power, now a silent, unyielding stone at the foot of a mortal statue. The onlookers, who had been silent in the face of his fury, began to murmur again, their voices a soft, uncertain murmur, like the rustling of leaves in a dying wind. And for the first time in his life, Thor felt small. Powerless. Mortal. The shame of it cut deeper than any blade, colder than the bitterest winter, and as he turned and stumbled away from the hammer, his broad shoulders slumped, his once proud stride reduced to a broken, defeated stagger, he felt the full weight of his exile crash down upon him. For the first time, he truly understood the punishment his father had placed upon him. And it was more terrible than he had ever imagined. "Sure seems like Odin didn't find you worthy," a voice and a firm, heavy hand on his shoulder broke him out of his despairing thoughts for a moment. He looked up and saw it was the same knight as the one who forced him into the back of the line. Sir Lamorak he was called. Thor's jaw clenched, his first instinct to shove the hand away, to roar his defiance, to strike down the men who dared mock him in his lowest moment. But the words died in his throat, strangled by the bitter realization that Lamorak was right. He wasn't worthy. The storm clouds above, which had once swirled and crackled at his approach, now drifted apart, the evening sky slowly reclaiming its clear, pale blue. The power he once commanded so effortlessly, the force that bent to his will like a loyal hound, had abandoned him. Sir Lamorak, his blue cloak billowing in the fading wind, leaned down to meet Thor's defeated gaze. His eyes, sharp and unyielding as the edge of his blade, held no pity, only a stern, judgmental weight. "You have a choice now, two paths before you. 1. Prove him wrong, prove that you are worthy, or leave this place, leave Camelot and wallow in your shame. This city is no place for those without the strength to fight," Lamorak said, and threw a small pouch of coins at Thor's feet before he walked back next to the statue as others continued to test themselves. Thor could only watch from the sidelines as others stepped up one by one to try themselves. Was there a worthy one among them? Now that he wasn't one himself, he was feeling lost. He looked at the small pouch on the ground before him, a sign of pity, for a crazy fool who had lost everything. And it hurt. What should he do? Where could he go? He had lost everything. Yet that man, that Lamorak guy had pissed him off. Giving him pity. Telling him to leave. He was Thor Odinson. He wasn't a coward, someone who couldn't fight. Prove himself worthy. Damn right he would have father come down and beg him to return, he would prove him wrong, that his actions had been right. Once more he stood, his back straight and life returned to his eyes. And as much as he wished he could just throw the coins at the knight's face, he had no money, so he would accept it, and prove him wrong too. That he, Thor, god of thunder, didn't need pity. Casting one last look at Mjolnir as yet another person stepped up and tried their luck, he decided to return to the tavern he had been to with Bram earlier in the day. The keep there had promised him a room for the night. "From the window of my throne room, I saw everything. I saw Thor's attempt, the clouds were a clear sign that he was close to Mjolnir. But once he tried and failed, they stopped entirely. Another of Odin's tricks and enchantments. The damned hammer was layered with them. Honestly, it might look like a dumb hammer, but it was enormously complicated. It was pretty much a high-tech weapon. Just magic rather than tech. Almost every single atom making up that hammer had runes inscribed onto them. How that happened, I could only try to imagine, but those dwarfs weren't playing around. Yet, as impressive as it was also rather weak. The main thing was the weight. The hammer was heavy, yet it could be thrown around with ease, fly, and even drag a person behind it while flying at high speeds. And all that was while it weighed an impossible amount. I didn't want to imagine what would happen if anyone tried to really lift the full weight of that hammer. But the way it worked was truly ingenious, with countless failsafes to stop it from suddenly going all haywire. Other than the whole weight thing, which was clearly the main point of the hammer, was the power of Thor. That was clearly a newer addition, no surprise there, given that the hammer had once been used by Hela. Yes, the hammer was good for smashing things across the face, and it could hit them damn hard, but that was pretty much that. The power of Thor seemed to be layered in 2 layers. One older one, clearly meant to help Thor learn to master his powers, an aid of a king, though one he never really grew out of. The newer level was the true power of Thor. A ball of pure energy, immensely powerful energy, which would allow someone to tap into them, wielding powers that mimic Thor's natural powers. Because, of course, Thor hadn't lost his powers, they were just sealed, to take the powers away from someone. Now that was difficult, be it mutant or god. Taking away natural inborn powers was so difficult no person would ever try to do it. Simply because it was easier to just kill them, countless times easier. And taking away power and then giving it back. Yeah, good luck, not even God can do something like that. So, Thor still had his powers, just sealed, so even Mjolnir could only grant someone the power of Thor while the energy inside lasted. The stronger the person using that power, the faster they could burn through it. For a normal human, that power might last a lifetime, but should my knights tap into it, wouldn't last long at all. The whole thing was little more than a game played by Odin, and the actors didn't even know the rules. Thor and Loki truly had no idea of who their father really was. Then maybe I should teach them that. I couldn't help but contemplate. After all, Odin wouldn't last forever, and having a strong Asgard around for once he was gone would benefit me greatly. But who would rule? Thor? Loki? Both of them, or Hela? End of chapter. I wanted to lightly explain a bit about how I think Mjolnir should work, which is how the ending of this chapter came to be. Other than that, we had Thor try, and yeah, big surprise, he wasn't worthy. Now, what I plan for Thor is naturally for him to learn from the knights and become worthy. Hardly much of a spoiler there. Chapter 125, Chapter. News about the hammer in Camelot quickly spread out of the White City and beyond Albion itself. And among the first to learn about it was S.H.I.E.L.D., and none other than its one-eyed director, Nick Fury. He had had a really busy week. Honestly, he hadn't had more than a few hours of sleep all week, and with the newest bit of news trickling in, he wasn't expecting to get any either. The past few days had been a whirlwind of chaos. First, the incident in Harlem. The rampage of a massive green monster, later confirmed to be Dr. Bruce Banner, had turned the city into a war zone. S.H.I.E.L.D. had spent the better part of a week sweeping up the aftermath, patching up their own agents, and covering up the mess as best they could. That particular headache still wasn't over. Honestly, such a thing shouldn't have happened. Banner was a known element, unstable but controlled, a man who stayed away from trouble and rarely caused much damage if left alone. Yet once more, the military had gone and poked the bear, attacking him inside the damned city. Civilians had been caught in the crossfire, buildings flattened, lives shattered. Morons, Fury muttered to himself, tossing another thick file onto the growing pile on his desk. Had they never considered leading him into a trap outside their own city? Somewhere isolated, controlled, not smack in the middle of a major population center. It was a basic tactical consideration, but one that seemed to have completely eluded the brass. Sometimes he struggled to understand how some people had gotten their ranks while lacking even the most basic ability one in their position should have. But then he remembered just how they got their rank, by stealing the achievements of those who actually deserved it, then ensuring those people would never rise high enough to challenge them. It was a brutal truth, and it was giving him a headache right now. Banner had gone wild, and in a world as volatile as this, everyone was once again crying for a new weapon, stronger weapons, and that damned Stark was once more in the spotlight. Fury's jaw tightened at the thought of the billionaire playboy. Tony Stark. A genius, sure. The man had practically reinvented modern warfare overnight, turning clunky, unreliable suits of power armor into sleek, cutting-edge machines. But he was also reckless, unpredictable, and prone to self-destructive behavior. The kind of man who would burn down his own house just to prove he didn't need it. He was also working together with unknown enhanced people, hiding them, aiding them, and offering not a damn explanation at all. He was unbelievably reckless. He made a Senate hearing into a joke, humiliated Justin Hammer, and made many more enemies in politics. All without a care in the world. He was working on secret projects, ignoring every call to help with the changing world and the Albion situation, wasting money on his new reactors. Oh, Fury knew well how amazing they were, such a huge amount of power generated by such a small thing, it could change the world forever, but the element of palladium was rare and expensive. It just wouldn't do for a large-scale replacement of conventional energy production. It was fine that the men wanted to change his legacy or whatever, but couldn't he do that after giving him those damn suits? Still, he believed he knew the reason for his increasingly erratic behavior. He suspected the palladium core keeping Stark's heart beating was poisoning him, and he had a feeling Stark knew it too, but the arrogant genius was too proud to admit it. So why care about the Senate, why care about Hammer? A dying man cared for nothing. Yet maybe things weren't lost, he would have to keep an eye on him, wait for him to get close enough to death to taste it, to be desperate, and then he could offer him some help. Some of Howard's old things. If Stark could use that desperation to break through the bottleneck, he would solve his issue and owe Fury big time. It was risky, but the payoff potential was huge. Well worth it. Still, Tony Stark wasn't the only source of stress on Fury's mind. The world was changing faster than ever, with superhumans, gods, and living legends stepping out of myth and into the harsh light of the modern age. And with all that chaos came a sense of creeping dread, the feeling that something bigger was on the horizon, something even his best agents might not be able to handle. But it wasn't all bad. Amid the chaos, there had been one small, flickering spark of hope. He glanced at the thick, sealed file on the corner of his desk, the one marked with a simple, but deeply significant name, Project Rebirth. The men they had pulled out of the ice. The soldier who had been frozen for over 70 years, a relic of a bygone age, a symbol of courage and strength. Steve Rogers. Fury leaned back in his chair, one gloved hand coming up to rub the bridge of his nose. That, at least, had gone right. Against all odds, against the freezing depths of the Arctic and the passage of decades, they had found him. And not just his body, but the man himself. Captain America. A living legend. The man who had once stood against the worst the world had to offer, who had rallied men to his side with nothing more than a shield and a fierce, unbreakable spirit. A symbol of hope, of heroism, of everything Fury was trying to build. The doctor said he was alive, in perfect condition, his body preserved by the same serum that had made him a super soldier in the first place. They'd run every test imaginable, poked and prodded him with every piece of medical tech they had, and the results were unanimous. He was alive, healthy, and just as strong as he had been in 1945. More importantly, there was a high chance he could wake up and make a full recovery. And he was just the kind of man the world currently lacked. It is a living legend not from Camelot, something to remind the rest of the world about our legends, what they had done, and the wars they had fought. Not to mention that the steady supply of his blood they had been able to harvest once more gave hope for a new super soldier program. After all, normal soldiers were no match for the Knights of Camelot, or other threats such as the mutants, or mages, or whatever else was out there. To fight those threats, they needed something more, and if his best agents could become enhanced, then that would be just the edge he needed. Fury felt a small, grim smile tug at the corner of his mouth. For all the chaos, for all the disasters, for all the madness of a world teetering on the edge of something truly unprecedented, he had one solid, unshakable piece of good news. But then, as if the universe couldn't allow him even a moment of genuine optimism, he was given more bad news, and again, Albion was the cause, or at least at the center of it. There had been a freak storm, which naturally caught their attention. So they watched for anything, and at first, nothing seemed to have happened, until later the next day, when a mysterious hammer appeared at the feet of the statue of King Arthur. Camelot was an open city, so getting information from it was easy. Within minutes, a dozen people were live-streaming the situation with the hammer. The entire world watched along with S.H.I.E.L.D., thousands of eyes glued to their screens, witnessing the birth of what could only be described as a legend in real time. It hadn't taken long for the Knights of the Round Table to arrive, their towering forms and polished armor cutting imposing figures as they strode into the plaza, parting the crowd like the bow of a ship cutting through waves. Then, the king herself appeared, striding through the parted crowd with a presence that was impossible to ignore. The aura of authority, of command, that clung to her every movement, was unmistakable. Arthuria Pendragon. King of Camelot. The returned king. S.H.I.E.L.D. had managed to capture every word she spoke, her voice carrying with a clarity that defied the distance, the crowd, the chaos. She had spoken of worthiness, of power, of a weapon forged in the heart of a dying star and bound by the will of a god. And she had declared, in no uncertain terms, that whoever could lift the hammer would gain the power of Thor. Fury pinched the bridge of his nose, suppressing a groan. Godhood. She had just dangled godhood in front of a world already teetering on the edge of chaos. It was like handing a match to a room full of gasoline. And the worst part? It wasn't just any god's power. It was the power of Thor, a being from another realm, the kind of thing that should have been confined to myths and legends. But if Arthuria was real, if Camelot was real, if the knights were real, then why not Thor? Why not Odin? Why not the entire pantheon of Norse gods, striding back into the modern world with fire and thunder at their heels? That was a terrifying thought. The hammer had been there for hours now, and in that time, hundreds of people had tried to claim it, all failing, all walking away empty-handed and humiliated. But it only took one. One person. One lucky, worthy, or perhaps just mad enough soul to grasp that handle and pull it free, and the world would have a new god to contend with. And gods were dangerous. Gods were unpredictable. Gods didn't play by human rules. He took a deep breath, his mind racing through the possibilities, the potential threats, the unseen dangers. Godhood. The power to shake the heavens, to break the world, to shatter entire armies with a single blow. And it was just sitting there, in the heart of Albion, in the shadow of the returned king's throne. For a moment, he considered his options. Could he send someone in to try for it? One of his own agents, perhaps. Someone loyal, disciplined, capable of handling that kind of power. Well, he doubted he would be the only one, and better him than others, but he still had to prepare for the worst, someone evil getting their hands on it. Though, perhaps, he looked at the picture of Captain America, could he be worthy? He didn't know what it meant to be worthy, but if anyone could do it, he believed it would be him. The cold halls of Asgard had always felt like home to Loki. The golden spires, the endless sky, the vast halls echoing with the clash of steel and the laughter of warriors. It was a kingdom of power, of glory, a realm where even the shadows cast by the throne shone with divine light. But now, these once familiar halls felt strange. As he moved through the corridors, he couldn't help but notice the guards' gaze as he passed them. Having learned the truth of what he was, he couldn't help but wonder if anyone else knew. He couldn't help but question everything. Were the kind of looks he got because he was now the ruling regent of Asgard? Or because of his birth? He couldn't help but hate the truth that he was a Jotun. He might be the ruler of Asgard, but the blood in his veins kept him from ever becoming king. He paused at the edge of the Bifrost, the great, shining bridge stretching out before him, its surface shimmering with the light of a million stars. He had figured out what he had to do. He had to ensure that Thor wouldn't come back, and then prove himself to have the heart of an Asgardian. He had to cut any possible connection with Jotunheim, prove himself to Odin and to all of Asgard, and he knew just how to do it. Finally, Loki forced a smile, a thin, sharp curve of his lips that felt more like a blade than an expression. Heimdall, he said, his voice smooth and controlled, masking the turmoil beneath. I will be leaving Asgard for a time. I trust you will not stand in my way. The gatekeeper's golden eyes narrowed, his grip tightening on the hilt of his massive sword. It is my duty to watch over all the realms, he said, his voice a low, rumbling growl. To see what others cannot, to know what others would keep hidden. You cannot hide your intentions from me, Loki. Loki's smile widened, his fingers curling into fists at his sides. Then you already know why I must go. Heimdall remained silent, his gaze never wavering, his golden eyes unblinking. Loki took a slow step forward, the echoes of his boots ringing out against the crystalline bridge. I am acting king, so open the way to Midgard. For a moment, the two stood there, locked in a silent battle of wills, the air between them crackling with tension. Finally, Heimdall's grip loosened, his eyes flicking away from Loki, his shoulders relaxing a fraction. Very well, he said, his deep voice carrying a note of resigned acceptance. As you command. He then placed his sword into the slot, and the bridge instantly opened up, connecting to Midgard, to where Thor was. End of chapter. Alright, so we have a look at Fury, getting a recap of what is happening without everyone else. Then we have Loki, gotta be on him for a few chapters, finished writing the last of him today, so expect a few days of Loki and then seeing some more familiar faces. We are still a bit off from Arthuria's adventure days, mostly because there aren't many things worthy of her attention right now. She is strong after all. But with Asgard coming online, and other powers having had the time to plan and gather, it won't be long before people rise to challenge her. Chapter 126, Chapter. Loki appeared on a grassy plain, with a brilliant white city standing in the distance. He was surprised by the sight of it, given that it felt far beyond what he had expected from a mortal city. While he hadn't paid much attention to Midgard, he had been here a few times in secret over the years. And this looked nothing like those cities he had seen the last time he was here. In fact, this city looked almost divine, nothing that belonged in this dirty mortal realm. For a moment, he almost suspected that Heimdall might have sent him somewhere else entirely, but no, he could see a clearly human town right next to the great white walls, so he had to be in the right place. He wasn't sure what was going on, but he quickly ignored everything that was wrong and set out to find Thor. Something that shouldn't prove much of a challenge, with his magic, finding that fool was never difficult. Or it shouldn't have been at least. The plan was simple, get into the city, use a bit of magic to find out where Thor was, and then ensure he wouldn't try to get back to Asgard, maybe even pick up Mjolnir while at it. Yes, it would look nice if he returned to Asgard, proclaiming that he had invited Thor back, only for Thor to turn him down and pass Mjolnir to him, as a passing of the torch. It would surely strengthen his reputation. With plans in place and mood high, he quickly moved to the city, and the closer he got, the more surprised he became. He could clearly feel some kind of magic from it. And powerful stuff at that, something he hadn't expected to see on Midgard. It felt wrong. No mortal city should feel like this. He had seen magic before, of course. He had studied it, mastered it, wielded it to bend reality to his will. But this felt different. This felt ancient. Primeval. Yet, he forced those thoughts aside as he reached the gates themselves. Two towering guards, their armor a polished silver, their helms shaped like the heads of great, snarling beasts, crossed their halberds as he approached, the sound of metal clashing against metal ringing out like the toll of a great bell. "Halt," one of them said, his voice deep and echoing within his helm. "State your name and purpose." Loki paused, his body froze, and his mind was consumed with a single thought. What? He was using his illusion magic to hide himself, completely invisible, from mortals and from gods. So the fact that he was spotted and blocked completely shocked him. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of annoyance crossing his otherwise composed face. He hadn't been seen like this in centuries, not since he had first begun dabbling in the art of deception. With a small, irritated flick of his fingers, he dropped the illusion, his tall, regal form shimmering into view. His dark green and gold robes fluttered around him like the wings of a predatory bird, his horned helm gleaming in the sunlight. "Do you have any idea who you are speaking to?" he said, his tone dripping with disdain. "I am Loki, Prince of Asgard, rightful heir to the throne, acting king of the 9 realms." The guards remained impassive, their halberds still crossed, their armored forms blocking the massive gates behind them. They showed no sign of being impressed, their blank, expressionless helms reflecting his image back at him. That's when he realized they weren't real people, they were some kind of magical beings, golems or something. Which meant their senses weren't normal, maybe even connected to the magic of the city itself. It was highly fascinating, and once more, he wondered about this strange city. Still, a large crowd quickly formed around him. After all, countless mortals entered and exited the city all the time, and now the guards stopped someone special looking, who got all those curious people to stop and look. Loki, never one to shy away from an audience, straightened, his emerald eyes gleaming with cold amusement as he took in the mortals around him. They looked so small, so fragile, their lives brief and unremarkable. How easily they gathered, like sheep, drawn to the first hint of conflict. He considered simply pushing past the 2 armored constructs, but something about them gave him pause. They weren't normal guards. That much was clear. He could feel the hum of magic emanating from them, a steady, ancient pulse that resonated with the city itself. No, this place wasn't normal. He could sense it now, the way the air felt heavier, the distant, almost inaudible hum of power that throbbed through the very stones of the wall. This was no mere human city. It was something older, something powerful, something significant. He forced a smile onto his lips, a lazy, condescending curl of the mouth that he had perfected over centuries. "I am Loki, son of Odin, acting Lord Regent of Asgard, and as such, ruler of the 9 realms, which includes Midgard. I am your king, so I demand you let me pass." He spoke with all the arrogance of a spoiled prince, yet the words themselves caused a major reaction from the crowd around. Just yesterday, they had heard about Mjolnir and the godlike power it could grant anyone picking it up, and now Loki appeared. A god. The crowd's murmurs grew louder, the low, nervous buzz of dozens of voices blending into a single wave of sound. Heads turned, eyes widened, and more than a few people took cautious steps back, their instincts warning them to keep a healthy distance from this strange, armored figure. A god, someone whispered, their voice trembling with a mix of awe and fear. Another one. "Is he here for the hammer?" another murmured, clutching the arm of their friend. "Is he one of them?" Loki, catching snippets of their frantic whispers, felt his lips curl into a pleased, self-satisfied smirk. Yes, let them whisper. Let them fear. Let them marvel at his presence. It was only fitting for one as mighty as he. But the guards remained unmoved, their halberds still crossed, their faceless helms reflecting his sneer back at him. "Move aside, constructs," he commanded, his voice sharp, dripping with disdain. "I have no time for your theatrics. I am Loki, and I do not wait. We greet the Lord Regent, and welcome you to Camelot, city of our noble king Arthuria Pendragon." A crisp voice came as the enforcement knight stepped aside. "I am Sir Bedivere, a humble knight serving my king, and I invite you to meet the ruler of Albion." Loki's eyes narrowed slightly. Arthuria Pendragon. Albion. Those names meant nothing to him, but the humble tone and respect he was given did please him. And honestly, this city did intrigue him quite a bit, so he figured that finding out more would be important. "Very well, knight, lead the way," Loki said with a raised head as she stepped into the white city. The guards, if they could even be called that, stepped aside with a synchronized clank of metal, their halberds returning to a vertical rest position, their faceless helms once more locked forward. They gave no further response, simply resuming their silent, unmoving vigil over the gate. Loki straightened, adjusting the collar of his armored tunic as he passed between them, the crowd around him parting like a wave, their fearful eyes locked onto him as he strode into the city. He didn't bother to hide the smirk tugging at his lips, his stride confident and unhurried. The first thing that struck him as he entered the city proper was the sheer scale of it. The white walls had hinted at grandeur, but the interior defied even his expectations. Wide, polished stone streets stretched before him, lined with tall, graceful marble and stone buildings, their walls etched with intricate carvings. Banners in rich blues and golds fluttered in the breeze, emblazoned with sigils and crests he did not recognize. Countless mortals moved around, yet despite what he expected, there was a certain purpose to them, a strange kind of order to everything. And the place was clean, so clean he could hardly believe he was in Midgard. Even the air itself was clean and crisp, reminding him of Vanaheim. Though it lacked the grand majestic forests, its lush landscapes, and the singing birds everywhere, it still had that purity to it. He once more found it hard to believe this was Midgard, yet the mortals gave it away. This was Midgard, which meant that this city was just that special, and he wanted to know all the secrets of this city. Loki allowed himself a small, approving nod. Whoever ruled this place, they clearly understood the value of order and control, of power carefully measured and wielded with purpose. That, at least, was something he could respect. As they walked deeper into the city, Sir Bedivere remained a step ahead, his polished armor gleaming in the afternoon sun. Loki took the opportunity to study his guide more closely. He was special, he was strong, he could feel it. It wasn't something concrete, no, it was just a feeling, like an instinct, something he had honed over his long life. Yet, surprisingly enough, despite being so much more powerful than the people around him, he seemed kind to them, humble before them, curious indeed. Finally, they reached a large square, dominated by a towering white statue of a young king, one hand raised high as if in eternal defiance, the other resting on the hilt of a great, shining sword. At the statue's base, crowds gathered around a familiar shape, Mjolnir, still perched upon its stone pedestal, unmoved and untouched despite the dozens of mortals who still struggled and strained against its immovable weight. Loki paused, his eyes narrowing as he took in the scene. It was an unbelievable sight, mortals treating Mjolnir as a toy. Yet there was also something slightly satisfying about it, Thor's mighty hammer, now little more than a tourist attraction. Sir Bedivere paused as well, his head tilting slightly as if he, too, had noticed the tense silence that fell over the square at their approach. The king permitted anyone who wished to try to do so, though I doubt anyone will be able to move it. Apparently, the enchantment on it is rather powerful. Sir Bedivere explained before he continued to lead Loki towards the grand castle in the heart of the city. Loki cast a lingering glance back at Mjolnir as they passed through the bustling square, his mind racing with the implications. Clearly, this mysterious king knew more than he had expected. He really looked forward to seeing him. The castle was as impressive as one would expect from such a city. It was large, gleaming, and impressive in every way, tall towers, clean walls, and banners flying high. There were grand carvings and paintings and remarkable rugs on the walls everywhere. It wasn't all that inferior to the golden halls of valor themselves. Something he had never expected to see from the mortal realm. Finally, they neared the heart of the castle, and they entered a grand hall. Massive windows of stained glass let in light, while the glass itself depicted grand battles of old. One in particular seemed to show a knight killing a great dragon. Another striking feature of the room was a grand round table, yet his eyes were drawn to the awe-inspiring doors at the other side of the room. They were pieces of art worthy of Asgard itself. Gold and silver were carefully molded and carved into a grand story of legends. Two more knights stood on either side of the entrance, their armor a deeper, richer silver than the guards at the gate, their helms shaped like the heads of fierce, winged beasts. They did not flinch or move as Bedivere approached, but as he drew near, the great doors slowly, silently swung open, revealing the throne room beyond. He stepped inside, his boots clicking sharply against the polished marble floor, his eyes immediately drawn to the figure seated at the far end of the room. Arthuria Pendragon, the so-called King of Albion. She sat upon a throne of polished white stone, raised high upon a platform of intricately carved marble. The throne itself was a masterpiece. Yet his eyes couldn't leave the king's figure. She was beautiful beyond anyone he had ever seen, and radiated immense power. This was no mere mortal king, this woman was a goddess. Beautiful, he muttered unconsciously. End of chapter. And Loki is here. I personally feel that while Loki is easy to hate on, being a real prick at times, his position at this time is as Lord of the Nine Realms, and therefore, someone aware of Odin's power, would give that position the respect it deserves, even if Loki is currently the one holding it. Knights are all about honor, and while Arthuria is indeed a divine spirit, she isn't arrogant, she respects others, if they earn it, or, as for Loki, sits in a position worthy of respect, it's just godly manners. But really, surely this isn't what I think it is it? Surely Loki couldn't fall in love, would he? But well, I'm sure next chapter will bring answers. Chapter 127, Chapter. I had to admit, I hadn't expected that from Loki. To call me beautiful. Well, he wasn't wrong, but I never saw him as the type to say such things. I could have sworn he loved himself. Though maybe that was a future version, or another variant. Multiverse and timeline stuff made things confusing. I decided to ignore his little comment and instead stick to the script I had prepared. Greetings, Lord Loki, Prince of Asgard, Lord Regent of the Nine Realms. I am Arthuria Pendragon, King of Albion, Lord of Storms, White Lion King, and Goddess Rangaminiad, and I welcome you to my home. I let my voice carry, filling the vast hall with the full weight of my presence. I wasn't about to let him mistake me for some lesser mortal. I needed him to see me as someone worthy, someone on his level. Loki's lips twitched, his emerald eyes narrowing slightly, the faintest hint of a frown creasing his perfect, arrogant features. Clearly, he hadn't expected my response, and I took a small, petty satisfaction in that. He inclined his head, just a fraction, his long, dark hair brushing against the polished metal of his curved horns. I admit I didn't expect to meet a goddess playing king on Midgard, but it is a pleasure to meet a fellow god nonetheless. I had no doubt his mind was working overtime, trying to figure out the situation, so I had to keep him from thinking about it calmly. I stood up from my throne. I'm afraid I have no extra seats here, and it is hardly proper to entertain someone of your position from my throne while you stand, so come, follow me to a sitting room. I said, quickly having him escorted along with me without giving him time to think. I led him through a series of grand corridors, each one as meticulously crafted and carefully maintained as the throne room itself, the polished marble floors reflecting the flickering torchlight like liquid silver. The walls were lined with ancient tapestries and painted murals, each one a fragment of my legend, a piece of my long and bloody history. I glanced at Loki from the corner of my eye, catching the slight, almost imperceptible shift in his expression as he took in the scenes around him. I could tell he was studying them, trying to piece together the story of this strange, powerful ruler who had so suddenly appeared on Midgard. Good. Let him wonder. Finally, we reached a smaller, more intimate chamber, the heavy wooden doors swinging open to reveal a tastefully furnished sitting room. A roaring fire crackled in the large stone hearth, casting flickering shadows across the richly upholstered chairs and low, polished tables. I gestured for Loki to take a seat, choosing the high-backed chair nearest the fire for myself. It was a subtle power move, positioning myself as the one in control, the one with the warmth of the fire at my back, the one who held the light while he remained in the shadows. Loki, to his credit, seemed to recognize the gesture for what it was, his lips twitching into a faint, knowing smirk as he settled into the chair opposite me, his long, graceful fingers folding together in his lap. For a moment, neither of us spoke. A crackling fireplace being the only sound in the room, the flames of it casting long, dancing shadows across the polished stone floor. Finally, I broke the silence, leaning back in my chair, my fingers resting lightly on the armrests as I met his sharp, emerald gaze. So, I said, my tone calm, almost conversational, as if we were merely discussing the weather or the latest court gossip. What brings the acting king of Asgard to my city? Loki's smirk widened, his eyes gleaming with the cold, predatory amusement of a fox that had just caught the scent of a particularly interesting rabbit. Oh, I was simply here to visit my dear brother, whom I suspect you are well aware is currently in your city, and once I got here, I couldn't in good faith not greet the ruler of Midgard, he replied, his voice smooth, his tone light, but I could see the sharp, calculating mind behind those green eyes, quickly working to figure me out. I dare not call myself the ruler of Midgard, I rule but my realm of Albion, and speak only for that. And indeed, I am aware of your brother Thor's exile. He may stay here as a guest, unless you wish to have him back. That too is allowed. Loki's eyes narrowed just a fraction, the faintest flicker of surprise crossing his sharp features at my casual mention of Thor's exile. Clearly, he hadn't expected me to know as much as I did. Good. Let him wonder. He leaned back in his chair, one long, slender finger tapping idly against the armrest, his mind clearly racing as he considered his response. Ah, he said at last, his tone light, almost playful, though I could hear the edge beneath his words. So you are aware of my brother's predicament. I suppose it would be too much to expect a goddess to be ignorant of such matters. I smiled, allowing just the faintest hint of amusement to touch my lips, leaning back in my chair. Of course, I replied smoothly. It would be a poor ruler indeed who did not know of the divine guest residing within their own walls. He chuckled, a low, throaty sound, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of genuine amusement and carefully concealed irritation. Indeed. Though I must say, it is rather surprising to find Thor here of all places. I would have thought he would have found his way to a place more fitting to his tastes. I arched a brow, letting the silence stretch between us for a moment, the crackling of the fire the only sound in the room. Perhaps, I said at last, my tone cool and measured. But then, perhaps this place is the place most fitting to his tastes. Where else in the mortal realm can a mortal god be safe? I know that Odin wished for me to ensure his son lives, that is his love for him, and I assure you Prince Loki, your brother is safe here. I let Loki know that he shouldn't have any thoughts about killing Thor under my watch. I don't even think the thought had crossed his mind, he merely wanted to keep him away from Asgard, and that I could help him with. Ah, how reassuring, he said, his tone light but his eyes sharp. It is good to know my dear brother is in such capable hands. I am sure my father would be most grateful to hear of your hospitality. We both paused for a moment. Hospitality is something we take seriously in Albion, I replied smoothly, my tone calm, unbothered. A hospitality I offer you as well, Prince Loki, and while your brother will be allowed a normal life, you shall enjoy a royal welcome, and all that entails, you can stay here in my castle, all of Camelot is open to you. For a brief moment, Loki's sharp, calculating expression softened, his eyes glinting with something that almost resembled genuine appreciation. I could see the subtle shift in his posture, the way his shoulders relaxed just a fraction, the way his chin lifted a little higher, as if the weight of his many insecurities had momentarily eased. Then I shall accept your hospitality, King Arthuria, he said, his voice smoother now, the harsh, defensive edge gone. It has been some time since I was given a proper welcome, and I find myself intrigued by your realm. I allowed myself a small, genuine smile, inclining my head in acknowledgement. I am pleased to hear it. Albion is a place of honor and tradition, and it is my duty to extend that courtesy to those of high station, especially those who stand as rulers themselves. Loki's eyes flicked to the tapestries lining the walls, his gaze lingering on one depicting a mighty battle, the White Lion King at its center, her blade raised high against a monstrous foe. I could almost see the gears turning in his mind, the slow, methodical process by which he analyzed and weighed every word, every gesture, every symbol around him. Your realm is impressive, he admitted, his tone carrying a note of reluctant respect. I did not expect to find such a place on Midgard. It has a certain majesty to it, a sense of order and purpose that is rare in this chaotic realm. I couldn't help but feel the smallest amounts of pride at his words, though I kept my expression calm and composed. That is high praise coming from the Prince of Asgard. I thank you for it. He inclined his head in a small, almost graceful nod, his lips curling into a faint, genuine smile. It is well earned, I assure you. I have walked the halls of many great palaces, seen the wonders of realms beyond mortal comprehension, and yet. His eyes flicked to the grand stone fireplace, the flames dancing and crackling within. This place has a certain timelessness to it. A sense of purpose that few can match. A small, satisfied smile touched my lips, leaning back in my chair as I regarded him with a calm, measured gaze. I am glad to hear that Camelot was built by the Fae, and while I doubt they can match the dwarves of Nidavellir, I am still proud of my home. We continued to exchange pleasantries for a bit, mostly just empty words of praise and respect. It took me back to my time as King of Britannia. Meeting with other lords and kings, having to sit through hours of this back and forth. I always hated it, but Merlin wouldn't let me skip it. I think he enjoyed watching me suffer. Eventually, the conversation began to wind down, the flow of pleasantries and carefully chosen words slowing as the initial tension between us eased. Loki had visibly relaxed, his earlier wariness and guarded arrogance giving way to a more genuine, if still calculating, curiosity. I could see the subtle shift in his posture, the way he leaned back in his chair, his long fingers tapping lightly against the polished armrests. Still, I knew he hadn't forgotten his true purpose here, and neither had I. With a graceful, almost theatrical motion, Loki rose from his chair, his long, dark cloak sweeping behind him like the trailing shadow of a storm cloud. He inclined his head slightly, his sharp, emerald eyes meeting mine with a flicker of something that almost resembled warmth. While your hospitality is greatly appreciated, King Arthuria, I find myself compelled to seek out my brother, he said, his tone light, almost conversational, as if discussing the weather. Family matters, you understand. I would not want him to feel abandoned in this strange, unfamiliar realm. I gave a small, knowing nod, my own posture still relaxed, my expression carefully neutral. Of course. I would not dream of keeping you from your kin. Please, feel free to explore my city as you wish. Albion is open to you, Prince Loki. He inclined his head a fraction further, his lips curling into a faint, enigmatic smile. You are most gracious, my lady. I shall not forget this kindness. It had gone well. I had been slightly worried that he would be less reasonable, more like his half-mad Avenger self. Calling himself a god left and right, acting overly superior. But it seemed he hadn't been pushed to that point just yet. Making it possible to sit down and talk with him, and it didn't hurt that I already knew how to handle him. But those eyes. I couldn't help but worry. End of chapter. So, gotten myself someone to help with editing, and the idea is to help me free up some time. But honestly it hasn't worked out like that just yet. Instead of spending 30 minutes editing a chapter, I end up spending the time going over what they did, and then another 2 hours just chatting. So yeah, it's for sure not faster than doing it myself, but it's fun, so I don't mind. Chapter 128, Chapter. Loki left the castle behind him as he walked out into the city itself. This time, he wasn't stopped by the guards for walking around. He had the reason explained to him, the only reason he was stopped was because he used magic. Camelot and the realm of Albion forbid magic without official permission. Something he, a guest, didn't have. It was understandable, magic was powerful, and against foolish mortals who couldn't defend themselves. Dangerous. Now he had been given permission to use magic, as long as he didn't harm people with it, something he didn't plan on doing. He was Loki, Prince of Asgard, rightful ruler of the 9 realms. Why would he waste his time playing tricks on mortals? The only reason he walked around under an illusion was because he couldn't be bothered with the mortals. They weren't worthy of gazing at him. Still, after having met the city's king, he was far more curious about the people, these mortals living under a god's rule, and the city itself. So, he took his time making his way over to Thor, taking in the city, exploring it. And what a breathtaking sight it was. He could clearly see that mortal hands didn't make it, it was too perfect for that. He was honestly impressed and surprised that Arthuria allowed mortals to live here. In his eyes, they weren't worthy of such a city. He continued on, his steps light and deliberate, the illusion around him shifting with every corner he turned. He moved unseen, a phantom among mortals, his sharp eyes picking out the smallest details of the bustling marketplace he had wandered into. Merchants called out in clear, confident voices, their stalls overflowing with goods from every corner of the world. Yet he couldn't help but be slightly disappointed, as what they sold was the most mundane things of all. Fruit, meats, toys, and trinkets, clothes, all meant for mortals. A far cry from the divine luxury he had seen from the castle itself. Yet once more, he couldn't help but notice just how clean the city was, even with mortals everywhere. It felt strange, like mortals shouldn't be this pure. He could only assume that this had something to do with that goddess who ruled them, and hadn't that been a surprise. He didn't think there were any gods left on Midgard. She hadn't been there last time he was here for sure, so where did she come from? And why did his father allow her to stay? He was sure there was some secret there, and he would get to the bottom of it for sure. But first, Thor. Using magic, he quickly found out where Thor was, and Loki found himself standing outside a tavern, a quaint old wooden sign hanging over the door. It was interesting, the place had this strange feeling to it. Both old and sparkling new. Almost like Asgard itself. Still, Thor hanging out in a place like this fit him well. Not surprising that he was getting drunk after being thrown out. Loki pushed open the heavy wooden door, the faint creak of the iron hinges cutting through the low murmur of voices and the clinking of tankards within. The warm, smoky air of the tavern washed over him, tinged with the sense of aged wood, strong ale, and the faint, metallic bite of weapon oil. It was a stark contrast to the gleaming, rune-inscribed stone of the castle, a place of warmth and noise and life, the kind of place where mortals gathered to drink away their worries and share tales of their fleeting, mortal lives. And there, in the far corner, sitting alone at a heavy wooden table with a massive, half-empty tankard clutched in one hand, was Thor. His brother's broad shoulders were hunched, his head bowed, his long, unkempt hair casting shadows over his face. Loki allowed himself a moment to savor the sight. Thor, his proud, reckless, hammer-wielding oaf of a brother, reduced to this, a mortal among mortals, drowning his sorrows in ale, cut off from the power that had defined him for centuries. It was almost poetic. Then he stepped forward, his long, slender fingers wrapping around the back of the chair opposite Thor's as he slid into the seat, his cloak pulling around him like the shadow of a serpent. "Thor," he said, his voice low, almost gentle, his expression carefully arranged into one of sad resignation. "Brother." Thor's head snapped up, his bleary, bloodshot eyes blinking in disbelief as they focused on his brother's familiar, regal form. For a moment, he simply stared, his mind struggling to process the sight before him. "Loki," he croaked, his voice rough, his thick fingers tightening around the handle of his tankard. Is it really you?" Loki forced a small, sad smile onto his lips, leaning in slightly as if to share some quiet, private grief. "Yes, brother. It is I." Thor's expression shifted, a flicker of desperate hope igniting in his tired, haggard eyes. He set his tankard down with a heavy, deliberate thud, leaning forward, his broad shoulders quivering with the effort of holding himself together. "Loki, you must help me. I must return to Asgard. I must ask Father to pardon me. Loki, please." Loki's hand shot out, his slender fingers resting lightly on his brother's thick, muscular forearm, his expression one of carefully crafted sorrow. "Thor. I wish I could. Truly, I do. But, there is something you must know." Thor's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing in confusion and mounting dread as he searched his brother's face for answers. What do you mean? What has happened?" Loki let out a long, shuddering breath, his eyes closing for a moment as if to compose himself, to gather the strength to speak the terrible truth. "It is Father," he said at last, his voice a low trembling whisper. "Our father, he is dead, Thor." Thor's face twisted with despair, his broad, calloused hands clenching into fists as he struggled to contain the torrent of grief and guilt threatening to tear him apart. No, this cannot be," he whispered, his voice breaking, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I am sorry, Father. I am so sorry." Loki leaned back, his sharp, elegant features settling into a mask of cool, detached sympathy as he watched his brother crumble before him, the mighty god of thunder reduced to a broken, defeated mortal. "I know, brother," he said softly, his voice carrying just a hint of sadness, just enough to twist the knife a little deeper. "I know you did not mean for this to happen. But what is done, and now you must live with the consequences of your actions. Thor's head slowly lifted, his eyes filled with a desperate, almost childlike hope as he met his brother's steady, unflinching gaze. Then I can still return. I can still make things right. I can prove myself worthy, and Loki's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with a cold, cruel satisfaction. I am afraid not, brother. I cannot, as the new king of Asgard, make my first decision one that undoes the final order of our father. It would undermine my rule, shatter the fragile peace I have managed to secure in the wake of his death. Thor's face fell, the spark of hope in his eyes snuffed out as quickly as it had ignited, his powerful shoulders sagging once more, his head bowing under the crushing weight of his brother's words. I had no choice, Loki continued, his tone one of carefully measured regret, his sharp green eyes never leaving his brother's shattered form. With father gone, the Jotun seized the opportunity to push for a peace treaty, one that demanded your banishment be upheld as a condition for continued peace. To break that promise now would be to invite war, to undo all the progress I have made in securing Asgard's future. Thor's fists clenched, his jaw tightening, his teeth grinding together as the full, terrible weight of his exile settled upon him. He had lost everything, his power, his honor, his family, and now, even the hope of redemption had been stripped from him. I understand, he choked out, his voice thick with grief, his eyes burning with unshed tears. I never meant for this to happen. I only wanted to protect Asgard, to prove myself worthy of the throne. Loki allowed himself a small, satisfied smile, his sharp, elegant features settling into a mask of cool, detached sympathy as he reached out to gently clasp his brother's shoulder, his long, slender fingers pressing down just hard enough to remind Thor of his place, of his powerlessness. I know, brother, he murmured, his voice low and soothing, his sharp eyes glinting with cruel amusement. I know you meant well. But what is done, and now you must live with the consequences of your actions. Thor's head dropped once more, thick, golden hair falling into his face as his shoulders slumped even further. His massive frame seemed to shrink beneath the crushing weight of Loki's words. Take comfort in this, brother, Loki continued, his voice soft and smooth, his sharp, emerald eyes glinting with cruel satisfaction. Father's death was not in vain. Your exile has brought peace to Asgard, and your sacrifice has secured the future of our people. Thor said nothing, his head bowed, calloused hands clenching and unclenching on the polished wooden table, his powerful frame trembling with the effort of holding himself together. Loki straightened, releasing his brother's shoulder as he took a small, graceful step back, his dark cloak swirling around him like the shadow of a serpent. I must return to Asgard, he said smoothly, his voice cool and composed. His sharp, elegant features settled into a mask of detached indifference as he turned away and took long, graceful steps toward the door. Take care of yourself, brother. I shall ensure that your exile is as comfortable as possible. And with that, Loki swept out of the tavern, his long, dark cloak swirling around him as he disappeared into the smoky, crowded room, the door swinging shut behind him with a low, resonant thud. While he wanted to stick around for a bit longer, he understood that he needed to return home. His rule still wasn't strong, many still doubted him, and now with Thor sure not to return, he had to work on the rest of his plan. Though, he decided to do one thing first. He once more made his way through the streets of Camelot, using magic to make the mortals part before him. No one even noticed the strange open space in the crowds. Slowly, he got closer and closer to where Mjolnir rested. Finally, he reached the central plaza, the towering white statue of the young king rising high above the throngs of gathered mortals, one hand raised in eternal defiance, the other resting on the hilt of a great, shining sword. Having now personally met the king, he struggled to see how this young boy had turned into such a stunning, beautiful goddess. Still, he didn't think about it for long. As she stood there, he once more heard the whispers of the mortals. Did you see that last guy? Nearly threw his back out trying to budge it, a rough-looking man muttered to his friend, adjusting the strap of his leather satchel. Must weigh a damn ton. A ton, his friend scoffed, a wiry, bespectacled man with ink-stained fingers. It's not about weight, you fool. The king said it's about worthiness. You could be as strong as a bull, but if you're not worthy, it won't budge an inch. A woman nearby snorted, folding her arms over her chest as she watched another hopeful step up to the pedestal. Worthiness. What does that even mean? Who decides who's worthy? That hammer? Or the gods themselves? Does it matter? The first man shot back, his eyes locked on the hammer. All I know is that if I could lift that thing, I'd never have to work another day in my life. I'd be a god. A burly, tattooed sailor chimed in, his voice a low, rumbling growl. Forget about money. If I had the power of a god, I'd take back my family's honor, make those bastards who wronged me beg for mercy. Oh, please, the bespectacled man shot back, pushing his glasses up his nose with a scowl. You'd just end up like the rest of them. Drunk on power, smashing mountains for fun, or throwing lightning bolts at your enemies. You'd be no better than the fools who came before you. And what would you do with godly power, the woman asked, her eyebrow arching as she fixed him with a skeptical glare. The bespectacled man hesitated, his fingers twitching nervously at his sides. I'd change the world, he said at last, his voice a low, trembling whisper. I'd bring order to this chaos, reshape it in my image, create something better. The group fell silent, their eyes once more turning to the hammer, their thoughts lost in dreams of power and glory, of revenge and redemption, of a world reshaped in their own image. Loki allowed himself a small, knowing smirk as he passed them by, their whispered ambitions echoing in his sharp, cunning mind. Fools, he thought to himself. They have no idea what true power is. They have no idea what it means to stand above the masses, to shape the very fabric of reality to your will, to bend the cosmos itself to your every whim. Still, despite his thoughts, he still weaved a slight illusion and got to the head of the line. He felt the gaze of those magic knights on him, but they ignored his actions. And then, he bent down, wrapping his hand around the handle. End of chapter. Just Loki lightly gaslighting his brother. Then, trying to steal his power, nothing out of the ordinary there. Loki does still care for Thor, but having him suck there is just so much better for him. Chapter 129, Chapter. Loki's fingers closed around the leather-wrapped handle of Mjolnir, the rough, ancient texture cool against his palm. He straightened, his sharp green eyes narrowing as he tightened his grip, the smooth leather creaking faintly beneath his touch. For a brief, flickering moment, he allowed himself to imagine it, the rush of power, the crackle of lightning surging through his veins, the raw, unbridled might of the god of thunder at his command. He smirked, the corners of his mouth curling up in a sly, self-satisfied grin. Come now, he whispered, his voice low and smooth, his words a soft, venomous hiss. Let us see if I am as unworthy as my brother. He tightened his grip, his long, slender fingers flexing around the handle as he braced himself, his muscles tensing, his jaw clenching, his sharp, elegant features twisting into a mask of cold, calculated determination. He pulled. Nothing happened. His eyes narrowed further, his fingers tightening around the creaking leather as he poured more strength into his arm, shoulders shifting, back straightening, breath coming in slow, controlled bursts. Still nothing. Loki's expression twisted into a snarl, sharp green eyes blazing with sudden, fierce anger. He pulled harder, slender frame trembling with effort, teeth grinding, muscles straining, veins standing out against his pale, flawless skin. Still nothing. The hammer remained as still and unmovable as a mountain, as unyielding as the very roots of Yggdrasil itself, its dark, rune-etched metal gleaming mockingly in the harsh sunlight. The hammer remained as unmoving as a mountain, as unyielding as the roots of Yggdrasil itself, its dark, rune-etched metal gleaming mockingly in the harsh sunlight. With a frustrated hiss, Loki released his grip, long fingers unfurling from the leather-wrapped handle. He straightened, his cloak swirling around him like the shadow of a serpent as he stepped back from the pedestal, sharp eyes never leaving the hammer's unyielding form. For a long, silent moment, he simply stared at it, his angular features settling into a mask of cold, detached indifference. Very well, he whispered, voice low and venomous, a bitter smirk twisting his lips. Enjoy your rest, Mjolnir. Enjoy being a toy for every filthy mortal of Midgard. Loki's arrival in Asgard was marked by the familiar, resonant hum of the Bifrost, the swirling rainbow energy coalescing around him as he stepped onto the polished floor of the observatory. He straightened, brushing an imaginary speck of dust from his dark green and gold robes, eyes already sharp with thought. Heimdall stood at the edge of the great platform, his golden eyes fixed on the distant, shimmering tendrils of the Bifrost as they retracted into the great dome above. His massive, intricately engraved sword rested point down against the floor, his armored form as unyielding and immovable as the mountains of Jotunheim. Welcome back, my king, Heimdall intoned, his deep, resonant voice echoing through the massive chamber. There was a note of formality in his tone, a subtle, carefully measured respect that only served to remind Loki of his precarious position as acting ruler. Loki approached, his boots clicking sharply against the polished floor as he stepped into the light. He paused a few feet from the Guardian, his sharp, emerald eyes narrowing slightly as he considered the imposing figure before him. Heimdall, he said, his voice smooth, almost casual, though his mind was anything but. I find myself curious. I have just returned from Midgard, from a place called Camelot, ruled by a certain Arthuria Pendragon. Tell me, what do you know of this so-called king? Heimdall's golden eyes remained fixed on the distant, shimmering threads of the Bifrost for a moment longer before slowly turning to regard Loki. There was a slight, almost imperceptible tightening of his jaw, a subtle shift in his posture that did not escape Loki's notice. Camelot. Heimdall said at last, his voice as steady as the great stones beneath their feet. It is a new realm, one that appeared seemingly overnight. I have watched it grow from nothing to a mighty kingdom in the blink of an eye. Its ruler, this Arthuria Pendragon, is an enigma. She came from nowhere, a figure of power and purpose, a goddess by her own claim, yet unknown to the ancient scrolls of Asgard. Loki's eyes narrowed, his sharp mind already working through the implications. A goddess appearing out of nowhere, building a kingdom overnight. That was no small feat. Even for a being as powerful as he, such a thing would be difficult, if not impossible. And what do you know of her? Loki pressed, tone sharpening, fingers curling into loose fists at his sides. What is her nature? Her power? Where did she come from? Heimdall hesitated, his golden eyes flicking back to the Bifrost, his jaw tightening ever so slightly. I know little, my king. She is a being of great power, but her nature is unclear. She seems to be native to Midgard, but unknown to us, which should be impossible. She is a mystery, yet she wields weapons of great power. She is dangerous. Loki's jaw clenched, a flicker of irritation flashing across his sharp features. For Heimdall to admit that he didn't know of her was significant. He had watched the Nine Realm for countless years, and yet he knew nothing. Clearly, there was a great mystery afoot here. And what of my father? Loki continued, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous murmur. Did he know of her? To send Thor to her domain, he must trust that he would be safe there, so why? Heimdall's gaze flicked back to Loki, his golden eyes unreadable. If the Allfather knew of her, he did not share that knowledge with me. But then, there were many secrets he kept, even from those closest to him. Loki's lips curled into a thin, bitter smile, his mind racing with 1,000 new questions, each one more troubling than the last. Odin, keeping secrets. Indeed, he had kept plenty, even the truth of his birth was a secret, so what was one more? Very well, Loki said at last, his tone sharp, dismissive. Thank you, Heimdall. He turned sharply, cloak swirling around him as he strode toward the exit, mind already turning to his next move. If Heimdall did not have the answers he sought, perhaps his mother would. Loki found his mother where he had seen her last, tending to his father. Odin, the Allfather, as he slept the Odin sleep. On his way here, he had heard from the guards that she hadn't left his side even once. He couldn't help but feel bad. Here she was, so worried, it must truly be bad then, he didn't know what to think about Odin. He was his father in all but blood, yet blood was important, he had cared for him, but had he ever fully trusted him? Approved of him? Or was he just a pet? Kept out of pity? Loki, she said, her voice warm, affectionate, but with an edge of caution that did not escape his notice. You have returned. The soft voice of his mother broke him out of his dark thoughts. She truly was a light in the darkness. A soft flame that warmed the heart. Never had he felt anything but love and care from her. She truly was kind and gentle, the perfect mother. Mother, he said, his voice smooth, his tone light, almost casual, as if he were merely discussing the weather. I have returned. Frigga's sharp, perceptive eyes flicked over him, her gaze taking in every minute detail of his posture, his expression, the slight tension in his shoulders. Then, without a word, she stepped up and hugged him. And where have you been, my son, she asked, her voice warm, but with a hint of curiosity, her hands still resting gently on the side of Odin's golden, rune-etched bed. You left without a word. Loki returned his mother's embrace, his long, slender arms wrapping around her in a gesture that, while genuine, still held a certain measure of restraint. He allowed himself to lean into her warmth for just a moment, letting the familiar, comforting scent of her hair and the gentle pressure of her hands on his back wash over him before gently pulling back, his sharp, angular features settling into a carefully measured smile. I merely wish to see my brother, he replied smoothly, his voice light, almost casual, as if his words held no great significance. To see that he was well, that his exile had not broken him. Frigga's eyes softened, a small, relieved smile touching her lips as she regarded her son, head tilting slightly, golden hair shimmering in the dim, flickering light of the chamber. That was kind of you, she said with a warm, affectionate voice, her eyes shining with a mixture of pride and relief. I know you and Thor have not always seen eye to eye, but it pleases me to know that you still care for your brother. Loki's smile widened, his sharp, angular features settling into a mask of carefully measured sincerity, his sharp green eyes glinting with a faint, almost playful light. Of course, mother, he replied smoothly, his tone light, unbothered, as if his words held no great significance. He is my brother, after all, and while we may not always agree, I would not wish for him to suffer alone on this strange, mortal realm. Frigga's smile grew, eyes shining with genuine warmth as she regarded her son, head tilting slightly to the side, golden hair falling in soft, shimmering waves around her shoulders. I am glad to hear it, she said softly, voice warm, tone gentle, her gaze filled with a mother's love. It pleases me to see you acting as a true prince of Asgard, as a true son of Odin. Loki inclined his head, dark hair brushing against his shoulders as he allowed himself a small, almost genuine smile, his sharp features softening for just a moment, the carefully constructed mask slipping just a fraction. But Frigga's eyes narrowed slightly, a small, playful glint sparking in their depths as she regarded her son with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. I sense there is more to this visit than a simple check on your brother's well-being. You have the look of a man with many questions, my son. Loki's smile tightened, his sharp eyes flicking to his mother's perceptive gaze, long fingers twitching slightly at his sides as he considered his next words carefully. "Indeed, mother," he said at last, his voice smooth, his tone light, almost playful. "I must admit, I find myself intrigued by a certain presence I encountered on Midgard. A goddess, or so she claims, by the name of Arthuria Pendragon. She rules a realm called Albion, a city she calls Camelot, and she is unlike any being I have ever encountered." Frigga's eyes widened slightly, lips parting in surprise, hands tightening just a fraction around the edges of her flowing, golden sleeves as she regarded her son with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue. "A goddess," she repeated, her voice low, almost whispering, her sharp, perceptive eyes never leaving Loki's angular features. "On Midgard? How unexpected." Loki inclined his head, eyes gleaming with a mixture of curiosity and cunning. He hadn't expected even his mother to be unaware of this. Clearly, whatever secret his father had been keeping was rather important to him. "Indeed," he replied smoothly, his voice low, almost conspiratorial. "She is a fascinating creature, mother. Beautiful, powerful, a ruler of mortals, yet with the bearing and presence of a true goddess. I admit, I find myself curious as to her origins, her purpose, her place in the grand scheme of things." Frigga's eyes sparkled with a mixture of amusement and genuine interest, head tilting slightly to the side as she regarded her son, lips curling into a small, playful smile. "Oh," she said, voice light, teasing, tone carrying a hint of motherly affection and gentle mockery. "And here I thought you had no interest in such things, my son. I had begun to worry that you would never find anyone to catch your interest. But now, it seems you have found a woman who intrigues you, a goddess no less." Loki's eyes widened slightly, sharp features twisting into a mask of faint, almost indignant surprise, long fingers tightening slightly at his sides as he regarded his mother's playful, knowing smile. "Mother," he said, his voice low, almost scandalized, his sharp, green eyes narrowing slightly as he took a small, indignant step back. "I assure you, my interest in this Arthuria is purely academic. I merely wish to understand her, to know what threat or opportunity she may present to Asgard." Frigga's smile widened, her eyes sparkling with a mixture of genuine amusement and motherly affection as she reached out to gently clasp her son's shoulder, her long, slender fingers resting lightly against the dark, polished fabric of his robes. "Of course, my son," she said softly, her voice warm, her tone light, almost teasing. "But still, it warms my heart to see you take an interest in someone, even if it is a purely academic interest, as you say." Loki's lips tightened, eyes narrowing slightly as he regarded his mother's playful, knowing smile, sharp features settling into a mask of carefully measured, faintly indignant composure. "Indeed," he replied smoothly, voice cool, tone sharp, eyes flicking away from his mother's amused, sparkling gaze. "Purely academic." Frigga let out a soft, musical laugh, her eyes shining with genuine amusement as she gave her son's shoulder a small, affectionate squeeze, her head tilting slightly to the side as she regarded him with a mixture of motherly affection and gentle mockery. "Oh, Loki," she said softly, her voice warm, her tone light, almost teasing. "You always were a terrible liar." End of chapter. So, Loki is back, but he isn't finished. He will try to find out about Arthuria, and him being curious about a woman, how can his mother not tease him about it? I thought about showing his mother off differently, but given this is halfway Loki's POV of things, I figured that his mother should be perfect, like he sees her. As the queen of gods, she isn't foolish, she likely isn't blind to what is going on, what is happening, but she is hiding it. Why? Well, why not? She gets nothing from showing that she knows, better let her kids fight and step in to pick up the pieces and act and make things worse. Kids should solve their own problems without adults messing with things. Chapter 130, Chapter. Loki wished he hadn't asked his mother for advice about this mysterious Arthuria. Clearly, she didn't know anything, but instead seemed to think he had fallen in love, like he was some fool like Thor, ruled by his emotions. Still, knowing that she knew nothing was something in and of itself. Clearly, whatever it was Odin knew, he kept to himself. For what reason? He would have figured that out slowly, but first, he had to ensure that his reign was secure. And for that, he needed to make a short trip to Jotunheim. Meanwhile, within the halls of Asgard, whispers had begun to spread. Sif and the warriors three had grown suspicious. Something had felt wrong ever since Thor's exile. Their prince had been cast out, and Loki had stepped into his brother's place with surprising speed and ease. Too much ease. Volstagg, ever the blunt one, was the first to voice his concerns as they gathered in the training yard, their weapons clashing in a half-hearted sparring session. "I don't like this," he muttered, his massive frame heaving as he brought his axe down in a slow, thoughtful motion. Thor cast out, Loki on the throne, and now Odin in the sleep. It feels wrong. Hogun gave a small, sharp nod, his dark eyes narrowing as he deflected a half-hearted swing from Fandral. It is wrong. Thor would not have acted so recklessly without provocation. Fandral, ever the optimist, gave a small, strained smile as he stepped back, twirling his blade with a flourish. Perhaps Loki simply stepped up in a time of need. He is our prince too, after all. Sif, watching from the sidelines, her blade resting across her knees, shook her head. She didn't like Loki one bit, having her own reason to dislike him. No, I'm sure Loki is responsible for this mess. Thor gone, Loki on the throne. He benefits too much from this situation to not be connected to it. Volstagg grunted, planting the head of his axe into the ground with a dull thud. And I want to know how. But how do we question the king without risking our heads? Fandral leaned in, his expression turning uncharacteristically serious. We don't. We go find Thor, if we are right, and Loki is responsible for this, we need Thor back home. Sif and the Warriors 3 didn't waste any time after their decision. They made their way through the grand halls of Asgard, their footsteps echoing off the polished golden floors as they made for the Bifrost. Sif led the way, her steps quick, her jaw set, her dark eyes sharp with determination. She hadn't been able to shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, that Thor's exile was more than it seemed, and she was determined to get to the bottom of it. When they reached the observatory, Heimdall stood in his usual place, his massive form silhouetted against the swirling rainbow energies of the Bifrost, his golden eyes fixed on the distant, shimmering threads of the cosmos. His massive, intricately engraved sword rested point down against the polished floor, his armored form as unyielding and immovable as the mountains of Jotunheim. He did not turn as they approached, his golden eyes remaining fixed on the distant, shimmering threads of the Bifrost, but they all knew he was aware of their presence. He was always aware. Heimdall, Sif said, her voice firm, her tone demanding. We need to speak with you. There was a brief, tense silence, the only sound the low, resonant hum of the Bifrost as it pulsed with the energy of the 9 realms. Finally, Heimdall turned, his golden eyes flicking over the 4 warriors before him, his expression as unreadable as ever. Lady Sif. Warriors 3. What brings you to my post? We need to find Thor, Volstagg rumbled, his deep, booming voice carrying easily over the constant hum of the Bifrost. We fear something is amiss, and we would see our brother return to his rightful place. Heimdall's golden eyes narrowed slightly, his jaw tightening ever so slightly as he considered their words. For a long, tense moment, he said nothing, his gaze flicking from one face to the next, his sharp, perceptive mind clearly working through the implications of their request. Finally, he spoke, his deep, resonant voice echoing off the polished walls of the observatory. You would go against the will of your king. You would risk everything to defy Loki's order. Sif stepped forward, her eyes hard, her jaw set. Loki is not my king. Thor is. Heimdall's gaze lingered on her for a moment, his golden eyes searching her face for some hint of doubt, some flicker of hesitation. When he found none, he let out a sad sigh. He had been watching Thor and Loki since they came into Asgard. He knew very well the reason for Sif's dislike of Loki, though it was saddening to think it ran that deep. Loki, by the will of the Queen Mother, and the All-Father was currently acting king, this was something that couldn't be denied, yet to see Sif deny it like that truly showed just how little respect Loki had from some among them. Heimdall let the silence stretch for a moment, his gaze lingering on Sif, then shifting to each of the warriors 3 in turn. He had always been loyal to the throne, but his loyalty had always been to Asgard itself, not just to the one who sat upon its throne. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and measured, each word chosen with care. You risk much, Lady Sif, Warriors 3. Defying the king's command, seeking out the exiled prince, if you are caught, the consequences could be dire. Volstagg grunted, his grip tightening on the haft of his axe. We have faced worse odds, Heimdall. We are not afraid. Fandral, ever the charmer, flashed a quick, confident smile, twirling his blade in one hand. Besides, when have we ever let the odds stop us? Hogun simply nodded, his expression as stoic as ever, his silence speaking volumes. Sif took a step closer, her dark eyes fixed firmly on Heimdall's impassive face. Thor is our friend. Our brother. We cannot simply abandon him. Heimdall's golden eyes remained fixed on her for a long, tense moment, his jaw set, his expression unreadable. He had his own questions. How did those Jotun enter Asgard without him knowing? Oh, he didn't doubt it was Loki behind it. After all, they could never have succeeded, they just threw their lives away. Had Thor handled it better, it would just have delayed his accession a little. But no, he had handled it in the worst way possible, causing this mess. Loki loved Asgard. Heimdall knew that. He wouldn't do anything to truly harm it. But that didn't mean Heimdall didn't feel slighted that he had missed the invasion. Those secrets paths Loki knew about were dangerous, a risk for Asgard itself. Heimdall wanted Loki to learn a lesson. Bringing Thor back would indeed do that. Furthermore, Loki hadn't forbidden him from sending anyone else to Midgard, though normally it wouldn't be allowed without permission, and he knew Loki wouldn't give it, so he could pretend to be stupid. Allow them to go and see Thor. Thor wouldn't return to Asgard, he was still mortal, though maybe his friends could help him overcome his trial. It was a possibility. Yet, Heimdall hesitated. Because where they wanted to go was into the heart of the domain of an unknown goddess. She didn't seem to be hostile towards Asgard, likely having reached some understanding with Odin, but how would she react to Sif and the warriors 3? You are asking me to send you into the realm of a goddess, Heimdall said slowly, his deep voice carrying a note of caution. A being of great power, whose intentions remain unknown to us. You risk not only your lives but the fragile peace we have with this Arthuria Pendragon. The 4 warriors exchanged confused glances, the unfamiliar name catching them off guard. Sif stepped forward, her brow furrowing and eyes narrowing with suspicion. Arthuria Pendragon, she repeated, the unfamiliar name sounding strange on her tongue. Who is this goddess? I have never heard of her. Heimdall's gaze remained steady, his golden eyes fixed on the distant, swirling threads of the Bifrost. That is precisely the issue, he said, his deep voice echoing through the vast, empty observatory. She is an unknown, a mystery even to Asgard. A being of great power, one who has claimed dominion over a portion of Midgard, and who rules a city built seemingly overnight. A city that bears the name Camelot. Camelot. Volstagg repeated, his thick brows knitting together in confusion. Fandral chuckled, the sound light and mocking, his blade flashing as he spun it idly in his hand. Surely you jest, Heimdall. A goddess appearing out of nowhere, claiming dominion over Midgard, building a kingdom overnight. Such things are the stuff of legend, not reality. Heimdall's gaze remained steady, his expression unreadable. And yet, it is the truth. I have seen it with my own eyes. A great city, white and gleaming, filled with mortals who worship this goddess as their king. A realm of order and purpose, a place of power and control. A place unlike any other on Midgard. Hogun's dark eyes narrowed, his jaw tightening, his hands clenching into tight fists at his sides. And this Arthuria Pendragon, she permits Thor to remain within her domain. Yes, he answered. And she welcomed Loki as the Lord Regent of Asgard. I fear that unless Loki permits it, or Thor recovers Mjolnir, she might not let him go. Sif's jaw tightened, her dark eyes flashing with a mixture of anger and determination. Then all the more reason for us to go. If Thor is trapped in this goddess's domain, we must free him. We owe him that much. Volstagg's broad face twisted into a thoughtful frown, his thick, calloused fingers tightening around the haft of his axe. But if this Arthuria is as powerful as you say, will we even stand a chance against her? If she is truly a goddess, what hope do we have of facing her and surviving? Hogun's dark eyes remained fixed on Heimdall, his lips pressed into a thin line, his expression as stoic and unreadable as ever. We have no choice, he said simply, his deep, gravelly voice carrying a note of finality. Thor would not abandon us. We cannot abandon him. Fandral flashed a quick, confident grin, his blade flashing as he spun it idly in his hand. Besides, we have faced worse odds, have we not? A goddess, a mysterious kingdom, an exiled prince, it all sounds like the stuff of legend to me. Heimdall's golden eyes lingered on them for a long, tense moment, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Finally, he let out a slow, resigned sigh. Their words held merit, he would not deny it. Their loyalty to Thor was commendable, without a doubt. Yet, their pride blinded them, or perhaps it was simply that they did not see what he saw. Whatever the reason, he knew that making an enemy of this goddess was not an option. Not while the Allfather slept the Odin sleep. None but him could match her. Heimdall's gaze remained fixed on the distant, swirling threads of the Bifrost, the muscles in his jaw flexing as he considered their request. He respected their loyalty, their bravery, but this was not a simple matter of finding a lost friend. No, Heimdall said at last, his deep voice carrying a note of finality. I cannot send you to Midgard. Sif's eyes narrowed, her lips pressing into a thin, determined line as she took a step forward. What do you mean, you cannot? Thor is our brother, our friend. We must find him. Heimdall turned to face her fully, his golden eyes locking onto hers, his expression as unyielding as the great stone walls of Asgard. And yet, without the permission of your king, I cannot send you. To do so would be to defy the will of the throne, to risk open conflict with a goddess whose power we do not yet understand. You ask me to risk Asgard itself for the sake of your friendship. Volstagg's thick brows drew together in a deep, frustrated scowl, his massive hands clenching into fists at his sides. We do not fear this Arthuria Pendragon, Heimdall. We are warriors, and we will not abandon our brother. And yet, it is not only your lives you would risk, Heimdall replied, his golden eyes flicking from one face to the next, his tone low and grave. It is the peace of Asgard, the lives of every man, woman, and child within these walls. This Arthuria is not some mortal warlord, not some petty king. She is a goddess, a being of immense power, one who has claimed dominion over a portion of Midgard and established her rule with terrifying speed and efficiency. To cross her would be to invite disaster. Fandral's usual easy smile had faded, his expression turning uncharacteristically grim as he met Heimdall's steady gaze. Then what do you suggest, Heimdall? Are we to simply abandon our friend, to leave Thor to his fate in this strange, unknown kingdom? Heimdall's jaw tightened, his massive, intricately engraved sword rising slightly from the polished floor of the observatory as his golden eyes flicked back to the distant, shimmering threads of the Bifrost. "Seek the permission of your king," he said at last, his deep, resonant voice echoing off the polished walls of the observatory. "Or the blessing of the Queen Mother. Only then will I open the bridge for you." End of chapter. So here we have another major change. Heimdall is not willing to send those 4 down to get Thor. And I'm sure that won't mess up the events, right? It's not like those 4 leaving pushed Loki to try to kill Thor or destroy Jotunheim. Chapter 131, Chapter. Asgard wasn't the only place where people had to leave disappointed, their hopes and dreams dashed in the face of the cruel reality. For while the warriors 3 and Sif had to realize that getting down to the mortal realm was difficult on Midgard, people realized that ascending to the divine realm was also an impossible task. Countless people came and went from Mjolnir, each trying to lift it, all failing. Some locals even tried it more than once, but most couldn't be asked to stand in line for it after the first failure. Thor too never stepped up to his hammer again. In fact, after hearing about his father's death from Loki, Thor grew quiet, hiding in his room, barely coming out for food. I waited for a few days, yet nothing happened, nothing changed. I stood atop my tower, my eyes looking out over all of Albion. Finding hidden mutants and mages, people slinking around in the shadows for one reason or another. But I saw no other Asgardians. None came to find Thor, to bring him back, and naturally, no destroyer came to kill him. My gaze didn't reach beyond Earth, so I couldn't see what was happening within Asgard. I could only guess that something had changed. And the biggest thing that had changed from the original story was me. Thor was never meant to be in Camelot, because there was never meant to be a Camelot to begin with. I had assumed that this might happen, and I was prepared for it. Galahad, I assure you, I am perfectly safe, there is hardly a reason to follow me around all the time. I turned to find my knight standing a respectful distance behind me, his silver armor gleaming in the soft, golden light of the morning sun, his tall, imposing frame silhouetted against the open archway behind him. And he wasn't alone. Ever since Thor arrived, Galahad had decided that I needed extra protection, and given that Galahad was not the most popular of my knights, at least among the others. Given his own betrayal, his constant presence had brought other knights to also feel like they needed to protect me from him. The mistrust among my knights was painful. I wished dearly that we could return to the old days, before Lancelot's betrayal, before the Grail, before all that. Yet I could not turn back time, I could not change what had happened, and I could only live with the consequences. Galahad's head bowed slightly, his face expressionless, his hands holding that great shield of his. "Forgive me, my king. It is simply my duty to ensure your safety." I sighed, letting my gaze drift back to the distant horizon, the vast, gleaming white walls of Camelot stretching out beneath me, the city alive with the sounds of morning, the distant murmur of voices. "You worry too much," I said softly, my voice carrying just enough to reach him over the whisper of the wind. "This is my realm, my sanctuary. No harm shall come to me here." Galahad hesitated, his head tilting slightly as if he wished to say more, to voice some deeper concern, but he remained silent, his grip on his sword tightening ever so slightly, the polished metal of his gauntlets creaking faintly in the quiet. It was an old habit of his, one I had come to recognize over the long years of our shared battles, a silent, stubborn gesture of defiance, a reminder that despite his loyalty, he still harbored his own thoughts, his own doubts. I glanced back at him, my eyes meeting the shadowed, unreadable gaze behind his visor. "I am not some fragile flower, Galahad. You need not hover over me like a mother hen." For a moment, he said nothing, his head tilting slightly as if weighing his words, then he straightened, his armor clinking softly with the movement. "As you say, my king. But know that I shall not stray far. My loyalty to you is unending." It was flattering that they cared so much about me, but honestly, they were wasting their time. I would rather have them out there, in the city, the realm, enjoying themselves. Enjoying this second life they had been granted. This time had so much to offer, and while I wished to keep them close, I also wanted them to be free. Another of my internal inconsistencies, clearly, one doesn't just push a dozen minds and souls together without messing things up. Honestly, Galahad, you should just leave Father be, someone like you shouldn't stay so close to him. Mordred's voice rang out, sharp and challenging. "Do you think Father so weak as to need constant watching?" she continued, her green eyes narrowing as she fixed Galahad with a pointed glare. Galahad's head tilted slightly, his grip on his shield tightening ever so slightly, but he said nothing, merely inclining his head in a small, silent gesture of acknowledgement. Mordred snorted, crossing her arms over her chest, her dark armor clinking softly with the movement. Now, let's not start fighting." I interrupted whatever she wanted to say. Not willing to see my knights end up in a fight. They were all loyal to me, they all cared for me, and they just wanted to show that. Still, their history made it difficult for them to get along. Enough of this, I need one or more of you to deal with Thor. I said, and no Mordred, I don't need him beaten, I need someone to talk with him, make him recover, if need be, bring him before me, but I want back on the path of recovery. I said, stopping midway through to stop Mordred. She didn't like the fact that I was thinking about some guy. I honestly think she was feeling a little jealous. I could only lament the guy who would try to steal my heart one day, whoever that might be, they would have a very angry Mordred bothering them. Mordred crossed her arms, her crimson eyes narrowing as she took a step closer. I still say you should just toss him out of the city, let him fend for himself. If he can't even stand without his hammer, he doesn't deserve your concern, father. Galahad's grip on his shield tightened, but he said nothing, his posture remaining rigid, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. It was a silent, stubborn gesture I had come to recognize, a sign that he had chosen to ignore the bait, to remain above the petty squabbles that so often flared between my knights. Thor is a guest, I reminded her gently, my tone firm but not unkind. And while I understand your frustrations, I will not see him cast out in his hour of need. Mordred scowled, her armored fingers curling into tight fists at her sides, the metal of her gauntlets creaking faintly. He's weak, father. Pathetic. Why waste your time on someone like that? He's a disgrace to the title of a god. I sighed, my gaze drifting back to the distant horizon, the vast, gleaming white walls of Camelot stretching out beneath me. Perhaps. But even the strongest among us have moments of weakness, Mordred. And it is in those moments that we must prove our worth, not by casting others aside, but by lifting them up. A quiet, measured voice cut through the tension, its tone calm yet carrying a weight of melancholy that seemed to settle over the room like a shroud. Perhaps I should be the one to speak with him, Sir Tristan said, stepping forward from the shadowed archway behind them. His long, dark hair framed his somber face, his armor a muted gray that seemed to drink in the light rather than reflect it. I know something of despair, of losing one's purpose. Perhaps I can reach him. Mordred snorted, her crimson eyes narrowing as she shot him a sharp, dismissive glance. You, Tristan. What good will your sad songs and long laments do? He needs a swift kick to remind him of who he is, not some mournful ballad. Tristan's eyes flicked to her, his expression calm, unbothered by her sharp words. Perhaps, he replied, his tone as steady as ever, his voice carrying a note of quiet resignation. But even the proudest warriors have moments of doubt, of grief. And if what I have heard is true, Thor is a man who has lost everything, his power, his family, his honor. He has been cast down from the heights of the divine to the depths of mortal weakness. That is not a wound that can be healed with steel and fire. Mordred opened her mouth to argue, but I held up a hand, cutting her off before she could escalate things further. Tristan has a point, I said, my tone firm but understanding. Thor's wounds are not of the flesh, but of the heart and soul. He needs more than a sparring partner. For now at least. I knew that Mordred wasn't wrong, Thor could recover by being put in a hard situation, a battle, not for glory, but for others. Still, I did think it was better to have Tristan handle it, get him motivated again, and if it proved impossible, I would have to reveal Loki's lie. But not for now. Very well, Tristan, you handle this, get some life back into him, and once he is back on his feet, I can't see why you can't show him the strength of Camelot, Sir Mordred, but patience, I commanded, my voice loud enough for all of them to hear it, be it Galahad right behind me, or Agravain standing all the way in the shadow of the entrance. It turned out that Tristan was the right man for the job. I didn't bother listening in, but not long after, they had their talk. Thor returned to life, he sought out something to do. He got himself a job. Likely the first he ever had, and it wasn't like he was doing much. Just carrying garbage, though it wasn't as much carrying it as it was pushing a cart. Camelot was a vast and glorious city, made by the Fae on Merlin's request, to be the crowning jewel of my kingdom, the closest place in the mortal realm to Avalon. This version was even better than the original, it was the great white city of dreams. Streets as flat and smooth as a mirror, walls clean and strong. Gleaming towers, waving banners, and beauty beyond the mortal realm. Back then, most cities were small and filthy. The smell was beyond bad. There was filth everywhere. And Camelot had to be different, a shining gem of the ages. A city belonging not to the age of men, but clinging to the age of gods. Yet, humans created trash, filth, and plenty of it, so how to deal with it? When I remade Camelot, I couldn't help but think about the city made by Morgan, the High Queen of Fairy Britain, the sixth lost belt. There, she made her capital next to a bottomless pit. There, it housed an evil god's corpse, and all the fairies used it to dump their trash. It was the trash pit of the entire world. Slowly trying to bury the evil god. And so, now my own Camelot held its own great pit of trash, a magical bottomless hole to house all the trash and filth of Camelot. And now Thor, once god of thunder, prince of Asgard, son of Odin and heir to the 9 realms, dragged human trash through the city and dumped it into the pit. Truly, there was no better way to teach him of the humble mortal life. Honestly, I hadn't even done anything to make that happen. I would have ensured he got a more dignified job, but he decided on his own that he would do that. Yeah, the guy is a bit of an idiot. End of chapter. In the movie, Thor didn't have a lot of time with the lie of him killing Odin before he was told the truth, but since Heimdall isn't willing to send Sif and the others to Earth, then he won't learn the truth, so here he is struggling with the lie far more. And given that he has plenty of access to cheap ale, he is naturally gonna take that route of dealing with it. But that won't be good for anyone. Arthuria still wants him restored to his full power, but she isn't in a hurry, given that while he is in Camelot, she can build a better relationship with him, and therefore with Asgard. And, finally, I got around to explaining that big pit I mentioned way back when the Red Room kids moved in. I have been planning on getting back to them for a while, but it just hasn't happened yet. Chapter 132, Chapter. On an otherwise unassuming day, the people of Camelot, and indeed, all of Albion, were treated to a rare event. Camelot and the King of Knights were greeting a rare guest. The Duke of Lancaster, the former Queen of England, Elizabeth of Windsor. Ever since the two-day war and her short announcement, she hadn't been seen much. Only a single time since then, when she met the King of Knights, the once and future King Arthuria, to hand over the realm, did she show herself. And now, once again, the former Queen, a still beloved figure in Albion, arrived in Camelot to meet with the King. Given how rare it was to see her, everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of the Duchess of Lancaster. They would have their wish. Because Camelot had rules, there were no cars or closed carriages allowed. Even horses, carriages, or bikes weren't often seen in the city, as most people got around on foot. But given her advanced age, the Duchess was permitted a carriage ride through the city. Much as when she had been a queen, the people lined up at the sides of the streets, waving at her. She rode in an open, polished carriage, its frame crafted from gleaming whitewood, intricately carved with symbols of the ancient British Isles, of dragons and lions, of crowns and swords. The wheels creaked softly against the smooth, polished stone of Camelot streets, the faint clink of the horses' harnesses the only other sound in the otherwise silent crowd. Then the cheers began. It started with a single voice, a lone cheer that echoed off the tall, white stone walls of Camelot, then another joined it, then another, until the entire street was filled with the sound of thousands of voices, their cheers rising to a deafening crescendo. The Duchess sat with her back straight, chin held high, white hair gleaming in the sunlight as she raised a gloved hand in a small, dignified wave. Despite her advanced age, her expression remained calm, serene, her blue eyes sharp and clear. She wore the deep, royal blue of her house, a small, silver crown set with sapphires atop her head, gloved hands folded neatly in her lap, posture as regal as ever. To the people of Albion, she was still a symbol of strength, of grace, of stability in a world that had been upended, and they greeted her with the same respect and admiration they had always shown her. She was greeted by the towering, armored figures of Arthuria's knights, their polished armor gleaming in the bright morning light. Each one a legend in their own right. Legends she had heard about growing up. Legends about the past of Britain, and the past of her own family in some cases. Yet now, so very real. The return of legends hadn't been easy, they came with blood and war, but at least, she had to admit, that now, her home, the Isles her family had ruled for centuries, knew peace and prosperity. So perhaps, it was all for the better. Slowly, the Duchess stepped out of her carriage and turned to wave to the people, nodding her head in thanks. It was a strange feeling she felt today. It reminded her of the old days, but also of what had changed. At the very least, she knew her people still cared for her, that she had not failed them. Slowly, she went up the stairs to the castle itself, glad that her aged body could still handle a bit of walking around, because Camelot really wasn't built for people of poor walking. As she reached the top of the stairs, the massive, polished white doors of the palace swung open, revealing the grand, echoing hall beyond. Sunlight streamed through the tall, stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns across the polished marble floors, the air cool and crisp, the faint scent of fresh flowers lingering in the air. Truly, the castle of Camelot was incomparable to any other she had ever known. It felt almost magical, a place no one could ever truly replicate. With the Knights of the Round Table leading the way, she once again made her way through the rich corridors of Arthuria's home. Though this time she wasn't led towards the throne room. Instead, she found herself led into a cozy sitting room. A fire gently crackled in the fireplace. It wasn't dark, nor overly bright, giving the room a comfortably homely feel. A soft rustle of fabric drew her attention to the opposite side of the room, where Arthuria stood by the window, her long, golden hair catching the soft glow of the firelight. She was not dressed in her regal armor but in a simple yet elegant blue gown, the kind that suited a host rather than a ruler. Arthuria turned, offering a small, welcoming smile. "Your Grace," she greeted warmly. "Thank you for accepting my invitation. Please, have a seat." Elizabeth gave a small nod, moving to the comfortable armchair nearest the fire. "Thank you, Your Majesty," she replied, lowering herself into the seat with practiced grace. One of the knights moved to pour tea, but Arthuria waved him away with a gentle motion. "Allow me," Arthuria said, taking the teapot herself. She poured 2 cups, her movements careful and precise, and then handed one to Elizabeth. Elizabeth was one of the few people who knew that their king was, in fact, a woman. Something that had been rather surprising when she first learned of it. Yet, as she was told about the reasons, she understood them. She, too, had struggled as a queen without a king. So she could only imagine how hard it would have been for Arthuria, centuries before her. The former queen accepted the cup, glancing at Arthuria with a mix of curiosity and admiration. "No, your majesty, it is I who should thank you for inviting me here. I know you are busy working for the betterment of the people." I offered her a small smile as I settled into the armchair across from her. My own cup of tea was slowly steaming on the table. It is my duty, the people deserve a leader who cares for them, who works for them, and I wish to be that. Elizabeth returned the smile, her gloved hands resting lightly on the armrests of her chair. "That is precisely why I have come, your majesty. I come not just as the Duchess of Lancaster, but as a voice for the other noble houses. Many of them have expressed concerns and hopes for the future of Albion." I nodded slightly at her words, but my eyes grew sharper. I had waited for this. The noble houses had so far been mostly taking a wait-and-see response. I had granted them their nobility, ensuring they wouldn't lose what their families had earned over generations. But other than coming to me to ensure their titles, giving me gifts to try and earn my favor, they had done little to cash in on that favor. However, it seemed that now they had something to ask. "I see," I said, leaning back slightly, my hands folding neatly in my lap. "Then please, speak freely, your grace. What is it the nobility of Albion seeks?" Elizabeth took a slow sip of her tea, her sharp blue eyes never leaving mine as she carefully placed the cup back onto its saucer. She was measuring her words, a habit I had come to recognize among the nobility. They rarely said what they truly meant without first testing the waters. "The nobility of Albion is grateful, your majesty," she began, her tone measured, polite. "You have brought peace, stability, and prosperity to these lands. You have restored honor to the Isles, brought order to chaos, and for that, you have their respect." I inclined my head slightly, acknowledging the compliment without letting it distract me. I knew well enough that praise often came with a hidden price. But she continued, her hands folding neatly in her lap, her gaze never wavering. "There is a sense of uncertainty among the noble houses. They worry about the situation outside your borders. The world is becoming increasingly hostile towards us, and it will bring certain limitations to us all, lack of essentials being one of them." I met her gaze evenly, my expression calm. I had expected this. The nobles were hardly the only ones with this concern, it was shared by many, yet no answers had been given. Most people were able to sit still, hoping that I was working on it. But nobles were rarely content to simply sit back and watch as the world around them changed. They liked to be on the inside, to be part of things. More so in this age, in Albion, where nobles saw a chance at real power once again. "I understand their worries," I said, setting my cup down gently. "Albion's sudden emergence as an independent power has undoubtedly drawn the attention, and perhaps even the ire, of the world. Our decision to break away from the old order, to forge a new path, was never going to be without its challenges. But I assure you, I am not blind to these concerns." Elizabeth's eyes remained fixed on me, her sharp, piercing gaze unrelenting. She had ruled an empire, faced down crises that would have broken lesser leaders. She understood the weight of power, the burden of rule. I respected that about her. "Then you have plans to address this?" she asked, her tone carefully measured, her fingers lightly tapping against the armrest of her chair. I allowed myself a small, confident smile. "I do. I have plans to ensure that Albion isn't tied to the rest of the world, that we can stand fully on our own. Only then can we negotiate with them. Only when we no longer need them do we cease to fear them, and only then are we truly equal in negotiations." Elizabeth's lips tightened slightly, her eyes narrowing in thought. She was a sharp woman, one who could see the potential risks as clearly as the potential rewards. "That is a bold vision, your majesty. But it will not be easy. The Isles just can't stand alone, we can't produce for our needs." I met her gaze without hesitation, my voice firm, my eyes hard. "That is where you are wrong. Where there is a will, there is a way. While standing fully alone will be impossible, we shouldn't need anyone, that is my goal." Elizabeth's eyes flicked down to her teacup, her fingers tapping lightly against the delicate porcelain as she absorbed my words. She took a slow breath, the movement measured, deliberate, as if weighing each word before she spoke. "That is ambitious, your majesty," she said at last, her tone carefully controlled, her expression giving nothing away. "But the nobility worries that in our pursuit of independence, we may isolate ourselves. They fear that if Albion is seen as too self-sufficient, too unyielding, it may provoke the world to act against us, to cut us off before we can stand on our own." I gave a small, understanding nod, leaning back slightly in my chair. "I am aware of that risk. But what choice do I have? Allow myself to fall? Is the kingdom returning to what it was before I returned from Avalon? No, the risks must be taken, and I fear not their response, they should fear mine." Elizabeth was an old hand at this game of politics, far better than I could hope to be. After all, she had been playing this game for a long time. But she wasn't used to having force on her side. Britain hadn't been weak under her rule, but they hadn't had the same divine might as it had now. And she didn't know how the world would change soon. The world, the entire universe, would soon face a great purple storm, and it meant that this time was the best to make these changes. "And how do you intend to achieve that, if I may ask?" she inquired, her tone polite, but with a hint of genuine curiosity. I allowed myself a small, confident smile. I might be a king of old, but I am not blind to the benefits of technology. I began to slowly explain my plans. Because over the last year, I had made many plans, and done much, achieved far more than anyone believed. End of chapter. Just a little visit from our favorite immortal queen. Come to meet an immortal king who is also a queen. Just setting up some stuff here, highlighting a few things, nothing big, but we can't forget about little Lilibet, even if she isn't so little anymore. Chapter 133, Chapter. Elizabeth set her cup down gently, the soft clink of porcelain against porcelain breaking the brief, thoughtful silence that had settled between us. Her sharp blue eyes met mine, a hint of something more cautious, perhaps even hesitant, flickering in their depths. "There is one more matter I wish to discuss, Your Majesty," she said slowly, her tone careful, measured. "One that many of the nobility have expressed their concerns over. It involves Albion's place in the world, and our standing among the nations." I felt like we had already covered just that topic, but I still nodded my head. "Go on." She hesitated for a moment, her gloved fingers lightly tapping against the armrest of her chair, a small, nervous gesture that seemed out of place for someone as poised and composed as the former queen. "As you know," she began, her voice steady once more, "the United Nations is holding a special assembly in the coming weeks, a critical one, by all accounts. There are rumors that certain nations, those who view Albion's rise with suspicion or even outright hostility, intend to use this meeting as an opportunity to undermine our legitimacy, to isolate us on the world stage. And while your words do ease me somewhat, I fear that this meeting will deny Albion the time it needs to reach your goals." She continued, all while carefully watching my expression. My expression was indeed not looking good. I very much didn't enjoy having the world move against me. It was entirely against my divine self. The goddess inside me hated having mortals try to dictate my path. If they wanted that, they should prove themselves worthy of it first, as that mortal master had done in Camelot. "And the nobility wishes for Albion to have a voice at this assembly?" I asked, my tone calm, having guessed what she wanted. Elizabeth inclined her head slightly, her eyes never leaving mine. "Precisely. They believe that your presence, that your voice, could serve as a powerful counter to the narrative that Albion is a rogue state, a nation of rebels and radicals. They believe that if you were to stand before the world, to speak for Albion, it would send a powerful message, that we are not merely a breakaway province, but a true nation, a sovereign power, a force to be respected." I considered her words carefully, my mind already weighing the risks, the potential rewards. How might it interact with my plans? Appearing at the United Nations would undoubtedly draw attention and place me and my realm firmly in the world spotlight. I would be expected to answer questions, and it could give some legitimacy to the UN, more than I might want. But she wasn't wrong. I still needed time, needed the current situation to last just a little bit longer. What to do, what to do? "I see," I said slowly, my fingers lightly tapping against the armrest of my chair as I considered her proposal. "And what do you think, Your Grace? Do you believe that my presence at this assembly would truly make a difference?" Elizabeth's lips tightened slightly, her eyes narrowing in thought. "I believe it would, Your Majesty. You are not just the ruler of Albion, you are a symbol, a legend reborn. Your words carry weight, your presence commands respect. If you were to stand before the world, to declare Albion's place among the nations, it would be a statement that no one could ignore. Albion's place among the nations, she says, there it is, the inability to realize that Albion's place was already secured, and that it didn't need someone else to recognize that fact. I didn't blame her for not seeing that. She was still stuck thinking like she was used to. Thinking that diplomacy was still played by the old rules. Still, she wasn't the only one that was stuck thinking like that. The whole world was a step behind. Perhaps this would be a good way to catch everyone up to the reality of things. "Very well," I said at last, my voice firm, and a bit of a mischievous glint in my eyes. "I will consider it. If the nobles of Albion wish for me to speak on their behalf, to stand as their voice in the halls of the United Nations, then I shall not disappoint them." "Thank you, Your Majesty," she said, inclining her head slightly. "I shall convey your words to the others. I am certain they will be most pleased to hear that you are considering their request." We spent a bit longer, me asking what they could do for me in return, the normal dealings with nobles, though I had to admit, she was a very pleasant woman. Even despite the fact that I had taken her kingdom away, she didn't hold a grudge. In fact, it felt almost like she was pleased with it, like a burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Well, she was getting up in the years, and now she had more time to spend with her family. So, perhaps I did help her out, and if not, surely the small amount of healing I did should have helped her feel a bit younger. I will see to it, Your Majesty, she said, her tone firm, her eyes clear. You shall have their loyalty. Albion will stand as one. Very well, Your Grace, I said at last, my tone calm, my gaze steady. Then let us work together, as king and noble, as ruler and subject, to build a realm where the people will know no suffering. Elizabeth inclined her head once more. Yes, Your Majesty. Camelot continued to host new guests every day, while a few reached the same level of fame as the former Queen of the United Kingdom. That didn't mean that some didn't have a fame of their own. Barely had the Duchess of Lancaster left, before another special guest arrived, this one just as day started to turn to night, and the crowds lessened as people went home for the night. To reach Camelot, most people used the train. It was easy, fast, and cheap. No need to pay huge fees to park your car near the city. Yet, not everyone used those methods. Loki and Thor had used the Bifrost, and this guest came flying. A small, high-tech, state-of-the-art military secret project, a sleek, small jet, neared the airspace of Camelot. Yet, it was careful not to breach it, and instead touched down just outside it. Should anyone happen to spot the small stealthy craft, they would surely be shocked at just how precise its landing was. No known jets could land like that, as if a helicopter. Yet those in the know knew that many such advanced crafts owned the sky, be it the X-Men's jet, S.H.I.E.L.'s jet, or this one. For this particular vessel, it was another American secret project. Billions of taxpayer dollars had been pumped into it. Yet, here it was, in Albion, and the people flying it. They weren't American at all. In fact, one of them was among the top of the most wanted list. Eric Laneshare, better known to the world as Magneto, gazed out at the sprawling, gleaming city before him, his sharp, piercing eyes taking in every detail with a mixture of curiosity and cautious respect. Beside him, stood Raven, also known as Mystique. She was familiar with the city, having spent much of her time here over the past year, being the ambassador between the Brotherhood and Albion. It's impressive, isn't it? Mystique's voice broke his reverie, her tone light, almost playful. Magneto allowed himself a small, satisfied smile, his sharp eyes never leaving the distant walls of Camelot. It is, he admitted, his tone thoughtful, almost reverent. A place of power, a stronghold. One day, our kind too shall have something like it. Mystique chuckled softly, crossing her arms over her chest, her head tilting slightly as she regarded the towering white walls in the distance. I told you seeing pictures and video couldn't compare to seeing it for real. Magneto could only agree with her. He had seen so much footage of the city, yet nothing could ever hope to convey its sheer majesty. You should see it during the day, the way the sun hits it, it's even better, though dusk isn't bad either. Mystique added as she too took in the view. Magneto took a slow, measured step down the ramp of the jet, his polished black boots sinking slightly into the soft, dew-damp grass of the field outside Camelot. The two mutants began their slow, measured walk towards the distant gates of Camelot, their long, purposeful strides carrying them through the tall, windswept grass. At this time of the day, there weren't that many people around, though there were enough that Magneto was soon spotted. After all, a few people walked around with helmets and capes. Though honestly, Camelot might be the one place where it wasn't unheard of. Still, within minutes of him reaching the gate and stepping foot onto the paved stone roads of the White City, the world already knew about it. Twitter was flooded with pictures of the two of them walking side by side through the gate, countless small video clips of him stopping to admire the beauty of the place, almost like he was just another tourist. Mutant watchdogs around the world were starting to panic. While the partnership between the Brotherhood and Albion was public knowledge, everyone was still worried if the relationship might change. Would it be more than a mutant refuge? Would Magneto himself settle down in the kingdom of the Red Dragon? Or, was he there for the power of a god? What would happen if he gained that power? Would the world be doomed to be under his mutant rule? Panic-stricken phone calls ran out to alert the decision-makers as Magneto and Mystique slowly made their way to the statue of the young king, and the famous hammer resting on the just-as-famous stone. Finally, they reached the plaza, and Magneto laid his eyes on the statue. At the base of the pedestal, bathed in the soft, golden glow of the setting sun, rested Mjolnir, the hammer of the gods. There was still a small queue of people lined up to try it, no more than a dozen, and Magneto didn't even hesitate to take his place at the end. In this city alone, he would play by the rules because they were fair and equal to all, humans, mutants, and apparently, gods themselves. Mystique, too, couldn't help her own curiosity and took her spot right behind him. Just on the off chance that he wouldn't be able to claim the hammer. One by one, the people in front tried and failed, none able to move the hammer even a bit, not one person worthy of the power of Thor. And finally, it was his time to try. This is it, he murmured, his voice low, thoughtful, his sharp eyes never leaving the hammer before him. The power of a god, the strength of a legend, the might of a king, all contained within a single weapon. Mystique stepped up beside him, her exotic, yellow eyes flicking to the hammer, her expression cool, almost amused. You really think you can lift it? She asked, her tone light, teasing. That you're worthy. Magneto's sharp eyes flicked to her, his lips curling into a small, confident smile. Perhaps, he replied, his tone calm, measured. Perhaps not. But I have faced worse trials, overcome greater challenges. And if this weapon truly does hold the power they say it does, then it is worth the risk. He took a deep breath, held out his hand, focused his magnetic power on the hammer, and willed it to raise. The hammer did not shift at all, so he kept increasing his output, quickly moving far past what an object of that weight should require. And still, it did not move. Yet, he didn't let it bother him. He had expected a challenge, and he would deliver. Another hand was raised, his eyes remained locked on the hammer, as he flexed both his arms in his mutation, and he pulled. The force is enough to lift a building, to rip a submarine from the grip of the ocean. The power to lift an entire bridge, all focused on that tiny hammer. "Ah," he grunted as he struggled, summoning every bit of power he could. Sweat was running down his forehead. And still, it did not shift at all, no matter how much power, the hammer refused to yield. Do not be disappointed, Lord of Metal, for trying to lift that hammer. Well, you would likely have more luck trying to lift this entire city. A slightly amused female voice came from the side. Magneto barely managed to shift his gaze off the hammer towards the voice, before another sounded, this one familiar. Your Majesty, the voice of Mystique exclaimed with a gasp. Chapter 134, Chapter. I admit, I didn't expect that I would be hosting this many of the noble Eternals. I said from atop my throne as I watched the lineup standing before me. Cersei and Sprite have both been long-term guests of my kingdom, and over recent months, my castle. Sprite enjoyed the freedom Camelot granted her, the ability to be treated as an adult, even if she was given some funny looks. The Eternals had pretended to be human since they retired, hiding their extraordinary nature. For her, that came with massive limitations. She couldn't do anything a child couldn't do. Sure, she only had to pay child rates for stuff, but getting a beer? Impossible. Even just walking around outside during the day was difficult, as people would question why she wasn't in school, and the same for being around at night, people would question what she was doing. Yet in Camelot, people accepted that not everyone was as they seemed, and if they doubted, she was what she claimed, which was a mage. She could freely use her powers and pretend to be a human mage. That allowed her so much freedom. For the first time in centuries, she could do as she wanted. So, she had stayed around and forced Cersei to stay around as well, rather than go back to London. But those two weren't the only ones before me. Phastos was here as well, having finally managed to not just produce the special element, but also set up proper production for it, and ensure my generators were up to speed. You ask the guy to toast some bread, and he will reinvent the toaster, and make it fly, and shoot lasers. He really had a passion for tech, and once he got going, he just didn't stop again. And since he was done, it was time for me to uphold my part of the deal, which is why everyone was gathered here. Sprite was buzzing with excitement, and only Cersei's firm hand held her back. As for why Cersei was holding her back, well, that was no doubt because of the others in the room. From halfway across the world, Thena and Gilgamesh had shown up. And to round things up, Ajak and Ikaris were here as well. Nearly all the Eternals were here now. You can thank Sprite for that, she called around, wanting to celebrate, or just brag, and well, they came to visit. Cersei tried to explain. It is fine. What I will do is hardly worth keeping secret from all of you. I replied with a slight smile, letting my eyes linger on Ajak for a while longer than the others, remembering our earlier conversation. Flashback. I was instantly made aware of two new special guests setting foot within my city. And after casting my gaze out through the castle, through the city, onto the gates, I spotted them. Two Eternals had walked through the great gates. They were easy enough to recognize from other enhanced beings. Simply due to their sheer age. They might not have all their memories, but they were old, so while they didn't quite register as machines, they weren't entirely natural beings. Altogether, it made them easy to spot for someone with my gaze. I didn't pay much attention to them. I already had another two Eternals in the city, and a final one working for me out in Albion, so I figured they were just here to meet them. But it didn't take long before my attention was back on them again. Because they came straight to my castle, requesting a meeting. Curious about why they had some to see me, I allowed Bedivere to guide them inside. Your Majesty, I present to you, Ajak, leader of the Eternals. Speaker of the Celestials and Ikaris, the Radiant Hawk and Unyielding Sentinel. Bedivere announced as he led the two of them into my throne room. I watched the two from up close. They both seemed surprised by their titles, Ajak most of all. After all, the Celestials were a great and ancient secret. And while if she was here, she likely already knew a good amount about me, she clearly had expected me to know about that as well. As for Ikaris, he was a warrior, fierce and loyal, someone that I would have been proud to have among my own knights. Were it not for the fact that I knew he would betray the other Eternals in the worst way possible. Even if that betrayal was born from his undying loyalty to the Celestials themselves. I had tasted betrayal before, and couldn't agree with it, not anymore. The tyrant within me wouldn't allow it. Before you sits Arthuria Pendragon, Bedivere continued, his voice echoing through the hall, a note of pride coloring his tone as he listed my many titles. King of Knights, Ruler of Albion, Lord of Camelot, Wielder of Excalibur, Lord of Storms, White Lion King, and the Goddess of the Holy Lance. A slight smile crept onto my lips as he finished, his voice carrying a touch of the old fire I remembered so well. Bedivere had clearly taken a liking to the practice of listing off titles, much like Agravain did. I leaned forward slightly on my throne, resting my chin on one hand as I regarded the two Eternals. They had come to my city, my kingdom, to speak with me directly, and that alone was enough to earn them a measure of my attention. A Jack, Speaker of the Celestials, I said, letting her title roll off my tongue with deliberate emphasis, and Ikaris, the Radiant Hawk. To what do I owe the pleasure of this unexpected visit? A Jack stepped forward, her expression regaining its earlier composure. She inclined her head slightly, a gesture of respect that felt genuine despite the weight of centuries behind her eyes. King Arthuria, she began, her voice clear and steady, as could be expected for someone who had seen as much as she had. I wish to speak with the one who has promised to change the eternal form of Sprite and to cure Athena from Maud Wyrie. I met her eyes briefly, and then looked over at Ikaris, then back to his leader. Clearly, he wasn't a fan of her request, worried on her behalf. Still I was curious about what she wanted to speak to me about in private. Very well, Sir Bedivere, if you would wait outside with Sir Ikaris. I finally agreed, though clearly Bedivere didn't. Your Majesty, surely you shouldn't be left alone with a stranger, he spoke up, trying to dissuade me off of my idea. And while I respected his loyalty to me, I could clearly tell that a Jack wasn't willing to speak her mind unless it was just the two of us. Please, Sir Bedivere, I will not be in any danger. Trust in my strength, if anyone should be worried, it is I. I leave you alone with one of, if not the strongest, Eternal. I tried to soothe him. Bedivere hesitated, his jaw tightening as he glanced between a Jack and Ikaris. His loyalty to me was unshakable, and the thought of leaving me alone with an unknown force, even one I had invited into my hall, clearly didn't sit well with him. I gave him a small, reassuring nod, my eyes meeting his with a steady confidence. Whatever a Jack wished to speak of, I could handle it. Very well, Your Majesty, he said at last, his voice tinged with reluctant acceptance. He bowed deeply, casting a final, wary glance at a Jack before turning on his heel. Call if you have need of me, and I will be at your side in an instant. With a nod to Ikaris, he stepped back, his armored boots ringing against the stone floor as he made his way toward the grand doors. Ikaris followed, his sharp blue eyes lingering on a Jack for a moment before he too turned. The great doors swung shut behind them, their weighty thud echoing through the hall. For a moment, silence reigned. The distant crackle of torches and the soft murmur of Camelot's ever-turning gears the only sounds. I leaned back slightly, resting my hand on the armrest of my throne as I regarded the Eternal before me. A Jack, someone who knew the truth about her friends, yet kept it from them. She knew the fate of Earth, yet did nothing. Not until she had seen humanity at its best, only then would she deem them worth saving, a decision that led to her death, and the fracturing of her people. She was a tragic character, someone who stood alone on her own for the longest time, holding such a heavy secret, and then dying due to it. Killed by someone she trusted. So, I said, letting the word hang in the air for a moment, you wish to speak with me alone. What is it you wish to say, a Jack? For a moment, she remained silent, her eyes sweeping over the grand hall, taking in the towering stone pillars, the banners bearing my crest, the flickering torchlight that cast long shadows along the walls. She was taking my measure, as surely as I was taking hers. Finally, she met my gaze once more. I wish to see the one who claims to be both a king and a goddess, she said, her voice quiet but steady. The one who promises to grant a child her long-lost adulthood and to free a warrior from the madness that has claimed her mind. I arched a brow, a slight smile touching my lips. You wish to see if I was worthy of the titles Bedivere so enthusiastically announced. Not exactly, she replied, taking a slow step closer, her long robes whispering against the stone. I have seen plenty of gods before, so it is not my place to judge them, for good or for ill, but when you claim to be able to change Sprite like you do, I can't help but be curious. I nodded in understanding. She was not wrong to doubt my claim, she was well aware of her own true nature. And the limitations imposed on Sprite. I know what you are. I simply stated. What? I know what you are, I know why you are here, I know the truth, I know about Tiamat. A Jack's eyes grew wide, a flicker of genuine shock breaking through her calm, ancient exterior. She took a small, instinctive step back, her head tilting as if trying to reassess the figure seated on the throne before her. You know, she whispered, her voice tight, barely more than a breath. I met her stare without flinching. I do. I know what you are. I know what the Eternals are. I know why you were placed on this world, and what purpose you serve. She hesitated, the faint tremor in her hands betraying the depth of her unease. She was a leader, a guide, a being who had shaped the fate of countless civilizations, yet here she stood, uncertain, caught off guard. You're not supposed to know, she said, her voice hardening, the edge of a leader returning. Even the others don't know about this, aren't meant to know about it, it's. I know, because I am the goddess of the end, I exist here, and at the end of the world, the time, and the place. I interrupted. Ajax's expression tightened, the brief crack in her composure quickly sealed. She straightened, drawing herself up as if remembering her purpose, her ancient role as the leader of the Eternals. You speak as if you understand our purpose, she said, her voice sharper now, the tone of a general addressing a potential rival. But do you truly grasp what you are claiming? What it means to challenge the designs of the Celestials themselves? I do, I replied, my tone steady, eyes locked onto hers. I know the truth of your kind. I know about the cycle of destruction and rebirth. I know about the emergence that slumbers beneath our feet, the god waiting to tear this world apart from within. For a moment, Ajax simply stared at me, her dark eyes narrowing as she searched my face for any hint of hesitation, any crack in my confidence. Finding none, she took a slow, steadying breath. You would defy the Celestials, she said, a hint of disbelief coloring her tone. You would stand against the very beings who forged the stars, who shaped the galaxies, who created us to serve their will. If I must, but as a goddess, I understand the weight of such things, the cyclic nature of death and rebirth. I am unsure if I should challenge the Celestials. I will change Sprite, but will your master mind that? Let us be honest, as long as Tiamat is born, the Celestials will care for nothing else. I explained. Ajax, for her credit, paused at my words, as she stopped to carefully take them in. You are right, even if we die, the others won't care, but surely you don't, do you? If this happens, this world ends. I am a god, I am not limited to mortal thinking. Can we not have both? A million new worlds born, while this one still lives. The end of Earth isn't the goal, it is but an accident, so if we can avoid it, I think it would be fine, even Tiamat wouldn't disagree. I could see she slowly understood what I wanted. At this point, she had long forgotten her own purpose of coming here, now, I had her full attention. Chapter 135, Chapter. Very well, I said, standing from my throne. My armor shifted with a faint clink of metal, the long, white cloak trailing behind me as I descended the steps. Let us not delay any further. I have made a promise, and it is time I fulfilled it. Sprite nearly leapt out of Circe's grasp, her eyes wide and alight with anticipation. She had waited centuries for this moment, and despite her small frame, she managed to project a presence far larger than her size would suggest. She had always been the most restless of the Eternals, trapped in a form that did not match the soul within, a being with the mind of an ancient and the body of a child. The others watched in silence, their eyes following me as I moved to the center of the hall. Phastos crossed his arms. He was curious by nature and wanted to know how I would fulfill my promise. Now, Sprite, I must ask you. How well do you get along with your fellow Eternals? I asked as I stood before her. That earned me confused looks from everyone. Good enough, I guess. Why do you ask, she replied, but everyone was just as eager to know the reason. Because the clothes you wear won't fit you in a moment. If you let them stay, well, I think you understand. Sprite's eyes went wide, her cheeks flushing a deep, embarrassed red as the meaning of my words sank in. She instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, glancing at the others, who suddenly looked just as awkward. I didn't think of that, she stammered, her voice high and sharp, a clear contrast to the ancient mind behind it. She looked back at the others, and her eyes stopped on Akari's. Then, with a determined flex, she turned to me, her gaze strong. It's fine. I want them to see what you can do. For Athena. Her words silenced any protest. Though I could clearly see she was lying, that wasn't the real reason she wanted them to stay. She had a big crush on the Flying One and wanted to use this chance to get closer to him. I let a small, knowing smile curl at the corner of my lips. She was braver than she let on, and perhaps a bit more cunning as well. Her childlike appearance had not dulled her craving for attention, even if it came at the cost of a little embarrassment. Very well, I said, stepping back and extending my hand upwards. Then let us not waste any more time. I called upon the Holy Grail, an object of great power, yet even greater utility. In some ways, a lesser version of the Reality Stone. Allowing me to ask and receive, perhaps it was more like all the stones combined. Though naturally, its power couldn't compare. It wasn't infinite and had its limitations. But for this, it would do nicely. This is the Holy Grail. I'm sure you've heard of it, I said lightly. Phastos' eyes narrowed with sudden interest, his head tilting slightly as he took a step closer. He had the look of a scientist presented with a fascinating new piece of technology, his sharp mind already working to dissect it. I've heard of it, he said, his tone cautious, tinged with skepticism. A cup of legend. Said to grant eternal life, heal the gravest wounds, and provide limitless power. But I never thought it was real. Thena's sharp eyes shifted to the glowing vessel in my hand, her grip tightening on the spear she had conjured the moment the Grail appeared. A warrior of instinct and battle-hardened reflexes, the sudden surge of power in the room had clearly put her on edge. Gilgamesh stood ready beside her, prepared to act should she lose control. Yet even he was visibly intrigued by the Grail. Yes, I said, letting the Grail hover above my outstretched hand, the golden light casting long, shifting shadows along the stone walls. It is real, though its powers are more grounded, no eternal life, no limitless strength. But it can still do much. I felt the need to explain, lest they get any ideas. The Grail was powerful, but not something worth challenging me for. At least, I hoped not. Sprite's eyes widened, her breath coming in shallow gasps as she stared at it. The weight of the moment finally crashed down on her. She had dreamed of this for so long that the reality of it seemed almost too much to bear. I let the Grail drift lower, the golden glow intensifying as I focused my will. Its ancient spells and wards responded to my touch, bending to my command. Sprite, I said, locking eyes with her. Are you ready? She swallowed hard, her small, trembling hands clenched into fists. She took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, she whispered. I'm ready. Let it be done, I declared, my voice echoing through the hall. Grail, let my wish be fulfilled. With those words, the wishcraft magecraft, and the third true magic within, awoke. Golden light enveloped Sprite as I focused my wish on her. The immense mana of the Grail, mixed with my own true ether and divine essence, began to seep into her being. The light touched flesh, blood, metal, magic, her very soul. But it didn't alter her essence or magic. It simply reshaped the container. I felt her form shifting beneath the spell. Her small frame stretched, bones lengthened, muscles expanded. The childlike body she had been trapped in for so long gave way to something new, something greater. Her clothes tore apart as her body outgrew them. The light around her flared one final time in a blinding flash, and then, silence. I released the Grail, letting it vanish into the void. Its golden glow faded, but a faint echo of its power lingered in the air. I took a slow breath, the metallic taste of magic still on my tongue. Sprite staggered, eyes wide, chest rising and falling with quick breaths. She looked at her hands, longer, stronger. A woman's hands. Free. She took a hesitant step, unbound hair cascading around her shoulders. Her eyes met mine, shocked, disbelieving, radiant with joy. She said, her voice now richer, deeper. I'm. Yes, I answered, a small smile touching my lips. You are. A long moment passed. The weight of the moment hung in the air. Then Sprite laughed, soft, breathless, full of disbelief and overwhelming relief. The sound of someone finally freed from a lifetime of shackles. I'm, finally me, she whispered, eyes brimming with tears, lips breaking into a wide, unguarded smile. I'm free. She threw her arms around me. Thank you, thank you, thank you, she cried, voice cracking with emotion. I didn't even get a word out before she turned to face the others, still naked, her old clothes lying in rags on the floor. I had given her the body she wanted, fully adult, in all the ways she had dreamed of. A moment of stunned silence followed. Eyes flicked from awe to growing awkwardness as the reality settled in. Gilgamesh's grin widened, but he quickly looked away, rubbing the back of his neck. Well, that's one way to make an entrance. Fastos coughed and turned to inspect a nearby tapestry. Even Ikaris looked briefly rattled, his gaze snapping to the far wall like it held divine secrets. Thena was the first to recover. She stepped forward, her eyes on Sprite's face, a flicker of pride and relief in her expression. Welcome back, Sprite, she said, her tone calm. It suits you. Sprite blinked and finally noticed the state she was in. Her flush deepened, but only for a moment. Then she seemed to decide she wouldn't hide it. She was still that little brat at heart, and now, she took pleasure in proving that it was only in heart. Hee. What's wrong, guys? You seem a little distracted, she teased, then turned to Ikaris with a grin. What about you? Can you stare at the sun, she asked, pushing her breasts together. That's enough, Sprite. Cersei exclaimed, clearly flustered. She defaulted to her usual role, older sister, maybe mother, and used her power to turn Sprite's old clothes into a blanket, tossing it over her. Only then did she pull her into a tight hug. I'm so happy for you, Sprite. You deserve this, truly. I let the moment linger, letting Sprite's triumphant laugh echo through the hall. She had earned this. The others were flustered, yes, but I saw the joy in their eyes too. I stepped back, giving them space as Cersei whispered reassurances, arms wrapped tightly around her friend's newly transformed form. After a long, steadying breath, Sprite pulled away, the blanket held tight around her. Her cheeks were flushed, but her eyes gleamed with fierce, unrestrained joy. "I'm free," she said again, her voice stronger, her gaze meeting each of her fellow Eternals in turn. "I'm finally free." Gilgamesh chuckled, arms crossed. "Well, you certainly know how to make an entrance. Welcome to the grown-ups table." Thena's lips twitched into a faint smile. "It suits you," she repeated with quiet conviction. Phastos gave a silent nod. His eyes still wide, but the faintest hint of a smile tugged at his lips. The gears were already turning in his mind. Ikari said nothing. His sharp blue eyes remained fixed on Sprite, his expression unreadable. When he noticed my gaze, he looked away, his jaw tightening. I looked back to Sprite. She met my eyes briefly. I gave her a small smile. She had earned this moment, and I would not take it from her, brat or not. My gaze shifted to Thena. She had stepped back, her eyes cast downward, her grip tightening on her blade. She looked like a cornered lioness, ready, restless. A faint tremor in her shoulders gave her away. I took a slow step toward her, boots ringing against the stone floor. "Thena," I said, voice cutting through the murmurs. "Come. Steady." My eyes locked on hers. "It is your turn." Chapter 136, Chapter. Fury had many other things he would rather be doing than attending this pointless meeting. He didn't think it was something he should be involved with, being just pure politics, something that always disgusted him. The captain could wake up any day now, and he wanted to be nearby in case something didn't go according to plan. There was also the fact that Magneto had appeared in Camelot personally, and hadn't been seen leaving again, which gave him a headache. All in all, Fury had far better and far more important things to do than attend this stupid meeting and answer questions, more so when he knew anything he said would either be ignored or turned around until it fit whatever they actually wanted to hear. Fury leaned back in his chair, one hand resting on the polished, yet worn, armrest as his one good eye scanned the crowded hall. The United Nations General Assembly chamber was filled to capacity, diplomats and representatives from nearly every corner of the world packed shoulder to shoulder, their voices a constant, droning hum that echoed off the high, curved ceiling. Flags from nearly 200 nations lined the walls, their colors bright and bold, a tapestry of human ambition and conflict, each one a reminder of the countless petty squabbles and simmering resentments that defined the world stage. It was a place for diplomacy, for measured words and carefully crafted lies, and Fury hated every inch of it. He shifted in his seat, his fingers drumming lightly against the smooth, polished wood. His gaze flicked to the central podium, where the Secretary-General was droning on about global security, the importance of cooperation, and the need for transparency in a rapidly changing world. Transparency. Fury almost snorted at the word. The men might as well have been asking for unicorns and rainbows. In Fury's experience, the world was a far darker, messier place, where shadows ran deep and the truth was often buried beneath layers of deception and plausible deniability. Still, he kept his face impassive, his single eye sharp and unblinking as he scanned the faces of the diplomats around him. He could see the tension in their eyes, the nervous glances, the whispered conversations. They were all on edge, and for good reason. Camelot had risen from myth, Arthuria Pendragon had returned from legend, and the world had changed in ways they could barely comprehend. Entire power structures were shifting, ancient alliances breaking, new ones forming in the shadows. The balance of power was no longer just a matter of nuclear stockpiles and economic might, it was about magic, gods, and forces beyond their understanding. Fury knew better than most that humanity had a bad habit of reacting poorly to the unknown. Asterisk. As the Secretary-General's voice droned on, Fury's mind drifted to the reports that had crossed his desk in recent days. Arthuria's kingdom had grown rapidly, her influence spreading like wildfire across Europe, her army swelling with mutants and mages. Well, that was what the Secretary-General seemed to be implying anyway. As far as he was aware, there was little to no standing army of Camelot other than maybe 10,000 magic knights, led by the Round Table. After all, an army is expensive, massively so, he should know, dealing with S.H.I.E.L.'s budget. Albion simply didn't need an army, not when the Knights of the Round Table could single-handedly take down an enemy army. That was all, while not taking into account the King of Knights' own overwhelming power. Still, the mutants and mages all did pose a potential threat, which he didn't disagree with. Though more importantly, Albion was also moving forward in the technology sector. And they were doing it fast. Most of the world had assumed that they would revert to a medieval society, giving up tech, living in wooden houses, and cooking over an open fire. Given that Camelot had no electricity and adding the city to the grid was forbidden, many assumed it to be true. Yet, clearly, while Camelot seemed to be a city of tradition, the rest of Albion seemed to still be deep in the embrace of the modern age. His own spies indicated that they were about to bring on 4 massive new reactors, giving near-limitless renewable energy to the entire nation, thereby cutting them off from dependency on foreign energy imports. Something he had reported, and was now a massive point of concern, and one of the key reasons he was stuck in this god-awful summit. Fury's fingers tightened around the polished armrest, his eye narrowing as he considered the implications. The world had been caught off guard by Camelot's sudden rise, lulled into a false sense of security by the romantic, medieval image that the name Arthur invoked. They had expected knights in shining armor, not cutting-edge technology and industrial-scale power generation. He glanced around the crowded hall, his gaze settling on the various ambassadors and representatives, each one a carefully chosen face meant to project strength, resolve, and control. But he could see the cracks, the thin, barely concealed lines of fear and uncertainty that marked their faces. They were terrified, and not without reason. A self-sufficient, technologically advanced Albion, backed by the sheer might of the Round Table and led by a being who claimed the titles of king and goddess, was a nightmare scenario for the established powers of the world. It threatened their control, their influence, their very way of life. Fury, ever the pragmatist, knew that fear made people dangerous. His attention snapped back to the central podium as the Secretary General's droning voice finally cut off, the man stepping back and adjusting his glasses as he glanced down at his notes, his expression tight, his brow furrowed. The tension in the room seemed to spike, a faint, nervous rustling spreading through the gathered diplomats as they realized what was coming next. The floor is now open for discussion on the matter of Albion and the potential security risks it poses to the international community, the Secretary General announced, his voice echoing through the hall, the carefully controlled neutrality in his tone doing little to hide the anxiety behind his words. I invite the representative from the United States to speak first. Fury felt a dozen pairs of eyes snap to him, the sudden shift in attention as sharp and unsettling as a pack of wolves catching the scent of fresh blood. He resisted the urge to sigh, instead pushing himself up from his chair, the faint creak of leather and metal the only sound as he rose to his full height. Yet, before he could take even a single step, the doors in the back of the room were thrown open with a resounding bang, drawing everyone's attention to the sudden interruption. These people were political leaders, elites, and they weren't used to such things. Fury, however, reacted very differently to the sudden change, as did a few others, mostly people with military backgrounds. They all grew alert, ready to act, shifting themselves to be better able to make quick movements. Many a fine tie was loosened, and many a button undone as everyone turned to look. The room fell into a stunned, breathless silence as a lone figure strode into the hall, her armored boots ringing against the polished marble floor with each measured, confident step. She moved with the easy, fluid grace of a seasoned warrior, her long, white cloak billowing behind her like a banner in a storm, the polished metal of her armor gleaming in the harsh, fluorescent lights. Her golden hair flowed like liquid sunlight, framing a face that was both striking and unforgettable. A crown of gold sat on the golden hair, casting it in a shining hollow. She looked otherworldly, absolutely stunning, and southwest out of place in this place filled with crisp black suits. For a long, breathless moment, no one moved, no one spoke. The assembled representatives simply stared, their eyes locked on the mysterious, armored figure as she descended the steps into the center of the hall. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, the room erupted into chaos. What is this? The French president shouted, his thin, reedy voice cracking with fear as he half rose from his chair, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Who is this woman? Security, a German representative snapped, his face flushing a deep, angry red as he scrambled to his feet, his papers scattering across the polished floor in a flurry of panicked motion. Where is security? Guards, another voice shouted, this one a high-pitched, panicked wail from a Middle Eastern representative whose hands clutched the edges of his desk as if fearing he might be swept away in the chaos. Where are the guards? Fury, still standing beside his chair, felt his pulse spike, his one good eye narrowing as he watched the scene unfold, his mind racing as he tried to make sense of what he was seeing. He recognized her, of course, the armored figure in the white cloak, the flowing golden hair, the cool, unyielding confidence. It was her. The so-called winning queen. He had sat right across her before, back then she wasn't dressed like that, but that face. It was unforgettable. Back then, he had a small suspicion about who she might be. Though he had no proof, so he couldn't be certain. But now, with her showing up dressed like that, he was sure who she was. Arthuria Pendragon herself. Motherfucker, he said as he knew this event was going off the deep end, and fast. Despite the calls, no guards came rushing in, and the few inside the room quickly moved to stand in front of her few people, their own leaders. People such as Putin from Russia and the vice president from the USA all had their own guards standing in the room, even if it technically wasn't supposed to be allowed. Some people just didn't follow the rules, and this woman, she took that to a whole new level. With no person brave enough to step up, she continued until she was halfway inside the room before she stopped. There, she looked around, her gaze sweeping over the people gathered, all of them feeling an invisible weight on their shoulders, as if they were being judged by something powerful. Here you all are, discussing the fate of nations and people not invited, that I can't allow. If you wish to discuss the fate of Albion, then you shall do it to my face. She said, her voice loud enough to force the people closest to her to take a step back. Yet despite being so loud, none found it unpleasant at all. They aren't the only people whom you make divisions for without allowing them a voice, and I will not stand for such things. So I have taken the liberty of inviting their leader to represent them. Fury felt dread flow down his back at her words, because he had a good idea about who she was talking about. The massive double doors at the back of the hall crashed open a second time, groaning in protest as they were flung wide with enough force to crack the polished marble floor beneath them. The world leaders, already on edge from Arthuria's sudden appearance, flinched as one, their eyes snapping back to the entrance as another figure stepped through, his long, crimson cape trailing behind him like the shadow of a storm cloud. Eric Laneshare, Magneto, the master of magnetism, strode into the hall with the slow, deliberate pace of a king entering his court, his head held high, his pale, angular face set in a cold, imperious mask. His sharp, blue eyes swept the room with a calculating, almost predatory intensity, the metal in the room bending and creaking around him as he passed, the lights flickering wildly as the electromagnetic fields in the room twisted and warped in response to his power. The chaos in the hall escalated instantly. Several diplomats cried out in shock, stumbling back from their seats, their eyes wide with fear as they recognized the white-haired figure now standing beside Arthuria, their minds racing to process what they were seeing. Magneto, a representative shouted, his voice breaking with panic as he shoved his chair back, his eyes bulging with disbelief. He's here. How did he get in? Chapter 137, Chapter. Magneto. Impossible, a Chinese diplomat snapped, his face pale, his hand clenching around the edge of his desk as if the polished wood might somehow shield him from the living legend that had just entered the room. This is madness. Fury felt his pulse spike, his single eye narrowing as he watched the scene unfold, his mind racing to anticipate what would happen next. He had expected Arthuria to make a statement, to push back against the accusations being leveled against her kingdom, but this was something else entirely. Magneto stopped beside Arthuria, his head tilting slightly as he took in the chaos around him, his lips curling into a thin, satisfied smile as he felt the metal in the room bend and quiver beneath his will, the lights overhead flickering wildly as the magnetic fields continued to shift and warp. He enjoyed it, the fear, and the chance to be here. Even for all his power, reaching a room like this, with world leaders from across the globe, was nearly impossible. They always kept track of him, and they did have weapons effective against him. They had plenty of time to make such things. So, yes, this was a rare opportunity, where he could stand before all those who stood against him, and there was nothing they could do but cower. The fear, the panic in the room, it was satisfying, it was everything his kind often felt when they were locked in dark rooms with heavy chains holding them down. He wished he could unleash his full wrath on these people, but he knew he couldn't. Even if the King of Knights allowed it, killing these people wouldn't help his cause, more people would step forward, and they would be out for blood, mutant blood. Asterisk. No, he would have to do more, and today, he just so happened to be planning just that. I looked at Eric next to me, the smile on his face told me he had many plans for this meeting. And honestly, I didn't care much. Whatever he would do, as long as he didn't cross the line we agreed on, I would allow it. After all, my own plan here almost required him to cause some chaos, as that would buy Albion the time it needed. In fact, his wandering into Camelot a few days ago had been a stroke of good luck. He wasn't there for me, but for Mjolnir, but that didn't stop me from giving him an offer he couldn't, and wouldn't refuse. Enough, I said, my voice cutting through the noise like the crack of a whip, the sharp, clear tone echoing through the hall, forcing the room into a sudden, breathless silence. The diplomats froze, their eyes snapping back to me, their faces pale, their hands clutching at the edges of their desks, their papers, their notes, as if the thin, crinkling sheets might somehow shield them from the force of my presence. I let the silence stretch for a long, deafening moment, my eyes sweeping the room, taking in the fear, the confusion, the barely concealed rage that now filled the hall like the smoke of a burning city. Now that I have your attention, I continued, my tone cold, my eyes narrowing slightly as I took another slow, deliberate step forward, we will have a proper discussion. Magneto's thin smile widened, his arms folding across his chest as he took his place beside me, the metal in the room still creaking and groaning in response to his power, the lights overhead flickering as the magnetic fields continued to shift and warp. Make no mistake, I added, my tone dropping to a low, dangerous growl, my eyes locking onto the pale, trembling face of the Secretary General, you will hear what I have to say. I paused, letting the silence stretch again, the tension in the room building like the pressure before a storm, the air itself seeming to vibrate with the force of my will, my power, my presence. Now, why don't you all return to your seats? I said, as I looked around, and quickly spotted what I was after. The section that normally housed representatives from the United Kingdoms. I said as I walked over with Magneto following close by, though while I talked, he stalked across the path, like a predator, taking endless joy in this. We'll sit here. I told the three people about to sit there. The three people there forced, and then almost tripped over themselves as they tried to get away from the very hot seat. Now that we have a place to sit, I said, my voice cutting through the low, panicked whispers and rustling papers like the crack of a whip, my tone sharp and unyielding, we can begin. I let the silence stretch for a long, breathless moment, my eyes still sweeping the room, my head tilting slightly as I took in the fear, the confusion, the raw, unfiltered terror that now filled the hall, the tension building like the pressure before a storm, the air itself seeming to vibrate with the force of my will, my power, my presence. First, I said, my tone cold, my eyes narrowing. Let's deal with introductions. Let's have Director Fury handle them. I'm curious about how he sees us, don't you agree? I turned and asked Eric. Eric's thin smile widened, his sharp eyes cutting through the tense silence that had settled over the room. Yes, he said, his tone carrying a hint of dark amusement, his head tilting slightly as he regarded Fury, who still stood beside his chair, his single eye narrowed, his jaw clenched, the muscles in his neck tight with barely restrained tension. I would like to hear it. I have always been curious how our friend, the good director, chooses to describe us when he is not whispering into the ears of world leaders. Fury took a slow, deliberate breath, his jaw tightening, his fingers curling around the polished armrest of his chair as he straightened. You want me to introduce you, he said, his tone sharp, his eye narrowing further, his fingers tightening around the polished wood of his desk. Fine. Let's start with you. He leaned back slightly, his jaw tightening, his single eye locked onto Arthuria, his tone hard and unyielding, his expression a mask of tightly controlled anger and frustration. Arthuria Pendragon, he said, his voice carrying through the hall, echoing off the high, curved ceiling, the words ringing in the ears of the gathered diplomats like the tolling of a great bell. The King of Knights. The White Lion King. The wielder of Excalibur. The once and future king. The woman who carved a kingdom out of the heart of Europe, who bent the world to her will, who brought magic back into the light, who shattered the old order and replaced it with something new. For a long, breathless moment, the room was silent, the diplomats frozen in place, their wide eyes locked on me, their faces pale, their hands clutching at their desks, their notes, their polished wooden armrests, as if the thin, crinkling sheets might somehow shield them from the force of the revelation that had just been dropped into their laps. A woman. The King of Knights, the legendary Arthur, the living myth, the ruler of Albion, a woman. The whispers started slowly at first, a low, nervous murmur that spread through the room like the first, tentative crack of thunder before a storm, the diplomats turning to one another, their eyes wide, their voices trembling, their faces twisted in disbelief and confusion as they tried to process what they had just heard. No, that can't be right, one of the French representatives whispered, his face pale, his hands trembling as he clutched at the edge of his desk. King Arthur was a man, a warrior, a legend. This is impossible. I thought it was a bad translation, a German diplomat stammered, his voice cracking, his eyes wide, his face flushing a deep, confused red as he glanced at his colleagues for reassurance, his hands tightening around the stack of papers in front of him. All over the room, people were losing it, they struggled to accept the truth, some took it better than others, but many couldn't accept it. Especially those nations that still didn't have a progressive view on women. I watched from my seat, took in their reactions one by one, and one in particular caught my attention. One man, sitting in a far corner, representing a minor European nation. His reaction was different, he was still shocked, but other than that, it was very different from the others, and that alone was enough to make me interested. And beside her, he continued, his tone turning colder, his eye flicking to Magneto, we have Eric Laneshare, better known as Magneto, the master of magnetism. Leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants, a wanted terrorist, and mutant supremacist. And now, apparently, the representative of all mutant kind. There, he said, his tone cold, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. Introductions made. Thank you, Director, I said, standing up. Some of you might doubt it, doubt my identity, and I won't blame you. If you do, please direct those doubts to my son. I said as the door in the back was once more forced open, this time, the doors couldn't take it, and they broke down completely. In the opening stood Mordred, her battered, crimson armor catching the flickering light, Clarent resting casually against her shoulder, her other hand on her hip, a wild, unrestrained grin on her uncovered face. For a long, breathless moment, the room fell silent, the diplomats frozen in place, their wide eyes locked on the armored figure in the doorway, the jagged, broken remains of the doors still settling around her feet. Oi! Mordred called out, her voice sharp and clear, cutting through the stunned silence like the crack of a whip. You heard my father. Any of you got a problem with who she claims to be, you take it up with me. She stepped forward, her boots ringing against the polished marble, her head tilting slightly as her fierce, red eyes swept the room, her lips curling into a savage, eager grin. Not that it'll change much, she added, her tone dropping to a low, dangerous growl as she reached the center of the hall, her sharp eyes locking onto the pale, trembling faces around her. But at least it'll give me something to do. I leaned back in my seat, letting a small, satisfied smile spread across my lips as I watched the chaos around me, the fear, the confusion, the raw, unfiltered terror that now filled the hall, the tension building like the pressure before a storm, the air itself seeming to vibrate with the force of my will, my power, my presence. Thank you, Mordred, I said, my tone cool, my eyes locking onto the wide, disbelieving stares of the gathered diplomats, my head tilting slightly as I took in their pale, trembling faces, their white-knuckled grips on their polished wooden desks. Now, shall we continue? Victor von Doom had planned on using this important meeting to finally declare himself the Emperor of Latveria. He had spent the last year fully cementing his rule, having invested heavily in advanced weapons. After all, Albion was clearly the best example, power was everything. If you were strong, no one would question you. Well, it wasn't entirely true, as this meeting was all about questioning and dealing with that King Arthur, though Doom knew that it was pointless. Yet, clearly he had underestimated how useful this meeting would be, not only the perfect stage for him to rip Latveria away from the bonds of the external world, the obligations made by its former ruler, but it also served to shine some light on an important secret. Arthuria Pendragon, the king of Albion, was a woman. And a beautiful one at that, beautiful and powerful. Perhaps he should consider an alliance, one forged from marriage. The strange relationship she had with the Blood Knight Mordred, he could accept, for Doom was nothing if not magnanimous. Chapter 138, Chapter. The UN summit had truly gone off the rails. It had been called to deal with Albion, to either find a way to impose sanctions on them, to starve them into submission, or to find some way of dealing with their military power and liberate the United Kingdoms. Yet, with Arthuria showing up with Mordred, there was no way anyone dared to mention anything along those lines. After all, Mordred looked mighty intimidating in that armor, and blood dripping down from her sword, clearly telling everyone why their guards hadn't rushed in yet. Mordred had earned her reputation as a mad murderer, and none dared to even breathe too loudly around her, for fear of her swinging her sword in their general direction. The only people who could keep their heads tall were those who believed in themselves, Magneto, Fury, and Doom, though Fury was mostly just too stubborn to lower his head, while the others had the strength to back them up. For Fury, the sight of all these world leaders sitting like obedient school children in front of their principal just further reinforced the idea that only by having superpowers on their side could they properly deal with rogue elements. You say that my Albion is a rogue state, but who gave you the right to decide that? Who gave you the right to decide things on behalf of humanity? You are rulers of your own nations, not mine, and certainly not Earth or humanity. I scolded the gathered people as I stood at the central podium. What followed my words was a blanket of silence. None dared to speak, which I expected, yet still, it was just a tiny bit awkward to speak and then be ignored, even if I knew they didn't ignore me. The United Nations is a platform for nations to unite, to stand together to solve problems that affect us all. It naturally has a certain level of ability to speak for humanity as a whole, as the vast majority of nations stand here together. Finally, a voice spoke up, breaking the silence. Immediately, countless eyes were on the person speaking up. Everyone wanted to know what brave and possibly foolish person would dare speak up against the Lion King herself. I, too, turned my head towards them, and instantly as I saw the sign on their table, I knew who I was dealing with, and understood why they dared to speak up. Because that elderly, dark-skinned man who spoke up was the representative and king of Wakanda. Chaka, his back straight, his gaze sharp and unyielding, met my eyes without a hint of fear. His voice was calm, measured, carrying the quiet strength of a man who had faced more than his fair share of gods and monsters. King Arthuria, while you may claim divine right, the modern world is built on cooperation, on alliances forged through mutual respect and understanding. Power alone does not grant one the right to rule. A low rumble of murmurs filled the room, the tension crackling like a live wire. Some leaders glanced nervously at one another, others leaned in, curious to see how I would respond to the challenge. I had expected to be challenged. This was only natural, this was a place of debate. And while I would not yield, I still wanted them to speak up, just so I could shut them down. Remove some of the legitimacy of them acting against me. But I had not expected the one to speak up to be the king of Wakanda. More so, I was shocked at the sheer level of hypocrisy in his words. Power doesn't grant the right to rule. Isn't the whole succession in Wakanda based on combat? Isn't that the most prominent example of power giving the right to rule? Not to mention that his tribe or clan or whatever was in charge due to that magic herb, which gave them the power to conquer the other tribes and form a nation. I knew they weren't particularly happy with me, and kept a close eye on Albion. Did they think I didn't know about their spies? I was honestly at a loss for words for a moment. I let out a slow, amused breath, my lips curling into a faint, dangerous smile as I met Chaka's steady gaze. Is that so, King of Wakanda? You would speak of alliances and mutual respect. Coming from the nation that has hoarded its technology, its knowledge, its resources, while the rest of the world bled and burned. Chaka's eyes flashed with what seemed like both regret and disbelief at my words. Clearly, he hadn't expected me to know about Wakanda and its secrets, and he regretted speaking up, since that resulted in me spreading those secrets. You claim that power alone does not grant the right to rule, yet your very throne is won through ritual combat, your leadership maintained through the mystical advantage of a plant found nowhere else in the world. Is that not power? Is that not conquest? You claim to stand for unity, yet you hide in your mountain fortress, letting the world rot while you flourish in isolation. But he recovered quickly, straightening his back further, his gaze hardening as he met my eyes without a trace of fear. Wakanda's ways are our own, forged through centuries of struggle and perseverance. We chose isolation to protect our people from the greed and exploitation of the outside world, to ensure our survival and prosperity. I raised a brow, my smile growing sharper. And in doing so, you abandoned those you could have helped, choosing to watch from your mountain throne as the world burned. You speak of cooperation, yet you have never truly offered it. You speak of respect, yet you hide behind your technology and secrecy, judging others from afar. Chaka's jaw tightened, the faintest hint of a snarl slipping into his tone. You presume much, Arthuria Pendragon. You know nothing of the burdens of my people, of the sacrifices we have made to keep our way of life. Sacrifices. I countered, stepping closer to the edge of the podium, letting my voice rise to carry over the gathered diplomats. You mean the sacrifices of others, the cost paid by those you chose to ignore, those you left to fend for themselves while you thrived in secret. The room fell into a stunned, breathless silence as my words cut through the air like a blade, leaving the once confident king visibly shaken, his composure cracking for just a moment before he forced his face back into a mask of stoic defiance. You want the UN to interfere in my kingdom, to decide for us? Well, why not open the borders of Wakanda? Why not share the mountain of vibranium you hide away, the precious technology you have? Flying trains? Anti-gravity, maybe. I pressed. I didn't know what kind of technology they had, but I wasn't very interested. Others had more interest in technology than I, and they would surely be looking towards Wakanda now. Chaka's jaw clenched for a brief moment before he spoke again, his tone sharper now, a thin layer of anger seeping into his words. And what of you, Arthuria? What of your Albion? You surround yourself with those of questionable character. With mutants and warriors known for their destruction. What of Magneto? Is he not a conqueror? Do you intend to create a kingdom of the enhanced, a realm of superhumans, to dominate the rest of us? He leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing. Will you build an empire of those who consider themselves superior to the rest of humanity? Will you gather an army of the gifted, the powerful, to enforce your will? Once more, attention was back on me, his words stroking their fears, yet I knew he was far from out of the fire. Plenty of intelligent people inside the room were suddenly very interested in the seemingly unremarkable little African nation. I met his gaze, letting a low, dangerous chuckle slip past my lips, the sound carrying through the silent chamber like the crack of a distant storm. Is that what you all fear? I asked, looking around the room. That I will gather those with strength, with power, those you hurt, hunt, and prosecute, the innocent mutants who face fates worse than death in your secret labs. Why fear that? Unless you know what you do is wrong, and that they have every right to want revenge. You fear I will give them the chance to take it. I took a slow, deliberate step forward, my armored boots ringing sharply against the polished marble of the UN floor, the sound echoing in the vast hall, demanding attention. You speak of alliances, of cooperation, but what you truly mean is control. You wish to shackle me, to bind my kingdom with treaties and sanctions, to strip me of my strength so that I become just another voice in this crowded hall. You wish for Albion to bend the knee, to fall in line, to accept your rule. I paused, letting the weight of my words sink in, feeling the tension coil tighter in the air. But if you insist on the right to interfere in my kingdom, then should I not have the same right to interfere in yours? If you demand that I open my borders, disarm my knights, and bow my head, then what should I demand of you in return? I turned my eyes back to Chaka, a slow, predatory smile spreading across my lips. Should I march my armies into Wakanda, to ensure you are not harboring weapons of mass destruction? Should I demand that you share your technology, your vibranium, your so-called peaceful isolation with the rest of the world? Should I demand that your borders be thrown open, that your secrets be laid bare? I leaned in, my voice dropping to a low, almost mocking tone. Or would you prefer I turn my gaze toward those other kingdoms that hide behind closed borders, that hoard power while preaching peace? Perhaps I should send my knights to every corner of the world, to ensure that no one is hiding something they ought not to. I straightened, spreading my arms wide, my armor glinting in the harsh UN lights, the faint blue glow of my eyes burning with challenge. Tell me, world leaders, would you welcome my knights at your borders? Would you allow me to walk your streets, to inspect your armies, to sit in judgment over your people as you now presume to do to mine? Silence. Utter, choking silence. I saw a few of the representatives shift uncomfortably in their seats, a flicker of fear passing through the eyes of even the boldest among them. Fury's single eye narrowed, his jaw tightening. I took a breath, letting the stillness stretch just a moment longer, before delivering my final blow. If you wish to make demands of a king, then you should be prepared to have those demands turned back upon you. I will not be judged by those who have no right to judge me. I am Arthuria Pendragon, King of Albion, and I will not be made to kneel. The silence that followed my declaration hung thick in the air, the tension so palpable it felt like the very walls of the chamber were straining under its weight. No one moved, no one dared breathe too loudly, the weight of my words settling over them like the shadow of a coming storm. And then, a sharp, clear sound shattered the stillness. Clap. 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 It echoed through the hall, each clap a ringing challenge, a declaration of defiance that cut through the fear and uncertainty like a blade. Slowly, deliberately, a figure rose from his seat, dressed in a finely tailored black suit, the sharp lines and dark fabric giving him an air of quiet, controlled menace. Victor von Doom, ruler of Latveria, a man still young yet already steeped in the shadows of ambition, stood tall and unbending as he brought his hands together in slow, deliberate applause. The eyes of the assembly turned toward him, some with confusion, others with fear, and a few with dawning understanding. "Well spoken, King Arthuria," Doom said, his voice a deep, rich baritone that carried effortlessly through the vast chamber, dripping with arrogance and absolute confidence. "Truly, you have reminded these men and women of something they have forgotten in their comfortable chairs and air-conditioned offices, that power is not a matter of paperwork and procedures, but of will, of strength, of unbreakable resolve." He took a step forward, his polished leather shoes striking the marble with a crisp, deliberate ring, his posture straight and imperious, his dark eyes glittering with intensity. "I, too, have grown weary of this farce," Doom continued, his tone rising, his words growing sharper with each sentence. "Of this pretense that the United Nations has the right to dictate the terms of freedom to sovereign nations, that it can shackle those who would rise above mediocrity, that it can demand fealty from those it neither feeds nor protects." He swept his gaze over the gathered leaders, his eyes cold and calculating, the slightest hint of a smile playing at his lips, as if he found their discomfort amusing. "Latveria stands with Albion," Doom declared, his voice rising to a thunderous crescendo. "From this day forth, my nation, too, will stand alone, free from the hypocritical dictates of this broken assembly. We shall decide our own fate, choose our own path, and answer to no one but ourselves." He straightened, adjusting the cuffs of his suit jacket with a smooth, controlled motion, his fingers precise and unhurried, as if this declaration was nothing more than a routine formality, a simple matter of state. "I declare Latveria free of the United Nations. My people shall bow to no foreign king, no council of cowards, no distant throne. We are a sovereign people, a mighty nation, and we shall carve our destiny with iron and fire." For a moment, the chamber was still once more, the air crackling with the intensity of Doom's words, the sheer audacity of his declaration. And in the background of the mummers of disbelief, I heard one muffled, "Motherfucker." Chapter 139, Chapter. The echo of Doom's declaration still hung in the air, the sheer audacity of it rippling through the assembly like a shockwave, leaving a stunned, uneasy silence in its wake. Whispers broke out among the delegates, panicked glances flickering between heads of state, some already calculating the ramifications, others merely struggling to process the sudden shift in the balance of power. Then, a deep, smooth voice cut through the murmur of uncertain voices. "Indeed," Magneto said, his tone rich with amusement, the faintest hint of a smile touching his lips as he stepped forward, his crimson cloak trailing behind him like a banner of blood and defiance. "It seems today is a day of declarations. If the so-called leaders of this world wish to redraw the map of power, then allow me to make my position clear as well." Every eye in the chamber turned toward him, some with outright fear, others with a grim sense of inevitability, as if they had known, deep down, that this moment was coming. "For too long," Magneto continued, his deep-set eyes blazing with a fierce, unyielding light, "my people have been hunted, feared, and oppressed, forced to hide in the shadows, to cower before the fearful masses. That ends now. No longer shall mutants bow to the whims of lesser men, no longer shall we beg for scraps of respect from those who fear our gifts." He spread his arms wide, the metal in the room trembling subtly, reacting to the force of his will, the light fixtures flickering as the magnetic fields twisted and warped around him. "I demand recognition," he said, his voice sharp and cutting, each word striking the room like a hammer blow. "Recognition of mutant kind as a distinct and equal people, with rights and dignity, free from persecution and fear. We shall no longer tolerate being treated as lesser beings, as weapons, as tools for your wars." He allowed his words to hang in the air for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the gathered leaders, many of whom now sat frozen in a mixture of terror and disbelief. "From this day forth," he continued, his tone dropping to a cold, menacing whisper, "know this, if you seek to oppress my people, if you dare to strike at us from the shadows, we shall meet your defiance with fire and steel. Mutants will not be slaves, nor will we be hunted like animals." He straightened, the air around him humming with barely contained energy, the very metal of the building vibrating in response to his presence. "We shall have our place in this world," he declared, his voice ringing with absolute certainty, "and those who would deny us that right shall find no mercy at our gates." Silence. Utter, choking silence. For a moment, the entire assembly seemed to hold its breath, the sheer audacity of his words freezing them in place, their minds struggling to grasp the full implications of his declaration. Doom's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of something like amusement crossing his face as he studied the self-proclaimed champion of mutant kind. I felt Mordred shift beside me, it seemed she wasn't happy that everyone seemed to ignore me now in favor of the two others. Yet, while Doom had been a surprise, it wasn't beyond what I could allow. Right now, keeping these people here busy is my goal. They might be weak, so weak I could end them all with a wave of my hand, but they still possess the ability to make things hard for the people of Albion. But giving them something else to deal with bought me time. In the end, Doom was mortal. He didn't matter much. When faced with gods, celestials, alien civilizations, and purple titans, what harm could one man do? Either the Fantastic Four would deal with any problems he might cause, or if something changed, I might just have to send one of my knights to deal with him, in case he proved a problem down the line. Or maybe just have Magneto do it. Doom should make his armor at one point, and that should make him an easy kill for the master of magnetism. Even my own knights weren't immune to his power. After all, their armor was real. Only someone like me and Mordred, whose armor is far more magical in nature, could resist that. Not that he could kill my knights, but he could force them to fight without armor. He would likely still die in a moment, but at least he could slow them down for a bit, which is more than most threats in this world. He suffered from something most human superheroes and villains did. Low endurance. He was strong, but he couldn't take a hit. Doom was the same. No matter how great his future tech-based weapons might be, he himself would always be easy to kill. I would have the Veiled Hand keep an eye on him. In fact, I needed them to keep an eye on many things. This world was clearly far more complex than it appeared. Even I didn't know about all the forces out there. Still, having Magneto create a future mutant nation wouldn't be a bad idea. Mutants were powerful, or at least they had great potential. While they were weak before true gods and my own knights, they weren't bad on the wider scale. Nothing wrong with lacking a bit of high-level strength when they had numbers on their side. Sure, for now there were few of them, but that wouldn't remain the case. Just a few with Magneto's power could elevate humanity to another level. Anything that could benefit my people was welcome. Anything that could benefit Earth itself was welcome. One of my biggest reasons for supporting the mutants was the fact that the current humanity had grown stagnant. They still held potential. Just look at Stark, but even he didn't dare share his technology because he knew what it would be used for. A strong enemy could unite people, and mutants were fairly united. That unity meant progress. Even the mutants had some impressive tech, because they were willing to work together, and push together. And what could unite the rest of the world? Benefits. They united against me, just because their benefits were threatened, because their system was threatened. But what if they won? Who would benefit from that? The people of Albion. No, they would just suffer. They would get thrown back into the uncaring systems of the past. Their pay would get cut. Their bills would increase. Their work would increase. Prices on everything would rise, and for what? Democracy. A seat back at the UN. The EU. Would that feed them? Give them happiness? No, it would do nothing for them. They would only lose what I gave them. And who else would benefit then? The rest of the world. How? Would they get cheaper food? Goods? More time off work? No, they too would get nothing. A small handful of elites would take all the benefits. Those who lacked nothing already would gladly send millions to suffer for the smallest of personal benefits. It was disgusting. Clearly, a sense of crisis was needed to ensure that real noble people rose to meet the occasion. Honestly, I would rather give Earth over to Loki than leave it in the hands of foolish mortals. At least he would unite them all, even if only in rebellion against him. To face the future threats, humanity needed to move forward and fast. I straightened, letting my gaze linger on the nervous, fearful faces before me, feeling the faint, tingling rush of power as I asserted my dominance one final time. Enough of this, I said, my voice cutting through the whispers like a blade, the faint echo of my words lingering in the air long after I had spoken. I have wasted enough time here. I will leave you to your debates, to your petty schemes and hollow words. I have a kingdom to rule, people to lead to a better future, and I will not be shackled by the fears of lesser men. I turned, my armored cloak swirling behind me as I stepped down from the podium, Mordred falling into step beside me, her eyes still burning with barely restrained aggression. Magneto, the stage is all yours. I gave the man a small nod as I passed him. I knew he had his own plans. He was using me as much as I was using him. And for this, he didn't need me anymore, nor did I need him. His own actions here would serve me well, and these people could use some alone time with him. They deserve it after all the things they had done to mutants, not personally, but through action or inaction. Behind me, Magneto quickly got to work. The last thing I saw was another mutant appearing by what seemed to be teleportation. Fury leaned back in his chair as Arthuria and Mordred left, their silhouettes disappearing past the doorway. Just being in the same room as those two had put a massive pressure on him, one that lifted, but left him with countless problems. He let out a slow, measured breath, his single eye narrowing as he scanned the room, taking in the scattered, shell-shocked expressions of the world leaders around him. A few were already whispering frantically to their aides, hands shaking as they scribbled hastily on their digital tablets or whispered into hidden earpieces. Others simply stared at the doors, their faces pale, their eyes wide with the kind of numbed shock usually reserved for survivors of disasters. In a way, that's exactly what they were, survivors. because that's what this had been. A disaster. A complete and utter breakdown of control, of order, of the carefully balanced power structures that had held the world together for decades. Fury was not a man who took kindly to being blindsided. He turned his gaze to Magneto, who now stood at the center of the hall, his crimson cloak still billowing slightly from the faint currents of his own magnetic field, his eyes blazing with that peculiar blend of righteous fury and cold, calculated intent that Fury had come to associate with the so-called master of magnetism. Magneto had made his play, declared his intentions, thrown down the gauntlet in front of the entire world. He had claimed a place for his people, a place for mutants, in the brutal, Darwinian future that Arthuria Pendragon seemed hell-bent on bringing about. And Doom. Fury's eye flicked to the sharply dressed figure of Victor Von Doom, who had returned to his seat, his expression as unreadable as ever, his dark eyes fixed on Magneto with a mixture of curiosity and thinly veiled contempt. Doom had made his own declaration, severed Latveria from the grasp of the United Nations. This was exactly what the UN feared might happen, and now he proved them right. Which meant they would focus on him and Latveria. He knew something about Doom, not much, but he was smart, maybe even on the same level as Stark, or maybe a bit lower. As much as Fury hated to admit it, the fact that Stark both made that tiny reactor in his prototype suit in that cave, it really did deserve respect. Even the best and brightest of S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't do it with all the support he could throw at them, and that manchild did it while hostage, with a gun to the back of his head. But, clearly, Latveria was a rising power, and Doom had to be confident if he dared pull something like this, because Fury knew that he would soon be asked to deal with the situation, they would want to make an example of him. He would refuse, he had other things to deal with. Like Wakanda, he knew what vibranium was, how valuable it was, and if Arthuria was to be believed, Wakanda hid plenty of secrets. And he didn't like it one bit. Chapter 140, Chapter. Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., had stayed around in Camelot for almost a full year now. Officially, she was on a mission, but it didn't feel like it. She got to live with her sister, whom she reconnected with. It wasn't easy, it wasn't smooth, but time heals all wounds. That and the hope of true healing by serving their new king had all the other girls from the Red Room slowly come around to Natasha. She was sure some still blamed her for running away, blamed her for the extra cruelty they experienced after her escape, but for Yelena's sake, they allowed her around them. This allowed Natasha to see how their work had changed. From assassins in the dark to the elite operatives in a legitimate government. Or as legitimate as Albion could be. Life in Camelot was very different from what life was like in the rest of the world. As someone who has moved around a lot and experienced pretty much everything the world had to offer, she thought she knew the world. Camelot was just different. No place in the world was like it. There was a rare kind of peace here, even though the city was filled with life. Though it did take some time getting used to having electricity now. Even if there were plenty of people with large batteries hidden away to power their things, there were still special things that came from that. The physical newspaper was popular like never before. Young teens would earn money selling them at street corners. Radios were popular as well, given that they could work on normal batteries. All in all, life in Camelot was a lot like she imagined it would be, living in a theme park that really stuck to the theme. Living with Yelena was interesting, given that she was basically Fury's counterpart in Camelot, in charge of secret intelligence. And Natasha herself working for Fury, basically here to spy on her. Yelena wasn't foolish enough not to know that. She had fed Natasha plenty of information, key among them the fact that Arthuria and Mordred are both women. And that was just one bit of information. Still, could all the information be trusted? Likely not, and Natasha too had to talk about what she was doing, giving Yelena information about S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury knew it, he accepted it, and there was a high-level game of intelligence and counterintelligence going on with Natasha in the middle. Today, Camelot and the entire world woke up to a series of shocking news. Everyone who turned on the TV, the radio, or looked at the front page of the newspaper couldn't pull their focus away, because everything they heard was unbelievable. Thanks to Yelena's job, she had a TV and access to channels from around the world. And as such, she could watch news from all the big countries around the world, though she did enjoy the BBC. It was the national station in Albion, owned by the Crown, and had improved a lot since the change of ownership. The BBC anchor, a sharply dressed woman with a polished, precise British accent, was speaking quickly, the words spilling out of her mouth like water over a broken dam, the urgency of the situation clear even through the slightly distorted, tinny audio. In what experts are calling a historic moment, our king showed up at yesterday's UN meeting, and revealed her face for the first time. Yes, you heard correctly, her face, our beloved king, is revealed to be a woman. Natasha leaned back against the couch, she could hear people talking loudly outside in the streets, discussing the same news. She too had been shocked when she learned of it, and well. The rest of Albion and the world were no less shocked. We reached out to the king for comment, and while the palace declined to comment, we were told that the king plans to speak out on the issue, and will likely hold an interview sometime soon. While Natasha didn't mind having a woman in charge, she understood the shock, she too had been surprised when she learned it, after all, according to legend King Arthur is a man, yet clearly the legends are wrong. She reached for the small, battered remote on the table beside her, flipping to another channel, CNN, this time, the American news station crackling into life with a brief burst of static before the familiar, confident tones of the anchor filled the room. And in a related development, the ruler of Latveria, Victor von Doom, has also declared his nation's independence from the United Nations, citing the organization's hypocrisy and incompetence as justification for the sudden break. Meanwhile, the mutant leader known as Magneto has issued a public statement demanding recognition and rights for the mutant population, effectively declaring a global movement for mutant sovereignty. Natasha frowned, her fingers tightening slightly around the remote as she absorbed this new piece of the puzzle. Doom, Arthuria, Magneto, 3 new power blocks, each with their own agenda, their own ambitions, their own visions for the future of the world. She didn't know much about Doom, other than he was reckless to do something like that. Making himself a target for the entire world, she wasn't sure if he was a fool or an utter genius. Because, while many talked about those things, what caught her attention was mostly Magneto's crazy actions. He had kept the entire UN as hostages while demanding that the mutants be freed. And all night, mutants had been freed from some secret labs and prisons. Magneto didn't care if they were innocent or prisoners. As long as they were mutants, they were above normal humans, and as such, they had no right to punish them. It was an insane act. He made countless enemies, and everyone now wanted to end the mutant threat, but couldn't, because while he had let them all go free in the end, he was still a massive threat, because he clearly worked with Albion. While Natasha had the inside scoop that it wasn't really the case, people didn't know that, and even if she told them, would they believe her? Sure, Fury would, but what could he do when the people giving him orders wouldn't believe him? S.H.I.E.L.D. was in a tough position, and it was all because some corrupt politicians couldn't keep their greed in check. Now everyone was taking advantage of the chaos they made as they tried to face off against a god. Really, they had no idea who they were dealing with. But more than even that, she was mostly interested in Wakanda. While the media said nothing about it, she had heard everything from Fury, and knew that the unassuming nation had secrets. And while Fury would be looking into that, she, too, had been asked to gather information. After all, it seemed that Arthuria apparently had a grudge against them, so it was likely that she would be willing to give them information if that could get the nation into trouble, and that nation sure was gonna be in huge trouble soon. Because, with Albion and mutants rising, the world was desperate in their search for new weapons. And well, apparently vibranium was the best of the best when it came to the future of weapons. Or at least that was what people were saying, and that was enough to make people go crazy. Fear could be a powerful tool for motivation and advancement. The door to the apartment creaked open, and Natasha glanced over her shoulder as Yelena stepped inside, her short, platinum blonde hair still slightly damp from the morning mist, a small, battered leather satchel slung over one shoulder. She kicked the door shut behind her with one booted foot, tossing the satchel onto the small wooden table by the door and glancing over at the TV, her sharp, blue eyes narrowing slightly as she took in the rapidly scrolling headlines. "Been watching the news?" she asked, her tone light, but with a sharp, calculating edge that Natasha had come to recognize as the mark of a seasoned operative, someone who had spent too long in the shadows to ever truly relax. Natasha just snorted, leaning back against the couch and crossing her arms over her chest. "Yeah," she replied, her voice low and slightly rough, the faint, bitter echo of old scars lurking beneath the words. "Hard to miss. The whole world's losing its mind." Yelena smirked, tossing her leather gloves onto the small, battered kitchen counter and making her way over to the couch, dropping down onto the worn, slightly lumpy cushions beside her sister. "Good," she said, her tone sharp, her blue eyes glinting with a faint, predatory light. "It's about time." Natasha just shook her head, letting out a quiet, resigned sigh as she reached for the half-empty cup of tea on the small, battered side table beside the couch. "Yeah," she muttered, her voice low and thoughtful as she took a slow, careful sip, her sharp green eyes never leaving the flickering images of chaos and crisis on the TV screen. "Yeah, I guess it is." Professor Charles Xavier sat in the cool, shaded silence of his study, his hands steepled beneath his chin, his sharp, blue eyes fixed on the flickering screen of the small, wall-mounted TV in the corner of the room. Around him, the faint, familiar sounds of the mansion in the morning drifted in from the hall, the distant clatter of silverware as the younger students gathered in the dining hall for breakfast, the low, muffled hum of voices as the older students swapped gossip and rumors in the common rooms. Here, in the quiet solitude of his study, the world felt strangely small, the walls pressing in around him as the news anchor's voice cut through the stillness, the polished, precise tones carrying a weight that felt almost physical in their intensity. Magneto, the self-proclaimed leader of the mutant race, has issued a public declaration of mutant sovereignty, demanding recognition and rights for his people in a dramatic, unprecedented speech at yesterday's United Nations summit. In a shocking display of power, the mutant leader held the entire UN assembly hostage, using his mastery of magnetism to control the very metal of the building itself, effectively paralyzing the world's most powerful leaders as he issued his demands. Charles let out a slow, quiet breath, his fingers tightening slightly against the cool, polished surface of his desk as the anchor's words continued to spill from the small, battered speakers, each word striking him like a physical blow. He had known, of course, that this day would come. He had always known, deep down, that Eric would one day push things too far, that his old friend's ambition and anger would lead him to take a step too far, to cross a line that could never be uncrossed. Last time he was here, and made his intention of conquest known, he had known it was likely too late to stop him, but the fact that Eric wanted him to join, and agreed to wait gave him some hope that with time, Eric would realize the truth. However, Eric wasn't happy that he hadn't responded to his call to arms as he had expected. And now, he had taken his first step forward. Charles assumed that since he hadn't joined him, Eric wanted to increase his numbers before acting on his goals for an independent mutant nation. This action, forcing all the nations of the world to hand over their mutant population, was his way of gaining himself an army. Charles knew it, as did everyone else. Eric had done it, he had crossed the line, starting to build an army, and forever broken mutants away from their fellow men. Through the vast mansion and ground that served as his school, he could feel the minds of the kids who lived there, the minds of his friends, of everyone. Their thoughts were split on this. Some were happy, some excited, others shared his worry. "Oh, Eric, what have you done?" He sighed. He would need to respond to this, because it was only a time before someone would target him, worried that he might join Eric. Couldn't they understand that he didn't want to? And by acting against him in the school, they just forced him into Eric's arms. Chapter 141, Chapter. Across the city, in the small, cramped break room of a waste management facility on the outskirts of Camelot, two men sat hunched over a battered, grease-stained table, their stained, high-visibility jackets draped over the backs of their plastic chairs, the faint, sour smell of sweat and diesel fumes clinging to their clothes. A small, battered television sat on the corner of the table, its cracked plastic casing held together with strips of duct tape and hope, the faint, flickering glow of the broadcast casting sharp, jagged shadows against the grimy, smoke-stained walls. "Oi, look at that," one of the men muttered, his thick, calloused fingers wrapped around a chipped, stained mug of strong, bitter tea as he nodded toward the screen, his broad, ruddy face creasing into a faint, bemused grin. "Would you look at her? King of bloody Albion, and she's got a face like a bleedin' angel. Wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with me own eyes." His companion, a tall, wiry man with a crooked nose and a patchy, graying beard, let out a low, snorting laugh, his dark, sunken eyes flicking briefly to the screen before returning to the half-eaten sandwich in his hand. "Yeah, well," he grunted, his thick, gravelly voice muffled slightly by the wad of bread and meat in his mouth, "I suppose that explains all the fuss lately, eh? Whole bloody world losing its mind over the fact that the king's a bird. Like it matters, long as she keeps the lights on and the roads clear." The first man snorted, leaning back in his chair and taking a long, slow sip from his mug, his thin, watery eyes never leaving the flickering screen. "Yeah, but you gotta admit, it's a bit of a shock, innit? I mean, King Arthur, the Lion of Albion, the bloody once and future king, and it turns out she's a lass. Bit of a twist, that." His companion just shrugged, swallowing the last of his sandwich with a loud, satisfied grunt and wiping his greasy fingers on the front of his already stained coveralls. Don't make much difference to me," he muttered, leaning back in his chair and scratching absently at the stubble on his jaw. "Long as she keeps the pay comin' and the bills down, which is doing mighty fine, so all is good, innit?" The first man let out a low, wheezing laugh, his broad, ruddy face splitting into a crooked, toothy grin as he set his mug down on the edge of the table with a quiet, satisfied clink. "Aye, that's true enough," he chuckled, his small, beady eyes glinting with a faint, mischievous light as he leaned forward, his voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial whisper. "Still, gotta admit, I wouldn't mind seein' her in a proper dress, just once. Bet she scrubs up nice, eh?" His companion let out a low, snorting laugh, his dark eyes crinkling at the corners as he leaned back in his chair, the faint, bitter edge of old scars and hard lessons lurking beneath his rough, gravelly voice. "Yeah, well, don't hold your breath, mate. Lass like that don't seem the type to play dress up for the likes of us. She's a warrior, that one. A proper fighter. I reckon she'd cut your head off soon as you look at her if you tried to tell her otherwise." The two men shared a quiet, knowing laugh, their voices low and rough, the faint, bitter echoes of old scars and hard lessons lingering in the cramped, smoke-stained air of the break room as the flickering glow of the battered TV cast strange, jagged shadows against the grimy, grease-streaked walls. The TV crackled slightly, the faint hum of the poorly maintained speakers cutting through the low, rumbling hum of the break room's ancient, wheezing air conditioner, and the camera panned across the grand, stone-walled hall of Camelot's inner keep. Seated at one end, her posture straight and regal, her eyes calm and unwavering, was Arthuria Pendragon, the King of Albion. She wore a striking, deep blue armored dress, the rich fabric woven with intricate golden patterns that traced the curves of her form, the design both elegant and imposing. Over her shoulders, she wore a flowing, white shawl edged with delicate blue patterns, the ends fringed with soft, white tassels that swayed gently as she moved. Her long, golden hair was neatly braided and rested over one shoulder, a few loose strands framing her sharp, blue-green eyes, which gleamed with quiet, unbreakable resolve. Opposite her sat David Dimbleby, the veteran journalist, leaning slightly forward in his chair, his hands loosely clasped on the table before him, his sharp, inquisitive eyes fixed firmly on the ruler of Albion. The camera cut to a close-up of Dimbleby's gray eyes as he prepared to ask the first question, the faint, familiar tension of live broadcasting settling over his shoulders like an old, comfortable cloak. "Your Majesty," he began, his tone respectful but firm, the careful, polished cadence of a man who had spent decades in front of the camera, "you have recently revealed to the world not only your true face, but your true nature, that of a woman, a fact which has surprised, and in some cases shocked, both your allies and your enemies alike. How do you respond to those who question the legitimacy of your rule, who claim that you are not the Arthur Pendragon of legend, but an impostor, a pretender to the throne?" The two garbage collectors leaned forward slightly, their eyes narrowing as they waited for Arthuria's response, their battered, calloused hands tightening briefly against the edges of their plastic chairs. Arthuria met Dimbleby's gaze without flinching, her blue-green eyes steady and unyielding, the faintest hint of a smile touching her lips as she considered his question. "I understand their confusion," she replied, her voice low and clear, the faint, musical lilt of her accent carrying easily through the echoing hall. "But maybe you will also understand the answer. I am Arthur, and Caliban is proof enough, so I will not waste time on that. Instead, the better question is why history remembers a lie." Dimbleby nodded along, signaling that he was fine with the change. "Many places today will not accept a woman in charge, certain roles aren't meant for women, this is true today, and far more so back then. People could not accept a woman ruling a land. That was the downfall of my sister Morgan, and could have been mine too." Dimbleby leaned in slightly, his eyes narrowing as he processed Arthuria's words, the faint, crackling hum of the broadcast cutting through the tense silence of the break room. One of the garbage collectors let out a low, impressed whistle, leaning back in his chair as he folded his thick, calloused arms across his chest, his eyes never leaving the flickering screen. "Blimey," he muttered, a faint, bemused grin splitting his broad, ruddy face as he reached for his mug of tea. "She's got a bit of a sharp tongue, don't she? Ain't afraid to cut right to the bone." His companion just snorted, scratching absently at the patchy stubble on his jaw as he leaned forward, his dark, sunken eyes fixed intently on the screen. "Yeah, well, good on her," he grunted, his rough, gravelly voice tinged with a faint, grudging respect. "'Bout time someone told the truth for once. Whole world's full o' liars and politicians, and she ain't neither." On the screen, Arthuria continued, her eyes never leaving Dimbleby's steady, unblinking gaze. "In my time," she said, her voice low and clear, the faint, musical lilt of her accent carrying easily through the echoing hall, "a woman who took up the sword, who led men into battle, who sat upon a throne, would have been seen as an abomination, an affront to the natural order. So," she continued, "Merlin and my father worked together to hide the truth, no one knew that I was a woman. It was kept secret, and it was a secret all the way until my death. At one point, my knights learned the truth, and much to my shame, that played a part in Mordred's rebellion." The two garbage collectors exchanged a quick, surprised glance, their rough, calloused hands tightening briefly against the edges of their plastic chairs as they processed Arthuria's words. "Bloody hell," one of them muttered, leaning back in his chair and scratching absently at the patchy stubble on his jaw. "Didn't see that comin'. She kept it a secret all the way back then. Must have been a right mess when the truth came out." His companion just snorted, taking a long, slow sip from his chipped, stained mug, his broad, ruddy face creasing into a faint, bemused grin as he leaned back in his chair, the thin, plastic seat creaking faintly beneath his weight. "Aye," he grunted, his voice low and rough, the faint, bitter edge of old scars and hard lessons lurking beneath the words. "Can't imagine the lads talking that too well. All those bloody nights, fightin' and dyin' for a king they thought was a fella, only to find out he's a lass. Bet that caused a bit of a stir. They gave the woman on screen a good, hard look. But how in the hell did she keep that a bloody secret? I mean, that body she got, bloody fine it is." They weren't the only ones with that question, even Dimbleby on screen couldn't picture someone like her pretending to be a man. "Well, excuse me for asking your majesty, but how was it ever a secret? I mean, look at you." Arthuria let out a quiet, almost amused breath, her sharp, blue-green eyes narrowing slightly as she leaned back in her chair, her armored fingers resting lightly against the polished wood of the table. "I suppose that is a fair question," she replied, a faint, knowing smile touching her lips, the warm light catching the angles of her face and glinting off the polished curves of her armor. There was a brief, stunned silence in the break room, the two garbage collectors exchanging a quick, surprised glance, their rough, calloused hands tightening briefly against the edges of their plastic chairs as they processed her words. "Oi," one of them muttered, leaning back in his chair and scratching absently at the patchy stubble on his jaw. "She's got a point, don't she? She's been running around in that bloody armor since she appeared, and no one had a clue." His companion just snorted, taking a long, slow sip from his chipped, stained mug, his broad, ruddy face creasing into a faint, bemused grin as he leaned back in his chair, the thin, plastic seat creaking faintly beneath his weight. "Aye," he grunted, his voice low and rough, the faint, bitter edge of old scars and hard lessons lurking beneath the words. "She's been running circles around the whole bloody world, and no one even noticed. Gotta respect that." Dimbleby chuckled lightly, his sharp, gray eyes glinting with genuine amusement as he leaned back in his chair, one hand resting lightly against the polished surface of the table. "All right, Your Majesty," he said, his tone shifting slightly, his voice growing a touch lighter, a touch more conversational as he prepared to move on to the next topic. "Now, if I might steer the conversation back to matters of state, Albion has undergone a remarkable transformation in the past year, rapidly modernizing and building infrastructure at a pace that has left much of the world scrambling to catch up. But one of the more ambitious projects your government has announced is the complete overhaul of the kingdom's energy grid. Could you perhaps shed some light on what your plans are in that regard?" Arthuria inclined her head slightly. "Yes," she replied, her voice low and clear, the faint, musical lilt of her accent carrying easily through the echoing hall. "You are correct, Albion's energy infrastructure has been a priority of mine since the very beginning. A strong, independent kingdom must be self-sufficient, must be able to sustain itself without relying on the whims and mercy of foreign powers. And that means building a stable, reliable, and sustainable energy grid." She paused for a moment, the firelight dancing across her composed expression, casting long, restless shadows from her braid onto the stone wall behind her. "I am pleased to announce," she continued, her voice growing slightly sharper, slightly more confident as she straightened in her chair, "that our new reactors designed using some of the most advanced technology available, are nearly complete. And will be operational within the coming months. These reactors will produce enough green, renewable energy to power the entire kingdom, providing clean, affordable electricity to every home, every business, every workshop, every forge in Albion." She paused for a moment, her eyes gleaming with quiet, unbreakable resolve as she met Dimbleby's steady, unblinking gaze. "And more than that," she added, a faint, knowing smile touching her lips, her sharp, angular features cast into sharp relief by the flickering firelight, "the efficiency of these reactors will allow us to reduce the cost of electricity to roughly 5% of what it currently is. That means lower bills, more disposable income, and a higher quality of life for the people of Albion." Hashtag. There was a brief, stunned silence in the break room, the two garbage collectors exchanging a quick, wide-eyed glance, their rough, calloused hands tightening briefly against the edges of their plastic chairs as they processed her words. "Oi," one of them muttered, leaning back in his chair and scratching absently at the patchy stubble on his jaw. "Did she just say 5%? As in, we'll be paying a fraction of what we're paying now?" His companion just snorted, setting his chipped, stained mug down on the edge of the table with a quiet, satisfied clink as he leaned back in his chair, the thin, plastic seat creaking faintly beneath his weight. "Aye," he grunted, his voice low and rough, the faint, bitter edge of old scars and hard lessons lurking beneath the words. "That's what she said. Bloody hell, mate, that's a proper game changer, that is. Imagine the money we'll save. Could actually put a bit aside, maybe take the missus somewhere nice for once." The two men shared a quiet, slightly disbelieving laugh, their voices low and rough, the faint, bitter echoes of old scars and hard lessons lingering in the cramped, smoke-stained air of the break room as the flickering glow of the battered TV cast strange, jagged shadows against the grimy, grease-streaked walls. Chapter 142, Chapter. While Arthuria was addressing her people during the interview, someone else was also addressing their people, albeit in a far more direct manner. Within the realm of the gods, Asgard, the young prince, Loki Odinson, stood on the balcony of the Golden Palace. He was dressed in his finest clothes, with the Allfather's own spear, Gungnir, in his hand. He looked every bit the noble ruler. And before him, a vast number of people had gathered at his request. He couldn't help but be pleased with himself and the sight before him. Being able to gather so many people with a word, having them all look up at him, it was pleasing. Finally, he took a deep breath and spoke loudly, magic carrying his voice to ensure everyone could hear him. "People of Asgard, I have called you here today to announce some important news." He deliberately paused, enjoying having them all hang on his every word like that. "Not long ago, Laufey, the king of Jotunheim and leader of the Jotun, was killed by me." His announcement was met with shock by the gathered crowd. Everyone was confused. They knew who Laufey was, but they couldn't understand why Loki would suddenly kill him or how. They didn't think he was strong enough to pull something like that off. Loki, too, understood this, so he was well prepared. "I am sure you have questions, so I shall explain. As you know, following my beloved brother, Thor's exile, and our beloved Allfather's Odin rest, I have taken up the heavy burden of Regent of the Nine Realms. And wasn't that a pleasure, to be able to call himself that, not as good as being the king, but still far better than Thor, that poor fool, spending his time in the mortal realm, dragging trash and filth through the city. When he first learned that little bit of information from Heimdall, he could barely make it back to his room before bursting into loud laughter. Even just thinking about it now made his lips curl into a smile. This is indeed a heavy burden. He continued. And to find the strength needed to lead us through such a challenging time, I often seek the wisdom of the Allfather, staying by his side to borrow his strength. He said, making himself sound like the perfect son. Today, when I went to do that, I was shocked to find someone else inside the room, someone who wasn't my mother had gone to rest. No, inside was none other than Laufey. He stood over our beloved king, with a knife raised to strike. His words caused everyone to hold their breaths. Some even covered their mouths in shock and anticipation. Loki proved himself worthy of his future title as God of Stories, and paused just long enough to make everyone desperate for the next part. Thankfully, I had Gungnir in my hand at the time. He said, holding the spear up high. And with a blast of the royal weapon, I killed him then and there, saving the Allfather, and killing an ancient enemy of our people. The crowd erupted. Some cheered, their voices echoing through the golden halls of Asgard, while others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to make of this sudden, grand announcement. Loki let the noise wash over him, soaking in the surge of admiration and disbelief. It was, after all, precisely what he had hoped for. With a slight flick of his wrist, he commanded silence, the magic in his voice crackling with authority. The clamor died down quickly, leaving only the hushed whispers of the wind that swept through the mighty columns. Yes, once more they snuck in and tried to commit a grave crime, though once more, they failed, and Asgard stands safe as always. However, he paused. We can't allow this to be forgiven. The Allfather already showed mercy once, to show mercy again will make Asgard seem weak. We can't allow that, because Asgard isn't weak, is it? The crowd roared back as one, their voices a wave of defiance that swept through the towering pillars and echoed off the shimmering walls. No, they shouted, fists raised, the fire of ancient warriors rekindling in their hearts. Loki felt the thrill of it, the raw power of the masses bending to his will. He had them, truly had them, and the taste of that control was as intoxicating as the finest mead. He leaned forward, eyes gleaming with a sharp, calculating light. No, he repeated, letting the word linger, stretching it out like the coil of a serpent. Asgard is not weak. We are the pinnacle of the 9 realms. The guardians, the warriors, the rulers. Our name alone should strike fear into the hearts of our enemies. His voice, carried by magic, boomed across the gathered throng, vibrating in their very bones. Loki felt Gungnir pulse in his grip, as if the spear itself responded to his rising fervor. We shall not sit idle, he continued, his words cutting through the crowd's renewed whispers. We shall not allow the Jotun to strike at our hearts without consequence. We shall strike back. We shall remind the realms why Asgard reigns supreme. The air crackled with anticipation. He could see it in their eyes, the flicker of battle lust, the hunger for glory that had built Asgard's empire. Loki smiled, slow and wicked, his mind already weaving the next steps of his grand plan. Hashtag. Prepare yourselves, he commanded, his voice sharp as the edge of a blade. Sharpen your swords, ready your hammers, and steel your hearts, for war is upon us once more. And when we march, the 9 realms will tremble beneath our steps, and the cries of our enemies will be drowned out by the clash of our blades. The crowd's response was a thunderous roar, the very stones of the palace trembling with the force of their fervor. Loki straightened, his heart pounding, the heady rush of control and chaos swirling within him. He had played his role perfectly, pulling the strings of their hearts and minds with a masterful touch. He allowed himself to stand there, under the roar of the crowd as they called his name. This was an honor not even Thor had enjoyed. And it was only the beginning. He had for a time considered using the Bifrost to destroy all of Jotunheim at once, but had moved away from the idea. While it would wash away the same of his own Jotun heritage, and prove to his father that his heart was entirely with Asgard, he also knew that it wasn't the best option, at least not right away. No, the people of Asgard loved a good battle, they longed for a good war, but Odin hadn't allowed it, always wanting peace. He now had the perfect excuse for a war, the perfect enemy. The war was also the perfect way to earn even more approval from the people, and to eclipse Thor even more. After all, Thor had invaded and almost gotten killed, so if he led an army there to kill everyone, to avenge them, wouldn't he earn respect, wouldn't he become even more beloved than Thor? Enjoying the shouts and attention for a moment longer, he finally turned to leave, the shouts of his people still ringing in his ears. Loki allowed himself a small, private grin. This was his stage, his moment. The 9 realms might not know it yet, but the age of Loki had begun. As Loki returned to calm his mother after the horrifying experience of nearly losing her husband, the warriors 3 and Sif found themselves standing together near the edge of the Grand Plaza, their armored forms still and uncertain amid the lingering echoes of the crowd's deafening cheers. Volstagg was the first to break the tense silence, his thick red beard twitching as he turned to his companions, his broad, armored chest rising and falling as he struggled to process what he had just witnessed. Laufey, he muttered, his deep voice carrying a note of disbelief. The king of Jotunheim, dead. At Loki's hand. He rubbed his chin, the metal of his gauntlet scraping against his thick, bristling beard. I would never have thought it possible. And he had good reason to be shocked. Because he had only recently gone to Jotunheim with Thor and the others, and as much as he wanted to deny it, they had been soundly beaten. Even Thor, the strongest of them, had been no match for Laufey. So to hear that someone like Loki had killed them was as unbelievable as it was shocking. Fandral, standing with one hand resting on the hilt of his elegantly curved blade, let out a low, disbelieving chuckle, though it lacked any true mirth. Our dear Loki, slayer of frost giants. Truly, the realms must be turning upside down. He flicked his blonde hair back, eyes sharp and thoughtful. Perhaps we have misjudged our young prince. Hashtag. Hogun, the grim warrior, remained silent, his dark eyes fixed on the balcony where Loki had just stood. His jaw tightened, the lines of his face hardening further. He had seen many battles, witnessed countless displays of power, but even he found this news difficult to accept. Sif, her dark hair tied back in a severe braid, narrowed her eyes, her armored form stiff and coiled, like a spear ready to strike. She knew Loki, or at least thought she did. Cunning, sharp-tongued, and clever, but a warrior capable of striking down the king of the Jotun. That seemed unlikely. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that there was more to this tale than Loki's grandiose words. Laufey was a warrior, she muttered, her voice low and sharp, a king among his people. He would not have fallen so easily, even to Gungnir. There is more to this than we have been told. Volstagg crossed his thick, powerful arms over his broad chest, his brow furrowing as he considered Sif's words. Aye, and Gungnir or not, Loki is no Thor. He is not the sort to wade into battle, to meet an enemy in open combat. He prefers shadows and schemes. Yet he held the spear. Hogun finally spoke, his voice a deep, steady rumble. And that alone is power enough to turn the tide. Fandral snorted, though there was a hint of concern behind his usually easygoing grin. Perhaps, but it still seems too convenient. A lone Jotun sneaking into the Allfather's chambers. A convenient opportunity for Loki to prove himself a hero while the Allfather lies helpless. It sounds more like one of Loki's stories than the truth. Hashtag. Sif's eyes darkened at that, her fingers tightening around the grip of her sword. Then perhaps it is time we see what else Loki has been hiding. Far too many strange things have been happening lately, and I feel Loki is behind it all. I think it's best if we bring Thor back. Volstagg's eyes widened at Sif's words, his broad, ruddy face twisting into a look of alarm. Bring Thor back, he repeated, his deep voice carrying a note of unease. Do you not remember what happened the last time we tried to gain access to the Bifrost? Loki controls it now. Aye, but what choice do we have? Fandral replied, his tone taking on a rare note of seriousness. If Loki truly means to lead Asgard into a war of his own making, then we cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Hogun's dark eyes narrowed, his broad shoulders shifting as he crossed his arms over his chest. How do we reach Thor without the Bifrost? Loki might be able to sneak around him, but we have no such skill. Sif's expression hardened, her jaw set in a fierce, unyielding line. Then we must ask the Queen again, surely this time, she will see the importance of what we have to do. After all, Thor was banished for risking a war, and now Loki starts one. The Queen, Volstagg muttered, his voice a low, rumbling growl. If she has not already been blinded by Loki's words, then perhaps she will hear us. But if Loki has her ear, this may be more dangerous than even we realize. Fandral's lips twisted into a wry smile, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his curved blade. Dangerous, yes, but is that not our calling? To brave the impossible for the sake of our realm. Chapter 143, Chapter. While the warriors 3 and Sif sought to warn the Queen and bring Thor back, the Queen herself had already begun moving in her own way, quietly but decisively, as only a mother and a queen could. Frigga might normally stay in her husband's shadow, but she was by no means stupid, no, she was a wise queen who helped her foolish husband as best she could. Though it wasn't easy, men were always troublesome. And this family seemed to have the most troublesome men she had ever met. Really, she didn't often see Odin's so-called wisdom. No, whenever he acted with wisdom, it was Frigga's wisdom, though she wasn't about to tell people that, poor Odin, he needed at least to think himself clever at times. Currently, she was sitting next to Odin's enchanted bed, the soft glow of the Odin force covering his body as she gazed down at his sleeping form. The room had only hours earlier been a mess, with fragments of the dead Jotun and their cold blue blood on walls and floors. Even now, she couldn't help but sigh at the mess this whole thing was. She knew well enough that Loki was behind it, and she knew what he was doing. It wasn't because he hated Odin or wanted to harm him, no, he did all that for Odin. Loki was the least favorite child, or at least compared to Hela, whom Odin had sealed away before she married him. Loki was also sensitive, and she had done everything in her power to make him feel loved, yet all boys desire their father's love, and Loki was no different. Loki's talent and skills were in magic and his mind, he liked to stay in the back, to use tricks to solve problems, and often to start them. Thor was the opposite, he liked to be at the forefront of things, loud and bright. And Odin preferred that strength. She knew Odin cared greatly for Loki, if not, he wouldn't have gotten away with all the trouble he had caused over the years. Yet to Loki, it didn't seem like that, he never truly felt his father's love. And she did blame Odin for being so bad at showing affection. Even their marriage needed her to put in the work. And now, Loki was off to war against Jotunheim, all to prove to Odin that he didn't belong there, that he belonged in Asgard. She worried that he might do something even more extreme if allowed. So she had to do something before he made more mistakes. She couldn't help but cast an annoyed glare down towards Odin, blaming him for leaving her with this mess. She wasn't a fool, she knew he wasn't in his true Odin sleep. Sure, he was resting and stabilizing, but not as efficiently as the true Odin sleep. He could wake up whenever he wanted, and he was aware of everything happening in all of Asgard. She had no doubt that Heimdall was even keeping him updated about what happened on Thor's side. Yet, all the problems due to his sleep, she had to deal with. Sometimes, she wished things were like when she first married him, before she fell in love. In that case, she might force him to deal with these problems on his own. Yet love changed people, and she couldn't ignore this because she did love him. You will make this up to me later, Frigga whispered into Odin's ear as she leaned down, smoothing a lock of hair from his brow. She straightened just as the golden doors creaked open and the guards stepped aside. Loki walked in. He strode like a king in his palace, his head held high and his back as straight as the spear he desperately clung to. Since taking the throne, he has barely let Gungnir out of his hand. "Mother, are you feeling better?" he asked, with real concern in his voice. He had never wanted her to feel bad, but the danger he had put Odin into had caused her to be sick with worry. Frigga gave him a smile, and then, without a word, she walked up and hugged him slightly. "I am better, thank you, Loki, if not for you. I don't know what would have happened." Loki stiffened in response, he wasn't expecting a hug. Yet, his mother always managed to surprise him. And it did feel some tension leave him, a weight disappear off his shoulders. Forgiveness, that was what he felt. He used his free hand to return the hug. For a moment, he felt like a child again, without the burdens that now weighed him down. Like nothing mattered, and everything would be all right. But moments like that never lasted. Loki gently stepped back, the familiar mask already sliding back into place. "You shouldn't worry yourself, mother. I have everything under control." Frigga's hand lingered briefly on his shoulder, her touch grounding. "I know you believe that. But kingship isn't easy, I worry that you will get too busy managing the kingdom while Odin sleeps." Loki tilted his head slightly, regarding her with that familiar mixture of fondness and suspicion. "Are you suggesting I'm overreaching?" he asked lightly, though there was an edge beneath the polish. "The Jotun invaded, threatened father, such a thing can't be forgiven, we must show strength, we must retaliate, I thought you of all would understand that." Frigga didn't flinch, nor take the bait. She simply studied him, her gaze clear and calm, as if she were reading a book she had long since memorized. "I understand the desire for justice," she said evenly. "But justice without wisdom is nothing more than vengeance. And vengeance, Loki, is rarely the mark of a wise king." He frowned, just slightly. "So we do nothing. Allow the attack on Odin to go unanswered." "You already answered it," Frigga replied. "You killed Laufey. You ended their king in our halls." That was a message heard across all the realms. "Do you truly believe more death will say anything louder?" Loki's fingers tightened around Gungnir. "They'll think we're weak if we don't act." "No," she said gently. "They'll think you're afraid they'll stop fearing you unless you remind them. And fear is a brittle thing, Loki. It cracks the first time you lose control." He looked at her then, for longer than a breath. He wanted to argue, to twist her words into something he could discard, but he couldn't. Not with her. "I've already called for mobilization," he said, quieter now, more measured. "I can't simply tell them all to go home." "You don't have to," Frigga said. "Your father didn't punish Thor because he was afraid of war, only a meaningless war, or the costs of that. I have a suggestion if you will listen, one I'm sure you will find pleasing." The interested look on Loki's face told her everything she wanted to know, he had already agreed with her, he just didn't know it yet. He was eager to prove himself, eager to rid himself of any ties he might imagine he had with Jotunheim, but he wasn't like Thor, his nature was to dislike war, to disdain fighting. He wanted to enjoy life, and in particular his kingship. And she just so happened to know how to give him just that, while delaying the war until a time where it could be called off without problem and without damage to his newly established prestige. With a cunning smile on her lips, she guided Loki over to the chairs. "Indeed, listen to your mother's wisdom for a bit, your father knew to do that, and as Lord Regent, you should too." Camelot and the entire world were still struggling with the revelations that came out during the UN meeting and the sit-down interview with Arthuria Pendragon. Whatever it was, Magneto's actions of taking the world leaders hostage and demanding rights for mutants, or Doom, who pulled his nation away from the international stage, and mirrored Albion in reneging on old debts by saying they belonged to the old regime. To the shocking reveal that King Arthur is a stunning woman. Those things alone would be more than enough to feed the media for months. However, it didn't stop there. No sooner had word spread about those events than Arthuria sat down with the well-known Jonathan Dimbleby for an in-depth, no-limits interview. This was something countless people had wanted for years. Each chance to ask this mysterious and powerful king questions was precious and desired. More so now that everyone knew she was a woman, people wanted to know more, and Jonathan Dimbleby was the man to get them those answers. And true to form, the interview did not disappoint. Broadcast simultaneously across all Albion networks and streamed live to every major news outlet across the world, it was watched by hundreds of millions. In Camelot, cafes had wheeled out old televisions onto cobbled streets, and crowds had gathered like it was a football final. In London, people stood outside shop windows, shoulders pressed together, watching through glass in stunned silence. Even in Washington, Tokyo, and Cairo, people watched. Some had expected a display of power, a staged presentation to quiet critics and silence questions. Instead, what they got was something infinitely more dangerous. Honesty. Jonathan Dimbleby had a reputation for being no-nonsense when talking with politicians, and while some people thought he went too easy on Arthuria, he still asked the hard questions, and he got people the answers they so desperately desired. While world leaders still wanted more, different questions and different answers, for most people, this was just what they wanted to hear. A retelling of ancient history, the truth forgotten by time. Ancient secrets and tales untold. However, more than that, they got answers to what someone like her was doing today. They already knew she didn't like the modern system, and many people wished to know more about what she would want instead. Because, was there anything better? People saw what she had done in Albion, how she made people's lives better, how they grew richer, many not on the international stage, but they never had to worry about their bills, their rent, or food. And they asked themselves, why can't we have that? Their governments kept telling them that it was impossible, that it wasn't sustainable. And that Arthuria and Albion were fools living in a dream, and once they woke up, they would face a horrible reality. Even inside Albion, people heard this from foreign media, and they too wanted to know if it was true. What made Arthuria so sure she could deliver what others said was impossible? Dimbleby had been direct in his questions, and Arthuria, too, had been direct in her answers. She explained things that people already knew, yet never thought about. She simply stated that there was more than enough food for everyone, but greed kept it out of the hands of those who starved. She simply said that as the king, she had to work to ensure every need was met. High rent. Lower it, no questions asked. Not enough homes. Build more, not questions asked. She solved problems, not debated them. She didn't pause, she moved forward, and made a path, a future for a kingdom, because that is what a king does, a leader. Be bold, be not afraid, and always think about the kingdom. That was what her answers boiled down to. And not even Dimbleby could find any questions she couldn't answer, because well, she sometimes just mentioned magic, which is hard to argue against. After all, how does one question someone about lacking resources when they can build an entire city out of thin air? Yeah, magic seemed to be the answer, and after having her explain it, everyone now wanted to learn it. Well, most people, a few suddenly found themselves very busy, far too busy to think about magic, and some of those people happened to be the people of Wakanda. Chapter 144, Chapter. The council chamber of Wakanda was quieter than usual. Normally, the domed room pulsed with quiet confidence, the voices of tribe leaders echoing off vibranium-laced walls with the calm certainty of a nation long untouched by colonial meddling. But today, there was tension, thick, silent, and sharp as obsidian. Chaka sat at the head of the crescent-shaped table, regal and unmoving, his face carved in stone. Above the center of the room hovered a still holographic frame, paused at the precise moment Arthuria Pendragon, king of Albion, turned toward him in front of the entire United Nations and laid bare Wakanda's greatest secret. The hidden truth of their power, their wealth, and their isolationism, spoken aloud for the world to hear. The merchant tribe elder broke the silence first, her gold-ringed neck rigid, her voice clipped. This is a disaster. We should never have engaged, growled Wabi, the border tribe's representative. He stood with arms crossed, jaw tight. Had the king not spoken, she would have ignored us. Now every intelligence agency in the world is sifting through our soil. Chaka didn't move. She already knew, he said. The river tribe elder, draped in water-toned robes and beads of blue glass, nodded. Yes. She wasn't posturing. That was no guess. She spoke like one who has seen us. All eyes turned then to the spymaster, standing silently in the shadows near the wall. Cloaked in a matte black mantle, their face was partially obscured by intricate armor etched with silent wards of secrecy. She's telling the truth, the spymaster said, voice flat, efficient, and deadly serious. Arthuria Pendragon possesses intelligence beyond any modern network. She did not speculate, she delivered. Clean, surgical exposure. No threats, no exaggeration. A queen playing a flawless hand. Wabi frowned. Then someone gave her that hand. Unlikely, the spymaster replied. There are no signs of breach from within. My agents report no leaks among the vibranium handlers, the royal family, or the city core. She didn't steal the knowledge. She understood it. Observed it. Possibly even walked among us without notice. An illusionist, the river elder asked, brows raised. It could be magic, we don't fully understand it, the spymaster replied. Or it could be history. I am no master of that subject, but if she truly is a king from centuries ago, then maybe she knew from back then. Chaka finally rose. She did what we feared the most, not with violence, but with truth. And worse, she was right. We hid. And we did nothing while the world bled. But we did so to survive, said the merchant elder. To keep vibranium from greedy hands. From the west. From colonizers. Do you not remember the scramble? I remember, Chaka said, his voice colder now. I understand the reason we did it, but the world is changing, maybe we should change as well. And he did understand, there was still value to being hidden, but the world was changing fast, with mutants and magic around, who is to say they can stay hidden? They had to be prepared, and he truly believed that the best way to do that would be to emerge into the world. If they did it now, they would be the most powerful nation in the world. A powerful position in the changing world order. If they waited, they might emerge into the same situation. If we step forward now, Chaka continued, we do so from strength, not necessity. The world is distracted, torn between Albion's rise, Doom's withdrawal, and the mutant awakening. While they scramble to choose sides, we could become one. The Jabari representative scoffed. Baku, tall and broad-shouldered even without his ceremonial armor, leaned forward with a deep frown. And what then, he rumbled. We open our gates, parade our gifts for the world to envy. We trust them not to bite the hand that fed them nothing for a century. You raise a good point, Chaka agreed. But, we are still strong enough to resist their bite for now, and I think we should take advantage of it, because I fear the consequences of trying to hide now that the world is aware. Baku grunted, but didn't argue further. That, in itself, was telling. The river tribe elder folded her hands calmly in her lap, considering. Then it must be on our terms. If we are to step into the light, we must do so not as a nation revealed, but as one that chose to reveal itself. We shape the story before others can, added the merchant elder, her sharp eyes flicking from Chaka to Shuri. Give them something to marvel at, and something to fear. But let them think it was always meant to be this way. Shuri nodded, her mind already racing ahead. Chaka didn't like to burden his young daughter like this, but when it came to technology, she was without a doubt the only one in all of Wakanda who could keep up with the outside world. And they couldn't afford to fall behind, now more than ever. Honestly, Chaka was relieved that they didn't push for war with the outside world, that they didn't take a harder stance. He could see that some had that idea, but didn't voice it. Glad to see they still had a bit of wisdom in them. After all, in front of powerful mutants like Magneto or people like Arthuria herself. Even their vibranium technology still gave them no way of dealing with those things. Yes, they could disrobe Magneto's powers, but if he stayed outside of the range of that effect, they could do little more than hope for the best. Worse yet was the strange beam of light unleashed by Arthuria Pendragon. They had no idea what it was, how it worked, or how to stop it. Could their shield block it? If not, fighting against her would be the end of their golden city. Yes, peace was the only way, and he liked that. Too long was the history of death left behind by Wakanda, too much blood on their hands to hide their secrets, and why? For fear. What did they have to fear? Their advanced technology allowed them to be like gods among men in the wider world. They should long since have taken their rightful place as leaders, rather than hiding in the dark like thieves. They had feared exposure. They had feared what the world might take. But now, standing in the aftershock of Arthuria's truth, Chaka felt the weight shifting. Not toward fear, but toward clarity. They were no longer protecting Wakanda from the world. They were protecting the world from Wakanda. And that, he realized, was a burden too great to bear in silence. He stepped forward, his voice strong and unwavering. No more hiding, he said. No more shame in our silence. Wakanda was never weak. We were never helpless. And we are not responsible for the sins of those who refuse to see us. He turned to the council. We will not bow. We will not apologize. But we will act. Shuri straightened, her fingers already twitching with invention. I can begin assembling a tech initiative, focused aid, clean power cells, medical nanotech. We give them enough to reset the narrative, but not enough to copy. We make it public, the river elder said. Global. Visible. Wabi exhaled slowly. We'll need to increase patrols. The curious will come sniffing around, emboldened by what she said. Tourists, spies, missionaries. They may look, the spymaster said, stepping forward from the shadows. But they will not see. I will tighten the net. And should anyone decide to trespass, they will not return. Baku let out a low grunt of approval. Let the world know our name again. Let them remember it in awe and fear. Chaka gave a solemn nod. Then it is decided. Shuri, prepare your presentation. Wabi, coordinate with the Dora Milaje to bolster outer security. Spymaster, monitor foreign transmissions, but do not interfere, not yet. And what of Arthuria? The merchant elder asked softly. She may yet act again. Chaka turned to the still hologram of Arthuria's face. Regal. Cold. Undeniably powerful. She did not expose us to destroy us, he said, eyes narrowing. She challenged us to rise. To claim the seat we've long ignored. Then, to the council, let us answer that challenge not with weapons, but with presence. Let the world see that Wakanda is no longer a rumor, but a force. For the first time that day, there was no hesitation in the room. Only resolve. And as the image of Arthuria flickered out, Chaka could almost feel her watching still, waiting to see if Wakanda would step into the light. He intended to make sure they did. On their terms. The room was dark. Not dim, not softly lit, dark. Only the central table glowed faintly, a ring of flickering golden projections suspended above it, slowly rotating through intercepted satellite images, leaked reports, encrypted diplomatic pings, and audio fragments pulled from the fiber optic veins of half a dozen governments. This place was the brainchild of the best and brightest of British minds, and to make it a reality, a huge price had been paid to make both Tony Stark and Phastos, the Technomancer, contribute to its creation. It was the heart of the Veiled Hand's operations, the most advanced information hub in the world, or at least that is what its creators claimed. From here, the Veiled Hand was able to gather all kinds of sensitive secret information, and with top of the line, and far beyond even that, AI and deciphering software, Albion was never in the dark. Yelena Belova sat at the head of the table, one boot resting on the edge, chin propped in her gloved hand, watching the slow swirl of data with cool, steady eyes. She had that half-lazy posture that only came with deep familiarity, comfortable, calm, lethal. Wakanda's moving, muttered Sonya, arms folded tightly across her chest, her platinum blonde hair pulled into a tight braid. Well, no surprise there, the king really kicked their golden little anthill, Oksana said from her own seat. Well, are they sending assassins or something? Yelena asked. She had found plenty of information about Wakanda, and well, what she saw disgusted her. The things she learned made even the Red Room seem less bad in comparison. The amount of harm the secret nation had caused was simply beyond compare. Assassinations of scientists, sabotage of both scientific breakthroughs and diplomatic attempts. Millions of deaths were due to their actions. And she was all too happy to see them suffer now. They're not sending assassins, Ingrid said, her voice cool and professional as she tapped a few commands into the projection table. Not yet, anyway. So far, it's all surface diplomacy. Soft power plays. Going open and taking control of the narrative. Well, we figured there was a chance of them doing that, Agnesa said while throwing a ball against the wall and catching it. Still doesn't mean we have to sit and watch it happen. We don't have to, Lauren added, her tone casual, but her fingers were dancing over a sleek touchpad, tracing Shuri's data signatures as they spread through new international satellite paths. But it's better if we do. Wakanda's not trying to threaten us, not yet. They're trying to play nice. Yelena slowly swung her boot down off the table and sat forward, resting her elbows on her knees, eyes still locked on the scrolling data overhead. They want to change their image, she said. That's fine. Let them try. But if they start rewriting history, we'll write it back. Oksana scoffed lightly. And how many people do you think are actually going to care what Wakanda did in the past once they're cured by shiny nanites and powered by endless free light? Yelena's voice didn't waver. Enough. Chapter 145, Chapter. As I stood at the edge of my tower and looked down at my city, I couldn't help but think back to the last few months. They had been eventful. The events of my interview were staggering. My coming out as a woman was quite a shock to a lot of people. Countless people felt betrayed, cheated, and questioned everything else about me. I didn't blame them, but I had never promised them that I was male. That was indeed a trick, but I wasn't about to go out on a limb to apologize to them. Instead, I focused on proving to them that I was a righteous king, a kind ruler. I would not be questioned, I would be obeyed, and in return, I would give them what they desired and deserved. Throughout the ages, there have been many brilliant and kind individuals. People who saw the truth, who worked for it, people who were just and led the way. Those people saw problems and offered solutions. Such as the minimum wage, an easy and simple rule: every job, no matter what that job might be, should pay enough that it can support a family. That was reasonable. If someone had to spend their entire day working, they should be rewarded for it. One man, one job, able to pay for one house, one car, one wife, and 3 children. Math had been done, a rate set, and that was the bar. Everything could go higher, but never lower. Council housing, all through the British Isles, houses had been built by the state, owned by the state. People rented them, and after a few years, they could buy them for cheap, and the state would use the money to build more. This had solved problems, housing prices were down and people were happy. But every time someone brilliant came along, there would be countless fools who could only see problems and couldn't find solutions. They could only think in the short term. It was a sad truth that the one and only female leader since the nation of Britain became a democracy was so bad at her job that people distrusted women in leadership positions. But I didn't blame people. That woman had done so much harm, selling off utilities. What was the idea behind that? How could that lead to lower prices? The state didn't need to make a profit on your hot water, on the electricity in your lights. The state could even afford a minus on all that. But a company? They needed profits, they needed that. So naturally, they would raise prices. It could never make things better for the majority of people, and indeed, prices had been going up ever since, and the state even had to step in, paying billions on their own to keep prices down. It was ridiculous. They now had to pay to the company they once owned, bleeding money endlessly. All these things were something I had dealt with. From my original emergency measures of tax relief and rent caps, I continued to cut down greed. If something couldn't be sold at a fair price, then it shouldn't be sold at all. Countless international companies had lost everything, and I ruthlessly took everything from them. Their property. State property now. Their inventory. Sold for cheap. Their inventions. Do I care about your patents? No. If you have a medicine my people want, then I will have my people make it. Televisions. You won't sell. Fine, we will make our own. I created millions of new jobs, and I enforced the old principle of minimum wage, one job, one household. It wasn't easy, a lot of people didn't like it, and a lot of problems kept popping up here and there. People saw their money becoming worthless. The pound was pretty much dirty outside of my borders now. Everything we imported, we paid for in gold and silver. The pound was worthless, but inside Albion, a single pound could buy something again. I ruthlessly cut prices everywhere. I increased the value of the pound by a massive amount. If you just had a few pounds in your pocket, you could still go shopping, still have a meal. Feed your family. It wasn't easy, but it was worth it. Even if I had to use the Grail to help me, I acted too quickly, and to compensate, I had to use magic. Make crops grow overnight, and fields just sown would be ready to harvest the next day. My people did pay a price, but I believed it was well worth it. And in time, everything they lost, they would regain. Because the rest of the world wasn't doing nothing during this time. No, the world was busy, very busy. Magneto had taken things to an extreme. He engaged in a semi-open war with the entire non-mutant world. And he was seeing results. Smaller nations were struggling, in particular around Europe. Those democratic nations didn't have a strong grip on their population. There, the people had a bit of power. They didn't support this war on mutants. They didn't want their children to fear suddenly awakening a mutant power. Would those parents support their kids should it happen? I didn't know, but it didn't really matter, because everyone wants to seem like they would, so they had no choice but to stand up, shouting for rights for their kids, no matter what. Those nations, driven by public sentiment, had no choice but to halt the hunting of mutants, repeal laws targeting mutants, and gradually prepare laws to protect them. Sure, they might drag their feet, be slow, but not everyone had a burning hatred for mutants. Some people in power feared them, desired their power, or had other reasons to hate them. But most people, they were just afraid. Afraid of getting attacked and killed by mutants, which left them with one of two options. One option was to get rid of all mutants, no need to fear them. But that did have a problem, the fact that those mutants could be their own kids, their grandkids, their friends, family, and those couldn't be bad, could they? Magneto had support from my veiled hand, to work on his PR. So, he had mutants hack into broadcasting channels, show evidence of cruelty against mutants, and ask the questions, would you want this to happen to your child? And most people didn't want that. Even if they weren't mutants, they couldn't guarantee that their kids wouldn't be. So, what options did they have? Risk their future? No, this left only one option open. To just make sure mutants wouldn't use their power on them. Most people had really no more reason to fear a mutant than a person with a gun or knife, and Magneto and his PR machine were reminding them of them. People were quickly getting around to the idea that they shouldn't make mutants the enemy, because everyone knew a cornered animal is the most dangerous one, and the same goes for humans, mutant or not. Mordred, what brings you here? I asked as Mordred stood behind me, clearly wanting to say something but unwilling to do so. Father, well, I was wondering if we could do something again, together. Like with the hand or something. If you want, I mean. She asked, sounding far more nervous than she really should be. What's this, Mordred? You sound like a squire. Be proud, be brave, be the person who dared strike me down. I didn't look at her, but I didn't need to do that to know the reaction she had to my words. I could feel it. She stood up straighter, a mix of pride and shame on her face. Father. Wanna go out and kick some ass? I sucked in a breath of the cool morning air. I believe that we might indeed need to deal with some issues soon. The continued attacks on my realm can't be ignored. That witch, claiming to be my sister, must be dealt with. Mordred lit up at my words. Finally, she said, cracking her knuckles. I've been itching for a proper fight. And that witch, daring to invade Camelot, pretending to be my mother, is just asking for a new meeting with Clarent. I didn't blame her for her excitement. Mordred was greatly offended by the so-called fake Morgan. Mordred had a difficult enough relationship with Morgan as it was. She was her mother, my sister, and someone who used her. I didn't even want to think about it. And to have someone else pretend to be her. Trying to use her against me. Against Albion. Even the real Morgan wouldn't get away with that, much less someone Mordred saw as a fake. Keep Clarent in its sheath for now. We can't just set out. The world is in chaos, and she is using that to hide herself. Us hunting her down right now will only help her. Mordred reacted like a child who had been told Christmas is cancelled. What? Why not? Her outrage echoed off the tower stone, loud and indignant, but underneath it, I could feel the frustration, hot and twitching in her limbs, aching to be unleashed. Because, before I am a knight, I am a king. I said calmly. This is a burden you, too, must know before you are worthy to claim my crown. I could feel Mordred's anger, her fury, and it was righteous. But father. Shouldn't a king kill their enemies? I sighed. Yes, Mordred, they should, but a king should also handle other things, such as diplomacy, or guests. I said, my voice as heavy as my heart as I thought about my troublesome guests. Mordred too bristled at the mention of that, because she knew who was causing me problems, and he wasn't particularly popular. Indeed, over the months, many things have happened. For one, Thor was still around. Something he shouldn't have been, not by the original plot. He should only have been on Earth for a few days, maybe a week at most, but now. He had been here for months. This clearly told me something big had indeed changed. Loki hadn't made any attempt at killing him, nor had Thor's friends come to take him back to Asgard. Thor had recovered a good bit from his lowest low. No longer did he drink his days away and carry trash at night. Now he spent his time fighting in the arena, which was just putting on shows for the masses. He was highly popular there. He was, without a doubt, the best mortal fighter we had. The crowds went wild for him, and he loved the attention. He also spent time hanging out with my knights. They knew about his true identity, and that allowed them to bond somewhat. Not every knight got along with him. Mordred, for one, mostly just trashed him hard. One particular time I had to use Avalon to heal him after he pissed her off. He didn't think, he liked to taunt his opponents, and well, Mordred fell for that very easily. The problem was just that Mordred was far stronger than the current Thor, so when she stopped holding as much back, he stood no chance. Sure, she fought recklessly, had openings, but Thor just wasn't able to make use of them. And Thor just never learned. But he was doing well, he was slowly on the path to kingship. It would take a while longer, but I believed that he would be more than worthy of Mjolnir before the end of the year. All without him having to go through some near-death experience. Sure, that was a great place to learn something, but a true king wasn't just forged on the battlefield. He, however, wasn't the guest who brought me trouble. No, that was his brother, Loki. Mighty ruler of Asgard, and well, seemed to have taken a liking to lording it over mortals. End of chapter. A small time skip, more of what happened will be revealed in the following chapters. But yes, events of Thor 1 are completely out of the window. Loki never felt the need to overreact, so Thor wasn't forced to fight not for himself, not for glory, but for others. He didn't learn the value of sacrifice. He still will, in time, but slower, and that leaves Loki on the throne until Odin stops being lazy. What consequences will that have in the future? Who knows? Chapter 146, Chapter. Loki, adopted son of Odin, brother of Thor. Prince and Lord Regent of Asgard, god of tricks and lies, master of illusions, and a candidate for god of stories and master of the multiverse. He had plenty of titles, past, present, and future. And for some odd reason, he decided to visit Camelot again, and worse yet, since I apparently welcomed him like that last time, he didn't feel the need to show up discreetly. Not that he was very good at that last time, but this time it was even worse. He at least didn't use the Bifrost to appear inside Camelot itself, but did so right outside the gates, a big random pillar of light appearing, shocking everyone. That wasn't even the end of it. Apparently, whatever little scheme he was working on back in Asgard had somehow worked out without Thor's interference. And now, he appeared with royal guards by his side, as is proper for a king, even a temporary one like him. I couldn't fault him for it. He was the ruler of Asgard and the nominal ruler of Midgard, so if he wanted to show off, That wasn't my business. He clearly recognized my rule over Camelot and Albion, so why should I bother? The problem was that he didn't hide himself, or who he was, which made the entire world go absolutely crazy. It was one thing to have a magic hammer such as Mjolnir appear, with a whispered promise of godly power. It was another thing entirely to suddenly have a god show up in such a public way. The whole religious powder keg about me confirming God via the Holy Grail, then confirming Norse mythology via Mjolnir, had only barely been suppressed by other events taking place. But now. Yeah, Loki poured fire on that when he showed up. There was just no ignoring that. And it wasn't like he just showed up once or twice, he seemed to come around a lot, even going on a tour of the world. Everyone gave him a royal welcome, given that everyone with half a brain at least realized that he wasn't from an alien civilization, if they still doubted his godhood. Not that they dared to say that to his face. Any civilization able to teleport to and from planets at will was far beyond what Earth could handle. So they did the most logical thing. They tried to get advanced alien technology from him. So he was invited everywhere and given the super VIP treatment. Though they would all be left disappointed. Asgard had long since reached a level where technology had become magic. There, they just used raw energy to get things done. No point in a fancy 3D printer when you can just conjure objects with your mind. Not that they did that, but it was pretty damn close. Asgard wasn't a high-tech civilization, but a high-energy one. The current Earth was just not even close to entering that stage. That led people to deem Asgard as a magic-based civilization, and one with possible roots in biotechnology. Or at least that was a theory I heard Reed Richard had thrown around. He was getting rather famous these days, with other people of his level being far more difficult to get in touch with, and Susan Storm pushing him to maintain a good public image for more sponsorships. He was one of the leading voices in a theory that all technology would at one point become like magic, and that Asgard had simply forgotten the old technology that allowed them to improve their genes to give them magic. Much like how humans had forgotten the proper way to hunt and cook mammoths. I wasn't sure I believed that, but it reassured some people that technology wasn't suddenly worthless and that they should suddenly start trying to learn magic. So every institution of higher learning was pushing this theory. These people all turned their focus to something else, namely Wakanda. This little-known African nation had gathered some attention when I called them out at the UN meeting, but that was nothing compared to what happened when they came out and admitted it. Though it wasn't of their own kindness, they had pretty much been forced into a situation where they either did it or someone else would do it for them. They tried to control the narrative, to garner pity and understanding, to gradually reveal the true depth of their technology while maximizing the benefits they could get. Not that it was working for them, it seemed some people knew the truth and weren't shy about exposing their lies. I knew that at least the Veiled Hand, as well as Tony Stark's Jarvis, was partly behind it. But news about some of their actions had leaked out, how they would steal inventions of others, and assassinate brilliant inventors to stop the world from catching up to them. The truth about their vibranium was leaked, even a story about them killing someone who invented the cure to cancer, and then destroying his work, just so people would continue to die from it, because they had a cure, and didn't want others to as well. I didn't know if that story was true or not, but it didn't matter, people believed it, and suddenly, every death of every very brilliant person ever was under suspicion. Countless people suddenly claimed that their dead uncle had been a secret genius and that they had apparently done something amazing before suddenly dying. Or every crackpot out there suddenly jumped up, and claimed to have been brilliant, until those Wakandas came for them and messed with their heads. And well, there was no way to prove anything, no one believed Wakanda's side of the story, and the people in charge of the smear campaign were good, really good. News articles disappearing from the internet, hit pieces disappearing. News shows talking about them getting interrupted. It all looked like they tried to hide the evidence, but just couldn't, it was fake. I knew some of the Veiled Hand members were behind some of it, S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra might be too. Because they all wanted their vibranium and tech. To make it even more poetic, the people reacting the strongest against Wakanda weren't the white colonizers they liked to blame for everything, no, it was their neighbors. Poor black Africans and African nations were the first to cry for blood. And it wasn't hard to understand them. Because, in their minds, all their problems could have been solved by Wakanda long ago. Slavery would never have been a thing, they would never have been poor, if only Wakanda had stepped up. Some movements out there seemed racially motivated, calling for a black empire to rise and oppress the white population, but those weren't too large. No, the true reaction from the majority was hatred and blame on Wakanda, which had already led to armed conflicts on their borders. Wakanda wasn't weak, their neighbors couldn't do anything at all, they were effortlessly defeated, but every drop of blood spilled only caused more hate. That conflict, together with the mutant stuff led by Magneto, had kept the world busy, even Doom was mostly left alone as everyone was too busy to care about some small nation they figured they could crush at any moment. Truly, going to that UN summit had been well worth it. Everyone I want off my back did so, leaving me able to focus on stability within my realm. It was almost perfect. Only two things annoyed me. 1. Morgana. She continued to push me, trying to find weakness. To sow chaos within my kingdom. Curses were found placed on farms, on wells, and entire districts in London, cursed with misfortune. Cursed objects containing demons were shipped in, either through normal imports, what little remained, or smuggled in secret. My knights could handle demons, they could handle her pawns and servants, her slaves, the vampires she sent at me, the countless magical minions. What they couldn't handle were the curses. My knights were no mages. They were mighty warriors, proud and loyal knights, and none within my realm could handle those magical curses. If you couldn't kill it with a sword, they were helpless. Only I could deal with that. With my limited magical knowledge, my divine might, and sacred objects, I could deal with them. One surprising discovery was that one of my weapons could clean up a curse like those with ease. My mop, yes, the divine mop of my maid, Ryder, summer spirit origin. An utterly ridiculous item, from an equally unlikely version of myself. In what strange universe would I, King Arthuria Pendragon, ruler of Camelot, king of knights, ever become a maid? While my more naive and younger saber self might be foolish enough to be tricked into acting like a maid, it was hardly easy. She had her own pride. And it wasn't that saber that worked as the foundation for that maid's spirit origin. No, it was my alter self, the darkened, corrupted, and far more evil version. Only in the utterly ridiculous universe of fate could someone like my alter decide to become a swimsuit maid and use a sacred mop and gun as her weapons. It was one of the spirit origins I didn't use much. It affected me, but not much. It was definitely one of the least impactful ones. Though I did like the bike, that one is great, the gun and mop, or the maid uniform and swimsuit. I didn't really use those. However, that mop was surprisingly useful when it came to dealing with curses. It had the ability to clean up a mess, and be used as a weapon. But it was the cleaning part that was important, because it could clean up a curse just by mopping the ground a little. Though only I could use that function, which meant I had to spend time running around mopping up the mess Morgana left behind. The duties of a king are many. Beyond that, the other thing keeping me busy these days was Loki himself, who liked to spend time in Camelot. And as king and ruler, I had little choice but to host him personally. He was, after all, someone who could try to kill his brother time and time again as they grew up, and destroy an entire planet just to prove himself to his father. With someone like that, I couldn't leave him alone for too long, not with Mordred around. So, I was kept busy, though thankfully not as busy as my foes. Just be patient, Mordred, soon enough, I will take you with me as we go to France. I finally said after getting caught in my own thoughts. France. EW. Do we have to go there? She said with disgust on her face. It was funny, I wasn't sure why she even reacted like that, or why I shared her disdain for France. After all, in our time, we haven't had the 100-Year War to build up that dislike. Maybe it was just something that was so ingrained in the British spirit that it affected us, who were worshipped on the throne by the British people. If you don't want to go, I will bring Lancelot or Sir Lionel instead. Given that both hail from there, they might be a better choice. I said calmly. Mordred, however, didn't take it calmly at all. Mordred's eyes widened as if I had just offered her sword to another. What? No way. You're not taking him, she snapped, crossing her arms and stepping closer, practically bristling. You can't be serious, father. Lancelot. He's French. He'll betray you the moment some blonde princess bats her lashes at him. And Lionel? Who even is Lionel? I raised an eyebrow at that. Sir Lionel was one of your uncle's most trusted companions. Exactly. My uncle's. Not mine. She huffed and looked away, arms still crossed. You promised me we'd fight together. I had to suppress the amused smile tugging at my lips. You just said you didn't want to go to France. I didn't say that, she snapped back instantly, then paused, thinking through her words. Okay, I did say that, but not like that. I meant France smells funny or something. But if you're going, then I'm going. You are very determined to contradict yourself in record time, I mused, turning back toward the balcony edge. Tell me, is it the battle that draws you, or the time with me? She flinched just a little, barely visible, but I saw it. You said we'd do something together, she muttered, her voice dropping slightly. End of chapter. For next chapter, I plan a bit of a flashback to some Loki content, before setting off for France. This chapter was largely just catching up to what was going on with everything. We will touch more on some things from time to time, but there is too much politics to get into, so gonna skip over some of it. But Loki stuff is important. I'm changing a ton of stuff, so need to do it all right or we will never have the damned New York invasion. Chapter 147, Chapter. Hosting Loki wasn't easy. I could easily tell that he wanted to get the full royal treatment, he wanted acknowledgement, the only thing he ever really wanted. That in of itself wasn't a problem, but he was vain about it. For him, it wasn't enough to just give me a bit of my time, he wanted more. And given his childish, vindictive nature, I had to humor him. I still remember one particular activity, though not one I disliked all that much myself. It was a fight. Naturally, neither of us would fight. I was a powerful divine spirit, my fey eyes were the bane of his illusions, allowing me to see through his tricks. He stood no chance against me, and he wasn't someone eager to fight, preferring his tricks. So, rather than us fighting, like Thor might have wanted in his place, it was our champions fighting. He didn't really have any, but he was eager to see how his royal guards stood against my knights. Flashback. Greetings, Your Highness, I greeted Loki as he once again arrived in Camelot, for the 4th time this month. Loki stood proud, he wore that long flowing green cape, and his golden horned helm, and was flanked by tall, strong guards. Though what my knights and I mostly paid attention to was the spear in his hand. Gungnir. Odin's spear. A weapon of legend in its own right, second only to Mjolnir in fame. But while it paled in fame compared to Mjolnir, it outshone it in power by far. With my eyes, I could see the magic, the power within it was far greater than even the Holy Grail, it was a weapon no less powerful than my own. My knights weren't able to see the magic, see the overflowing power of the spear, but they could feel the danger it represented, so they stood tense. Though from Loki's expression, I didn't think he noticed, he seemed to think they were acting like that out of respect for him. He wasn't the brightest man, but he was acting regent of Asgard, and that spear forced me to wear Excalibur on my hip, housed within its sacred sheath, Avalon. Gungnir's sheer offensive might have demanded it. I could understand why even someone like Laufey died to one hit of that thing, it was monstrous. Loki clearly didn't realize any of this, he held it like a scepter rather than a weapon, casually, like he didn't need it. Which, truthfully, only made him more dangerous. Because he was clearly ignorant of what he held. Arthuria, he said with a wide, toothy smile that didn't reach his eyes. How radiant your little kingdom looks in the morning sun. And how obedient your weather continues to be. I command not the weather, it behaves because it wishes so, though I agree, I do prefer the sunny weather to rain, my realm often suffers under thick clouds. I replied smoothly, tilting my head slightly. What brings you here this time? You make it sound like I'm not welcome here, he said, with a mock-hurt tone to his voice. And here I thought we were close. I had to turn my head and give Mordred a hard look as she was about to open her mouth, and her hand about to unsheath Clarent. I meant no such thing, Your Highness, you are a guest, a most noble and honored one, but as a fellow ruler, I understand the burden of a crown better than most, so I know you must be busy. Loki let out a small, amused huff, clearly satisfied by the deference. He twirled Gungnir once, showy, almost careless, but I caught the glimmer of magic sparked by the motion. The spear responded like a living thing, and for a moment, I wondered if it resented being held by a trickster who didn't understand its nature. Well, he said, glancing around at my knights with his usual air of smug mischief, well, my mother happens to think much the same, that I could learn something from you. I'm not so sure, I mean, you rule over mortals, and I the realm of gods, but her wisdom never fails. I nodded, happy that Mordred wasn't able to pick up on his hidden meaning. And what wisdom does the Queen Mother offer this time? I was somewhat intrigued. I knew little about the wife of Odin and mother of Thor, she died pretty pathetically in the movie, but I'm sure she had her hidden depths. As I said last time I paid you a visit, my realm prepares to go to war, and my mother seems to think that as a good leader, I should not just go with my own army, but raise a grand force from the 9 realms, a show of unity and all that. He said, waving his free hand. I gave a small nod, I was beginning to understand the bigger picture here. Loki clearly still wanted to prove to Odin that he wasn't loyal to Jotunheim, and his place belonged in Asgard. Though for some reason he didn't intend to use the Bifrost to destroy the planet, I could only assume that his mother had some part in that. So instead, he wanted to take the war to them and destroy them, proving himself a mighty leader and superior to Thor, who attacked and failed. Odin didn't want war, so it was likely that Frigga didn't want one either, so she whispered into her son's ear, making excuses to delay the war. If she could help him gather a mighty army, one able to crush the Jotun underfoot with ease, but just before he set off to war, Odin somehow woke up and stopped things. Loki could prove himself, someone skilled in diplomacy, someone who didn't start a war without proper preparation and care. He would get the glory, and Odin would get to avoid the war. From what I had seen of Odin's performance, he likely wasn't one to come up with such a scheme himself, never really thinking about his children's thoughts, but Frigga. That was possible. A sound strategy, Your Highness, war is never to be underestimated, nor taken lightly, gathering an overwhelming force will indeed lower the overall casualties. Though Midgard has little to offer, few here can match the might of a single Asgardian warrior. Loki gave a slow, considering nod, clearly pleased by my words, praise was his favorite wine, after all. Indeed, he mused, his tone lilting with false humility, though I find that mortals have a certain inventiveness. Desperation breeds creativity, does it not? And unity among scattered peoples. Well, that's always a story worth telling. I figured he was talking about the mutants, they did stand out among normal humans, well, they might not be normal humans anymore, but still, on his trip around the world, he no doubt heard a lot about them, and no place in the world currently had more of them than Albion. Still, none of those compare with real legends, do they? He continued, half pointing Gungnir at my knights, who tensed. I've brought a few of my guards, he continued with a theatrical gesture to the warriors flanking him. They are loyal, well-trained, and rather eager to test their strength. I thought, perhaps, they might spar with some of your knights. Purely as a gesture of camaraderie between our great realms. Mordred perked up immediately, as I knew she would. She stepped forward before I could answer, her armored fingers twitching. I'll take the strongest one, she said bluntly, her voice sharp with challenge. Unless the Prince of Asgard fears a fair match. Loki gave her a smile that was more serpent than venom. Oh, I'm not the one who should be afraid. I sighed internally but offered no objection. Letting Mordred release some of her tension in a controlled environment was preferable to her picking a fight with Loki himself, or worse, embarrassing me before a fellow monarch. Very well, I said. A friendly duel, to mark the goodwill between Asgard and Albion. Not just Sir Mordred, but all my knights may try their strength against the guards of our guest. Loki clapped once, slowly and dramatically, clearly enjoying the spectacle already forming before him. Excellent. I always did love a good show. A show it shall be then, I declared. Let us go to the arena, I do not wish to have fighting happening inside my castle. I said, leaving no room for argument. The words had barely left my lips before Mordred turned on her heel and strode out, already fired up by the promise of combat. I could only shake my head with a sigh as the rest of us all followed along. Moving towards the arena. As we walked, the buzz of excitement spread ahead of us like wildfire. Word traveled fast in Camelot, too fast. By the time we reached the arena, the stone terraces were already filled with citizens eager to watch the spectacle. Loki soaked it all in like a performer stepping onto center stage. His grin never wavered, though his eyes flicked around, cataloging everything. Given his royal status, I brought him up to the royal viewing platform, where I had spectated the last grand tournament. Both of us sat there, on stone thrones as the stands continued to fill with people eager to watch what was going on, and on the sand below, stood my knights and his guards. I guess the people are eager to see this fight, my knights of legends against divine warriors of the gods. I said, adding some light chatter to the event, really just making small talk. Oh, naturally, he said, voice honeyed with amusement. Mortals can't help but stare in awe at us superior beings, I'm sure you are well aware of that, your highness. I hummed in mild agreement. He wasn't wrong. I didn't like to consider myself superior, but it was the truth. I'm afraid I didn't have enough for warning to get us a presenter, so unless your highness wishes to do it yourself, perhaps we will just forego it entirely. Loki let out a soft, theatrical sigh, placing a hand dramatically over his chest. Oh, how tragic. A spectacle with no narrator. That hardly seems fitting for the clash of gods and legends. I glanced at him sidelong. So you do wish to do it? He leaned back with a devilish grin. Well, if you insist. Go right ahead. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. Loki stood, conjured a slim rod of gold from thin air, some enchanted device, no doubt, and tapped it against his palm as he projected his voice across the arena. People of Albion, he began, his voice suddenly booming with magical amplification, smooth as polished silk. Today, by the grace of your radiant ruler, Arthuria Pendragon, and by the humble wishes of your guest, Prince Regent of Asgard, ruler of the 9 realms, yours truly, we bear witness to an exchange of strength and spirit between realms divine and mortal. The crowd applauded, more out of curiosity than loyalty. From the golden halls of Asgard come warriors handpicked to serve the throne of Odin himself. Loki gestured toward his guards, who stood at attention, gleaming in their armor. And from the shining court of Camelot, the Knights of the Round Table, legends etched in time and myth, defenders of the realm, chosen by blade and fate. There was a much louder cheer for that, and Loki's lips twitched at the noise imbalance. In the spirit of friendship, unity, and harmless entertainment, he glanced down at Mordred. We now commence a series of friendly duels. I had to admit, he did have stage presence. But then again, he'd been performing his whole life. First match, I said quietly, gesturing to Mordred. Let her have it. The announcer role passed back to Loki naturally. Facing off in our first bout, Sir Mordred, daughter of the king, bearer of Clarent, and breaker of expectations. Mordred gave an exaggerated bow to the crowd, then cracked her knuckles loudly enough to echo off the arena walls. And from Asgard, warrior Halvor, veteran of the Frostfawn campaign, and wielder of the twin axes Stormclap and Bitter Steel. The Asgardian stepped forward, taller than Mordred by nearly double, heavily muscled and stoic. Loki sat back down beside me, Gungnir resting at his side. Now then, he murmured, shall we place bets? I didn't respond immediately. I was watching Mordred step into her stance, low, coiled, eager. And looking happier than I had seen in a long while. What do you have in mind? I asked curiously. Loki's grin widened, lazy and pleased. Oh, nothing so vulgar as gold. I was thinking, information. A secret for a secret. If your knight wins, I'll answer any one question, honestly, and without trickery. I arched my brow. And if she loses? Then you answer one of mine. Honestly. No royal deflections, no clever dodges. Very well, I said, offering my hand. A secret for a secret. Chapter 148, Chapter. He took it, his grip cool and theatrical, not a trace of strength behind it. Marvelous. Let the games begin. On the sands below, Halvor stomped once, sending a ripple through the arena floor. His axes gleamed like thunderclouds caught in moonlight. The crowd murmured with anticipation. Mordred drew Clarent. There was no flash of power, no dramatic aura, just steel and bloodlust. She didn't wait for a signal. With a roar, she lunged forward, a blur of red and silver. Halvor swung one axe, wide and powerful, but she slid beneath the arc, kicking his knee with enough force to crack stone. The Asgardian staggered. Fast, Loki murmured. Clarent is lighter than most expect, I said mildly, watching as Mordred spun into a rising slash, scoring a line across Halvor's ribs. And sharp, few mortal weapons can wound an Asgardian. He commented, his curiosity clear in his voice. Clarent is no simple weapon, it was once mine, the weapon of a king, a magical blade that empowers its wielder, but only if they are a king. I lightly explained. It wasn't much, but it was more than enough to get him interested. Loki's eyes lit up like a scholar discovering a lost rune. A king's blade that empowers only rulers, he repeated, intrigued. How delightfully exclusionary. Which leaves the question, why isn't your majesty the one using it? He asked, glancing down at the sword at my side. Avalon hid its appearance and power. On their own, both of them were extraordinary, impossible to ignore, their power impossible to miss, yet when combined, they seemed almost normal. I never used it, since I got it, I never favored it. I found it lacking compared to my other swords, it isn't the weapon of a knight, but a king, and back then, I was far more knight than I was king, I answered, feeling almost nostalgic as I did. Down below, the fighting continued. Halvor had learned his lesson, not to underestimate Mordred, treating her like just another mortal human would be a mistake, and he learned quickly and well. As an elite Asgardian, a guard of Odin himself, Halvor was impressive. No doubt many centuries of skill behind him, none of my knights had nearly that much experience, so he was good, very good. So, if the sword only works for a king, why is your knight using it? Wouldn't it be powerless in their hands? Loki asked. I could feel the desire in his voice, he likely wanted the sword, being a king, but weak himself, he likely dreamed of it being something akin to Mjolnir, able to grant him great power. It would be interesting to see what would happen, but it wasn't possible, not anymore. Mordred stole it as an act of rebellion against me, and soaked it in my blood. The sword is now cursed, so its power is gone, but it's still a good sword, and Mordred likes it. He looked slightly disappointed, he wanted the sword, but had no use for a cursed blade. Cursed. And she still wields it. The curse isn't too bad, it's just extra effective against me, that is to say, the sword that kills kings and fathers, used against those, it's far more dangerous and powerful. Loki leaned back, fingers steepled beneath his chin as he regarded the duel with a contemplative expression. How poetic. A blade meant for kings, made lethal against kings. Halvor swung again, this time with sharper control, pressing Mordred with precise, punishing arcs. She parried one, ducked the next, then delivered a headbutt to his chestplate that rang through the arena like a bell. The Asgardian grunted in surprise. Because Mordred didn't wear her helm, she ended up coming out of that move worse than he did. She fights like a berserker, Loki observed. I couldn't help but be slightly embarrassed as one of my best knights suddenly found herself pushed back and on the defensive as her move just gave her opponent the advantage. She is used to fighting people far weaker than her, so there she doesn't have to worry about anything like that happening. Loki chuckled softly, watching as Halvor took full advantage of Mordred's momentary disorientation. The Asgardian pressed forward with calm, brutal rhythm, his twin axes dancing like falling guillotines. Overconfidence then, Loki mused aloud. I sighed sadly, indeed, she is strong. But reckless and easily angered. That's both her flaw, and her charm. Below, Mordred caught one axe with the flat of Clarent and pivoted, using her momentum to deliver a punishing kick to Halvor's midsection. It connected, but not hard enough to turn the tide again. He didn't even stumble. She's losing, Loki observed with a trace of satisfaction, his eyes glittering. If she does, she deserves it for underestimating her opponent, such a mistake shouldn't happen. Though it is but a friendly match, in a full-out fight, I'm sure she wouldn't struggle like that. I couldn't help but defend her. I truly did believe in her because she was good, but also fighting while holding back a lot. So far, she hadn't used any real skills, never mind even wearing armor. Though a lot of that was due to her not taking him seriously, and now, she couldn't suddenly pause the fight. Which meant she would either have to go all out, or eat the harsh lesson of never taking a divine servant like an Asgardian lightly. She might be a servant, unbeatable by a normal human, even one enhanced this way or that, but she wasn't fighting against someone like that, but against a legend in his own way. It sounds like you don't mind a loss, surely you haven't forgotten our bet. I turned to him with a faint smile. I haven't forgotten. But this isn't about pride. It's about growth. Loki arched his brow. So noble. So boring. I didn't answer. Below, Mordred ducked another strike, barely avoiding the bite of Stormclap as it tore a chunk from the arena floor. Then again, she isn't the only one fighting like a berserker, he, too, is swinging around quite a bit of power. I said, very glad I didn't let them fight inside the castle itself. Loki chuckled at that, his gaze returning to the duel. A fair point. I suppose even gods can be overeager when an audience is watching. The clash resumed with renewed intensity. Halvor, emboldened by his earlier success, bore down with another furious combination, one axe high, the other sweeping low. Mordred narrowly leapt over the lower swing, twisting in midair. Her blade caught the descending arc of Stormclap, sparks flying as steel bit into steel. The crowd roared. It wasn't every day they got to see a fight like this. Mordred was famous, and she was feared, so seeing someone other than my knights able to go toe-to-toe with her was a first for them. They also weren't the only ones paying attention. Already now this match had caught a lot of attention worldwide. Everyone knew of Loki's claim and believed it to some degree, but they also hadn't dared to test him. So this was the first chance many of them had to see just how strong those Asgardians truly were, and well, they didn't disappoint. Personally, I felt this man was far stronger than even the Warriors 3, at least from what I remembered seeing them doing in the movie. I didn't think even Thor would be all that much stronger, so I couldn't help but give Loki another glance. Because this man he had brought with him surely wasn't just a small-time Asgardian, but the best of the best. At the same time, I was impressed with the power of Asgard. In the movies, they had been rather disappointing. But here, in this reality, they were anything but that. Loki caught the glance, and his smile grew sharper, as if he could read my thoughts. I admit I was ill-informed, I admitted. I knew Odin was powerful, but other than him, all I knew was Thor, and in his current state, he isn't all that impressive. Loki chuckled, my brother is indeed not the best measuring tool for the overall strength of Asgard. My father, despite his love of peace, has many great warriors under him. And more than just warriors as well, surely you aren't the only sorcerer in Asgard. I asked, hoping he would want to show off and expose some more of Asgard's strength. Loki's grin widened, unmistakably pleased by my curiosity. Oh, of course not, he said, lounging back on the stone throne as though we were discussing opera. Though few have what it takes to walk far down that path, my mother is without a doubt the greatest, followed very closely by me. He said with pride in his voice. How envious, my own realm lacks in magical might. Once I had Merlin, a wise, court wizard, a master of illusions and much more, but sadly, he went chasing the wrong woman and got imprisoned for all time. Loki's grin faltered for just a heartbeat. Eternal imprisonment. That seems excessive. Indeed, it was a hard punishment, but such is the danger of spurning a woman's love. We are vindictive creatures. I said lightly. Though I was pretty sure my tone had a shiver run down his spine. Good, he better behave himself. As far as I knew, he had a history of cutting a girl's hair off, if I remembered correctly, and no man messes with a woman's hair. But he can't still be imprisoned, right? As a human, he should have been long dead by now, he said, chuckling nervously. No, he is still alive, he can't die, he is half demonic in nature, and the place he is held, the realm of Avalon, is one without death, so there, he still stands, using his magic to watch a world he can't be a part of again. He might even be watching us right now. Loki went still. Only the subtle tightening of his fingers around Gungnir betrayed his unease. Alive, and watching, he repeated, his voice almost too light. How quaint. Like a ghost tethered to the windowpane, forever shut out. More like a prisoner clutching the bars, I replied. A master of illusions, undone by his own curiosity, entered a trap due to arrogance, a tale worthy of caution, no. He just gave a nervous chuckle as he quickly looked back at the fight. Mordred had been pushed into using mana burst while we talked, now the boost of her skill caused red lightning to cover her body as she moved, Clarent moving through the air with deadly force and speed. Halvor, however, wasn't one without means. In response to Mordred's own power-up, he too seemed to use some strange technique, letting out a battle roar as his skin turned golden, giving him far greater strength and speed than he had before. It seems they are more evenly matched than I expected, Mordred might even lose this one. I hummed as I gently drummed my fingers against the armrest. Not regretting our little Vagar are we, your highness. Loki teased, but his eyes didn't leave the fight. I had a feeling he, too, was surprised by Halvor's strength, because it didn't seem to fall short of what I expected from Thor, and he was god of thunder, son of Odin, and prince. For some random guard to match that, Yeah, that wasn't a random guard at all, something Loki seemed to be realizing as well. I knew that Mordred still had her noble phantasm left, she could use it, and maybe win, but I didn't want her to use such a powerful attack in a friendly match. Say, Your Highness, it seems this fight won't end easily, how about another deal? Loki turned to me, brows lifting with amused intrigue. Oh. And here I thought Albion's pride wouldn't allow such concessions. This isn't about pride, I said smoothly. It's about wisdom. You and I both know how easily this could escalate beyond a spar. And frankly, I would rather not see my city's arena reduced to rubble over something as trivial as entertainment. He tilted his head, intrigued but clearly cautious. Go on. If Halvor were to, how shall I put it, misstep, I said, choosing my words with deliberate care, if he were to allow Mordred a narrow victory, I would, in return, honor our previous wager now. He blinked once, then slowly leaned back into his seat, clearly delighted. You would give me my question now? Without waiting to see the outcome. I would, I confirmed. I am confident in Mordred's strength, but given their current performance, I fear she won't hold back, and neither of us wants that, so. You take the loss, let Mordred win, and you still get your prize, and I don't have to listen to Mordred whine about ending the fight when she was winning. Loki let out a low whistle, clearly enjoying the game. You drive a hard bargain, Your Majesty. Sacrificing the truth of the fight for political stability, oh, how very kingly of you. Indeed, I said. A lesson in compromise. Consider it a gift. He laughed, and for once, it didn't have that serpentine edge. Very well. I'll signal him. Chapter 149, Chapter. With the agreement reached, Loki wasted no time ending the match. Halvor, ever the dutiful soldier, obeyed. In the middle of an exchange that could have gone either way, he took a step back, raised a hand, and announced his withdrawal. It was clean. Respectful. But it lacked conviction. I saw it in his eyes, that flicker of protest, the bitterness that came from being denied the finish he had fought for. It wasn't the loss that stung, it was the lack of closure. The duel had been fierce, even, glorious in its symmetry, and then, suddenly, it was over. No warrior lived for that kind of end. Loki, of course, didn't notice. He gave a satisfied clap, basking in the performance, not the consequence. He wasn't a warrior. He didn't understand what he had asked of Halvor. He saw the duel as theater, not trial. Had I been in his place, I would have walked down to that sand-covered arena and offered Halvor my respect face to face. A warrior of that caliber wasn't just a guard, he was a treasure. The kind of man kings build legacies with. Excellent display, Sir Mordred, I said, my voice carrying effortlessly across the arena. You fought well and proved yourself the equal of even Asgard's finest. But remember, forced victory is no true victory. Had you fought more wisely, perhaps the match would have been yours beyond question. Mordred stood with Clarent resting across her shoulders, her expression tight. She didn't respond, not verbally. But I saw the way her fingers flexed around the hilt. She wasn't pleased either. Neither of them were. Halvor looked like he had been robbed of something vital. Mordred looked like she had failed to earn it properly. To soothe the tension, I straightened and addressed the crowd, and the fighters alike. These matches are to be taken in the spirit of a friendly contest, I declared. From here on, let us rein things in. No magical skills, no special abilities, and no noble phantasms. Just strength, discipline, and the measure of skill. Let it be a celebration, not a declaration. A murmur of agreement rolled through the arena, the crowd accepting the new terms. The next knights and Asgardians began to size each other up with more tempered expectations. Privately, I was relieved. The strength of Asgard's warriors had exceeded even my cautious estimates. If these were standard, then I would have to reconsider my deals with Asgard as a whole. So hopefully, I will be able to learn more from the next few matches. It seems the clash of steel has brought even your brother here, I said, as I knew Thor had made his way into the spectating seats. Well, you could sit, but he didn't, he stood at the edge of the spectating area, watching the action below. Right now, Lancelot was fighting yet another Asgardian. This match had begun without either Loki or me announcing it. The combatants were too eager to wait. I couldn't blame them, the warrior inside me too felt excitement at the earlier fight, though, as a king now, I had to suppress that and instead focus on what was important. Loki looked towards where I was pointing and quickly spotted his brother, Thor, who was dressed in mortal clothes, stood looking with burning eagerness in his eyes, wishing he could join the fight. Yet, his mortal strength didn't allow him to compete against those down there. Loki followed my gaze and chuckled dryly. Ah, yes. My brother. Ever the warrior, even when stripped of his power. He wishes to fight, I said, studying Thor with a soldier's instinct. But he cannot. Not like this. He cannot, Loki echoed. And that is what makes it exquisite. I glanced at him. He smiled. To sit on the sidelines and watch others claim the glory you once owned, it's the perfect punishment, wouldn't you say? Exile is indeed a harsh punishment, more so for him to be stripped of his powers, while Mjolnir sits so close by, a constant reminder of what he has lost. The All-Father is a cruel man when he needs to. Loki's smile didn't falter, but his hand clenched into a fist. Indeed, my father is a king, wise, but rarely kind. A king can be kind, I murmured, but it is rarely easy. Often, kindness is mistaken for weakness. I couldn't help but think about my first reign. Back then, I had been kind, a noble and ideal leader. I had given everything for my people, and in return, they all turned against me so quickly. Sure, many followed me and stood by Gawain's side in the rebellion, but just as many stood with Mordred. I looked at Thor again. He stood so still, yet I could feel the tension in his frame. He longed to be part of this, hating to sit on the sidelines, just watching glory pass him by. But it would be good for him. He would get over it, and finally, he would understand that glory isn't something a king can chase without thought. Do you wish to speak with him? I can call him up here if that is the case. I asked Loki, who shuddered slightly. No, that's quite fine. It would be best that he remembers that he is no longer a prince of Asgard. His voice wasn't strong, but he clearly wasn't willing to sit with Thor. I suspected it was shame, maybe, now that he had taken everything from him. I could only imagine the weight of his guilt. That's fine, it will draw less attention to him. Right now, few know and believe who he is. Should we invite him up here, it would cause him trouble. Better to leave him be for now. I gave Loki an excuse. Yes, that's for the best, he said, almost sounding grateful for the way out. Below us, the two fighters didn't waste words, their blades clashed again and again. Lancelot was the most skilled of all my knights, and now, he faced someone no less skilled than himself. Though this particular Asgardian wasn't as strong as Halvor, he still had centuries or millennia of experience, which allowed him to cause Lancelot a lot of trouble. Your warriors are great, your highness, they are worthy of being warriors of the realm of gods, I said, flattering the god of lies. Indeed, though I must admit I am somewhat surprised that your knights can match them. It seems my mother's wisdom is proven right once more. You could easily join in the campaign against Jotunheim, he said with a proud smile on his face. I'm afraid I can't offer all my knights. Midgard still has its challenges, my realm is even now under attack, but I could offer some enforcement knights and a few of my own, but likely not right now, I offered. It was pretty much an empty offer. I saw through his request. He wanted war, yes, but his mother was delaying, so was I until the time the war wouldn't happen. I guess that is the best I can get. I would love to have you join, but I doubt you can leave your city without it being attacked by all the greedy mortals eyeing it from the shadows. I could only sigh in agreement. Yes, countless people around the world wanted to claim my power, my realm, and ensure that this communist, fascist, authoritarian rogue state failed. It was amusing that I was labeled both fascist and communist. Nevertheless, that was the perception. Anything deemed evil was attributed to me by other nations, despite the fact that many more people appeared to appreciate, and in some cases, envy what I provided for my citizens. But enough of that. I owe you a secret, your highness, so why don't we get that out of the way before we continue, lest we forget. I didn't want him to hold such a thing over me, so it was better to have him ask now before I told him everything that wasn't a big secret. Far better to have him ask that than something that really mattered. Loki's smile returned, slow and sharp, like a knife being unsheathed beneath silk. Oh, how gracious, he said, the words wrapped in velvet. I had half expected you to delay again. Kings do so love to bargain with truth like it's gold. I honor my wagers, I replied calmly. Even the ones made in jest. Especially the ones made in jest, he said, eyes gleaming. Those are always the most telling. He tapped a single finger against the armrest, pretending to think, but I could see the choice had already been made. He had known what he would ask from the moment he accepted my offer to end the duel. Very well then, he said, his voice lowering slightly. Since coming here, Loki began, his voice almost gentle with mischief, there has been one question I haven't been able to stop thinking about. Mordred, you call him your son, though it is clearly a daughter. And in turn, you are addressed as father, while, pardon me, you are unmistakably a beautiful woman. Not at all able to be a father. And you are a king, once masquerading as a man, and I simply must know. I smiled at his question. It was by no means a secret, but I needed it. It also wasn't something easy to learn, since my knights wouldn't speak about such topics, and without a doubt, it was one of the most asked questions, but I only barely answered them. Meaning countless new questions sprang up. It was no surprise that after being on Earth for so long, he had picked up on this mystery, and while parts of the question had been answered many times, he likely wanted it from me, under a promise of telling the truth. Well, that is an old story, so I guess I will have to start at the beginning, before even my own birth, I said as I leaned back. Before my birth, my homeland, this place, was plagued with war, many kings fighting for power, invaders coming by sea. It was a dark time. It was then that a prophecy was spoken, of a king, a red dragon who would unite the land. Loki tilted his head, visibly intrigued. My father, Arthuria Pendragon, was king at the time, and he did many things to secure his rule. Among those was my sister, Morgan. She wasn't truly human, but a fae, and would ensure my father wasn't just king of humans, but also the fae. I paused. And it worked, but there was one problem. She desired the throne, as my father's only child, but the prophecy demanded a red dragon king. Merlin, the greatest magic user of his time, aided him in the pursuit that led to my birth, a child with the heart of a red dragon, the king of prophecy. However, there was one problem. You were born a girl. Loki filled in. Yes, I confirmed quietly. Whatever the cause, divine irony, magical error, or simply fate, I was born a girl. But I was also born with the heart of the red dragon. I could not be replaced. The prophecy was tied to me, and only me. So, Merlin made a choice. You were disguised, Loki murmured, his voice no longer playful. Transformed. Not as much transformed, it is easy enough to disguise a child. I nodded. Eventually, my father passed away, and a new king was needed, but I was born in secret, so none knew of me at the time. Merlin then made a magical trail, a sword placed in a stone. A sword in a stone. Loki repeated, voice tinged with amusement and awe. I believe this is the scene shown by that statue that now holds Mjolnir. Yes, I said softly. The blade was forged by the planet itself. Caliban. It was no simple test of strength, it responded to the one chosen by the planet, the one bearing the heart of the red dragon. I didn't want to do it, I knew the weight, the responsibility of a king, I feared I couldn't do it, but in the end, I watched as countless men tried, until all gave up, then I pulled it out. And then? Loki asked, leaning forward slightly. The sword held great power, with it, I didn't age from that day, still young enough to pass as a boy, and so, I became king. I ruled as best I could, I united the realm, fought invaders, and killed the evil white dragon. I spoke of the old times, those days long gone. Loki studied me with an unreadable expression. And what of Mordred? As king, I had many duties, including marriage. I let the word settle, heavy and inevitable. The people demanded it. The nobles insisted. A king must have a queen, must have heirs. That was the order of things. Loki grinned widely, no doubt imagining the mischief that was my marriage. So, entered Lady Guinevere. She was the daughter of a powerful ally, the perfect match, except one thing, we were both women. The grin on Loki's face just continued to widen. And then. She loved me dearly, or she loved the noble King Arthur, she loved the idea of me, she was heartbroken to learn the truth, that the man she loved was no man at all, that it was but a lie. Loki's grin faltered slightly, just at the edges. So what happened next? Merlin, I said, my voice low. Merlin wanted to help, figured that our marriage would be fine, if only we had a child, so he used his magic. I felt slightly embarrassed telling this story. He used his magic to give me the tool needed to conceive an heir. Loki blinked. Then blinked again. For a moment, he said nothing, then let out a wheeze of laughter that spiraled into something almost hysterical. He clutched the arm of his seat like it was the only thing keeping him from falling over the edge of the balcony. Oh, that meddling old pervert, he gasped. That's brilliant, I wish I could learn that. I closed my eyes for a moment, exhaling through my nose. It wasn't funny at the time. Oh, I don't doubt it, Loki said, wiping a tear from his eye. But still. That poor queen. One moment she's mourning the men she thought she married, and the next, he returns to bed with an enchanted apparatus. I decided not to humor him. For one night, I was man enough to father a child, yet Morgan had never forgotten her desire for the throne, but she understood that the realm needed a red dragon. She couldn't get rid of me, unless she could replace you. Loki said, slamming a hand down onto the armrest. Indeed, I nodded. She used her magic to replace Guinevere that night, the real one put into enchanted sleep, and Morgan took her appearance. Then, using my seed, my essence, Morgan made Mordred, a clone and child of mine, someone to replace me. Mordred is mine. Not in the way children are normally conceived, but still mine, in blood, in magic, in legacy. I sired her. Morgan bore her. She is both daughter and blade. And she calls you father, Loki said again, more softly this time. Mordred was raised to be a tool, she, too, was born a girl, despite Morgan's desire for a son. So she hid her identity, no one knew who Mordred truly was. She did this by way of a magical armor. And Mordred, too, did not know I was a woman, she knew that King Arthur was her father. And from there, everything sprang. She was raised to believe in a lie, I continued, my voice quiet. Just as I had once lived one. And when the truth came out, I didn't handle it well. Loki was silent, his usual mirth fully gone now. She rebelled, I said simply. She turned on me. Not out of hatred, but a desire to prove herself, to show me that she could be a worthy king, that I was wrong not to entrust her with the throne. Loki said, silent and still like a rock, before, that, was him. I had just described him. Flashback end. Chapter 150, Chapter. I shook my head, focusing instead on the present rather than the past. Loki's schemes and those of his mother were not my concern, I played along because it did benefit me to do so. After all I had to do was help delay things, and I could do that much. Not that I minded the idea of sending my knights off to war, they were warriors, unafraid of war, thriving on the battlefield. They wouldn't mind, many being restless, desiring combat, and against worthy foes at that. Still, Asgard was full of surprises. Mordred, did you need anything? I doubt it is all that interesting, just standing there watching me. Well, if you find watching the city that interesting, I can't see why I can't find watching you interesting. She said, crossing her arms. If that is what you want. I sighed, looking onto the city, and indeed, I too was getting restless, in particular, my alter spirit origin was itching for some action. Go seek the veiled hand, ask for updates on the hand, I want to know if they need to be dealt with yet. I finally came up with an excuse to send Mordred away, a task she probably wouldn't groan too loudly about. Fine, if I'm annoying you that much. He groaned loudly as she turned to leave, stopping to cast one last look at me. Mordred cursed under her breath as she made her way through the castle halls, annoyed that she was stuck in the city, barely able to get out and have fun. She once hated that she had to keep herself hidden under her armor every time she went outside. But, now that she could walk around dressed as she wanted, she was finding that it wasn't as nice as she had imagined. Because, now everyone knew who she was, everyone watched her, stopped to ask her question, it was annoying as fuck. Couldn't they just leave her alone? But no, they all wanted to take pictures of her. Worse yet, countless men tried to hit on her. It was only fair she hit them back. At least father wasn't mad at her when she did that. Though that didn't stop Agravain from being annoying about it, or that good-for-nothing Bedivere, even the traitor Lancelot commented about it, saying she shouldn't beat up the commoners. What right did he have to say something like that? If it wasn't because of father's stupid trial that said she had to get all of them to acknowledge her as heir to the throne, she would have thrown them out long ago. She knew they didn't do so yet, but she didn't care. All she had to do was prove herself to father, that way, she could go back on his decision, and give her the throne, but not yet. There was far too much boring work happening right now, better let someone else deal with all of that. Though she really wished that father would start a war or something, she wanted to fight properly. That Asgardian had been one hell of a fight, and she really wanted to fight more of them, or go to that Jotunheim place and beat some giants, that sounded like a ton of fun. But no, instead she had to shut down a few rebellions, or slay a demon, and those were weak, all the monsters that dared set foot in Albion were weak as hell, she really wanted to slay a proper demon, or even a dragon, that would be a fight worthy of her Clarent. She made her way into the basement of the castle and followed some twisted turns around until she left the castle entirely and entered the basement of another building. HQ of the Veiled Hand, those sneaky women her father had saved way back then, now a part of Camelot, doing all kinds of sneaky things. She didn't care about all that, it wasn't like they found her any cool battles or anything, just sneaking around, or looking at screens all day. Boring as fuck stuff. Yo. Anyone here? She said as soon as she threw the door open. Inside the mostly dark room, she couldn't help but once more wonder why they don't turn on the lights. So strange. Yes, we are here, as always. A tired and annoyed voice called from behind a monitor, the owner of the voice barely even looking away. Well, you could fool me, so damn quiet, are you all sleeping or something? Mordred clicked her tongue as she went in and threw herself into the large sofa. Nope, just busy doing important stuff is all, you know, keeping an eye on the world outside, spying on foreign nations, watching some scientist who can turn into a green giant hide from spies, watching Captain America try to get used to the 21st century. Another widow said as she took a break. They all knew that with Mordred around, it was best not to try to focus on their work, it wouldn't happen. Mordred wasn't someone who could leave people alone if they focused too intensely on something. Green giant, huh? Mordred raised an eyebrow. Someone strong or what? Yes, the second woman replied, stretching her arms behind her head. Pretty much invincible, a monster of pure rage, but pretty dumb, so easy enough to trick, but wrong enough to at least go toe-to-toe with the Round Table, maybe only Gawain can beat that thing. Mordred scoffed. Please, I bet I could smash that giant into the ground with one hand. That earned a couple muffled snorts from the agents nearby. One of them rolled her chair across the room, tossing Mordred an energy drink without looking. Well, I'm sure you will have a chance, the scientist is looking for a cure, and that will lead him here, to Camelot, and well, given his history, that is gonna go bad. The first woman said, looking forward to seeing Mordred knocked around. All the former widows liked Mordred. She was someone they could get behind, someone who took no shit from anyone. She was quick to stand up for them, and the kids loved her. And it was honestly amusing watching Mordred struggle to deal with all the attention from the girls. She had no idea how to react at all, but still wanted to look cool. If only they could make sure the girls didn't grow up wanting to dress like that. Because Mordred liked clothes that didn't cover too much of her body and didn't restrict her movements. Honestly, they were just glad she didn't like surfing the internet on her own, because well, they wouldn't want to think about what would happen if she realized what people were saying about her, or seeing some people cosplay as her. So, what do we owe the pleasure of the great heir to Camelot? The woman asked, clearly amused. Mordred waved her hand dismissively. Yeah. I'm not here for your flattery. Father wants a report on the other hand. The bad one. Hopefully you got something that will make Father agree to take me out again to finish them off. Mordred hadn't forgotten about those evil ninjas. She was still angry that she hadn't been allowed to finish them off, or figure out their secret. She couldn't possibly forget that they might have a crazy secret like resurrection. She still didn't believe it, but hey, she didn't really need any more of a reason to kill them than the fact that they were clearly evil. That quieted the room. The moment the real topic came up, the playful air thinned like steam off steel. One of them turned to look at her monitor, quickly tapping away at the keys as they searched up about the Hand in their own internal database. Hand, an evil cult of ninjas, mostly working out of Japan and New York, apparently currently digging around for something under New York. She read aloud as she found what she was looking for. The veiled Hand dealt with countless threats and whatnot, and some were minor, like the Hand, only on their radar because Arthuria herself went to cause trouble for them. Compared to the other things around, they seemed almost pitiful. Yet, with Arthuria paying them attention, there had to be more about them than visible on the surface. She continued to look at the file, reading the notes about the leaders. The only interesting thing about them. They have 5 leaders, the widow continued, eyes scanning the screen. And they are old, real old. According to this, there are records going back centuries about that one Madame Gao you faced in New York, and they seem immortal, plenty of reports of them dying, and coming back. Mordred leaned forward, expression sharpening. Anything else? Anything new about them? Some evil scheme, something big and juicy. We don't have much, the widow admitted. They seem to have kept a low profile since your last run-in with them, mostly just some conflicts with other gangs and such, but they are still digging. Stark got us data on that, they are digging like crazy. Mordred growled. Well, what are they digging for? We need to know something. Father will never let me go unless we find out something more. She whined. One of the widows sighed and spun her chair around to face Mordred fully, fingers steepled under her chin. We are trying, she said, her tone even but tinged with sympathy, but I'm afraid we don't have the ability to really spy on them, not enough manpower, they are too skilled, so we only really got Stark and his tech. She didn't like being the bearer of bad news, but honestly, the Hand just didn't make it easy, and it wasn't important enough to deserve their full attention. Their intel was indicating that they weren't dangerous, so it wasn't important. Another widow added, they've gone deep underground, figuratively and literally. Whatever they're after, it's something buried. Possibly ancient. Stark scans show a structure under New York that doesn't match anything on record. Not subway, not sewer, whatever it is, it's hard, so hard it blocks any attempt at scanning it, but it's big and old. She turned her monitor toward Mordred, displaying a grainy satellite render, a faint geometric shape embedded beneath Manhattan. A giant black shadow on the map, a vague square shape. The Hand is focusing on everything there. Even pulled assets from Japan. Whatever it is, it's important to them. We suspect it's an ancient vault of some kind, but that is just a guess at best. No energy signature, so it is unlikely to be a big weapon or anything. Mordred's eyes narrowed. Then with a groan, she knocked back the can of energy drink and crushed the empty can in her hand a moment later. Bah, nothing fun at all. Anything else interesting happening? One of the widows leaned back in her chair, glancing over at another monitor. Well, define interesting. We've got a few crises simmering. But many of them are heavy on the politics, like mutants, Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D., take your pick, and we got it. The only really interesting thing for you might be that Morgana wannabe, but that's still restricted for now, King's orders. Another silence settled over the room like a storm cloud waiting to break. Mordred sat up straighter, the name clearly catching her attention. Her tone sharpened, eyes narrowing. Oh, how she wanted to go after that witch, but she couldn't, she wasn't allowed to do anything, and she hated it. But well, she couldn't go against her father, so she just had to grit her teeth. Anything new happening there? The widows looked at one another for a moment before one finally spoke. Not really, we think she is hiding in France, but that's just a guess, we aren't good at tracking mages, not having any ourselves, so yeah, she is still just testing the waters, but we have gathered some information about her, still working through it, lots of it is just rumors. Alright, focus on that, if we get enough, maybe I can get Father to agree to let me deal with that witch, so do your best. Mordred said as she stood up, throwing the can across the room and into a trash can. Score, she grinned as she slammed the door open again, leaving without looking back. Chapter 151, Chapter. And that concludes my report, Your Majesty. Anna, one of the former widows, said as she took a respectful step back. You hear that, father? We gotta act now. Mordred practically hung over my shoulders as she spoke, her behavior so different from Anna's. Well, in all of Albion, the number of people who dared act like Mordred couldn't be counted on one hand with fingers to spare. Pretty much only she and Sprite were that down-to-earth around me. Those two got along swimmingly, in their own way. Always bickering, fighting, though only with words, Sprite was skilled at her illusions, more so than even Loki, but against Mordred. She was smart enough to avoid getting her new face beat in. Both Cersei and Sprite stuck around in Camelot, the same went for most of the others. They did so for one reason or another. But largely due to them enjoying the fact that they could live here without fully hiding their identity. Sure, the word eternal wasn't thrown around, but Camelot was home to many people with powers, mostly magical users and a few scattered mutants, so the Eternals didn't have to worry too much. The fact that not only could they live more openly here, but also that they could stay together for a bit, was the reason they stuck around, something Sprite in particular was happy about. Since getting her wish fulfilled, her body reformed into an older, more mature version, she had taken to enjoying everything that brought her. She would spend her nights in nightclubs, drinking in bars, dancing, everything she hadn't been able to do for the last few decades, and everything she had been dreaming about for thousands of years. Which naturally included her love for Ikaris. That was an old love, one she had carried for countless years, but never able to fulfill. It was a tragic story. She had watched from the sidelines as Ikaris and Cersei were together, cheering for her best friend, yet no doubt hurting on the inside. Ikaris had never shown any return of her feelings, but Sprite wasn't very forthcoming with them, knowing it wasn't likely to happen due to her body. Ikaris, too, had his issues, which led him to parting ways with Cersei. All around, it was a mess, and Sprite only made it far more so now in her new form. Poor Ikaris wasn't given much time to get used to the new situation, as Sprite pretty much threw herself at him. He had not been able to turn her down, and now, well, their dating life was a total mess, something Sprite still seemed to rub in Mordred's face all the time. Honestly, Sprite had been cuter in her child form. These days, she still acted like that in front of me, like a child, but while Mordred still somewhat looked like one, Sprite didn't. I heard her perfectly well, Mordred, but that doesn't mean we can just march off to war. I said after Mordred's constant whining brought me back to reality. Mordred rolled her eyes and crossed her arms over the back of my chair, half draped like an impatient child waiting for dessert. But why not? We all agree we have to stop that witch, so why not just go do it? Because if I were to take my army and march into France, the entire world would unite against me, and that would just benefit our enemy, I replied, keeping my tone calm. But father. She insisted. You heard Anna, that evil witch is growing her influence. If we wait too long, she'll become a real threat. You know how fast these things spiral. She wasn't wrong, I knew that. If the report was to be believed, it was clear that Morgana was collecting power, and that power of life force. A large number of people were going missing or dying. A clear sign that the witch was no doubt preparing for something big soon. I didn't know what, but I also knew that I didn't want to know what it was. Still, that didn't mean I wasn't wrong either. Attacking her wouldn't be easy. France is a big place, and someone like Morgana wasn't someone you just find. Even the Ancient One couldn't find where Morgana was hiding, so what chance did I have? Finding someone else wouldn't be hard, but someone of her skill. Impossible, even from my tower, I couldn't just see her. Which meant a surgical strike was nearly impossible. We would need a large army, and I had one, I could make one. It wasn't an issue. No, the issue was still the world being on guard against me. It was fine as long as I didn't do anything, but if I did, all hell would break loose. I let out a quiet sigh, rubbing my temple. It's not that I don't want to act. It's that I have to act carefully. Mordred huffed, turning away with a dramatic swirl of her jacket. Fine. Then let's not bring an army. Just bring me. You, me, and someone else. Someone discreet. Like Anna here, or even Jessica, she is bored as well, just drinking and playing all day. I offered Mordred a sidelong glance. As far as I know, Jessica is loving being able to drink, sleep, and play all day. You are the one who is bored, Mordred. She didn't deny it. Instead, Mordred grinned, the kind of mischievous grin that always meant trouble was coming, usually in the form of explosions, sword fights, or both. Guilty, she said, flopping down into the nearest chair like a cat who knew it owned the room. But that's all the more reason you should take me. I need a break from staring at stone walls and listening to Sprite rant about boys. I raised a brow. You are free to educate yourself, maybe sit in on a few classes on statecraft at a university would be good for your future role as king. Mordred looked like she bit into a lemon. No way. I want something fun to do. Not classes. I couldn't help the slight smirk tugging at the corner of my mouth. Being king isn't always fun, Mordred. You might want to start getting used to that idea. She groaned loudly, throwing her head back in mock despair. You sound like Agravain. Next, you'll be telling me to review tax policy or write thank you letters to visiting diplomats. Actually. Don't you dare finish that sentence. I let the silence linger for a heartbeat, enjoying her exasperation. Then perhaps you should go and find something else to do, because I still have plenty of work to do. Mordred groaned but finally left, all while cursing under her breath the entire way out of my office. She sure is spirited, Anna said once Mordred was gone. She was smart enough to try to blend into the background while she looked for entertainment. That she is, I agreed. Maybe a bit too much so, what do you say? How should we deal with this dark witch? Anna didn't answer right away. She folded her hands in front of her, her eyes drifting briefly to the grand windows where the midday sun poured in over Camelot's stonework like divine approval. Well, if it were me, I would naturally go with an assassination. Find the target, then eliminate them. She said at last. It would take time, but given her actions, it should be possible to find her. Once found, she would be easy to take out, for you at least, I would still be doomed against her. Anna had seen the way the witch had tanked one of Mordred's hits, and that was a fully serious hit with her sword. Even a tank would be cut in half by that, so the fact that the witch had tanked it meant that anything Anna tried to throw at her would be meaningless. I sighed at her words, because it was indeed the best bet, just like how I once tried to deal with the hand. Mordred and I, a small team of overwhelming power, would sneak in and take them down. The hand had been allowed to survive because I wanted the dragon bones they were digging after, and I didn't want to do the digging myself, so better to let them do the hard work for me. And while it was entirely possible some innocent people would suffer under them while I waited, I couldn't save everyone. At most, I would avenge them. But this wasn't like the hand. Morgana was more difficult to track down, it would require a long time. And as ruler of a nation, I was busy, to step away for months would be difficult. Yet, while I could leave the hand to mostly mortal forces such as Jessica and Daredevil, the same couldn't be said for Morgana. There, even sending my Knights of the Round Table might not be enough. Sure, Morgana wouldn't be able to kill them, of that I was confident, well, maybe some of the weaker ones, but Mordred, Lancelot, Gawain, or anyone else at that level. She couldn't deal with them. No, the problem was that they also might not be able to stop her from fleeing, since we didn't have anyone able to do magic, so we couldn't stop her from using it to flee. Which meant only I could do it. So, to deal with her, I would have to be there, and well, it just wasn't something I felt was right, even if I too wished to go and stretch my legs for a bit. Anna must have seen the tension behind my eyes, the unspoken weight coiled around my decision like chains. She tilted her head, folding her arms. You don't want to go, she said, not accusingly, just with that quiet, level understanding of someone who had served long enough to read between royal lines. I exhaled. It's not that I don't want to. It's that I do, and that's the problem. She gave a small, dry laugh. Because if you want something, it must be selfish. Exactly. I paced away from the table, toward the window overlooking the western edge of Camelot, where the forest stretched toward the unseen coast. A king doesn't get to want. He acts. He chooses based on what the realm needs. And Camelot needs a ruler. Not a warhound. And yet sometimes, Your Majesty, Anna said gently, it needs both. I didn't respond, but I didn't argue either. She wasn't wrong. As much as I tried to separate the crown from the sword, the two had always been intertwined. One forged the other. I knew now that as king, it was fine to be a little selfish. I had been plenty of times, though each time, it was always because I believed that it was the best for the people. This time just felt different. It wasn't like when I went to America last time. Back then I spent more time than needed, even went to the beach with Mordred. But in the end, the trip there was because Albion needed something, and I had to get it. The selfish part was just a few days of something else. This time, the entire trip just felt more selfish. She's too slippery, I muttered. Too elusive. Even if I send scouts, even if I track her power and trace the rituals, there's always a chance she'll flee the moment we close in. It would all be for nothing. That's why a strike team is needed, one that can both eliminate her in one shot, but also draw her out. Anna said. I turned, my gaze locking with Anna's. You think I should bait her? I think you already are bait to her, she replied without hesitation. Why is she so focused on Albion? Because she wants it. As long as you live, she can't get it, but she can't beat you, she knows that, so she wants others to fight you, to deal with you, or to find objects of power. There was a logic to it. Morgana was after my throne, as for why. I didn't know, I didn't understand. She had been around for so long, she could have built a kingdom long ago, or taken one over from the shadows. So why act now? I didn't know, but indeed, she would want power, maybe I could use that. Anna, be a dear and prepare me a few things. Chapter 152, Chapter. Steve Rogers, Captain America, hero of the Second World War and the world's first super soldier, had been given many more titles over the long years since he had disappeared. It wasn't all of them he approved of, some of them seemed to paint him in a light that he didn't agree with. The entire world was so different from what he remembered, everything had changed so much. It was to be expected, 70 years had passed, and he fought hard to give the world a future. One not ruled by the Nazis, one where freedom, liberty, and justices prevailed. He wasn't entirely certain it had become that. Sure, the evil Nazis were long gone, Hydra was gone, and that was a good thing. Those who replaced them, however, he wasn't so sure they were all that better. When not working out to recover, he tried to catch up with everything. So much had changed, and he wanted to at least try to understand this new age. He watched the news a lot, and honestly, he was disappointed, so very disappointed. They never talked about any real issues, not like when he went around talking with people, even though that was also different from back then. Today, people are so busy, all trapped in their own little bubbles, not talking with others. Still, he found people willing to just sit down over a beer and talk. They all talked about this or that, and he asked about their troubles, their worries, and they never got too personal, but they were more than willing to speak about some of their general worries, which were often centered around money. They weren't greedy, they were just hard-working folks who didn't get paid fairly. People who worked hard, yet only saw endless debt before them. There were people who could spend their money more wisely, people who didn't work hard enough, or lived outside their means, but plenty of people just tried to live, and failed, even while working hard. America just wasn't the nation it should have been. He hadn't wanted to believe it at first. After all, he'd always believed in the people. In America. In doing the right thing, no matter the cost. But when he looked around now, at the endless cycles of poverty, at the unchecked power of corporations, the way politicians worked for themselves rather than the people, how they used hate to divide people, he hated it all. It didn't feel like the country he'd fought for. Today, A.P. Morgan was given yet another bailout. This time, the federal government bought $100 billion worth of debt, and forgave it. This makes this the third largest bailout since the financial crash of 2008. Steve sighed as he watched the news. Another big corporation that caused the issues was saved, and who paid for it? The same people who were now struggling with homelessness, as the same banks that they bailed out, took their houses. He muted the television. There was only so much he could take before it all began to sound like noise, the kind that made his stomach churn. He stood and walked to the window of his small apartment Fury had arranged for him. He looked out at the streets, they were so unfamiliar to him still, those cars, the billboards, the whole atmosphere. There, across from his window, down on the street, someone had glued a large printout on the wall. It had since been defaced, but still, it was impossible for him not to look at it, those green eyes, holding his own. Arthuria Pendragon, the legendary king of knights. Peggy no doubt grew up hearing about him, or her. Poor Peggy. He shook his head, not wanting to think about that. Instead, he once more looked at the defaced face of Arthuria, the Queen King of Albion. The image had been slashed with red spray paint. Words scrawled beneath it, now half-faded: liar, tyrant, savior, witch. No one seemed to agree what she was, only that she was everything. Steve stared at it longer than he meant to. Not because he believed the graffiti, but because the eyes, even printed, even defaced, held something he understood. Command. Burden. A weight not chosen but carried anyway. He'd seen that in mirrors once. Once he believed in himself, in the path before him, he fully believed that he was righteous, and he led his comrades with the same determination that she led her nation and people with. Yet, he was a hero for having led America against Hydra, and she was the devil for having declared herself king. She was a tyrant, there was no doubt about that. She ruled with an iron fist, her laws were merciless, she was ruthless. She was everything he had once fought against, having given his life for the free world. Yet, as he lived in what it had become, he didn't feel like it was all that free anymore. What liberty did people have when just surviving required them to work themselves into an early death? All while others grew rich on their suffering. The rich could mess up the economy, and then get bailed out, all at the cost of those they stole from. People, they lacked hope, hope for a future. He knew it was dangerous, it was what led to the rise of the Nazis. The German people, not seeing hope, entrusted it to someone not worthy of their trust. Even now, people talk about Albion, whispering about how good it is. He cast a look back at the television, and there, Camelot and Albion were constantly mentioned. Yet, they never mentioned all the good Albion was apparently doing. No, they just talked about how evil they were, their communist ways. Even though many of the policies they seemed to be introducing were things he remembered from before the war. Food programs. Universal housing. Education for all. A dignified life for the working class. Things that used to be called the American dream. Now, those same ideals were called dangerous. Radical. Tyrannical. Steve furrowed his brow, arms crossed tightly over his chest. Maybe he was just too old. Maybe the world had moved on without him and what he was seeing as contradictions were simply the new rules of engagement. But the truth was, he didn't understand this world. Not really. Not its politics, its economics, not its people. It felt like a puzzle where all the pieces had been reshaped just slightly. Familiar, but wrong. Or maybe it was him that was wrong. Even his place as a symbol, the shield, the uniform, the flag, all of it felt heavier now. Complicated. He still believed in the ideals behind it. Freedom. Courage. Sacrifice. But those ideals had been twisted. Warped into slogans sold on t-shirts and broadcast by talking heads who didn't care about people. Not really. Not like he did. And Arthuria. She was another contradiction. A monarch with populist support. A tyrant who crushed the elite and elevated the poor. A warmonger who offered peace to the oppressed. Was she really the villain they said she was? Or was she just doing what needed to be done? He didn't know. And that uncertainty gnawed at him. He looked out the window once more, down at the battered printout, the words smeared across her face, the conflicting emotions mirrored in the image itself. He didn't want to judge from a distance anymore. Didn't want to keep trying to decode truth from slanted headlines and partisan whispers. Maybe it was time to stop watching. Maybe it was time to see for himself. He turned from the window, switched off the television completely, and picked up his jacket from the back of the chair. He needed to clear his head, and the best way to do that was by moving his body a little. Down at the old gym, he started punching, just punishing bag after bag. The poor sandbag groaned in protest, and the metal holding it groaned in protest. But it felt nice, he wished all his problems could be solved by punching them. The world was chaotic, there was Albion, which apparently just worsened the global economy, caused unrest, and started unjust wars. And all manner of evil. Then, there were the mutants, people who gained power through some inborn gene, which he didn't fully understand. But he got the general idea. They were normal people, and suddenly they gained some power, good, bad, strong, or weak. Those people were causing problems. Riots, attacks, deaths. They should be the bad guys, killing innocent people. Easy bad guy. Yet, even that wasn't so simple. Because when he listened, really listened, to those who marched, to those who protested, to those mutant voices drowned out by fear and media panic, he heard something else. He heard fear. He heard desperation. He heard people begging to be seen. To be safe. To be treated like people. It was the same tone he remembered from before the war, from factory workers in Brooklyn, from mothers waiting for letters from the front, from the young black soldiers in segregated camps who still volunteered to fight a war for a country that barely acknowledged them. That was the part that hurt the most. The part that made his fists clench harder every time they rose toward the heavy bag. Thump. He thought about stories the mutants told, about them being captured, experimented on, by whom? Their own government. The same government that called them evil is doing such evil. Who was right? Who was wrong? Thump. He thought about news anchors calling Arthuria a monster while ignoring the suffering of their own people. Thump. He thought about families sleeping in cars while billionaires bought new islands. Companies given help over people, workers slaving away day and night, afraid they might get sick and fired. Thump. His punches began to come faster, harder. The bag jerked wildly on its chain. Thump. 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 His breath came rougher now. Not from exertion, but from the storm raging in his chest. Rage and confusion tangled together. This wasn't how things were supposed to be. This wasn't the future he died for. Then, with a final, brutal crack, the chain snapped. The bag flew off its hook and slammed into the far wall with a dull, heavy thud. Sand spilled from the torn seams. Steve stood there, chest heaving, hands shaking. He didn't curse. He didn't scream. He just stood in the silence of the gym, the echo of that last blow still ringing in his ears. And then, slowly, he looked down at his fists. He flexed them once. Twice. This isn't helping, he muttered. He walked over, picked up the bag, and sat it upright again, or tried to. It wouldn't stand. It was too broken. Just like the world, maybe. That's when he made the decision. He couldn't keep punching ghosts and questions. He needed answers. If Albion was a tyrant's empire in disguise, he'd see it with his own eyes. If Arthuria Pendragon was just another despot cloaked in gold and legend, he'd know it face to face. And if, just if, there was something worth learning from her, from them, then he would carry that back, too. He picked up his jacket again and slung it over his shoulder. Then, grabbing a duffel from the bench, he headed for the door. No more waiting. It was time to see for himself. He knew most people couldn't enter Albion, the US government stopped them. But he wouldn't let that stop him. It was time to give that Nick Fury a call. Chapter 153, Chapter. It took Anna and her Sisters of the Veiled Hand over a week to prepare what I requested, but as I stood before the 3 boxes, I was more than satisfied. You all did well, Alice, please convey my thanks to the others. The young former widow bowed her head slightly. Think nothing of it, Your Majesty. We are all happy to be able to serve you. Some of the young girls were struggling with treating me normally. They had been trained to be loyal, fearing to not appear loyal enough, planting seeds of blind obedience in them. With them being saved by my knights, given a proper home, and a better life. It caused those seeds to bloom, and now they were really getting into it. Although I also knew some of them just did it because they played the role and found it fun to do, as well as being honored to serve me. Alice was one of those who served me with blind loyalty, something I had and did reward. It wasn't needed, but I wouldn't turn down loyalty, never. It was a good trait, something to be rewarded. Call Sir Mordred and Sir Lancelot, and ensure Mordred arrives first. I'm afraid that unless she sees this first, she won't be very happy with everything once she learns about Lancelot's part in it. I asked as I closed back up the boxes. Alice gave a firm nod and hurried off without another word, her movements precise, like a shadow moving through the halls. I turned back to the boxes and let my fingers rest atop the lid of the largest one. The craftsmanship was exceptional. My own box didn't contain anything overly special, but for both Mordred and Lancelot, I was very satisfied with what had been produced. I had no doubt that this wasn't the work of just my own men, either Stark or Fastos had had a hand in this. Not even 5 minutes after Alice left, I could feel it before I heard it. The very walls themselves seemed to vibrate and shake, before finally, the sound of steel boots filled the silent castle. Then, with a force that would have reduced the doors to splinters if they weren't magically reinforced to near indestructibility, the doors were kicked open. And there she stood, the Knight of Rebellion, the Traitor Knight, or as the public liked to call her, Crimson Princess. A title Mordred personally hated, but others seemed to enjoy using around her, though only those who knew her well enough that she wouldn't smash their faces into the ground. What is it, Father? She yelled with excitement in her eyes, those very same eyes locked on the 3 large boxes on the table before me. Mordred stormed into the room like a hurricane with nowhere to go, all coiled energy and barely restrained anticipation. I had to hold out a hand to stop her from jumping over and opening the boxes, her curiosity putting kids before Christmas to shame. Calm down, Mordred, take a breath. I tried my best to make her calm down. Where in the world did she get the energy? She had been spending hours sparring with the other knights, yet she was still brimming with energy I hadn't felt since I started having to do the paperwork of a king. I am breathing, she said, breathing loudly. Here. I'm breathing all right, so what is this about? Did you need anything? Finally gotten bored of being king and wanting to pass the crown to me. I was so very happy that I hadn't ended up trying to summon more servants than just my knights. Because I feared what would happen if I ended up with someone like Astolfo, he and Mordred, both filled with endless energy, would drive me mad. I told you long ago what it will take before you are ready for the throne, so if you want it, work hard to make the others acknowledge you. No, I brought you here for something else. I said, turning towards the box, the middle one at that. What is it? She asked, looking at the box. It's not Christmas again yet, or my birthday, and you aren't the type to give people gifts at random, so what is going on now? She asked, almost sounding suspicious. But I knew her, and she wasn't really suspicious, she was just trying not to sound too eager. It is a gift, but it is also something I have prepared for our next mission. I said and gently knocked on the box. Wait. Mission. Are we finally going somewhere again? She pounced at me, gripping my clothes tightly as if afraid I would back out. Mordred, I gently removed her hands from my cloak. Never forget, Morgan made you to be a clone of me. While you are my child and heir, you inherited much from me, so while I might not desire excitement as much as you do, I still get bored doing paperwork all day. Mordred beamed like she'd just been handed the sun. So it's true. You're coming too. I wouldn't send you without me, I replied. If I did, I have no doubt you would start a war or two while out there. And they would have deserved it. She beamed proudly. So yes, I am going with you, or rather, you are going with me, and this, I smacked the box again, is your gear. Mordred's eyes lit up with a dangerous spark. Gear. For me. Yes, I said, flipping open the lid with a satisfying click. Made to your specifications. Or rather, made to match your chaos. Mordred quickly moved to the box, throwing it wide open and looking through its contents. And she quickly looked confused, for inside weren't mighty armor or powerful swords, no, inside was something else entirely. What's this? She asked, confused as she held the red coat in her hands. An outfit fitting for the Crimson Princess of Camelot. I teased her, to which she turned red and threw the coat in my face. Mordred's aim was impeccable, the coat hit me squarely in the face. Don't call me that, she barked, cheeks flushed a shade redder than the garment itself. Crimson Princess, seriously? Who even started that stupid name? Public opinion, I said, peeling the coat from my face and holding it up for inspection. And I rather like it. Has a dramatic flair. It makes me sound like some pampered royal brat. Prince of Blood was way better. She cursed. Sadly, we don't get to pick our nicknames, that is something outside our control, now. I said, handing her the coat back. Go ahead and try it on, I think that once you do, you will like it. She snatched the coat back with a grumble, holding it up between two fingers like it had personally insulted her honor. It better be enchanted. If I'm going to wear something this flashy, I want it to at least be fireproof. It is, I said. Fireproof, cold-proof, impact dampening, and woven with a minor resistance ward against mental interference. Also, red is your color, always has been, always will be, never forget that you are the son of the Red Dragon of Albion. Right, calling yourself a dragon, just got the heart and core, why didn't I get such a strong one? She grumbled as she looked through the box, pulling out the outfit bit by bit. An entire red and black outfit, the colors perfectly fitting her usual style, though the style of clothing wasn't something a knight would wear at all. This looks like something a racing pilot would wear, Mordred muttered, holding up the short jacket and matching shorts. Or a stunt driver. You've always driven like one, I pointed out. I figured it was appropriate. She gave me a squint. And what's with the gloves? Fingerless, really? Trust me, you will like it, I urged. She still complained, but she did get dressed, out of her armor, out of her outfit, and into the new one, and yeah, it really did fit her. She looked at herself in the mirror, red jacket snug around her shoulders, shorts cut just above the thigh, the whole ensemble hugging her lean, combat-toned frame without compromising movement. The contrast of black lining and crimson cloth, the subtle glyph stitched into the sleeves, even the way the coat flared just slightly behind her, all of it radiated chaotic elegance. I hate how good this looks, she muttered, tugging on the gloves. Told you. It's not knightly at all, she added. And yet. I kinda feel like I could shoot someone, flip over a truck, and then yell something cool while walking away from the explosion. Exactly the idea, I said, nodding with satisfaction. Plus, with that. People won't even recognize you as Mordred, mostly because of a bit of an enchantment, but still, it's perfect for another undercover mission, one where being flashy and just bringing the fire is the key. She drew the gun, Clarent 2, from the holster mounted along her thigh and gave it a slow, appraising spin. The weapon purred with stored energy, the runes flashing in a heartbeat of crimson light. Oh yeah, I will bring the fire all right. She said, aiming the gun at me and pulling the trigger. Nothing happened. She hadn't expected much to happen, even a tank fired at point-blank range wouldn't hurt me, much less a small gun. And I knew she would try it, so I ensured her gun would have a safety on. I present the best weapon of this age, the pride of Albion, Clarent 2. It's no mere gun, it's powered by a tiny arc reactor, and fires pure energy, because I know you don't want to have to worry about bullets. I presented the weapon. Mordred tilted her head, eyes gleaming with curiosity now that she'd had a moment to admire the craftsmanship. She held the gun up again, inspecting the reinforced chamber, the smooth grip, and the distinct lack of a visible magazine. An arc reactor, she echoed, a smirk curling at the edge of her mouth. You let Stark play with this, didn't you? I'm not sure, I said, shrugging my shoulders. I just ordered it made for you, and well, I think it turned out well. Yeah, it's pretty cool and all, but why not just go with Clarent? The non-shooty version. And this outfit, I mean, it's not stealthy, and if you can enchant it for stealth, why not use the same magic for our armor? She asked a very reasonable question. Because, I said, turning to lean lightly against the edge of the table, subtlety and stealth are not always the same thing. This mission doesn't require hiding in shadows, there is no need to hide at all, but we can't be recognized, but we should be seen, the more attention the better. Mordred raised a brow. So you got one as well? I was just about to answer when someone politely knocked on the door. Well, the door was open, so they stood in the open doorway and knocked on the door just to politely draw our attention. What is he doing here? Mordred spat. Lancelot stood in the doorway, posture perfect, expression unreadable beneath his neatly trimmed beard and knightly poise, though the twitch of amusement in his eyes did not go unnoticed. He was dressed in his full armor and looked very different from the angry Mordred, who resembled someone who had stepped out of a sci-fi movie. One a knight in shining armor, the other a rebellious racer girl. I was summoned, he said smoothly. By your Majesty's request, as I understand it. Mordred glared at him like his very presence was a personal offense. Father summoned me. Because we are going on a mission together, you. Just get lost while I'm in a good mood. She tried to shoo him away with her gun. Lancelot raised a single brow at the gesture, entirely unbothered by the barrel now lazily pointed in his direction. "Peace, Mordred," he said mildly. "I have no intention of stealing your spotlight." "You couldn't if you tried," she shot back. "Not dressed like a tin can." "True," he admitted with the faintest smile. "But that's why I get a different box." Mordred froze. Slowly, her eyes slid toward me. "You didn't." "Yes, Mordred, Lancelot will be going with us this time," I said, and Mordred looked like I had just killed her pet. End of chapter. Chapter 154, Chapter. As predicted, Mordred wasn't happy about having to go along with Lancelot. Among all my knights, he was the only one she didn't like. Well, maybe that wasn't correct. She didn't like a lot of them, but the only one she hated was Lancelot. Something she had in common with a lot of my knights, while Lancelot was rather popular with the citizens, he was disliked by the Round Table. Even Sir Lionel, a relative of Lancelot, didn't like him too much. Because they all knew that had it not been for his actions, his betrayal, then Mordred would never have had a chance to start her rebellion. So, they blamed him for the fall of Camelot. "I still think we could do without this damned adulterer," Mordred continued to complain while we waited for Lancelot to change into the new outfit I had prepared for him. Since he was a man, I had him step outside to change. Mordred and I both might have lived our lives as men, but that didn't mean that I would allow them to strip around us. Because we are going to France, and I wanted a local guide with us, plus someone else I can trust to get things done that doesn't include smashing people's faces in. I tried to explain, but I knew my words were just going in one ear and out the other. Mordred scoffed, arms folded tightly across her chest as she leaned back against the stone wall. "You can trust me to get things done. I'm efficient. Fast. Explosive. What's not to love?" "You just listed 3 reasons you should not be sent into delicate operations," I replied, brushing imaginary dust from the edge of the table. "Can you arrange hotel rooms for us? Order food? Ask around for information?" "I can." She snapped. "Can you make yourself speak French?" I asked with a raised brow. Mordred instantly looked like she bit into something foul, her face filled with disgust. Do we have to go to France?" "That I am afraid we do, it's there the witch is hiding." I, too, didn't like it. Some primal part of me just disliked France. I knew it was strange, but I couldn't help myself. Mordred groaned, dragging a hand down her face. "Of course it's France. It's always France. Why can't evil cults ever set up shop somewhere nice? Like Italy. Or hell, even Iceland." "You would complain about Iceland the moment we got off the plane," I said. "Either not enough ice, or too much." "Would not." I chose not to dignify that with a response. The door creaked open again, and Lancelot stepped back inside. His footsteps were silent now, deliberate. Not heavy like a knight's, but measured like a ghost's, like someone who had learned long ago how to move without disturbing the air around him. Gone was the shiny armor and flowing cape. In its place stood something entirely new. He wore a deep indigo coat, almost black in the shadows, cut like a cloak but fitted like tactical gear. It swept down behind him with golden fleur-de-lis embroidered subtly at the hem. His armor was sleek, no bulk, every piece honed for movement and silence. The plating followed the lines of his body like second skin, reinforced with enchantments and technology that made it stronger than steel without losing flexibility. This wasn't an armored knight, this was far more like the heroes that fit into this age, like a darker Daredevil or Punisher. Someone who could fit in with the modern crowd. His weapons had also been replaced, gone was the magical sword, the powerful erudite. Instead he had the dream of all men. 2 bladeless hilts hung by his side, which I knew would form violet energy blades at the push of a button. They weren't quite lightsabers, there was still a solid core that would extend out from the hilt, but it was the closest you could get. All in all, he looked like a cooler, darker, avenging knight, a better Batman or something. Mordred stared at him like she was trying to find something to mock and coming up dry. "Seriously?" Lancelot inclined his head slightly. "You disapprove?" "No," she grumbled, scowling. "I hate how good that looks." Indeed, that outfit came out better than expected. I noted. Which is unfair. I get a racing outfit, and he gets that. And he even has swords, I get a gun. How is that fair? Mordred complained. I let her tantrum run its course. Mordred always needed a minute to vent before she could refocus. "You said you wanted to bring the fire," I reminded her. "Clarent 2 can melt a tank. And you still have Clarent proper, sealed and stored, in case we need something less subtle." She crossed her arms, muttering, "Still unfair." Lancelot said nothing, but the faint lift at the edge of his mouth told me he enjoyed this more than he should. "So, what about you, father? Is the last box for you, or are you bringing someone else with us?" Mordred asked. "No, that is for me." For this mission, it will be the three of us only. I answered, easily noticing how curious Mordred was about the last box. Mordred stared at the third box like it might detonate if she looked away. Well. What's in it? You'll see in France, I said. Seriously? Seriously? You have the two of us dress up like this and keep your own cosplay hidden. Or maybe you get a super cool outfit, and we will look like clowns next to you. I could see that Lancelot didn't approve of the way Mordred spoke to me. It was something all the other knights struggled with. Many kept telling her off for doing so, not that Mordred let it stop her. But Lancelot still felt guilty about his actions back then and didn't feel like he had the right to tell someone else how to act. Please Mordred, I would never make you look like a clown. I feel you look great in that outfit, I told her honestly. Mordred blinked at me, caught off guard by the compliment. She was clearly happy about it, but she wanted to look cool in front of Lancelot, so she did her best to act like she didn't care, but how could she fool either of us? TCH, whatever, she muttered, glancing away. You're just saying that so I'll shut up. No, I said calmly. I'm saying it because it's true. Perhaps your majesty would like to fill in this lowly knight about the mission we are about to undertake. Lancelot asked. What do you mean? You already know, even knew you got a cool outfit and all. Mordred growled. Lancelot just gently shook his head. I did not, it was merely a guess based on what Lady Anna told me when she summoned me. Mordred turned to look at me, as if to confirm what he was saying. It hurt to see how little trust there was between them, but hopefully, this mission would help them solve some of their issues. He isn't wrong, right now you likely know more than he does, or at least you both know the same thing. Mordred looked pleased to hear that. She no doubt liked to know more, seeing it as a sign that I trusted her more than I did with Lancelot. In truth, I trusted them both. I knew both of their devotion to me was real. Mordred wanted nothing more than my approval, and she would do anything to prove herself before me, which included killing me and ruining everything I cared about. Lancelot, I knew of his berserker self, and I knew the true depths of his regret over everything he caused. He was deeply loyal, and even when I, as the goddess Rangaminiad, wanted to end the world, he, while knowing what I did was wrong, still stood by my side, at least until the end. There, he wanted to wake me up, to save me from myself. Though that was likely only because he knew Bedivere had hope of doing that. If not for that, I have no doubt he would have stood by as the world ended, such was his devotion. Hello. Anyone home? Mordred asked and waved her hand in front of my face. I gently pushed her hand aside. Yes, Mordred, I am here. I was just thinking about something. I smiled at her, to which she stepped back, arms crossed, and muttered about me being weird. Lancelot stepped forward, posture as composed as ever. Then your majesty. About this mission. He asked again. I sighed. Yes, we will head to France. There, we will try to find the witch claiming the name of Morgan. However, to do that, we will clean up the entire nation. We will seek out evil and injustices, and we shall deliver judgment upon the wicked. We shall do this until the witch herself comes before us. The plan was simple, but that was where it was brilliant. Lancelot gave a short nod, the ghost of a smile flickering beneath his stoic mask. Mordred, meanwhile, grinned like a wolf finally let off the leash. A crusade, she said. I like it. No, I said quietly. A cleansing. While preparations were completed in Albion, across the Channel, France was unraveling. In cities and countryside alike, something dark had taken hold. Reports of disappearances surged, not the quiet vanishings of people slipping away from debt or despair, but whole families gone overnight, neighborhoods left eerily silent. Brutal murders followed a twisted pattern no one could decipher, scenes marked by symbols no modern mind could recognize. Police stations were firebombed. Town halls were overrun. The government clung to control in Paris, but even there, shadows crept closer each night. Crime soared. Cult activity spread like rot beneath the surface. The mutants of France fared no better. Many went underground, barricading themselves in cellar sanctuaries, too frightened to fight. Others rose, inspired by Magneto's example and Albion's rhetoric, demanding sovereignty, rights, vengeance. Chaos bred opportunity, and from it, new warlords and old villains rose again. Some wore capes. Some wore crowns. Some wore nothing at all but blood and belief. Yet, despite these things happening, many tried to deny it, many tried to ignore all of it. The news never featured it, politicians never talked about it. Everyone just ignored the signs that something was wrong. Instead, they cared about global issues, the Wakanda issue, the greater mutant issue, or Albion. To those living in small villages, it was clear that the government had failed them. Instead, they increasingly turned towards other people, those brave enough to stand up to the chaos. These brave people struggled against the rising tide of darkness. However, soon enough, 3 more heroes would join them, and with their help, France would once more know peace. End of chapter. Chapter 155, Chapter. The trip to France was quick and easy. Not only was France right next to Albion, but an underwater tunnel had even connected it. Not that we used that, after all, it was heavily watched from both sides. So, instead, we used the tempad to create a hole through time and space, or something like that. I honestly hadn't bothered listening much when Fastos gave me his analysis on it, because he had started out by telling me that it was far beyond anything humanity should possess, so he wouldn't help. So yeah, I hadn't paid much attention to his rambling after that. Even without understanding how it worked, it still functioned effectively and was a great tool, though not one I used frequently. I never allowed anyone to use it without my supervision. The TVA wasn't to be underestimated. While my particular nature made me their bane, the same couldn't be said for anyone else. So, if they were to try something, I wanted and needed to be there to make sure their traps blow up in their faces. This just happened to be one of those rare situations where I could use it, so after getting the coordinates to a safe house, the veiled hand arranged for us, and we all stepped through the glowing hole in space. Ugh, I can already smell the foulness in the air. France, disgusting. Mordred wasted no time in insulting the nation as soon as we set foot in it. Please, Mordred, the air outside of Camelot might be foul, but it is no different from here or back in London, I said as I closed the portal behind us. Bah, I said it's disgusting, then it's disgusting, can't you just agree with me for once, father? She complained as she looked around the room. Lancelot said nothing at first. He was already moving through the safe house, scanning the perimeter like he'd done it 100 times. He was all work no play that one, while Mordred was pretty much all play, unless the work was beating up someone. The place didn't scream safe house, but maybe that was the point. It was a large, stylish house outside of Orleans. The location made me think of the Maiden of Orleans, Joan of Arc, also known as Jeanne d'Arc, a saint and ruler. The original ruler servant, someone who shared my class as ruler, though less divine than I, a goddess. She was from here, or did she die here? I honestly couldn't remember, but she was without a doubt someone I respected. One of the few people of France I could respect, then again, many who became servants were the best of the best, people whom I could respect. Sadly, I didn't think I would be running into either Jeanne or Napoleon while here, a shame for sure, but I had to be realistic. I can't agree with what isn't true, Mordred. Now go make yourself at home, just don't leave the house for now, I don't want you to start a war. I said as I left the two of them to explore the house. The house was tastefully decorated, it had a feeling of being a home, yet beyond a casual glance, one could see that the house was dead, without a soul, no life in it. The place was simply cold. Which was no surprise, because no one lived here. Yet, now more life had entered the house than it could handle. Because while I slowly explored it room by room, I heard things breaking from other rooms, and a few times I even saw the aftermath of Mordred's excitement. She seemed to have taken a liking to Clarent too and liked shooting at every reflective surface. Though at least she didn't shoot at the windows. And she was still smart enough to keep the power setting on low. Because no brick outside of the stones of Camelot could withstand the power of her newest toy. Sir Lancelot, it is not often you and I get to spend time together. I hope I didn't cause you trouble by bringing you along. I said as I found the Knight of the Lake looking at a picture of none other than the patron saint of France, Jeanne. Lancelot didn't turn to face me at once. His gaze lingered on the painting, a classical depiction of Jeanne d'Arc in radiant white and gold, her gaze fixed heavenward, sword raised, flames licking the background. She looks so young, he said at last. His voice was calm, but there was something heavy under the words. Too young for the burden she carried. She was, I agreed softly, stepping beside him. But she bore it with grace. Greater than many kings. He nodded. And died for it. Burned by the very people she saved. There was a pause. You need not blame yourself for what happened, Sir Lancelot, I forgive you for what you did it to save Guinevere from a cruel fate. She did not deserve to be married to me, she, too, deserved to be happy. I said with a sigh, almost starting to wonder if Lancelot might be the new Knight of Lamentation. Lancelot's jaw tightened. Your mercy humbles me, my king, but I cannot forgive myself as easily. I looked at him, at the sorrow carved into every line of his face, the silent weight he carried like heavy chains bound around his soul. You. I didn't know what I could say. No words from me would lessen the guilt he felt, everything I could say, I had said many times already. If he could not forgive himself, then nothing could be done. He finally turned toward me. Then let me repay it. Let me be the sword in your shadow, no matter where it takes us, even into hell itself. It might, I said truthfully. France is close enough. That earned me a flicker of a smile. Brief, but genuine. Just then, the unmistakable thump-thump-thump of Clarent 2 discharging rang through the house, followed by a triumphant shout from another room. Ha ha. Take that, you Frenchie. Lancelot blinked, deadpan. Shall I confiscate it? No, I said, pinching the bridge of my nose. She might treat it like a toy, but that is her weapon, and no knight is allowed to take another's weapon. Understood. Thankfully, I didn't plan for us to stay around here, so we needn't worry about how she tests Clarent too. Instead, I wish to hear your thoughts about our task here. I shifted the focus away from Mordred's destructive nature and towards our mission. Lancelot inclined his head. You said we will root out evil until the witch reveals herself. A strategy of attrition and provocation. Precisely, I confirmed. I want the eyes of the nation on us. None shall know it is us, but I want her attention. I know that I can never find her, so we must make her find us instead. Lancelot folded his arms. Then we should begin with information. I can head into the city, start asking questions under a cover identity. He carefully explained his plan to me, step by step. I was impressed. He hadn't had much time to come up with it, but here he was, with a full and detailed plan. I stepped past him and stood before the painting of the saint, and gently placed my hand on it, and instantly the painting changed. The face instantly morphed into one that was nearly identical to my own and Mordred's. The saint I knew. A good plan, Sir Lancelot, but I'm afraid you have thought of it in vain. This time, the planning will be done by Mordred. Lancelot's expression didn't change, but I felt the shift in him, a pause, a hesitation. Not doubt, not protest, just silent recalibration. Mordred, he asked after a beat. Yes, I said, still staring at the image of Jeanne d'Arc. She's reckless, loud, impulsive, but she's also the only one here who can come up with a plan that can let us deal with this witch. Lancelot lowered his head slightly. I see. I felt his hesitation. He wanted to question that wisdom, question Mordred's ability, and more so, my decision. He wasn't wrong to do so. Mordred was many things, but a master of strategy, she was not. That wasn't to say Mordred couldn't be smart, that she couldn't make great plans and come up with masterful strategies. However, to go so far as to call her a strategist was a bit of a stretch. She often preferred to smash things, to just charge and swing her sword rather than think about the hows and whys. I was disappointed with Lancelot. He should have questioned my decision. I didn't want my round table to be filled with mindless yes-men. I wanted wise advisors who would work to ensure my path was always the best one and would question me, but always obey. I wanted loyalty, yes, but not blind obedience. Still, he said nothing. Just that ever-stoic nod of his, as if to signal that even if he disagreed, he'd already accepted it. That wasn't good enough. Sir Lancelot, I said, my voice soft but firm, do you disagree with the order? He hesitated. I turned fully toward him, forcing him to look me in the eye. Speak plainly. A breath. Then he bowed his head, not as a knight to a queen, but as a man lowering a burden too long held. I do not believe Lady Mordred is ready to lead an operation like this. She has the strength, the passion, but not the discipline. He paused. That does not mean she cannot rise to the occasion. Only that if this is to work, she must take it seriously. A good observation. Now explain to me what you think Mordred will do, and why it would be unwise. I asked, pushing him to express his opinion. Lancelot didn't answer right away. He rarely did when asked to criticize someone else, especially someone he saw as both peer and problem. Eventually, he exhaled, slow and measured. She will treat it like a game, he said. A test she can ace by brute force. She will charge ahead, chase noise instead of signs, and draw attention before we're ready. Subtlety is not her strength. I nodded slowly, letting him continue. She is brilliant in battle, he went on, but this is not battle. Not yet. This is a hunt. We need patience. We need caution. And Mordred, she is not known for either. Fair points, I said. And yet, I am still placing this in her hands. Lancelot didn't flinch, but I could tell he didn't understand. Not fully. This age has this saying, to fight fire with fire. And France is burning, much of the world is, but France is among those hit the worst. I paused and looked back at the saint who shared my face. I do not want patience, I want chaos. I want Mordred to take us out there, and throw us into every fight she can start. Heck yeah, father. That's what I want to hear. We are gonna have so much fun. Mordred shouted. She had snuck up to the room, though neither Lancelot nor I was surprised by her presence. Lancelot turned slightly, giving Mordred a long, unreadable look. This is not fun, Lady Mordred. It is war. Cloaked, yes, but war nonetheless. Mordred grinned, resting Clarent 2 over her shoulder like it weighed nothing. War is fun. Especially when we get to win. Indeed, this mission is one where fun is important, because it is the one thing someone planning won't expect, someone doing something just for fun. I said, finally telling them the true reason for everything. I didn't want to try to outsmart a witch that had been alive for countless years. No, whatever schemes she had going, her plans, none of that mattered. I slowly held out my hand, and a glow manifested in my sword, C. Case Morgan. This is gonna be awesome. Mordred shouted and fired Clarent 2 into the ceiling at the sight of the weapon in my hand. End of chapter. C-Case Morgan is the main driving force behind this entire arc. I love the idea about it, and for those who aren't aware. C-Case Morgan, a short sword, meant to only be used when in a fight to the death. It might look like a gun, and it might work like a gun, but it's a sword. Next chapter will have some pictures of Arthuria and her outfit. Chapter 156, Chapter. Mordred was as eager as one could expect once she learned that the key to this mission is to do whatever she thinks is fun at the moment. In order to beat the witch pretending to be her mother, she needs to fully prove that Morgana doesn't know Mordred at all. Come on, father, you said I was in charge, so why can't we send the adulterer back home? Mordred cried out. I have already explained why I had him come along, so please, just try to get along with him. I groaned out as I felt a headache forming. I am deeply regretful of my actions back then. My betrayal is without a doubt an unforgivable sin, but I will dedicate myself to you, the king, so I apologize, Sir Mordred, but I can't simply leave. Lancelot tried his best to calm Mordred down. However, he had no idea that the more he spoke like that, the angrier he just made her. Because Mordred, too, had betrayed me, so while Mordred bringing up betrayal was fine, someone else bringing it up was a surefire way of making her angry. You keep saying that like it makes a difference. Mordred snapped, throwing her arms wide. You think your guilt makes it better? That if you grovel enough, it all gets washed away. Lancelot, to his credit, didn't flinch. I know it does not. I do not seek forgiveness. I seek only to serve. Then shut up and serve, Mordred hissed, turning sharply away from him, her hand twitching toward Clarent 2 as if the weapon were a stress toy. Every time you speak, I remember everything you ruined. Mordred, I warned, tone low. He is here because I willed it. And I will not have my knights fighting each other in the middle of enemy territory. She exhaled loudly through her nose, muttering under her breath. Doesn't mean I have to like it. You do not, I agreed. But you will work with him. Mordred made a rude noise but said nothing more. That, in itself, was progress. All right, Mordred said at last, her tone abruptly shifting to something resembling enthusiasm. I've picked our first target. That got Lancelot's attention. You have intelligence. Buffed, who needs intelligence, she grinned. There's this area in the city, old cathedral ruins turned into some underground club for wannabe mystics and shady types. Word is, people go in looking for power, and come out either brainwashed or in body bags. I raised an eyebrow. And how do you know that? I have Twitter, she said with a smug look, pulling out her phone and waving it. Lancelot gave me a side glance that practically screamed, is she serious? I truly didn't know what to say, not even I knew Mordred had gotten on social media. I wasn't sure it was a good thing. No, what was I thinking? It was undoubtedly a disaster waiting to happen. But before that, Mordred continued. Father. You need your gear as well. I blinked. My gear. Yes. Mordred beamed, already halfway across the room and yanking open the final equipment case. You made both of us dress up, and then said you had a box too, and then you didn't even show it off. That's cheating. I never said I wouldn't wear it, I replied, mildly amused. Only that I would wear it when the time came. Well, the time's come. Mordred declared triumphantly. If we're going to storm some dark cathedral and start punching sorcerers in the teeth, then we need to look the part. You can't go into battle dressed like a Sunday school teacher. Lancelot let out a very faint sound, somewhere between a suppressed chuckle and a sigh. I approached the case slowly, curious despite myself. It had been custom designed by the Veiled Hand. Because, while my knights didn't have much gear other than their armor that I summoned them with, I was very different, having all the gear of each of my different servant versions. Fine, since you are so curious, let me go change. I gave in, there was no point in trying to hide it, I had already shown the weapon, so now was time to show what it would go with. Stepping out of the room and into the one where I had left the box, I wasted no time in opening it up. Inside was no fancy energy swords or red and black racing outfit. Nor the more modern armor of Lancelot's new outfit. No, inside was little more than some black casual clothes, though the material was far from ordinary, it was made to be bullet-resistant. Tough to cut and just hard to damage in general. It was also designed to be easy to clean, waterproof, and much more. It was honestly a marvel of technology. That, however, wasn't the entire outfit. No, the main part was something I had from none other than my maid's alter ego. She might mostly run around in a swimsuit or a maid uniform, but she had much more than just that. Beyond her impressive assortment of weapons, my rider herself used one in particular, the gun I had shown Mordred, C-Case Morgan. Though it was no gun, it was a sword, that worked and looked like a gun, but it had infinite bullets, so it counted as a sword for sure. No, the Real treasure was in her final ascension. There she traded out the maid uniform and swimsuit for a nice dress. But the dress wasn't what was important, but what she wore outside of that. Instantly, a burst of light escaped me as I brought something out from my soul space. A large black coat instantly settled around me, reaching down below my knees. Even in my Lancer form it was large, though it did fit me slightly better than it did my Rider version. It was, without a doubt, a large and insanely cool-looking coat, something I had no doubt Mordred would be jealous of. And more importantly, it was nothing like what I would wear normally. Where I often wore bright silver armor or blue, noble colors, this was dark, and nothing like a knight at all. I would pass as a mercenary now. Which was what I wanted. Not a real disguise, just one that would help the magecraft stick better, because, naturally, all of our outfits had been enchanted by me. It wasn't much, just enough to make people ignore certain clues. My face was that of the King of Albion. Mordred looking like, well, Mordred of Camelot. No problem, people would simply ignore that connection. I looked at myself in the mirror, and couldn't help but smile as I held C.K. Morgan by my side. Yeah, a woman in all black, wearing a great big trench coat, with a gun. That wouldn't make anyone think about Albion or Camelot. Soon enough, all of France would know of 3 new vigilantes going around, and that should draw Morgana's attention onto us. I returned to the others without fanfare, stepping through the doorway with my long black coat flowing behind me and C.K. Morgan resting comfortably in my hands. Mordred's head snapped toward me instantly. She froze. Her eyes dragged down the full length of the coat. The sleek black fabric, the subtle shine in the low light, the way it shifted around me like liquid shadow. Then her gaze caught on the rifle-sword hybrid at my side, and her expression began to crumple like a paper tower in the rain. You're joking, she said. I raised an eyebrow. About what? That, she waved at me with exaggerated offense. That's not fair. You look cool. Like, ridiculously cool. What the hell, father? I take it you like it then? I asked with a hint of amusement in my voice. Yeah, but I thought you were going to be, like, regal. Knightly. Not, trench coat noir queen of death cool. She jabbed a finger at me, then at Lancelot. He looks like a sci-fi crusader. I look like I escaped a laser tag tournament. I think it suits you, Lancelot offered mildly. Mordred turned and pointed at him. Shut up, adulterer. I hid my smile behind the barrel of C.K. Morgan as I inspected it. Well, if it helps, I don't think any of us are trying to blend in. We're meant to be noticed, remember? Yeah, well. Mordred folded her arms and kicked at the air. At least give me a trench coat too. I want one that billows when I walk. Like that. Yours is billowy. No way, it would decrease the coolness of mine if we both had one. I quickly shot her down, not that she liked that at all. Mordred gasped. That's not how coolness works. It is now, I said calmly, brushing an invisible speck from my coat sleeve. Hierarchy of fashion. Commanding officer gets the long coat. This is oppression, she muttered, slouching. You're just afraid I'd outcool you if I had one too. No, Lancelot said, deadpan. That would require restraint. I will punt you into the sun. Mordred growled. Try, he replied without missing a beat. Enough, I said before Mordred could reach for Clarent 2 again. We're not here to debate who's the most dramatic looking, because that is me. We have work to do, and Mordred, you look great in that outfit. Mordred paused mid-huff, caught off guard. She blinked. Wait, seriously? Of course, I said plainly. It suits you perfectly. Bold. Loud. Impossible to ignore. Just like you. For a split second, I thought she might actually blush. Instead, she straightened her posture with all the overconfidence in the world and grinned like she'd just been crowned queen of cool. Damn right it does, she said, flipping her hair dramatically. But I'm still getting a coat someday. With flames on it. Lancelot opened his mouth, but whatever he wanted to say, he never did as he soon closed it again, deciding to remain silent. Once we return to Camelot, you can all wear the coats you want, but for now, these are the outfits we will be using when we operate within France. I said, ending Mordred's begging for an upgrade to her outfit. Mordred flopped dramatically onto the couch. Fine. But I want it on record that I am not done talking about the coat thing. I'll have the scribes etch it into stone, I said dryly. Now, tell me more about this cathedral. That got her attention. She sat up again, tapping away at her phone. So, from what I've gathered, it's technically off the books, no official listing, no paper trail. But people know. Tons of people go there daily, and they do strange things, clearly rituals. If it is that well known, then it is clearly a trap. Lancelot said flatly. A party, Mordred corrected. One we're going to crash. I nodded. Good. Then tonight, we begin. Subtlety is not the goal, making noise is. So Mordred, take us to this party, and show me how you crash them. Mordred's eyes lit up. Hell yeah. She jumped up and fired Clarent 2 into the ceiling a few times, causing dust, wood, plaster, and brick to rain down over her. Mordred. I barked, shielding my eyes from the falling debris. It's called setting the mood, she said cheerfully, already brushing drywall off her shoulders. You want chaos? Gotta start strong. Lancelot looked up at the ceiling with deadpan resignation. Shall I call in repairs, or shall we move before the roof collapses? We move, I muttered, stepping over a fallen chunk of plaster. Before she brings the entire structure down on our heads. Mordred was already halfway to the door, her finger never leaving Clarent 2's trigger. Let's go, team, she shouted. Time to go scare some cultists and break everything they love. I sighed and rested C-Case Morgan on my shoulder. Don't make me regret putting you in charge, Mordred. No promises. She said far too cheerfully as we followed her out into the night. Our goal is this mysterious cathedral. End of chapter. Chapter 157, chapter. The three of us walked down the roadside, side by side. And much like I had planned, we drew a ton of attention. How could we not? France might be facing multiple threats, such as mutants, rogue mages, cults, and who knows what else, but people walking around with guns. Yeah, that was still not common, more so when it was a group like ours. We looked like the cast of a new blockbuster action movie. I don't like it, we are drawing too much attention, it's only a matter of time before someone calls local law enforcement. Lancelot said as we walked into Orleans. Don't be such a coward, if anyone comes, we will send them running. Mordred scuffed, rolling her eyes at his caution. While I don't wish to kill innocents, we aren't here as Knights of the Round Table, but as the hand of justice. We shall show no fear, and even less mercy. I said, backing up Mordred. If we wanted to pull attention towards us, there could be no hiding. I didn't want just Morgana to see us, no, I wanted every dark force, because someone like Morgana would never pay attention to something minor, which meant to get her attention, we would need the attention of others. Only by getting their attention and then defeating them would we get Morgana's attention, and only then could we end this once and for all. End the evil that was the Marvel version of my sister. Heck yeah, father. You heard that, Loserlot. Father agreed with my plan. Mordred mocked Lancelot without holding back. Lancelot kept mostly quiet, not arguing, just lowering his head in silent acceptance. Though it did at least deprive Mordred of fun, so she just clicked her tongue in annoyance. No fun, stupid adulterer. She whispered under her breath as she continued leading us towards our destination. Though I was tempted to ask her if it was necessary to have us walk in the middle of the road, because while people might be willing to ignore three people dressed like us due to our guns, that didn't extend to them having to slow down behind us. Cars slowed, sped up, then slowed again as drivers tried to figure out whether we were cosplayers, vigilantes, or some kind of new French reality show. Then someone honked. A loud, prolonged beep from behind us, followed by a car trying to edge past on the narrow street. Mordred stopped walking and turned slowly. Was that for us? Another honk, shorter this time, more urgent. Oh, you poor dumb mortal, she whispered with a grin. Mordred, I began. Too late. Clarent 2 came up, aimed sideways like she was in a gangster film, and let off a single round into the air. The noise was like thunder ripping through a concert hall. The car behind us screeched to a halt. The driver, a man in a too-tight polo shirt and sunglasses, threw open the door and dove behind his car. Traffic immediately devolved into chaos. Cars swerved, people shouted, some ducked, some pulled out phones, and at least one motorcyclist made a U-turn so fast he nearly toppled over. A woman leaned out of a taxi's passenger window and screamed, "Vous eats foes." I don't know what she said, Mordred said proudly, spinning Clarent 2 on her finger, but I think it was a compliment. She called us insane, Lancelot said flatly. She's not wrong, I murmured. I'm just saying, Mordred added as she resumed walking, if they don't want warning shots, they shouldn't honk. Lancelot was pinching the bridge of his nose now. We will have the gendarmerie on us in minutes. Then we best be gone by then, the attention is fine, but let's not get into too many fights with them too early on, so Mordred, lead on, and try not to shoot everything that annoys you. I said as I eyed the people peeking out from their windows or moving along in hurried steps. Mordred gave me a salute with 2 fingers. Aye, father. No more shooting, unless it's cool. That's not comforting, Lancelot muttered. You wouldn't know cool even if it shot you in the chest. She waved her gun at him as she itched to shoot, but did hold herself back. An improvement, if a small one. Had we not waited until nightfall before heading outside, it would have been far worse. The closer we got to the river, the more the streets narrowed, the more the graffiti thickened, and the more the smell of cheap beer and burning incense filled the air. At last, Mordred stopped in front of a stone archway tucked between 2 shuttered buildings. Neon lights pulsed inside. A bouncer the size of a truck leaned against the doorway, checking IDs, utterly unfazed by the 3 heavily armed lunatics approaching him. There it is, Mordred declared proudly, gesturing with both arms. The cathedral. Told you it was shady. Lancelot blinked. That's a nightclub. Yeah. I said it was underground. Mordred didn't flinch. But I could hear in her voice that she hadn't expected a nightclub. Mordred, get your phone out and show me where you found this place. I said as I looked at a suspicious-looking poster stuck to the wall beside the door, DJ Dreadlich, one night only. The reason I thought it was suspicious was because the background of that poster featured an evil-looking cathedral building, something that looked right out of a horror movie as an evil cultist lair. Mordred hesitated, then slowly pulled out her phone. Okay, look. This account I follow, WitchWatchFR, posted a tip. Said something big was brewing at the cathedral in Orleans, dark rituals, no survivors, etc. I narrowed my eyes. And you didn't vet it? I did. I scrolled their whole feed. Mordred insisted, tapping rapidly on the screen. See. Look. That's the post. She turned the screen toward me. It read. Darkness gathers at the cathedral tonight. Shadows stir, and blood will spill. France's reckoning begins beneath pulsing lights. #WitchWatch #Orleans #ritual beats. Lancelot leaned over her shoulder and read aloud, ritual. Beats. Mordred furrowed her brow. Okay, so maybe it's a themed night. It's a club, Lancelot said, unimpressed. They are literally advertising it with hashtags. I like the aesthetic, Mordred muttered. I rubbed my temples again. You dragged us halfway across the city in tactical gear because someone with an edgy username wrote song lyrics. It sounded sinister, she protested. And look at that building on the poster. That's not a normal cathedral. That's evil. Like, at least medium-tier evil. It's a poster. I said, feeling tired all of a sudden. Well, how was I supposed to know that? I don't see you using social media, she tried to defend herself, but I was honestly just surprised she hadn't smashed her phone out of sheer embarrassment by now. The bouncer cleared his throat. You're holding up the line. There was indeed a line. At least a dozen young adults in glittering clothes, face paint, and LED accessories were watching us now, some recording, some whispering, one waving at Mordred like she was part of the act. Damn, didn't expect such nerve from a Frenchie. Mordred said as we all admired the sheer balls of that guy. Because both Mordred and I clearly had guns in our hands, and well, he didn't look like someone who could resist bullets. I respect the bravery, I murmured. Utterly misplaced, but admirable. He's gonna get himself killed, Lancelot added, though he said it with the same tone someone might use to describe a house cat picking a fight with a lion. Should I shoot the poster? Mordred asked, half lifting Clarent 2 again. Symbolically. No, I said immediately. But. No. She sighed and holstered the weapon, an act that made 3 people in line start clapping nervously. I hate France, Mordred muttered. Next time I'm picking Germany. Or Vegas. I stepped forward toward the bouncer. We're going inside. He didn't even blink. Just nodded and opened the velvet rope like we were on a guest list from hell. Try not to shoot anyone unless they really deserve it. I paused. That's a surprisingly understanding reaction. He shrugged. You're hot, and I get paid for letting hot chicks in, not deal with someone with a gun. Mordred snorted. Damn right. See, father. Weaponized fashion wins again. The bouncer looked at Lancelot next and immediately lowered his arm to block the way. Not him. Lancelot blinked. Excuse me. You're not on the list, the bouncer said, expression flat. And you're dressed like a militarized spaceman. That armor screams buzzkill. Mordred was already doubled over laughing. Oh my god. He got bouncer blocked. I am with them, Lancelot said stiffly. The bouncer didn't budge. Yeah, but you're not them. I sighed and pulled out a wad of cash. Crisp €500 bills, about 10 of them. I didn't say a word. Just handed it over. The bouncer spent only a moment checking them over before casually tucking them into his jacket like he had done it 1,000 times before. You know what, he said, stepping aside. Must have missed your name. Go on in, metalhead. Lancelot walked through without a word, but his jaw was tight. You should just have let him say out there, father, that adulterer isn't worth the money. He's worth less than the coat I'm wearing, I muttered. Mordred burst out laughing again. Now that's the energy I like to hear. Around us, the music pounded louder. The line was moving again, the club's neon pulsing to some blend of techno and chanting that, honestly, could have been sampled from a demonic summoning ritual. Fitting, really. All right, I said, brushing past the bouncer and entering the dark hallway beyond. Let's see what kind of heresy hides beneath glow sticks and bass drops. Mordred followed at my side, bouncing slightly with excitement. Oh, do you think there's an actual cult in there? Like, demon DJs or something? If there is, Lancelot said from behind us, let's hope they're more competent than their doorman. Hey, Mordred shot back, the doorman had taste. You didn't make the vibe check. I'm armed, he said flatly. So were we, she grinned. But we were armed fashionably. Officer Etienne Moreau tapped his pen against the desk as the young man shoved a freshly printed phone photo across the table. There. Look. I told you it wasn't cosplay. Look at them. Moreau squinted at the photo. 3 people, walking side by side down a dark street like it was a fashion runway. One, tall, blonde, dressed in black like some gothic royal assassin. Gun tucked under her coat like she owned the world. Next to her, a shorter blonde, red racing gear, fingerless gloves, grinning like someone who thought explosions counted as foreplay. And finally, a man in sleek dark blue combat gear with a sweeping cloak and glowing purple sticks. Not swords. Not sabers. Sticks. Moreau couldn't tell if he was cosplaying or moonlighting as a techno-priest. He stared. Then he stared harder. Then he dragged the aspirin bottle out of his drawer and popped 3. Sir, he said without emotion, you've brought me a photograph of what appears to be the cast of a low-budget superhero series filmed in a parking garage. They shot at me. I'm sure they did, Moreau replied with all the enthusiasm of a drying baguette. After they left their underground lair and finished their Netflix pilot. The man slammed his hands on the desk. You're not listening. I was threatened by vigilantes. Possibly mutants. Or cyborgs. Or rogue knights or something. Moreau nodded solemnly and jotted something into his notes. Reported assailants. Lady Assassin Barbie gender-flipped Hot Wheels mascot French Batman, budget variant. I am filing this, Moreau lied. You think I'm crazy? I think, Moreau said, carefully closing the file, that your insurance company is going to love this. He stood up, handed the men a slip of paper, and gestured toward the exit. Claim number. Have a pleasant evening. Try to avoid any more trench-coated blondes with firearms. The men stormed out. Moreau slumped back in his chair, sighed, and muttered, next it'll be someone saying Jeanne d'Arc came back with a sniper rifle. The lights in the station flickered. He blinked once. Twice. God help me if they turn out to be real. End of chapter. Chapter 158, Chapter. The nightclub throbbed with bass and strobing lights, a cathedral of noise and sweat where glittering sinners writhed beneath mock-stained glass and fog machines. The air reeked of synth, smoke, and desperation. We had barely made it 10 steps past the entrance when trouble found us. Damn, girl, a man slurred as he stepped into Mordred's path. Shirt unbuttoned to his navel, gold chain swinging, he flashed what he probably thought was a charming grin. You cosplaying as my future mistake, or what? Mordred's eyes narrowed. What? He leaned in, undeterred. You and me. Holy fire on the dance floor. Wanna show me what that gun of yours can do? She punched him. Not a slap. Not a shove. A punch. The men flew. He arced like a poorly thrown rag doll, limbs flailing, sailed over 2 tables, and crashed into a pile of empty chairs near the back wall. A DJ record screeched. A few dancers screamed. One guy fist-pumped and shouted, yeah. I sighed. And there it is. You saw him, Mordred growled, shaking out her fist. He was asking for it. That was restraint. That was restraint. Lancelot asked, eyebrows lifting slightly. He treated me like a woman. She snapped. I could only sigh in response, because yes, that was Mordred. She could act like that. The doorman had treated her like a woman, but Mordred could be somewhat selective about when it was a problem and when it was not. Don't treat Mordred like a girl. Don't treat Mordred like a guy. Don't talk about me near Mordred. Don't disrespect me near Mordred. Those were good rules, but personally, I preferred just to assume that you never know what Mordred will do. Mordred does what Mordred wants. Keeping that in mind is the best way to deal with her for sure. At least she isn't shooting them. I said as I watched as Mordred was smacking around everyone inside the club. Women, men, bartenders, dancers, and security. It didn't matter who they were, if they just wanted to run, or fight, or whatever they were doing. They all met the same fate, getting smacked down by Mordred. Your Majesty, you really should stop Sir Mordred. This behavior is unacceptable for a knight of the Round Table. Lancelot urged. I am fully aware, I said, watching as a man in rhinestone pants was lifted bodily off the floor and hurled into a decorative ice sculpture. But we are not members of the Round Table right now, so we shouldn't act like them. Lancelot hesitated, then visibly reconsidered his answer. He knew I was right, but that didn't mean he liked this. But even still, isn't this too much? The crowd was in disarray. Half of them thought this was performance art. The other half were filming it for social media. I saw at least 2 people in the corner trying to start a betting pool. Who else wants to dance? Mordred roared, standing atop a table she'd already shattered in half with a previous victim. Clarent too was in her hand, but thankfully not firing, yet. Is this helping? Lancelot asked me under his breath. It's certainly stirring up attention, I replied, scanning the dark corners of the club for any signs of trouble, though mostly checking to see if someone was in real trouble. Mordred held back, and other than a few days' worth of pain, I didn't think anything was badly hurt. And attention is what we want, though preferably from cultists, mages, spies, and wherever else. This is mostly just going to get us civilian attention. More, I began, but paused as she suplexed a man into a beanbag chair. Dread. I finished. She looked up, breathless but gleeful. What? He grabbed my cape. You don't have a cape. He thought about it. I massaged my temple, resisting the urge to conjure a barrier just to muffle the music. Are you at least having fun? Mordred grinned wide, practically glowing. More than I have in weeks. France sucks, but beating up perverts to techno beats. 10 out of 10. Someone nearby screamed. Another tried to dive behind the bar only to be thrown out again by the bartender himself, who wanted no part in this madness. Let's give her a few more minutes, then we leave before she burns the place down, or law enforcement comes around. No need to deal with those unless we have to. I still wanted us to be the good guys, so I at least wanted to avoid too much innocent blood. Lancelot exhaled sharply through his nose. I fear law enforcement will not wait a few minutes. The moment she hit that first man, the clock began ticking. I believe you are greatly overestimating the efficiency of the French. I think we have plenty of time still. It wasn't like I took pleasure in talking down on the French, well maybe a little, but I honestly didn't think the police would respond all that fast. Even in normal times, a bar fight was hardly the biggest of priorities, most so since no one was really hurt, and in these chaotic times. Yeah, they had likely far more to do than a bar fight. Of course, that's when the back door burst open and 6 figures stepped in, plain clothes, all armed, all serious. Not bouncers. Not clubgoers. Professionals. They fanned out like they'd rehearsed it, forming a semicircle around the dance floor. One of them held up a badge I couldn't quite see, but the words he barked were loud and clear. Police. Everybody down. Hands where I can see them. Half the crowd obeyed. The other half screamed and started filming. Never mind, I muttered. I may have slightly underestimated the French after all. Only slightly, Lancelot replied, already shifting subtly to cover our flank. They're not the gendarmerie. I gave them another look. I had mostly dismissed them, but now that I looked closer, I did see something out of the norm. Their firepower was far too great for normal police. These were some kind of special force. Some kind of anti-mutant division, perhaps. Lancelot frowned. No markings, no standard insignia. But their formation is tight. Not amateurs. Definitely not here for the music, I muttered. Mordred, meanwhile, hopped down from her table perch with the casual swagger of someone who had just started to have fun. Oh, she sang. Fancy hats and big guns. Well, I have one too. She waved around Clarent too and made them all tense. Don't antagonize them, I said automatically, knowing it was pointless. Too late. One of the agents stepped forward, his weapon raised but not yet aimed. On the ground. Now. All of you. Hard pass, Mordred replied, cracking her knuckles. Unless the ground's where you want me to send you. Mordred, I said warningly. I'm just saying, she added with an exaggerated shrug. They interrupted my playlist. With a sigh, I moved. C-Case Morgan swinging through the air like a club, smashing into the back of the head of one of the agents. At least try not to kill them. I said as a fight instantly broke out and the rest of the men opened fire. Lancelot was already in motion, stepping in front of me and sweeping one of the agent's legs out from under him with surgical precision. The man hit the ground hard, his weapon clattering away as Lancelot disarmed him in a single, fluid movement. Non-lethal, Lancelot reminded himself aloud, then slammed the man's head into the floor hard enough to knock him out cold. Mostly. Gunfire filled the air, but most of it missed. Whether due to the strobe lights, the smoke machines, or the sheer disbelief of what was happening, they hadn't expected resistance like this. Mordred cackled with joy as she dove behind a shattered table, firing Clarent too one-handed without even aiming. The gun roared with thunder, the recoil kicking up sparks from the tile floor as a spray of return fire shattered a neon-lit pillar just behind her. Did you see that? She shouted, blowing smoke from the barrel. I shot that guy's confidence into the stratosphere. I ducked behind a fallen speaker as another round whizzed past. You didn't even hit him. He dove for cover. That counts. Mordred yelled, leaning over and blind firing 2 more rounds into the chaos. One of the agents screamed as his rifle exploded in his hands, the sheer concussive force of Clarent 2's blast having hit too close for comfort. Lancelot was the only one still fighting clean, ducking, weaving, disarming without a wasted motion. He flowed through the chaos like water in steel form, taking down 2 agents with open palm strikes and a knee to the chest. This is escalating, he called to me over the din. That's the idea. Mordred crowed. No, it's escalating poorly. He kicked another agent's weapon away and ducked a punch. Your Majesty. Just knock them down. I repeated flatly as I cracked an agent's jaw with a backhand that sent him spinning across the dance floor like a skipping stone. Any plan we make will fail, so don't plan, Sir Lancelot, just follow Mordred into the heart of chaos. Heck yeah. Follow me. Your future king. She yelled and fired Clarent 2 a few dozen times. She didn't shoot to kill, but to cause chaos. Things exploded. She hit liquor bottles that burst into flames as the pure energy from her gun ignited the alcohol. She hit the lights in the ceiling, causing rains of sparks to shower the now quickly emptying club as people fled through the doors. She caused walls to explode behind the officers, resulting in them being struck by debris of brick and mortar. It was pure chaos, but it didn't last long. She fired again, not at a person, but at the DJ booth. The console exploded in a shower of sparks and dubstep died with a pitiful electronic wail. With the music dead, there was only the roar of flames, the howl of fire alarms, and groans of officers who no doubt wished they were unconscious to avoid the pain. I stood there for a moment, staring at the wreckage. Burning alcohol puddled across the dance floor. Lights sparked like dying stars from the rafters. Agents lay groaning in a mess of twisted tables and foam furniture. The crowd had long since evacuated. If they were smart, they'd be halfway across the city by now, probably tweeting about some cosplay squad blowing up a rave. And we still didn't have a single cultist. All right, I said, voice firm, final. We're leaving. Mordred lowered Clarent 2, panting, grinning, coated in smoke and self-satisfaction. Already. But I still have like 40 rounds left. That is an energy gun, it has no rounds, and infinite ammo, so we won't stick around until it's out, because then we will never leave. I said, not willing to humor her too much. I was already doing plenty of that with the whole premise for the mission. Mordred pouted. Actually pouted. That's not fair. I was just starting to really get into it. You turned a nightclub into a live combat zone, Lancelot said dryly, stepping over a smoldering pile of what used to be a speaker stack. I think we've all had enough fun for one evening. Mordred crossed her arms but didn't argue further, which, for her, was equivalent to full agreement. We moved for the front exit, stepping over unconscious agents and debris as fire alarms wailed around us. A single sprinkler finally activated with a pitiful wheeze, sputtering brown water in an uneven rhythm that failed to dampen anything but Lancelot's dignity. This was a mess, first a nightclub, then a fight like that. This was supposed to be a simple reconnaissance stop. He muttered. And you expected that to go well with Mordred in charge? I asked. Fair point. As we emerged into the cool night air, smoke rolling out behind us like a curtain call, a handful of terrified civilians ducked around the corner and bolted in the opposite direction. At least one of them dropped a phone mid-recording. Great, I muttered. Now we'll be on the internet by sunrise. Already trending, Mordred said, glancing at her phone with a wicked grin. Hashtag hot girls blow up the cathedral is climbing fast. Oh. Someone made a gif of me flipping that guy into the bar. I'm not sure if I should be impressed or horrified. Both, Lancelot muttered. Definitely both. I admit, I felt bad for him. He wasn't the right choice for this. In fact, I don't think any of my knights would have been able to handle this. This random chaos was just against everything they stood for, justice, peace, and fairness. Yet, he would have his role to play, because this was just the beginning. End of chapter. Chapter 159, chapter. Despite Mordred's little tip-off about some evil happening being a complete bust, and just causing tons of chaos, it wasn't like it was without its use. If it had been, I wouldn't have allowed things to happen like I had. No, the night itself might have been pointless, but it did allow us to gather information. Did we need to? No, we didn't. I was the king of Albion, a goddess of great power, and had millions of subjects, including an entire intelligence apparatus, or 2 of them even. There was no need for me to personally and slowly gather information, but I liked doing it like that. It made me feel more grounded in the mission. It wasn't just me being pointed at a suspicious location and blasting it with the light of Rangaminiad. No, this was a real mission, with all the works. It might just be me being selfish, but my alter self was pretty selfish, so it was part of my nature, and I wanted Mordred to be happy. I knew I had failed her in life, and in the second one, a large part of me wanted to do better. Be a better king, the king my people deserved, my knights deserved, and the father Mordred deserved. This is so stupid. Why are they all speaking French? Mordred groaned as she threw the remote at the television, forcing me to quickly reach up and catch it as soon as it left her hand. Because Mordred, I started as I put the remote down. We are watching French television. It should have been obvious, but clearly Mordred didn't agree with me. Mordred slumped back on the couch, arms crossed, glowering at the screen like it had personally insulted her. Well, it's rude. We're guests. They should be speaking our language. They are speaking their language, in their country, Lancelot said from across the room without looking up from the map he was marking. Which, incidentally, we nearly set on fire last night. Yeah, and... Mordred snapped. They should be grateful we didn't level the whole thing. I even held back. I'm sure they are ecstatic, I muttered, though I couldn't hide the faint amusement in my voice. Mordred scowled at me but said nothing, kicking her feet up on the coffee table like a sulking cat. The television continued playing an early morning news report, the anchor's voice sharp and fast, images of the nightclub flickering behind her, flashing lights, shattered glass, scorch marks, and panicked patrons being interviewed. Trois terrorists costumes, Le Carnage au Cathedral nightclub en question. Costumed terrorists. Mordred scoffed. Wow. Rude and wrong. I'm not even wearing a costume. You literally look like someone out of a movie set. Lancelot pointed out without lifting his gaze. She glared angrily at him. So, I know the French are stupid and all, but why are they acting like they don't recognize us? I mean, you are famous around the world, father. Indeed, the French aren't that stupid. It's thanks to the magecraft in our outfits, they are my attempt at mimicking the effect of your secret of pedigree. It's honestly just divine power trying to fix the gap between the magecraft skills of my sister and me. I explained. Mordred squinted at me. Wait. Are you saying I'm wearing, like, a magic disguise? In layman's terms, yes, I said. A very subtle one. It doesn't make us invisible, it just makes it hard for people to connect the dots. They see you, but they don't recognize you. She made a face as if she understood it, didn't fully understand it, wanting to say something, but finally decided not to say anything. Instead, she just started playing around with her phone. I in turn turned my attention back on the television, though they were long done talking about us. It was likely only due to using guns that we were even given time on national news, rather than just local. The situation in France was just that bad. The broadcast had moved on to coverage of another mutant-related incident in Marseille, smoke rising from a collapsed bridge, a flickering image of a giant claw print, and a reporter trying very hard not to panic while describing inhuman sounds from beneath the rubble. Another attack, Lancelot said, voice calm but taut. Is it? Or was there an escape from a secret facility? I asked, to which he could offer no answer. I, too, didn't know what it was. But I knew that it could be both things. There are never any innocent sides in a war, such is the very nature of war. It is horrible, and all who fight are bathed in the blood of innocence. That didn't mean wars weren't worth fighting, it didn't mean that there weren't rights and wrongs in war. Only that it was nasty business, and it would always be best to crush the enemy quickly. As I had done when I took control of Albion, I had killed many, caused many children to lose their fathers, their mothers, people to lose their kids, it was bloody, it was cruel, it was war. And the mutants were very much at war, they had to fight to survive. In plenty of timelines, they lost, in some, they lost in brutal wars, were hunted down and killed by killer robots. In others, they didn't fight, they were killed off silently. Drugs were made to weaken them, to stop their birth, slower, bit by bit, they were eliminated without even the ability to fight back. If nothing else, I would at least allow them to survive in Albion, that was my mercy. Stupid phone is broken, I don't understand a word of what everyone is typing, did everyone suddenly lose the ability to write? Mordred cursed as she shook her phone in some strange attempt to get it to work. She tossed it to me without looking, arms folded. Fix it. Everyone's tweets look like scrambled runes. I can't even tell if they're insulting me or not. I caught the phone, turned it over in my hand, then blinked. The screen was filled with perfectly legible French. My divine comprehension let the words filter clearly into my mind, no effort required. I looked at the phone, then at Mordred, then back to the phone a few times. Trying to understand what the problem was. Sir Lancelot, take a look at this. I held out the phone towards him. He bowed his head as she stood up and gently took the phone from my hand. It seems to be in working condition, though the text is heavy on shorthand and grammatical errors. I nodded at his response and took the phone back, and started tapping away. Just because I didn't use one myself didn't mean I couldn't use one, just that I didn't want to. Mordred was balancing on the backrest of the couch as she looked over my shoulder. Sir Lancelot, try reading this. I asked, handing the phone back to him. This time, his brow furrowed, he looked for a long moment, not saying anything before shaking his head. I'm afraid I don't understand that, Your Majesty. Ha! Not so smart now, are you? Mordred gloated. Lancelot calmly handed the phone back to me. It's not a matter of intelligence, Sir Mordred. It appears the enchantment tied to our passive linguistic comprehension is failing, likely yours has already faltered entirely. What? She barked. Can that happen? She asked me. No, Sir Lancelot is wrong on this one. The first test was French, something he understands, even if it is an older dialect. The second one. I'm not sure, to me it was English. What I think is happening is just the... I paused. I hadn't expected something like this to happen, and I wasn't entirely sure about the possible cause, but looking at Mordred from the corner of my eye, I knew she wanted an answer. As servants, you are given the ability to communicate with all humans, so it's a translation charm. What might be happening here is that the magic struggles with the technology, because this text might not be written to a person. The intent was to send it to the internet, so the magic isn't seeing it as human communication. I offer up my current theory. Lancelot nodded slowly. That would explain it. The enchantment interprets spoken language and direct written forms as extensions of human communication. But social media posts, algorithm-filtered and churned through ad engines and auto-moderation systems, perhaps the spell cannot recognize them as language at all. Wait, Mordred said, squinting. So because a tweet isn't person-wide enough, magic gives up. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Magic is not infallible, I said. It's shaped by intent. If the writer wasn't consciously directing the words at another living person, the enchantment might not know what to do with it. So the internet broke magic. Mordred leaned back, horrified. This is worse than France. You are getting far too addicted to the internet, Mordred. Maybe you should spend more time doing something proactive. I said, handing the phone back to her. And it's no magic breaking, just this one enchantment which wasn't made with such things in mind. Mordred took the phone with the same expression one might use when handed a broken sword, baffled, insulted, and deeply inconvenienced. She stared at the screen like it owed her money. So what you're saying is, I have to ask people what memes mean now. That's humiliating. You could simply not care, Lancelot offered, returning to his map work. That is not an option, Mordred shot back instantly. The memes are how the commoners speak truth. It's the only language half of them know. I resisted the urge to sigh. You'll survive. No, I won't. You don't understand. I could be getting flamed right now and not even know it. That's social assassination. Just read English memes, I'm sure you can at least do that much. I said, though my voice was weak, because I wasn't sure how she would handle modern English. But I believed it would be fine. She hadn't complained before now, so likely only now that she surfed French sites did she run into problems. Honestly though, it was a curious problem. Servants had something like a limited form of allspeak, allowing them to communicate with all of humanity, no matter when or where they appeared. However, it seemed like it wasn't without fault. It didn't translate language as much as it did communication. It was very intent-focused. And well, most people posted on the internet with the intent of showing the internet, not people on the internet. No doubt Mordred would still be able to see everything that was meant for people. Anytime someone had other people in mind, it should work. Just like how we could understand the television, because the people on screen spoke to people on the other side of the camera, not just the camera itself. Just as I finished my thought, the television abruptly cut to a flashing banner, Dishens Psyle, Nouvelle Crise en Cours. The anchor's expression was tight, her voice now louder and more clipped, the background changing to live aerial footage. What now? Mordred muttered, leaning forward. The camera panned over a cordoned-off section of Lyon, a high-rise complex surrounded by emergency services. Black smoke billowed from the lower floors, people scrambled on balconies waving for help, and flashes of something moving, too fast, too large, darted through the shadows. The caption beneath the feed read, Mutant hostage situation, unconfirmed number of civilians trapped. Local police overwhelmed, the anchor reported, and no response yet from national emergency forces. The threat is being described as non-human, aggressive, and highly mobile. The feed zoomed in. For a split second, something that looked like a scaled tail flicked past a shattered window, followed by the outline of claws. A mutant or something worse. Possibly both. I stood, already reaching for C-Case Morgan where it leaned against the wall. We're going, I said, voice firm, certain. Lancelot didn't question it. He rose immediately. Mordred blinked, then lit up. Finally. End of chapter. Chapter 160, chapter. To get to Lyon I didn't want to play around with the tempad, it wasn't that easy to use, despite what someone like Deadpool might have shown. No, instead of technology, I decided to rely on something a bit more grounded. My own divine power. It might not be in line with the theme of this mission, being more gun than sword. But I made the rules, and others followed them. All right, try not to bite your tongue, I said as we stood on the roof. Then, without giving them a chance to ask, I placed a hand on their backs. And I moved. It was a light step, not at all the ground shatter stomp it could have been. It was just a step and a push. But behind that was my boundless divine power, the might of a god. Space. Gravity. Laws of physics. I made the rules, it was mortals that followed them. In that single instant, the world seemed to shrink, yet the truth was that I just moved us at insane speeds. Only the fact that both Mordred and Lancelot were powerful, heroic spirits allowed them to make the trip without dying. Not that it was a pleasant feeling, that insane acceleration and deceleration wasn't easy to handle. A massive sonic boom followed us as we appeared near the scene of the crime. Ah! Mordred screamed and started jumping around, covering her mouth. Mordred, I sighed. Did you bite your tongue? Mordred whirled around, clutching her jaw. Yes. You absolute maniac. My spleen nearly came out through my teeth. Lancelot, to his credit, was still upright, though his hand was braced against a wall and his face looked like he'd just finished a roller coaster designed by a mad god. I believe the expression is, gentler landing next time, Your Majesty. I warned you, I said, entirely without remorse. You should have listened. Warned implies time to prepare, Mordred snapped. That was less a warning and more like slapping someone and saying, look out after. I turned around from Mordred, ignoring her complaints, and instead looked towards the great burning building before us. Sirens wailed, smoke poured into the sky, and screams echoed from the upper floors. It was chaos, the kind of raw, ugly chaos that screamed for heroes. Yet, heroes were in short supply these days. So instead, people would have to make do with whatever they could get. So Mordred, what do we do now? I asked, wanting her to take the lead. Mordred blinked at me, then looked up at the inferno swallowing the top floors of the building. The flames licked at shattered windows, and the screams were getting fewer, not because the people had been rescued, but because they were running out of time. Her expression shifted. Gone was the sulking, the bravado, the social media obsession. What remained was the knight. The warrior. She cracked her neck and rolled her shoulders, already reaching for Clarent too. We find whoever is responsible for this, she said grimly. And then we end them. Wait, Lancelot interrupted, shouldn't we help those instead? He pointed towards the burning building, filled with people inside. He wasn't wrong, it was what I would have done. But that is also what everyone would expect, any hero coming here would get busy helping, saving lives, because that is what heroes did. Mordred, however. Mordred wasn't a hero, she was the red-blooded knight of Albion, the terror of 1,000 men. She was bloody justice, she was the vengeance of those who had died, not the savior of those who still lived. She was no hero, she was a true warrior. If that is what you want, Mordred, then we shall do that. I said, giving her my support. She froze for a moment, looking at me in shock. Clearly not expecting me to agree with her, to approve of her idea. She was used to being shot down, to being told time and time again that our job as knights should be about saving people. So now that I just agreed with her, she was shocked, not entirely sure what to feel, what to think. Finally, she nodded. All right, let's go kick some ass. No. Lancelot said, hard and firm. These people need us, I don't agree with Mordred's decision. Instantly, my hand snapped out and clamped down around his throat as I lifted Lancelot up by the throat. Lancelot, my voice was cold, filled with nothing but my divine authority. Are you going against my decision? My question hung in the air as he gripped my wrist, more in shock than defiance. When I summoned you all from the throne, I forgave you, I forgave everything you did, but I also said, if you knelt, I would not be so forgiving again, so I ask again. Sir Lancelot, do you betray your king? Lancelot's eyes widened, the weight of memory and oath flashing behind them. His mouth opened, no denial, no protest, just the raw silence of a knight forced to face the absolute will of his sovereign. I do not, he said at last, the words choked but clear. I do not betray you, my king. I released him. He dropped to one knee, coughing slightly, but immediately bowed his head. I spoke out of turn. My loyalty remains with you. Mordred, watching the scene with open surprise, didn't gloat. For once, she stayed quiet, perhaps realizing just how thin the line could be between defiance and rebellion. Perhaps realizing just how serious I was. Then rise, Sir Lancelot, I said, stepping back. But do not forget your place, I allow my knights to question me, not to defy me. Should you do so, then you shall face not just the full might of the Round Table, but also the light of my lance. He stood, slowly. Yes, Your Majesty. Mordred tilted her head. So, ass-kicking time. I nodded. You lead Mordred, and we shall bring justice for this. Mordred paused for a moment, looking long and hard at Lancelot. She had no love for him, none at all, yet maybe the mention of Rhongomyniad's light stirred up memories for her. So, if I want the adulterer to say, save people while just you and I kick ass, is that all right? I met her eyes, gauging her intent, and finding it surprisingly measured beneath the usual bravado. Yes, I said. That is acceptable. Lancelot didn't flinch. He gave a short bow, precise and unshaken. Then I will see to the civilians. Good, Mordred said, already turning toward the flicker of movement in the alley beside the burning structure. I work better without dead weight anyway. He didn't respond. He simply moved, vanishing into smoke and rubble, heading straight into danger with the silent resolve of the knight he had always been. Mordred watched him go, jaw tense. Still don't like him. I know, I said. But that's never been required. She grinned, a wicked curl of her lips as the wind shifted and the scent of gunpowder joined the smoke. Then let's go make someone very sorry. And so, we moved. While I wasn't sure about who started the fire, it was easy enough to know how they had done it. Because the fire wasn't normal, and if that wasn't enough of a clue, then the fact that the area was filled with demons was more than enough to give the facts away. The fire had started due to some demonic ritual, and now the area was filled with demons who were quickly spreading around, setting more buildings on fire, spreading death and destruction as they feasted on souls. It was always the same. Mortals suffered. Monsters feasted. And something dark pulled the strings behind the curtain. The evil mastermind is always slipping away while the hero is busy saving the day, but not today. Because we weren't the heroes here. Beyond the roars of flames, the shouting and screaming of people, the sirens blaring, the sound of gunfire was soon added to the mix. While most demons didn't fear guns, their arrogance was short-lived in front of the power of Clarent II and C.K. Morgan. The street ahead split with a howl as the first wave of demons rounded the corner, chitinous, malformed things, their bodies stitched together with ritualistic cruelty, mouths filled with too many teeth and too much hunger. They stopped when they saw us. We did not stop. Forward, I said, raising my weapon. Mordred grinned, already surging ahead. With pleasure. The cruel demons charged us, almost too eager to devour us, but all they got to eat was lead. Or, well, in this case, a mix of magic bullets and energy shots. Clarent II thundered to life, the bark of each shot loud enough to shake windows as Mordred opened fire with gleeful fury. Demons erupted in clouds of black ichor, their bodies shattered mid-charge by searing crimson bursts. The alleyway became a corridor of carnage, each round a declaration of righteous violence. I moved beside her, silent and precise. C.K. Morgan kicked against my arm with recoil, but my strength allowed me to keep steady even as I fired while moving. After all, I could even fire it while standing on my bike while moving, so yeah, firing while running was nothing big. My shots were fewer but lethal, surgically delivered blasts that tore through skulls and rib cages, vaporizing corrupted hearts in a single strike. Where Mordred was fire and chaos, I was cold and calculating. A demon lunged from a rooftop, wings tattered but strong enough to dive, and I turned slightly, raised C.K. Morgan, and fired once. The blast took its head clean off. The body crumpled midair, crashing beside Mordred, who didn't even flinch. You're getting slow, father, she shouted, vaulting over a twisted car hood to drive her boot into a demon's chest. It crumpled like paper, and she followed with 2 more point-blank shots into its skull. Gotta stay on brand. I'm calculating angles, I replied, calmly vaporizing 3 targets in a line with a single shot. Efficiency is also a brand. We moved without pause, my long coat billowing behind me as I moved, and Mordred in her red racer fit looked right at home, surrounded by flaming buildings. One of the braver, or perhaps dumber, demons tried to flank me with a jagged, black-bladed spear. I ducked under its thrust and drove my fist into its gut. It didn't go flying, it didn't get the chance. The divine pulse from my strike tore the demon apart from the inside out, disintegrating it in a wave of golden light. At one point, a larger demon burst from a storefront, nearly the size of a car, with 2 heads and a dozen arms, flame licking from its maw. Big one. Mordred called, already charging it. Try not to make a crater, I muttered, raising C.K. Morgan. But she was faster. She leapt high, firing midair, blasting out one of its knees before landing on its shoulder. With a feral scream, she shoved Clarent II down between its necks and pulled the trigger. The demon's entire chest exploded. It crashed in a heap as Mordred landed in a classic superhero landing pose, grinning savagely. Who's next? She bellowed, eyes shining with battle joy. A sound drew our attention above, and we both looked up to see a blue demon trying to take a woman out of the window of a burning building. She screamed and tried to fight the demon off, but was unable to do it. Mordred raised Clarent II to shoot, but I quickly gripped the barrel of the gun and moved it aside, causing her to miss. Hey! What gives? That's a friendly, I said as the demon and woman disappeared in a flash of smoke. Doesn't seem very friendly to me, Mordred muttered, still pointing Clarent 2 skyward, reluctant to lower it. Since when do friendly demons kidnap screaming civilians? Since they tried to help them out of a burning building. I replied, narrowing my eyes at the trail of sulfuric mist left behind in the demon's wake, or rather, the mutant's wake. End of chapter. Chapter 161, Chapter. The chaos, the cries for help, had clearly attracted more than just the attention of media and law enforcement. No, it had brought forth all that is good, and all that is evil. I had no doubt that some people took advantage of the chaos to loot, steal, kill, and burn. Yet, some stood up, did their part. Some couldn't do much, but a select few had been given the power to do more. From the television back in the safe house, I knew that this attack was blamed on mutants, yet I knew better. Mutants might be able to bring down a bridge, they might be able to burn lion to the ground, but they didn't deal with demons. This was clearly not the work of mutants, but I doubted those in charge cared much. The mutants were a far easier target than cults, often because said cults offered promises of immortality and power to those that followed them. False promises, empty words, curses disguised as gifts, yet still plenty of people fell for it. Come, Mordred, if we continue lingering, those behind this attack will slip away. We wouldn't want our time here to be wasted, would you? I urged her onward. Mordred cocked her head, eyes narrowing against the rising smoke. Wasted, she muttered, tightening her grip on Clarent 2. No, father. I want it earned. Every scream. Every broken building. I want it to cost them something. Then let's collect, I said, and stepped forward. The street ahead had grown quieter, not safe, just watched. I could feel it in the pressure of the air, the tension of a dozen hidden gazes. The smell of sulfur and scorched meat still lingered, but beneath it, something darker. Colder. Rot. The foul odor of darkness festered, of dark powers gotten out of control, taking control, unrestrained. This attack seemed to work on an amateur, someone who overstepped, and paid the price for their foolishness, and we would ensure that price was beyond what they could afford to pay. More demons continued to attack us, attracted by Mordred's overflowing bloodlust. My divine nature also played no small role. I was deadly to them, sure, but that also meant greater reward should they kill me. These demons were but beasts, mindless and driven purely by instinct. They couldn't judge the truth of things. They knew we were strong, but that only drove them to attack us harder. In a way, it was likely that by not trying to help the people in need, by staying away from them, we ended up drawing a large part of the demons away, allowing more lives to be saved by firefighters since they didn't have to worry about getting eaten. Mordred had pretty bad luck at rank D, yet apparently it was enough for her action to be the right choice, or at least one that wasn't overly bad and selfish. Mordred didn't hesitate. Clarent 2 roared to life with the fury of a storm cannon, spitting bolts of searing crimson through the gloom. Free from stray thoughts and distractions, she ended the demons before they had a chance to get close. One had its head vaporized before it could even screech, and another was torn in half mid-pounds. By the time the third fell to the ground, I too moved. My own gun wasn't quite as rapid fire as Mordred's, packing instead far more power. So for every demon I took down, she downed 3 or 4. Mordred cackled. Come on, father. You are falling behind. Never. Another wave came, attracted by the deaths of their companions. Their screams overlapped like static, like nails dragged across broken bones. Clarent 2 sang again. A storm of red filled the air as Mordred joined in. She wasn't just someone who fought from afar. She moved like a red blur, entering the fray, punching, kicking and shooting to her heart's content. She was wild, while I, with my great bellowing coat, was cool. The fire continued to spread as demons covered in hellfire, or entirely made of it, ran wild. Yet, one building seemed particularly hard hit, and demons seemed to rush out of it without break, far more than should have fit inside such a small place. That building was our target, so we opened a bloody path through the demons. One particular brave demon lunged towards me from above. Yet I just calmly raised C-Case Morgan up, held it against my shoulder, took aim, and fired. The shot from C-Case Morgan split the sky with a scream. The demon detonated midair, not simply killed, but annihilated. Its charred limbs scattered like leaves in a storm. Mordred let out a low whistle, even as she spun and slammed her boot into another charging beast. Show off, she muttered, just loud enough for me to hear. No need to be jealous, you look good enough to get your own admirers like it is, I said lightly as we continued towards the building. Getting inside wasn't easy, with a constant stream of demons rushing out, so it was with guns blazing that we forced our way inside, demons blocking us every step of the way, and them dying as fast as they came. So many damned demons here. Mordred complained as we had to dig our way through a mountain of dead demons as we made our way down the basement. There was indeed a surprising amount of them. Or rather, a suspicious amount of demons. A demon presence this overwhelming was something only the Ancient One or her followers could manage, far beyond what ordinary people could endure. This gateway to the demon world that had been opened had to be pretty large for this number of demons, yet, why wasn't it stopped? Either the Ancient One was blocking the big guy, some lord of hell trying to come through, or she knew that the problem would be dealt with, so she didn't bother herself. Knowing her, either was entirely possible. There was no grand ritual in the basement, no hole in space, no tear in reality. The demons were coming out of a broken section of the wall, leading into some old tunnels. France was well known for its catacombs, and while those under Paris were the most well known, that didn't mean that other old cities didn't have their own underground networks. It was clear that here, the ritual had been done inside those, and the demons came out of every entrance, allowing them to spread through the city. Something that had to stop. Damn, not much room in there. Mordred said, clicking her tongue as she blasted yet another demon in the head as soon as it poked its ugly mug through the hole. Indeed, it will be far more difficult to move in there, far more likely the tunnels get filled with dead demons. I concurred. For while demon corpses did slowly fall apart on their own, it did take a little while before they turned to ash. More than enough time to pile up and block our progress. I could blast my way through them, bring out Excalibur or Rongaminiad, and clear the path in one clean strike. Yet that would go against the whole theme. What do you say, Mordred? Afraid of getting your hands dirty? Mordred's grin turned savage. Please. I live for dirty. She kicked the half-melted remains of a demon aside with a wet crunch and spun Clarent 2 with a flourish that would have looked cocky if it hadn't been so smooth. I stepped aside, letting her lead. Then after you. We pushed in. The catacombs were worse than expected. Narrow. Low. Twisting. A maze of rot and ancient bone reeked with old death and fresh ichor. The walls were decorated with skulls, not placed, but grown into the stone. Some turned to watch us as we passed. Others whispered prayers to gods that had never existed. This place had once been a resting place, but now, after who knows how long of being twisted into something much darker, it had become a lair of raw corruption. Every step we took, we earned through demon blood. Smashing demon bodies into paste, ripping arms and wings off, and stomping them down to force our way through the narrow passages. It wasn't clean, but at least these low-level demons offered no real challenge. As we turned and twisted our way through the maze of tunnels, I felt it in the air, the scent of brimstone, the air heavy with death and decay. We were getting closer. Mordred was a storm, and thankfully, she was able to deal with every demon, because in this tight space, I couldn't really swing around C.K. Morgan. It was also a good thing we didn't use swords down here. No room to swing them. A gun faced no such problems. I was honestly starting to question if Mordred's luck was truly just AD, or if my own luck was playing a role in making us be this lucky. Luck or not, we pressed on, carving our way through the filth and heat, step by bloodied step. The air thickened the deeper we went, not just in smell, but in presence. It clung to the skin like oil and hummed with malevolent pressure, as if the tunnels themselves were alive and resented our intrusion. Clarent 2 barked again, the sharp whine of energy discharges bouncing off bone walls. Mordred took a tight corner at a sprint, gunning down 2 demons mid-dash, then shouldered another into a wall so hard it burst like rotten fruit. You know, she panted, already lining up her next shot, for a death cult, these guys have terrible taste in real estate. Not everyone can summon demons into Versailles, I replied dryly, blasting another demon as it slithered down from the ceiling like a mantis made of knives. Pity. That'd at least be scenic. The next chamber opened suddenly, not grand, but wide enough for us both to move side by side. Bones crunched underfoot, and the walls were slathered with sigils etched in blood and bile. At the far end stood an altar of fused flesh and rusted iron, pulsing like a diseased heart. Above the altar, the source of the demons was. A large rip in space, a portal leading into a hellish realm. From which poured a sea of demons, all crawling through the countless passages and tunnels that connected this room with the rest of the catacombs. Those demons weren't happy to see us there, not at all. But the most unhappy was no doubt the cause of everything, the summoner. Or what remained of him. He had once been human, perhaps, but no longer. His limbs were stretched unnaturally long, skin peeled back and replaced by black chitin. Horns spiraled from his skull, and his eyes were burning pits of red. He turned toward us with a twitching, jerking motion, arms outstretched like a mockery of benediction. Fools, the creature rasped. I have been granted power beyond mortality. I shall rule this world in his name. I am the future god of this pitiful realm. You gained horns and a skin condition, Mordred muttered, unimpressed. You look like a dollar store Diablo. He ignored her. His gaze fixed on me, burning with fevered ambition. You are something more, he hissed. A god. No, a usurper. But even gods kneel to power. You will kneel to me. I stepped forward slowly, C.K. Morgan lowered but ready. And who, exactly, do you think gave you this power? He laughed, the hollow, gurgling kind that suggested vocal cords weren't quite where they used to be. A servant of the true order. A lord of flame and teeth. He gave freely, and I accepted gladly. Unlike your kind. I do not question gifts. Then you are more fool than villain, I said. You don't even know his name, do you? He faltered for the briefest second, just enough for his grin to twitch. Mordred saw it too. Oof, she said, fake pitying. Didn't even read the fine print, huh? You dare mock me, he howled, voice flaring with demonic echoes. I command legions. I have reshaped death itself. This city will be my cradle, and from it I shall rise as a god. The portal behind him pulsed, roaring like a heartbeat made of fire and screaming. More demons surged toward the tunnel entrances, some beginning to claw their way toward us. Mordred rolled her neck and chambered around with a hiss of plasma. So, are we killing him now or giving him time for another speech? Let him talk, I said softly, raising my gun. I want the demon listening through him to hear every second of what happens next. Mordred grinned. That's cold. I like it. The summoner raised his hands, shrieking in fury, summoning power, but it was raw, unstable. The price he'd paid, the corruption in his flesh, was already breaking him. His spine twisted. His skin began to smoke. He didn't even notice. I am invincible. Clarent 2 fired. The shot hit him in the chest, and instead of blood, a gout of molten black ichor exploded outward. He stumbled, arms flailing, roaring in confusion more than pain. I followed with a precise blast to the leg, blowing it clean off. He collapsed with a shriek, clawing at the ground. No, he cried. You don't understand. He chose me. I was promised. Then take it up with him, I said, and aimed at his head. One last scream. One final shot. And silence, save for the crackle of the portal. Mordred stepped over the body, sneering. Promised power. Got wrecked in a basement. Tragic. I stepped beside her, eyes fixed on the swirling tear in reality. It pulsed like a heartbeat, shuddering like it knew we were there. Let's show this upstart why messing with Earth was a mistake. I said as I jumped, right into the portal, Mordred half a beat behind. End of chapter. A later chapter today, my editor decided to take a break, so I had to wait on that. Chapter 162, Chapter. The Ancient One was well aware of the situation in France. She had seen chaos rise, then fall away as light returned and peace followed. She knew that it would happen before it actually happened, she had known when it would happen long before it actually occurred. And she knew who was behind it all. She had every chance in the world to end it, to stop it all before it began. With the eye of Agamotto, she glimpsed countless outcomes, the deaths that would occur if she stayed her hand, and the endless waves of demons poised to invade. The conclusion she reached was that something was very wrong. A gate like that, if she didn't handle it, should be causing great damage to Earth, and all of France might fall to demonic forces as the lords of hell send their armies to harvest souls. Yet, as she looked into the future, she saw things going entirely differently, but she couldn't see the cause of the change. Strangely, the best outcomes unfolded when she interfered the least. It was strange for sure, but she had an idea of what caused the change. There was one presence she could never clearly perceive through the eye of Agamotto, the goddess from a parallel Earth, Arthuria Pendragon. She could only see the outcome, seeing the goddess herself was very difficult, so yes, it was likely that if she herself didn't act, Arthuria Pendragon would. And that outcome was the best one. Knowing this, the Ancient One began planning every step needed to secure the best outcome. She couldn't act directly, but she could ensure that Arthuria would, and even shape events to go better than perfect. It was after countless hours spying on possible timelines that she found the best places to interfere without interfering too much. Places she could station her own sorcerers to deal with a few demons. She would even journey into hell herself, drawing attention in that direction. She couldn't explain why, but she sensed it would help. Among the sorcerers she dispatched was one in particular, someone eager for a chance to get close to Arthuria Pendragon. The Ancient One was aware of this, but she did not meddle in the desires of her disciples. Caecilius had joined Camartage after the death of his family. Like so many others, he was a lost soul, drifting, seeking the impossible, a way to bring them back. He had prayed to every god he knew of, and plenty he had never heard of before his loss. He sought out every person who promised him a chance to speak with his wife and son. It was all for nothing, just scams and liars. But in the end, the real fool had been him. Even knowing the truth, he kept seeking them out, kept paying, again and again, for nothing but lies. That was when he discovered something real, found a hidden side of the world, and uncovered the truth. Magic was real. Gods and demons were all real. He had given up everything, not that it mattered, because he'd already lost everything that mattered. So he threw it all away and joined the Order of Mystic Arts. He bowed down and begged the Sorcerer Supreme to teach him, to be allowed to learn. And he threw himself into training with everything he had. Never before had he worked so hard, never before devoted himself so fully to anything. It was only after losing them that he really understood how much he loved his family, how much more he should have appreciated them. Guilt filled his heart. If he had done more, been a better man, could he have saved them? No matter how often he was told not to blame himself, he did, and that guilt fueled him to work hard, to learn everything he could. Because he wasn't naive, he knew exactly what he was chasing. He understood just how impossible his goal was. To undo death itself wasn't a trick, it was a miracle, something fit for gods. A miracle of divine proportions. Many had wished for it, and all had failed. Why? Was it truly impossible? No. Not when the Sorcerer Supreme lived for centuries. Not when gods walked the earth. It wasn't impossible, just so difficult that most gave up trying. To avoid sharing their fate, failing to bring his loved ones back, he would have to work harder than anyone before him. Thankfully, he seemed naturally gifted in the mystic arts. Quickly became one of the brightest disciples of the Sorcerer Supreme. He gained access to even more knowledge, yet he never felt like he had come any closer to his goal. Sure, he could now have saved them, ensured that they wouldn't die, but that didn't help him get them back. He was slowly starting to lose hope. And then, she appeared. Arthur Pendragon, or after the truth was revealed, Arthuria Pendragon, the ancient legendary king of knights, had appeared again, and she wasn't alone. The Ancient One had explained to him, when asked, that she was a goddess and hadn't truly died. As the legend went, she rested in Avalon, a mysterious secret dimension. There, she transformed from a mortal into a true goddess, and finally, she returned to the real world. He was naturally interested in that, how someone could become a god, but what truly interested him was the fact that she wasn't alone. No, she returned to the modern era alone, but seeking companionship, she somehow brought the Knights of the Round Table back. These were people who had died, and she brought them back. She knew the secrets of bringing the dead back to life. Sure, there was clearly something more to it, because those knights weren't normal human beings, they possessed powers beyond anything humanly possible. But despite everything, the fact that Arthuria Pendragon had brought the dead back to life could not be ignored. So what if those resurrected gained tremendous power? If anything, that only made them safer. His wife and son would be far better protected if they returned with such gifts. He wanted her secrets. He wanted nothing more than to approach her and learn them. But Caecilius was no longer the naive fool he had once been. One did not simply demand something from a goddess. He spent countless hours poring over tomes and seeking all the information he could about Arthurian legends. He learned that Merlin had once been the Sorcerer Supreme and sought all information about him. He watched every interview, every recording of her, each and every public appearance. He made sure to miss nothing, to learn everything he could, and the more he learned, the more certain he became. Arthuria Pendragon was his answer. The Ancient One confirmed many things. When a being like Arthuria appeared, it was the duty of their order to assess and, if necessary, intervene. But no intervention came. Why? And while he would gladly have helped her in return for his wife and son being brought back, it was clear that it wasn't possible. He wasn't an evil god, far from it. He read about countless gods and godly beings, and when compared to those records, she seemed unbelievably benevolent. Sure, she brought back harsh punishments and forcefully deported hundreds of thousands of people. Yet, while she was good to those she acknowledged as her people, she used her godly powers to grow food for them. She made deals with people like Tony Stark for impressive technology. She did everything she could for her people, and in her actions, Caecilius found many important clues, yet none compared to his teacher's words. Many asked in the beginning, why allow her to rule? She was not a human, but a god. Even if she had been human before, should they just sit back? Doubts filled the temple of Carmitage. He, being one of the most powerful masters, had a rare chance to get these questions, these doubts answered. It wasn't that the Ancient One didn't want to deal with this goddess, but that she just couldn't. Or at least not without paying a price that was far too great. She was asked how that could be, and everything he learned made him sure, it filled in the blanks. Why did she seek out Stark? What did that man have to offer, and what did he get in return? That was when he learned that Stark had been dying and healed. That was when he learned of the power Arthuria Pendragon possesses, the power to heal all wounds, ward off death, and become immortal, not just from time, but to achieve true invincibility, the power to be fully impervious to all harm and reverse it. While not resurrection, it wasn't far off. He learned of her ability to ignore time itself, an ability that allowed her to counter one of the Ancient One's greatest weapons. Every bit of knowledge just reaffirmed his belief that she was the key. Another key aspect was the mention of the Holy Grail, not something often associated with the King of Knights, but she apparently had it, and if the Ancient One was to be believed, it was indeed a powerful artifact. Able to answer the holder's wishes, able to fulfill them. Could that be how she brought the dead knights back to life? Granting them their powers? He didn't know, but in the end, did it matter? The key was that she could do it, now he just needed to figure out how he got her to help him. He was unable to force her to help, if not even the Ancient One was willing to go against her, what chance he did have? Which left only negotiation. He began with the basics. Contact. Positioning. Favor. Arthuria Pendragon was not simply a goddess, she was a ruler. A queen. And queens responded to loyalty, usefulness, and legitimacy. She had no reason to care for another magician from the east, unless he made himself valuable. Indispensable. Though, how to go about that? He had a few clues, but it wouldn't be easy, nothing ever was. Countless hours spent researching how to best make deals with the divine, how to please them, and more so, how he could earn the favor of this one in particular. Still, he had been hesitant to step forward. He had hidden in the shadows, afraid that if he asked and was turned down, it would become that much harder in the future. He continued to gather information, to try and find out if there was something she wanted, something he could offer, because while he knew she needed a proper court magician, he didn't think that alone would be worth resurrecting the dead. He understood well the possible consequences of such an action. If it spread that she did that for him, who wouldn't come asking for it? So it had to be something truly special he offered. Maybe some rare magical artifact, or something else beyond just his own loyalty. He also thought about dealing with that witch Morgana, hoping helping her kill this evil enemy might be enough, but even Caecilius had to admit that he wasn't sure he could do it. So he just waited, preparing, until now. A mission suddenly allowed him a rare chance to see Arthuria Pendragon up close. So he was hiding, a few of his fellow sorcerers covering for him so he could observe his goddess in action. Deep under the city of Lion, a portal to one of the hell dimensions had been opened, and rather than close it, he was tasked with just making sure not too many demons made it into the city itself. He let the other do that, and instead, he watched the portal, waiting, and finally, she arrived. End of chapter. Yeah. I did that. I sent Arthuria into a portal to hell and then spent the following chapter focusing on someone else. What are you going to do about it? But Caecilius is someone I have planned to touch for a long time. With Arthuria's return, her actions, and the feats she has shown, a lot of people would be drawn to that. One of them being Caecilius himself. And now it was finally time to show that no, I didn't forget about these people hiding in the shadows. Chapter 163, Chapter. I wasn't an expert in other dimensions, even less so in the many different hell dimensions of Marvel. But one didn't need to be an expert to know what the place I found myself in after stepping through that portal was, hell. The very air itself seemed to scream with suffering. The sky was fire, and the ground flames. Should a normal person find themselves here, they would no doubt feel their lungs burn from the heat of the air as their skin charred. This was a place of suffering, of eternal torment, a place of pure evil, a place without the very concept of good. Mordred whistled behind him as she too stepped into this place. Now this is France. She handled it well, not everyone could gaze upon hell itself and still be in a mood to joke around. I for sure didn't feel like joking as I looked around. The landscape was a cracked ocean of brimstone, jagged and breathing like an infected wound. Great stone spires jutted from the ground at odd angles, defying architecture, reason, and sometimes gravity. Rivers of molten iron flowed between them, their surfaces shimmering with the trapped faces of the damned. Far off in the distance, a chained leviathan thrashed against a cliff made of fused corpses. Its chains ran through miles of ground, each link larger than a man, thrumming with foul magic. Whatever it was, it had once been something greater. Now it was just another screaming cog in the machinery of this realm. Hell. A particular one, surely, though which lord laid claim to it, I couldn't say. Mephisto. Satanish. Blackheart. It hardly mattered. They all ran on the same logic: power, pain, permanence. Mordred glanced around, one hand on her gun, the other shading her eyes. So. I was kinda expecting more demons in here, you know, given how many came out of this place. That was something I agreed with, it was strange. How empty this place was. I could sense them, see them far away in the distance, demons, cruel, warped abominations. They were fighting one another, tormenting mortal souls damned for eternity, all kinds of evil things. But they weren't rushing towards us, they weren't trying to get through the portal, in fact, the area around it was empty, suspiciously given the amount that came out of it in an unbroken stream just moments ago. Mordred picked up on it too. Yeah, this is giving me boss room vibes, she muttered, tightening her grip on Clarent too. You ever play a video game, and the hallway gets real quiet right before you die? I have no idea, and I'm surprised you have, but I understand what you mean. I looked around, glancing at the hidden sorcerer out of the corner of my eye. I'm sure he thought he was hidden well, but it wasn't so easy to escape from my Fia eyes, eh? I had been surprised when I first saw them, because that face. That wasn't just any old face, and didn't belong to just any old sorcerer. I knew that he was evil, or at least would become so. Right now, I sensed no real darkness from him. If anything, I could sense a strange devotion from him. Whatever it was, I decided that since he hadn't fallen to darkness, I might as well give the Ancient One some face and leave him be. He was clearly just here to watch, so let him watch. I looked away and back to the open space in front of us. I feel like we are being lured deeper in. Mordred gave a low hum, eyes scanning the landscape like a predator sniffing out the trap she was about to spring. Yeah. And you know what? I'm fine with that. Her grin was sharp, but there was no humor in it. Just hunger. I nodded once and advanced. The ground shifted beneath our feet, subtle but deliberate. The very terrain responding to our presence, or perhaps reacting to a silent command. We moved across a jagged path of obsidian bones, heat rising in shimmering waves, the wind carrying the screams of a billion tormented souls. As we moved deeper into this strange pocket of hell, it began to feel less like a domain ruled by chaos and more like a theater. A stage set for something, someone. It didn't take long for that someone to be unable to hold themselves back. I felt it before I saw it, a great malevolent evil appeared, as it was born by the ground itself, a shadow rose up. They shaped into a man, or a mockery of a man. It might look human, but it wasn't, it was raw evil given form. The shadow finished coalescing. What emerged from the boiling ground was tall, taller than any mortal man. A silhouette cloaked in black fire and oozing malevolence, with eyes like burning voids and a mouth that stretched too wide across a face that only vaguely resembled human. Long clawed fingers flexed lazily as if tasting the heat in the air. Every inch of him radiated power twisted beyond redemption. He took a step forward, smoke peeling off him like steam from an open furnace. I narrowed my eyes, waiting for him to speak. He didn't wait long. Ah, the creature said at last, his voice an oily echo, layered over with whispers in languages not meant for human ears. At last, the goddess herself arrives, and she brings her mutt. Mordred raised Clarent too at that, but he kept speaking, already drawing himself taller. You may not recognize me, yet. But you will. His chest expanded, shadows roiling around him. I am Blackheart. Son of Mephisto. Prince of Pain. Duke of Endless Lies. The rightful heir to this realm and every soul within it. He spread his arms wide as hellfire coiled upward behind him like wings. When your people cry out in fear, it is my name they whisper. When the last lights fade and the last prayers go unanswered, I remain. I endure. I tilted my head. No idea who you are. Mordred snorted, loud and unrepentant. Is it too late to ask for someone important? Blackheart's eyes flared, his voice rising into a snarl. You dare mock me. You stand in my domain and do not kneel. You speak over my name. He thrust a clawed hand into the air, and the ground cracked in rage, screaming faces rising in the molten stone. I was born of hell itself. My father is the Lie King. I have consumed angels. I have slain gods. Mordred wasn't the patient type, never had been, and certainly wasn't now either, so while he monologued, she fired Clarent too right in his face. It was funny, seeing the red burst of energy blast into his ugly face as he spoke, yet sadly, Clarent too wasn't a true noble phantasm. It was a powerful gun, yes, but it did nothing here. Damn, that's what I call a thick head. Mordred mocked. Blackheart staggered half a step, not from pain, but from surprise. Then, his body was covered in smoke, and as it cleared, gone was the hideous demon, replaced with a handsome young man, though his eyes were dark pools, cold evil abysses. He tilted his head toward Mordred, mockery dripping from every syllable. Cute trick. Was that supposed to hurt? Mordred spun her gun around on her finger. Well, I hoped it would blow your ugly mug clean off, but I guess you are just a bit too thick for that. I am pain, little knight, Blackheart growled. You cannot harm me with mortal toys. I am beyond that. He looked over at me, as if admiring a rare gem. You I have heard so much about, you are a precious soul, a powerful one, in fact. He looked back to Mordred. Her soul isn't bad either. In response, Mordred shot him again, and once more, the suddenness of it caused him to tank the shot with his face. He really didn't expect anyone would be brave, or maybe foolish enough to shoot him. The second shot rippled through his face, distorting his features before the smoke cleared once again. His perfect human mask cracked just slightly, a vein of black fire leaking from his cheek. Blackheart chuckled. You'll regret that, little knight. Both of you will. Because I don't just want your deaths. He walked toward us now, slow and deliberate, his hands clasped behind his back like a man inspecting a painting. I want your souls, he purred. Goddess or not, you still carry a soul, Arthuria Pendragon. Glorious. Radiant. Untouched. The kind that would burn for eons before it breaks. His smile widened, baring too many teeth. I'll strip you down to nothing. Your memories. Your triumphs. Your regrets. I'll peel them one by one and feed them to my pets. I narrowed my eyes, but said nothing. He turned to Mordred next. And yours, your soul's a shattered mirror. Rage, shame, desperation, do you think I wouldn't recognize a bastard's howling grief? Oh, I'll feast on it. Slowly. Mordred's grip tightened, but I raised a hand to still her. Blackheart's gaze slid back to me. And when you fall, O glorious goddess, when you are broken beneath me, your knights will follow. One by one, I'll turn them. Corrupt them. Warp their nobility into something useful. Even your dear Mordred. That was as far as he got. Golden light flared at my side, summoned from within my very soul. A force that could no longer be held back. A judgment passed before words. I stepped forward. You dare, I said, my voice low and cold, to speak of my knights. To threaten their souls. To whisper about Mordred as if she is yours to touch. My hand tightened around invisible air, and Excalibur appeared, not drawn from a sheath, but from within. A blade of blinding holy light, radiant and absolute. The sky above us cracked at its emergence. Hell itself recoiled. Blackheart took one step back. Wait. The hellscape around us trembled. Rivers of molten metal hissed as they recoiled from the glow. O sword of promised victory. O last light of the just. Let thy radiance purge the impure. The blade pulsed. Wings of light flared behind me, and from the depths of the realm, souls long lost turned to witness. I stepped forward. Caliba. I swung. Radiant saber. The blade of divine fire erupted, a column of incandescent light roaring forth like the wrath of creation itself. It tore across the landscape with blinding speed, a beam wide enough to swallow armies, so bright it rewrote the shadows. Blackheart had time only to scream. A soundless scream, because the light silenced even that. The infernal stone evaporated. Skulls turned to ash. Demons dissolved like smoke under a summer sun. The very concept of hell was wounded. The blast carved a trench of sanctified ruin a mile wide, stretching through towers, flesh walls, rivers of agony, gone. In its place, scorched purity. The fire lingered not as heat, but as holiness, a wound in the realm of sin that could never be closed. At the center of it all, Blackheart's body disintegrated mid-lunge, face locked in disbelief as the light reached his core. And when it faded, when the beam thinned and the scream stopped, there was silence. Not the silence of dread, but the silence of peace. Even in hell. Silence hung heavy, stunned. Even the damned seemed too shocked to wail. Then Mordred broke it. That's it, she asked, tilting her head like a confused dog. That was the big bad. Son of Mephisto. Heir to the throne. Prince of soggy pants. She leaned her weight on Clarent too like it was a walking stick and looked at me with exaggerated disappointment. You sure that was Blackheart? Not. I dunno, discount heart. Mildly annoyed heart. I've seen tougher mid-bosses in gotcha games. I glanced at the lingering light where he'd stood, now just a scorched streak of holy silence across a quarter-mile of hell. Let's get out, Excalibur's light have drawn attention towards us, so better we leave now before something worse comes. I said, urging Mordred to leave before the lord of this place came running. While I knew there was no lost love between that pair of father and son, Blackheart still served a purpose, and now, under Excalibur, he was gone, once and forever, even this scar would likely not disappear fully. Hit the sun, and the daddy comes running, typical demons, Mordred spat as she fired Clarent 2 into the ground a few times before following me out of the portal. I was kind enough to wait for Caecilius to slip out before slashing the portal with Excalibur, causing it to collapse. End of chapter. *1 The phrase, give someone face, comes from East Asian cultural contexts, especially Chinese, and it means to show respect or honor to someone, often publicly or socially. I'll show them some respect or let them save face by going along with them, even if I don't fully agree. I normally wouldn't think I needed to explain that, but my editor asked what I meant, so figured I might as well add it. Chapter 164, Chapter. I still don't get it, where were all the demons at? Mordred said as she pointed her gun at the slowly smoldering demon corpses. It makes no sense that there are this many here, and none there at all. I'm starting to wonder if this is normal for France. I shared Mordred's puzzlement at the strange state of affairs. Even if Blackheart was behind it. It still didn't sit right with me. Because demons didn't stop coming out even as we entered the portal, so why was there not a single one on the other side? Even for a trap, it didn't feel right at all. It should have been impossible to number the exact number of demons needed to draw us in, so, how? I'm fairly sure this isn't what France is supposed to be, as what happened there. I guess we can just write it off as logic not applying in hell. That was my best explanation. Maybe the Ancient One would know more, but I wasn't about to go bother her over something this minor. I suspected that she suddenly found herself very, very busy. Come, Mordred, Lancelot is likely looking for us, I said as I started to track back out of the catacombs. Mordred clicked her tongue. I was hoping you would forget about him and it could be just the two of us. She kicked a demon corpse through the room to show her displeasure towards Lancelot. I'm afraid neither French air nor the air of hell will make me confused enough to forget about any of my knights. Still, one can hope. Also, you totally used Excalibur in there. That's cheating. We are supposed to use guns, you know, she complained. You forget, Mordred, that I made that rule. I paused. So I get to change the rules to fit my desires. That's cheating. It's called being in charge, and is the only privilege that makes the burden of being a king even remotely worth it. I want that privilege as well. I'm your heir after all. 4 kings only. Then let me be king already. Sure. Mordred froze. Wait. Really? Yeah, you can be king of France, they don't have a king anymore. I said with a smile on my lips. France. You. No way, I don't want France, it smells. And it's strange. France sucks. She shouted angrily. Sounds like you will have to follow the rules rather than make them. I said as we made our way into the small tunnels and tried not to get lost. The Ancient One stood still, her robes unmoving despite the storm of heat and hate that churned through the crimson air around her. There wasn't another living human who had spent more time within the different hell dimensions than her. She didn't enjoy spending her time here, but over time, it did get easier. Mostly because she lost her hair, and the air inside the place always messed with her hair back when she still had it. Though it also didn't hurt that she wasn't spending as much time in here as she had done in the early days. Nowadays, the lords of hell knew better than to mess with her. If there were one particular hell lord who still regularly drew her attention, it was Mephisto. One of the most powerful ones, and no doubt the most greedy lord of hell. He had a truly endless thirst for human souls and did all kinds of things to claim as many as he could. She had to admit, he was also pretty good at it, coming up with interesting new ways all the time. Right now, Mephisto prowled not far from where she was standing, burning eyes locked on her as he grinned, acting like he had already won. You're slipping, Sorcerer Supreme, he drawled. A tear that size in the veil, and you didn't even twitch. TSK. You used to be so reactive. She didn't respond. Not yet. I wonder, he went on, circling lazily, has the burden finally begun to wear you thin? Or are you just pretending not to notice that while you play sentinel here, my armies are bathing in French souls? His voice was a melody of malice. She knew the game. Let him talk. It was all he would do. He was far too scared to act against her that easily. Even here in his own dimension, she held no fear of him. She had beaten him enough times, even under better circumstances than this. So she just had to stand there, and he could gloat, but he would be suitably distracted. She had already seen this. Not all of it. Not clearly. But enough. Enough to know that letting him believe he was winning was the only way to keep him here. If he had gone to France, if he had gone instead of what she'd seen, then everything would have gone wrong. Still silent. Mephisto cooed. How very unlike you. His grin widened, showing off a mouth with far too many teeth. Maybe you are expecting someone. Hoping someone else will close the rift. But I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you, even if the worthless fool on the other side is dealt with. On my side, Blackheart is guarding the portal, any reinforcement you are hoping for will fail. Blackheart, the Ancient One repeated quietly, like a teacher mouthing the name of a student who just cheated on a test. Oh yes, Mephisto said, prowling closer. He's ambitious, petulant, but effective. And loyal, for now. He knows what's at stake. He'll make a fine steward of Earth's suffering. She let her silence speak again. She had long since learned that words were precious, best spent only when the moment mattered. Something Mephisto clearly didn't agree with, as he kept on speaking without pause. But worry not, I won't take all of Earth from you, just a billion souls or 2, no big deal. He gloated, acting like he had already won. She couldn't wait to see his reaction when he realized this was all just a trap, and she wasn't even the one setting it, he was. It took all her discipline to resist smiling at the irony. She really looked forward to seeing just how badly things would turn out. Mephisto paused mid-rant. His grin didn't vanish, but it thinned. His head turned slowly, as if catching a scent on the wind. What is that? He murmured. The Ancient One said nothing. But she felt it too. A divine presence had entered this realm. While she knew Arthuria hid it well back on Earth, within hell, before the senses of Mephisto, there was no hiding the power and brilliance of such a soul, a divine being, more soul than flesh. It was irresistible to someone like him. If he could add such a soul to his power, he could very well gain the upper hand against the other hell lords, maybe even lead a proper attack on Earth. And just now, such a soul, one he knew nothing about, entered his realm. And for all his talk about Blackheart being loyal, he knew well that he would betray him the moment he thought he could get away with it. He would never let such a soul slip through his fingers, which meant he wanted to go and claim it for himself. Is this what you are waiting for? Some special divine soul? Mephisto growled, voice suddenly sharper. Outside of this realm, I might have had to worry, but here. Within hell. You should know that all holy powers are restricted here. You truly have disappointed me. He said, with slight suspicion in his voice. He wasn't a fool, he felt like this might be a trap, but still. That feeling, that presence, was too tempting. Mephisto's gaze snapped toward the burning horizon. His fingers twitched. She's inside, he murmured, more to himself now. A god walking in my domain. And Blackheart was the one to greet her. No. No, that will not do. He turned, cloak of living flame coiling behind him as he stepped forward. The Ancient One raised a single hand. A ripple of golden light surged out, forming a barrier of interwoven spells. Spells she had carefully woven while he was busy gloating. Mephisto's advance halted an inch before the ward. He hissed. Do not test me, woman. You're already being tested, she replied calmly. But I'm not the one doing the testing, I'm just here to look at the results. With a roar, Mephisto lashed out, hellfire erupting from his hand in a torrent of screaming souls. The Ancient One didn't move, she didn't need to. The blast struck her spell and dispersed, she was no amateur. You're slipping, Lord of Hell. She said, throwing his earlier words right back at him. He snarled, and suddenly he was everywhere, appearing in smoke behind her, striking from above, breaking reality itself in flashes of raw infernal spite. And still, she did not move her feet. Her hands traced the air, countering each blow with elegance, all while smiling gently. It was a funny sight to see Mephisto, a towering giant, attack a tiny woman and fail to achieve anything. The Ancient One was happy to just waste his time, that was all she wanted to do, all she needed to do. Because she knew well that Blackheart would lose badly, and that would be a great win for Earth. Because Blackheart was created with the singular purpose of being able to act on Earth when Mephisto himself couldn't. And then, they both felt it. A pulse of golden truth slammed through the entire dimension. Even Mephisto's flames dimmed. What is that? He gasped, wheeling around. The Ancient One finally smiled, just slightly. She had known Arthuria wouldn't disappoint, but still, it was amazing to see just how much effect she could have, just by summoning her weapon. What happens when someone angers a goddess, I would assume. She said, calmly, buying more time for Arthuria to finish up. And then it came. Excalibur. The word rang like judgment, echoing through the marrow of hell itself. It didn't sound like a name, it sounded like a verdict. A second pulse followed the first. Not power. Not magic. Sanctity. Something hell was never meant to feel. The sky split open. A wave of golden light surged through the air, not merely burning, undoing. Erasing the very concept of evil from anything it touched. Screaming winds carried the sound of devils dying in silence, their names unmade before they could beg for mercy. Even the Ancient One was amazed at what happened, never mind Mephisto, who couldn't believe what was happening at all. What is this? He screamed as he unleashed his full power, desperately tearing through her spells, without caring about her at all. She could easily have used the moment to attack, but honestly, she was too shocked to act. Once free of her trap, he tore his way through space, teleporting across hell, and the Ancient One followed right behind, eager to see what had happened. The tear through space snapped shut behind them like a wound ceiling with fire. Mephisto was the first to land, if the act of rending reality in rage could be called landing. He stood at the edge of the ruined hellscape, crimson cloak flickering violently, the usual molten arrogance drained from his face. There were no words, not yet. Just stunned, hateful silence. The land was wrong. A stretch of hell had been transformed. No, not just changed, purged. The stone no longer bled. The rivers of molten torment had hardened into pale glass, smooth and glittering with crystalline purity. Where once sulfur and ash had choked the air, a golden wind whispered, clean and silent. The screams were gone. The presence of evil was gone. It had been cut out of hell like a surgeon removing a cancer. Mephisto took a single step forward, claws trembling at his sides. No. It wasn't rage in his voice. Not yet. That would come. This was fear. The pure kind. The kind that hell itself forgot it could feel. The Ancient One drifted down beside him, silent. Her eyes scanned the area, no sign of Arthuria or Mordred, just traces. Holy light clinging to the air like dew on morning grass, sacred geometry scorched into the bones of the world. A scar, permanent and gleaming. A wound hell could not heal. The faint echo of Arthuria's voice still lingered in the air like the tail of thunder after a storm. Excalibur. He could hear it still, He would never stop hearing it. Maybe now you will know that Earth has its way of dealing with you in hell, but as long as you behave, I doubt she will bother with us. The Ancient One hid just how shocked she was. Even she couldn't do something like this. To purify hell itself, to bring pure goodness in here, beyond amazing. He spun on her. You brought her here. No, she said, too calmly. You opened the way. I just happened to want to see what she would do. This cannot remain. He waved a hand, trying to pull the land back into shape, to will it back into hell. Nothing happened. The land didn't scream. The air didn't hiss. It simply refused. The light had taken root. Mephisto stared at her. You win this time. End of chapter. Chapter 165, chapter. Leaving the underground catacombs, we breathed in the fresh air, even if it was still foul and polluted compared to Camelot, though far better than the smell of a city like Lion would have had back in my time. The city was still in chaos, dozens of buildings were burning, and firefighters were struggling to contain the flames. Police were working hard to evacuate people from other buildings that were at risk of catching fire. All this was made far more difficult due to the monsters, or as I knew, demons killing everyone they could find. Thankfully, the number of demons around was just a fraction of what I had been before we entered the bowels of the city. With no new reinforcement and with Lancelot and others killing them. Lancelot, in particular, was doing good work there. I could see demons cleaved in half by swords everywhere, his work. But he wasn't alone, I could see many traces of fights everywhere, and I had great confidence in Lancelot. Even without using Erendite, he wouldn't have to fight the demons, he would slaughter them. So all those killed after a fight, well, those were the result of someone else. And those people, they were the key to my plan. Come, Mordred, let's find Lancelot and learn what happened here while we were in hell. I quickly scanned the area for clues and went in the direction of the demonic death screams. What do you mean while we were in hell? We are in France. This is hell. Mordred replied cockily as she followed behind, arms behind her head. I didn't dignify her with a response. It wasn't that she was wrong, per se. France had certainly fallen far, but there were more important matters than indulging her sense of humor. The demons had nearly broken through into Earth, and the city would be the first to fall, if it hadn't been for us. Or maybe the Ancient One would have done more. I hadn't seen her around, but given that Caecilius was still following me around, I suspected she had her eyes on the situation. And damn, it was strange, having the face of Mads Mikkelsen follow me around like a stalker. Still, while the tide had turned, and Lion was saved, and all of Earth, or at least France had been spared, what had happened here would be hard to hide. Back before I made magic public knowledge it might have been hidden. It was entirely possible that should something like this happen, the Ancient One could use the big worldwide memory wipe spell, but now. There was no need for such things. Instead, this would likely serve the same function as Loki had played. Not his invasion, but his attack on Thor, the destroyer being true to its name on some small rural town. That would push Fury into doing reckless things he might already be doing due to me, but now. He would do even more. Maybe even the Avengers would become a thing, because the ones fighting here in Lion tonight weren't policemen, it wasn't soldiers. Those could do little against demons. No, it was mostly mutants, people with superpowers, magic, enhanced people who did the real fighting. This would be seen, and people in power would likely realize that they needed teams of their own. People who could handle things like what happened here. Tonight would be a warning and a wake-up call. Many would try to use it for their own ends, but honestly, that wasn't my problem. I would handle Morgana, and that, well, that was enough, wasn't it? After walking for about 15 minutes, we finally reached an area where fighting still happened. At this point, police knew better than to even try, so they stayed away. Only a few people still fought. And, surprisingly enough, this one used a gun. Well, a gun and a knife, and they seemed to have much more success with said knife. Mordred immediately perked up at the sight. Oh ho. Someone actually standing up and fighting back. He can't be French, Mordred quipped. Despite the jab, she still drew Clarent too and opened fire, clearly more interested in showing off than helping. I turned my gaze to the strange figure she was assisting, or perhaps showing off to. It was difficult to tell what he was beneath the full-body white combat suit. The outfit clashed with the night's gloom, glowing faintly in the firelight of burning buildings and the chaos of circling demons. Mordred laughed as she charged in beside him, slicing through enemies with theatrical ease. I remained where I stood, watching. Though I couldn't confirm the figure's gender with certainty, the tightness of the suit and the lack of any feminine silhouette led me to assume he was male. Whoever he was clearly enhanced. He moved too fast, struck too hard, and fought too precisely to be an ordinary human. His technique was clean, disciplined. He was skilled, no doubt. Not on the level of my knights, not even close, but competent. Experienced. Brave. And reckless. He took risks no normal man would. leapt headlong into danger. That told me he wasn't relying on luck, he had some form of power, something that let him play closer to the edge without falling. I also couldn't help but admire the coat. Long, white, and clearly custom-made to match the rest of his ensemble. It reminded me of my own, albeit less regal. Still, it was proof of something I already knew: style mattered. A proper long coat was essential if one wished to look truly heroic. The last demon fell with a sharp, strangled shriek, its head cleanly bisected by a slash from the man's knife, a motion so fluid it might have been choreographed. Mordred didn't even bother finishing her own kill before holstering Clarent II and striding over like a kid approaching their favorite arcade machine. "You're not bad," she said, hands on her hips, cocky grin in full bloom. "For someone who doesn't shout while killing things." The white-clad man tilted his head slightly. "You prefer screaming." His voice was smooth, with a hint of an accent, French, likely, though it was muddied by something else, something fabricated. Synthetic, almost. "I prefer style," Mordred replied, brushing a smudge of ash from her cheek with her thumb. "And guns. You've got both, so you pass." He gave a short, exaggerated bow, clearly unbothered. "Phantomex. At your service." He turned slightly to glance in my direction, visor hiding his expression. "And you two must be the better-looking parts of the trio of people who made a mess over in Orleans." Mordred's grin widened, clearly pleased. "See. He gets it. He even has a name that sounds fake, so he must be cool." I stepped forward at last, letting my coat settle behind me in a practiced sweep. "That was good work," I said simply. Phantomex shrugged as he reloaded his pistol with smooth, economical movements. "Not as good as yours. Seen the trail you two left behind, those guns of yours are way beyond anything on the market." I felt his gaze on C-Case Morgan as the large gun rested on my shoulder. He didn't ask, despite his curiosity and desire. He was smart, it seemed. "Well, not everyone can be as good as me and father," Mordred said proudly while pointing her thumb at me. Phantomex raised an eyebrow for a moment, but shook his head. "While it seems like things are slowing down, it's best not to celebrate too early. Still plenty of these monsters about, but with you two, it shouldn't take too long to finish them off. What do you say, Mordred? Want to go along with this mysterious masked gunslinger? Or would you rather we go on alone?" I asked my eager son. Mordred. Like the bloody knight of Albion. Terror of Camelot. Phantomex couldn't help but ask. "What about it?" Mordred shot back, glaring at him, as if daring him to annoy her. "Nothing, just." He looked between the two of us. "If you are Mordred, and you call her." He pointed at me. "Father, then I assume you go by one Arthuria Pendragon." I gave a simple nod. "That is correct." Phantomex tilted his head. There was no sudden gasp, no reverent bow, just a faint chuckle that sounded more like a scoff. "Of course you are." Mordred narrowed her eyes. "What's that supposed to mean?" He raised both hands in mock surrender. "Nothing at all. I get you, those two are highly popular these days, no doubt the strongest women around. I get you admire them, but I don't know, wouldn't armor and swords be better than guns?" Mordred snorted and slapped the side of Clarent II, her expression caught between pride and exasperation. "Blame her," she said, jerking a thumb at me. "Clarent II was a gift. Was I not meant to use it?" I said nothing, because she wasn't wrong. Phantomex glanced at the weapon on her back, its design clearly more complex than anything he had seen, and its power was immense. While his gun could barely tickle those monsters, he had seen how that gun could kill them with ease. "You don't think I could commission something like that?" "My own gun could use an upgrade or two," he said, suddenly feeling embarrassed for his own gun. I shook my head. "I had to deal with Tony Stark for him to make that one, so unless you think you can move him, I doubt I can help you." Despite his mask, I could tell he winced at that comment. Because I had very purposefully misled him. When a beautiful woman talked about dealing with someone like Tony Stark, there would only be one thing people had in mind, and he didn't think he could achieve the same. Instead, he looked over at Mordred. "Lucky kid, I wish I had parents who care about me that much." He sighed. "But what will it be?" Mordred grinned wide enough to flash teeth. "Sure. Lead the way, Phantomas." "It's Phantomex," he corrected mildly, but there was no edge in his tone, just a faint amusement. He turned and vaulted onto the hood of a scorched car, scanning the ruined street with the easy grace of someone used to dodging bullets. We followed. The next pack of demons came around a collapsing storefront, howling with hungry rage, half their bodies aflame, yet still animated by fury. Phantomex opened fire first, 3 shots, all to center mass. The bullets hit, staggered the beast, but didn't drop it. He switched angles, fired again, then pulled his knife and danced to the side as one charged. Mordred didn't wait. Clarent II lit up like a miniature sun, and with a single pull of the trigger, the leading demon was reduced to steaming chunks. Another tried to flank her, she shot it through the skull without even looking. I stepped past them both and raised C-Case Morgan. One shot. 7 demons evaporated in a horizontal line of blessed energy, their roars dying before they could scream. Phantom X paused mid-slash, staring at the smoking ruin. Show-offs. Mordred blew on the barrel of her weapon as if she were in an old western. Told you. Style. He didn't argue. We cleared another street in under 2 minutes, Phantom X managing to take down a single demon with considerable effort, while Mordred and I moved like lightning, precise and devastating. Eventually, the roars grew distant, the chaos waned, and we crested a small rise where the fires illuminated a barricade of overturned vehicles. Hashtag. Figures stood on the far side, some visibly injured, some exhausted, but alive. They weren't police. They weren't military. They were something else. At the front stood Lancelot. His coat was scorched, he was covered in soot and blood, though not his own. He looked like he had been through hell. Which was funny because we had been in literal hell, and we didn't look as beat as him. Look at you. What's happened? A few demons too much for you. Mordred mocked him loudly, laughing openly at his appearance. End of chapter. Chapter 166, chapter. Look at you. What's happened? A few demons too much for you. Mordred mocked, laughter echoing down the scorched boulevard as she hopped lightly over the barricade. Her gun rested on her shoulder like a baseball bat, swagger in every step. Lancelot ignored her taunt, instead, he turned his attention to me. Your Majesty, it's good to see you are unhurt. I noticed the demons stopped coming. I assume you have something to do with that. I nodded, but before I got a chance to speak, Mordred spoke up again. Hey. Why do you assume Father did it? I could have done it as well. I totally got that stupid guy at the portal, didn't I, Father? I sighed, though I couldn't help the faint smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. Yes, you did. Quite decisively, in fact. Mordred beamed like a child receiving a gold star, swinging her gun in a wide, gleeful arc before resting it against her shoulder once more. See. Told you. Lancelot shook his head ever so slightly, but a trace of relief lingered in his features. I am glad you were able to bring an end to them, they kept coming no matter how many I killed. Trying to save lives was difficult, if not for these young people, I couldn't have saved as many as I did. He said, gesturing to the people around him. I do enjoy being called young, the masked man said, voice smooth and theatrical. It's terribly flattering. But let's be precise. I am Phantom X, thief, improvisational killer, and current slayer of demonic vermin. A pleasure. He offered a short bow, all theatrics, no respect. I should have assumed you knew this guy, given that he calls himself Lancelot, and those swords of his. Even I am jealous. He threw me another hopeful glance as if I would somehow give him weapons now. I just ignored him and instead looked at the rest of them. 2 figures stepped forward, emerging from behind the crumbling husk of a transport van. A boy and a girl. They were young, perhaps no more than 15, but they carried themselves with the kind of practiced defiance born from surviving too much too soon. The boy moved first, practically dancing over broken stone, his grin as sharp as a blade. The girl followed in silence, her gaze unreadable, her eyes holding the sort of stillness that made grown men nervous. We're Maxime and Manon, the boy said brightly, spreading his arms as if presenting a prize. Mutants, twins, psychic terrors, and, apparently, the French resistance. Really? These brats are the best France has to offer. Damn, I knew this place was a shithole, but this bad. No wonder you ran all the way to Father's court. Mordred couldn't help but mock them, or rather, mock Lancelot and France. I placed a hand on her shoulder. It is rare to see someone so young be so brave, you fight for your home, that is something worthy of respect. I said, smiling at the two of them. Maxime blinked, then turned to his sister, lips twitching. See? I told you we'd impress royalty eventually. Manon didn't smile, but she tilted her head just slightly, studying me with something more than wariness now. I didn't expect to see cosplayers today, but damn, your outfits are cool, and you are strong. I smiled at her. Thank you, I'm quite happy with the outfits, I designed them myself. Manon gave a slow nod, then looked at Maxime. We should get matching capes. Maxime lit up. Yes. Finally, someone with taste. You hear that, Manon? Even the shiny knight says capes are in. Phantom X scoffed, folding his arms. They're only in if you glow or brood. You two do neither. Yet, Maxime said, winking. We're working on both. Mordred squinted at him. You show up tomorrow looking like mini-villains, I'll toss you back into the sewers myself. Rude, Maxime muttered. But fair. Lancelot cleared his throat, these two helped a great many people. They might not be strong in a fight, but their powers, while strange, helped many people get to safety. Maxime placed a hand on his chest, mock offended. Not strong in a fight. Lancelot, you wound me. I had those demons rage at their own kind, ripping one another apart. Combined, the two of them had the demons not just ignore the civilians, but also fight one another, not strong in combat, but deadly on a battlefield like this. Lancelot clarified. I nodded in understanding. Such powers of controlling minds, or emotions, or whatever, were indeed practical and powerful on a large scale. And the two of them were so young as well. Impressive indeed. Not many of their age could withstand the horrors happening here. They had my respect. Mordred, however, wasn't as impressed as I was. She never cared much for such subtle powers, she cared only for loud and flashy. What use is controlling these little demons? Just kill them and be done with it, he scuffed. Fantomex slapped his thigh. Damn, you really got the Mordred feeling down. I'm impressed. I get why you roleplay her, you are like her less attractive twin. Hey. Mordred complained. I'm the more attractive one. Mordred's antics brought a few chuckles from the others, lightening the atmosphere a little. Obviously, Maxime said, barely keeping a straight face. Your entire look screams, chaotic hot medieval disaster. It's honestly working for you. Manon, ever still, simply said, you are loud. I take that as a compliment, Mordred replied with a toothy grin. You would, Fantomex muttered, though the corner of his mouth twitched. The laughter was brought to an end by a painful, wet cough. The sound drew my eyes to the last person of the group, someone who had been silent until now. On the ground sat a young woman in the tattered remains of what must once have been clerical garb. Black and silver, trimmed with a thread that shimmered faintly in the fading light, marked with a stylized crossed key and sword over her chest. Blood had dried against one sleeve, and a crude bandage wrapped around her thigh, soaked through. Her hand clutched a broken staff tipped with scorched silver, etched in Latin script I didn't need to read to recognize, wards, bindings, prayers turned into weapons. This was the first person from the church I had met. I had met a few people from the Church of Albion, and some individuals sent by the Vatican to greet me, but this was the first person who openly wielded the powers of the church. The first exorcist I had met. I'm glad to meet fellow heroes willing to stand up against these demonic creatures. She said in a weak voice. But, maybe this isn't the time to relax just yet. She reminded us. Lancelot was at her side in an instant, kneeling beside her like a watchful shadow. She's right, he said. This is Sir Lore, of the Lion Cloister. She fought hard to defend civilians from harm, yet I wasn't fast enough to save her from getting hurt. I didn't just defend, Lore muttered, her voice still hoarse but steady. I drove them out. Burned them with holy flame until they screamed like pigs and crawled back into their holes. Then passed out from blood loss, Lancelot added. I woke up, she said with a shrug, attempting to straighten up despite the wince it cost her. Eventually. Fantomex nodded. I must admit, when I first saw her, I was impressed, and shocked. I never knew the church had powers like that. God is merciful and powerful, one shouldn't doubt his grace. She argued, but Lancelot urged her to rest. You are hurt, my lady, please rest. He said gently. The poor girl had no ability to resist a man like Lancelot's charm. Damn adulterer, going after little kids now. Disgusting. Mordred spat. Fantomex tilted his head. You don't look any older than her. In fact, you look around their age. He pointed to the twins, who nodded in agreement. Mordred huffed. I age like a mythic blade, shiny, immortal, and never dull. You got that last part right, Maxime said. Lore, still leaning on her scorched staff, gave a weary chuckle. You're all insane. Welcome to the team, Fantomex replied, sweeping one arm dramatically. Sanity is the first casualty in any apocalypse worth surviving. I'd rather keep my faith intact, Lore murmured. But I'll take what allies I can get. She looked at me again, more measured this time. You feel strange. Familiar and not quite holy. Not infernal. Something old. Something sharp. I am many things, I replied gently. But I am not your enemy. I hope not, she said. Because if you are, I don't think we could stop you. That brought silence. She was sharp, that I had to admit. I'm flattered by your compliment. Perhaps we should consider getting this young girl some help. The current crisis seemed to have ended. I spoke. I wasn't wrong. With my fey eyes and my divine nature, I could look far and wide, see what others couldn't see. Even as we stood here, I could see how the demons seemed to just disappear one by one. Or sometimes entire groups just vanished. Always in the same way, as if they moved through a shattered mirror. I figured that whatever had caused the Ancient One to stay had ended, and now she acted. Clearing up the city of Lion with ease. I agree that things have calmed down, but surely there are still plenty of those monsters out there. Phantom X argued. Hey. If Father said it's done, then it's done, don't you dare doubt him. Mordred was quick to jump to my defense. Phantom X raised his hands in surrender, clearly amused. Peace, oh, violent one. I meant no offense. I'm just being responsible here. I didn't blame him, after all, how could he know what I knew? What I saw. Calm down, Mordred, do not make enemies here. These people, far weaker than you, still tried their hardest, that is worthy of respect. Mordred glanced away, lips pursed, but she didn't argue. Not this time. Before anyone else had a chance to say something, a sound hit us together with a scent of sulfur and a cloud of smoke. Mordred instantly drew Clarent too and aimed at the new person who appeared. And I didn't blame her, the scent of hell combined with their demonic look, they looked like a demon. Clearly, the rest of the group wasn't shocked by his appearance, and even Lancelot wasn't. He instead moved like lightning, appearing in the path between Mordred and Nightcrawler, and drew his twin swords. The energy blades ignited just in time to block the energy blast from Mordred's gun. The bolt struck Lancelot's crossed blades and burst in a radiant flare, the force kicking up ash and debris around his boots. Mordred didn't lower her weapon, but her stance shifted, confused now, not hostile. Move, old man, she growled. That thing reeks of sulfur. I know, Lancelot said calmly, his sword still up, but his gaze locked on the figure emerging from the smoke. But this one is not our enemy. The haze cleared in slow, curling ribbons. From within it stepped a tall, lithe man clad in dark blue and black, with 3 fingers on each hand, skin the color of deep indigo, and eyes glowing faintly gold. A spaded tail flicked once behind him. Bonjour, the stranger said, voice warm, accent thick with the Rhine. He held up his hands in a peaceable gesture, palms outward. Apologies for the entrance. It is hard to arrive quietly. Lore weakly raised the broken staff. Please, while he does look like Hellspawn, he is human, a mutant, but human. Mordred looked back at me, and I nodded at her. She clicked her tongue and lowered her gun. Is that the same demon who pulled that screaming woman out of a window before? She asked me. Not a demon, he said as he calmed down a little. Indeed, despite looking like that, he is a human, and yes, he was the one you almost killed earlier, trying to save someone out of a building. I said, making him swallow hard, learning that he almost got shot earlier as well. Well, you sure keep yourself in some interesting company, don't you, she said, looking at Lancelot, who could only shrug. The best France has to offer, no doubt. She continued. End of chapter. Phantom X, imagine a suave French assassin with a love for white leather and fourth wall-breaking snark. A product of the Weapon Plus program, same people who made Wolverine, Phantom X is genetically engineered, wears sarcasm like armor, and has a literal spaceship for a nervous system. He's a thief, a killer, and a surprisingly loyal ally when it matters, just don't ask him to play by the rules. Nightcrawler, Kurt Wagner, the kind-hearted, teleporting blue elf of the X-Men. German accent, swashbuckler soul, and devout Catholic beliefs. Don't be fooled by his demonic appearance, Nightcrawler is one of the most deeply moral characters in the Marvel Universe. He also teleports by briefly stepping through a hell dimension, which is not as fun as it sounds. Manon and Maxime, twin French telepaths introduced in Dawn of X, young, gifted, and a little creepy, in the way only kids with mental powers can be. Manon tends to be the more composed and mature of the two, while Maxime is a bit of a brat, but they're both incredibly powerful and unnervingly observant. Imagine if Charles Xavier had mood swings and siblings. Powers, both are empathic telepaths. Maxime can manipulate emotions, amplifying or dulling feelings in others, which makes him dangerously effective in a crowd. Manon can implant thoughts and memories, subtly rewriting someone's sense of self or loyalty. Together, they are a frighteningly effective psychic duo, capable of turning enemies into allies or destabilizing entire teams by pulling emotional strings. Sir Lore, I also wanted to show off the church, because, in a world with vampires, werewolves, and all manner of monsters, the church has its own ways of bringing God's judgment to dark corners of his realm. Chapter 167, Chapter. Nightcrawler reported that all the demons had just disappeared, without any signs of what happened, they were just suddenly gone. That naturally caused the rest of them to send me looks, because wasn't that what I was claiming? But how did I know? Still, it was considered bad etiquette to ask others about any possible mutations or superpowers. Most people would only give vague explanations on what they could do. Like with the twins. They only spoke of the effort they could cause, not how they did it. I admit, I found it refreshing that someone so young was that wise. Or maybe I was just spending too much time around Mordred. Either way, with the crisis being solved, the question was what to do next. And it wasn't one we wanted to answer openly. We had a brief discussion about where we should go to talk in peace. A place where Lore could rest, maybe even get help. Fantomex offered us to use EVA, because naturally, the white-style French Deadpool had a biomechanical ship, because why not? Honestly, the strangeness of the Marvel world never stopped shocking me. Some tech was out of this world, and others seemed to be shockingly primitive. Nightcrawler offered to teleport us into the ship, something we accepted, and it was an interesting experience. I had an idea of how his power worked. It wasn't just teleporting from one place to another instantly, there was a delay. This was because, to teleport, he actually moved into another hellish dimension, and then left it again, entering in one location, leaving it, appearing in another. It all happened very quickly, with almost no time to notice it at all. But well, I wasn't normal, what other people might miss, I saw. That one moment when he held my arm and dragged me into hell, I was able to see through the thick sulfuric smoke, I could see what even he himself didn't see. I saw the hellish dimension clearly. I saw endless mountains of eternal ice, surrounded by seas of fire, deserts of skulls rather than sand, and plains of blades covered in blood, as well as forests of rotting flesh. It was a realm of nightmares made real, a horrid sight. It was a good thing that the place Nightcrawler appeared was covered in smoke, stopping people from seeing this sight, or they might never recover. But, as soon as it appeared, it disappeared again as we entered into the real world once more. This time inside a small gleaming chamber that pulsed faintly with artificial life. The interior of EVA was smooth, seamless, and startlingly white, like the inside of an egg carved by alien hands. The walls curved organically, no sharp angles, no visible seams or joints. Light shimmered from strips embedded in the ceiling like veins beneath translucent skin, soft and pale blue. It wasn't harsh or sterile, but it was cold in a way that wasn't temperature. This was not a ship built. It was grown. And it was alive. Panels shifted slightly as we entered, like lungs adjusting to sudden noise. A faint hum resonated through the floor, the sound of thought in motion. I could feel the ship listening. But while EVA had many wonders, space was not one of them. We'd arrived in what must have been the main cabin, a command deck, lounge, and hold all rolled into one. It could have comfortably seated 3 or 4. We were nearly 10. Lore collapsed into the first available seat, staff clattering to the floor. Lancelot knelt at her side, trying his best to tend to her wounds. They weren't life-threatening, not anymore, but they were still painful. The twins and Mordred seemed to share a fascination with the strange place they found themselves in, looking curiously around, rubbing their hands on the walls. Mordred even gave the wall a few soft kicks to test it. Nightcrawler was able to crouch on the ceiling, leaving a bit more floor space to the rest of us, but there wasn't a lot to go around. As for Fantomex himself, he took the pilot's seat. "I see minimal chairs and no tea," Mordred muttered. "Great ship, 10 out of 10. Fantomex, who had dropped effortlessly into the pilot's chair like he owned the galaxy, gestured broadly. "She's built for elegance, not slumber parties." "Built for 3, currently holding 9, I said. "So forgive me if I don't admire the elegance." "It breathes, you know," Manon whispered, glancing at the wall. "It's watching us." Fantomex smirked. "Go on, EVA, introduce yourselves." There was a pause. Then a soft ripple passed through the walls, like a shiver through water. "Bonjour," came a voice, feminine, low, almost melodic, with just enough static to suggest it wasn't entirely organic. "I am EVA, companion and vessel of Fantomex. You are currently inside my body. Please behave." Maxime laughed. "A talking plane? Or is it an alien spaceship?" "It's a her, not a thing," Manon said, telling her brother off for being rude. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Eva. I'm Manon, and this fool is my brother, Maxime. A pleasure to meet you." EVA replied without hesitation. "The pleasure is mine, Manon. And I have catalogued your brother's foolishness." "Oi." Maxime snapped, though his grin said he wasn't truly offended. "Not even 5 minutes in here and I'm already being slandered by architecture." "She's not architecture," Mordred muttered, still kicking at a panel. "She's a haunted egg." "I am not haunted," EVA said coolly. "Merely sentient, sapient, and significantly more composed than the average human." Lore, who had been breathing steadily while Lancelot dabbed her forehead with a cloth, opened her eyes and blinked at the ceiling. Did the ship just speak?" "Yes," Lancelot confirmed. "Though it seems to prefer sarcasm over scripture." "It's unnatural," Lore said, her voice still ragged. "This is not how vessels should behave. Machines do not speak with thought or personality." "Well, Eva isn't just a machine, she is my partner, through thick and thin," Fantomex said with a flourish, spreading his gloved hands as if unveiling a masterpiece. "That's heresy," Lore whispered, half to herself, half to the ceiling. "That's not how the world works. That's not how creation is meant to function." EVA responded with no visible offense. "Theological errors aside, I am functioning well within parameters. Perhaps better than most humans currently present." Maxime choked back a laugh. This ship might be the best thing I've seen all week. I do enjoy a good personality in my tools, Mordred said, giving the wall another satisfied thump. If my sword could talk, I'd probably get along with it better than with most people. Mordred, do remember that you stole that sword from me, so if it could talk. I didn't say more, didn't have to. Mordred knew well enough that the Sword of Kings likely wouldn't have been friendly with her. She just clicked her tongue and quickly changed the topic. So, where can I get a thing like this? It's pretty neat, not gonna lie. Phantomex leaned back in his chair, lacing his fingers behind his head. Alas, my dear Mordred, EVA is one of a kind. You'd have more luck stealing the moon than replicating her. Bet I could do both, Mordred said, half joking, half serious. I would advise against trying, EVA said. I am rather attached to my current pilot. She says that, Phantomex added, but I suspect she likes the compliments more than the company. She is correct, EVA replied without missing a beat. Flattery is preferable to most human interaction. Manon smiled faintly, then glanced at Lore, whose expression was still caught between awe and disapproval. You all right? Lore blinked, sitting a bit more upright. I'm not dying, but honestly, how can you all be so calm about everything? You just fought demons of hell, and now, you are inside a living machine, shouldn't you also be freaked out? Maxime raised a hand. Oh, I'm freaked out. Thoroughly. I'm just choosing to pretend it's all a fever dream and roll with it until I wake up. Manon elbowed him. You're enjoying yourself. Obviously. But I can still be existentially disturbed on the inside. Nightcrawler gave Lore a gentle nod. It is strange, yes. But the world has been strange for a long time, ever since Camelot appeared, bringing legends to life, proving that magic is real, that God is real. I'm a Catholic myself, but still, I was shocked to learn that the Grail is real and all that. Lore blinked at him, taken off guard. You believe? He offered a soft, almost sheepish smile. I know, most look at me and think I'm a demon, or at least worship demons, right? But no, I'm raised to believe in God. Lore stared for a long moment, then looked toward me, her voice quieter now. And you, what are you? A knight of justice, I answered, with my sword in hand. I raised C-Case Morgan slightly. I shall cut down the evil witch Morgana. That's not a sword, that's a gun. Phantomex said. And everyone looked at me funny. Thanks to the enchantments masking my identity, no one here could truly see me for who I was. Not with certainty. Not unless I allowed it. Their minds twisted what stood before them into something they could accept. To them, I was no more than a dramatic cosplayer with good posture and a better tailor. Honestly, I had been worried that the twins might see right through it, but it seemed that either they weren't experienced enough, or their powers worked differently from what I assumed. It might look like a gun, work like a gun, but it is a sword. I corrected him. Not that any of them believed me for a second. Maxime raised an eyebrow. Well, it does look like it could cut someone in half if you swing it hard enough. I'd rather not test that, Manon said dryly. It's definitely a sword, Mordred chimed in, with a smug nod. And I say that as the local expert on stabbing things. EVA added, classification aside, I thank you for saving my pilot from those creatures. Had it not been for you, I might have had to act myself, and that draws a lot of attention to us. Anyone willing to risk their lives to fight for others, of their own free will, is something I can respect. More so someone with style, because long coats are cool. I said, nodding towards the ship. I want a coat as well. It's not fair that I don't have one, Mordred complained loudly. I think you look cool. Maxime said, admiring her racer outfit. Because who wouldn't? That was an outfit I had made for Mordred, based on a design Mordred had used in another Fate timeline. It is cool. Mordred said, pleased with the praise. But it could be even cooler with a nice coat. Mordred, the outfit would be ruined by a coat, that outfit of yours. It's perfect just like it is, perfect for you. I said, placing a hand on her shoulder. Fine. If you like it that much. I won't wear a coat. She finally said, her face almost as red as her outfit. She was happy, but also embarrassed and unsure of what to do. She still wasn't used to affection. So, what are we here for anyway? She finally couldn't stand it anymore and changed the topic. Well, I figured staying around you gets you people locked up, the police aren't friendly to mutants these days. Phantomex said as he leaned back in his chair. But surely we can go somewhere with more space. I asked, and get the exorcist some healing, maybe return her to the church. End of chapter. EVA, not just a ship. EVA is a living, sentient techno-organic organism that serves as Phantomex's constant companion. She's his vehicle, communications hub, and occasional voice of reason. Think spaceship meets sarcastic digital assistant with actual feelings, and no patience for fools. Chapter 168, Chapter. I admit, even I, someone who had traveled from different realities, having seen all this as fiction, knowing the lore of the Fate universe, and that is something strange, more so, since I was Arthuria, and had all of, well, my memories, I knew just how strange things really were. But even for me, hearing that Fantomex had a sentient techno-organic organism as his nervous system, an honest-to-God spaceship for a nervous system, was beyond shocking and downright confusing. How that came to be, I truly didn't know, nor did I want to think about it. How did he get that? Why did he get it? So many questions. I wasn't even very scientifically interested, but I was still struggling to understand it. If someone like Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, or any of those learned of it, I think they would just break. With my head filled with that confused storm, I mostly just nodded a bit as we all agreed to return Sir Lore to the church for proper help, and so she could report what had happened. As for the rest of us, we all agreed to go to Nightcrawler's hideout. He once more teleported us there, and well. Mordred's reaction was very pretty, spot on. Now this is what I expected the headquarters of the French resistance should look like, she said, arms wide open as she took in the sight before her. A rundown, abandoned warehouse, with a couch and a few other amenities around, like an old, dirty TV. The place smelled like mildew and dust, the kind of scent that clung to your clothes and reminded you of forgotten basements and post-apocalyptic video games. The floor creaked ominously with every step, and there was a pile of mismatched furniture in the corner that looked like it had been rescued from half a dozen different flea markets and possibly one haunted house. All in all, it very much fit the feel of a hideout of a mutant on the run. Yeah, it was nothing impressive. Which was sad in its own way. Nightcrawler might look like a monster or a demon, but not a single person, not even me, could deny how useful and valuable his mutant power was. Honestly, he could put Amazon out of business in a week. For him, becoming rich in a minute was child's play, 10 minutes. At that point, he would be staggeringly wealthy. The power to just teleport freely around the world was just that valuable, even without thinking about the darker uses, such as spying, infiltration, or assassination. Just the ability to move people and goods around was invaluable. He could also just work in fields that did good. Teleport people from accident sites to intensive care units. He could save lives and be paid for it. Which rich guy wouldn't be willing to pay a high insurance to have him flash by when they needed it? Yet, here he was, clearly living the life of a homeless person, and worse yet, hunted down as a criminal just for the way he was born. Truly, this world was crazy. Nightcrawler gave us an apologetic shrug as he stepped into the room. It's not much, but it's safe. Off the grid. And more importantly, he gestured to a rusting mini-fridge. It has cold drinks. You call this a safe house? Fantomex asked, raising one perfect white eyebrow. I've seen more structure in a burning brothel. Nightcrawler only grinned. They burned the brothel down after I left. Mordred spun on her heel and flopped onto the battered couch like she owned the place. Get off his back, white guy, this is perfect. It's a pile of trash. Like the French resistance. Fantomex gave her a flat look. I'm French. Yeah, I feel bad for you. Mordred shot back. Nightcrawler chuckled, vanishing in a puff of sulfur and reappearing by the fridge. He opened it and pulled out a mismatched collection of bottles. Soda, tap water, one old beer. And something I think is pickle juice. I claim the beer, Fantomex said instantly. No one was fighting you for it, Maxime replied, wrinkling his nose as he eyed the inside of the fridge like it might bite. Meanwhile, Manon took a slow walk around the space, running a hand across the dusty brick walls and ancient pipes. How long have you been staying here? Nightcrawler shrugged, handing her a soda. Off and on for a few months. I've had worse. Worse than this? Mordred asked, throwing her boots up on the table. You must have lived in a sewer. Once or twice, actually, he said casually, popping the top off his own drink. Lancelot remained standing, leaning against the wall near the door, arms crossed and eyes watchful. He said nothing, but I could tell the surroundings didn't sit well with him. He was used to castles, not cracked linoleum and sagging couches. I took a moment to sit as well, brushing off a cushion that probably hadn't been cleaned since the 1990s. It squished slightly. I tried not to think about it. I was sure you had joined up with Charles Xavier, given his resources. I don't see why you live like this. I couldn't help but ask. Nightcrawler tilted his head, then gave me a slow shrug, his yellow eyes glowing faintly in the low light. I did, he said. Once. I still believe in his dream. But when Magneto went out, started all this chaos. The professor just sat there, didn't do anything, even as people were hunted, and well, I couldn't sit still and do nothing. No way you are French. Mordred said, clearly not wanting to acknowledge someone like him as French. She never did want to let that one down. Lancelot was French, so clearly, the French are bad, because Lancelot is bad. Well, he scratched the back of his head. I'm not really, but I do owe a lot of people here a lot, so I wanted to help once things got this bad. Ha. I knew it. Mordred laughed, though since most people there with us were in fact French, she wasn't making many friends. Even if most people just shook their heads rather than really disliking her. I heard about this professor, but really, I don't like him much. He feels like I don't know, like he isn't doing anything. I might not like all the problems Magneto caused, or him calling himself King of Mutants, but hell, at least one can't say he isn't fighting for you all. Maxime said, flopping into a beanbag chair that let out a concerning squish. Nightcrawler gave Maxime a faint smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. He fights. But sometimes the way he fights leaves too many behind. Both have their problems, I muttered, half to myself. One doesn't do enough, the other pushes too far. Yeah, sounds about right. Manon said as she sat with a can of cold soda in her hands. But, what have you been doing since leaving him? If you have been around for months. I asked, curious about what was going on in France, as he might know plenty of useful information for my own search for Morgana. Nightcrawler sat down on the edge of a rickety desk, the wood groaning beneath his weight as he took a sip from his bottle. He didn't answer immediately. Helping where I can, he said at last. Smuggling out mutants who are being hunted. Getting people across borders. Disrupting the darker elements that Magneto stirred up without realizing, or maybe realizing and not caring. He twirled the bottle cap between two fingers. There are some out there, working under his banner, claiming it's for mutant kind, but they're not freedom fighters. They're butchers. They want a world where only they matter. And that's not the world I believe in. That's not the world anyone should believe in, I said quietly. He nodded. Exactly. So I do what I can. I get messages where they need to go. I help the injured. I sabotage the worst of the warlords pretending to be revolutionaries. And I try to make sure there's still something left standing by the time this is all over. And people know to contact you for that. Lancelot asked, finally breaking his silence. Some do. I have friends. Allies. I'm not a one-man network, just a reliable node. There's a mutant girl in Marseille who can read locations from blood. An old man in tours with a voice that bends minds if you listen too long. There's even a priest who hides runaways in his wine cellar. We all do what we can. A priest. Manon blinked. I thought the church condemned mutants. They do, Nightcrawler said with a slight smile. But some of them still remember compassion. I suppose I'm proof that even demons can have faith. Mordred tilted her head. That's a little poetic for a guy who teleports through hell. I like poetry, he said. And I like stabbing, she replied. We all have our thing. Phantom X lounged back, his coat draped dramatically around him. So. You're a teleporting underground railroad. Good for you. But there is more than mutants going on in France these days. Just look at tonight. While I'm sure the media might blame it on mutants, we all know that it wasn't them. Nightcrawler didn't argue. He stared into the distance for a moment, then nodded. There've been stories, he said. Disappearances in the countryside. Whole villages waking up to find one house full of ash and bone. Blackbirds gathering over cities that don't migrate. People falling into comas after looking into mirrors. It's not mutation. At least, not the kind we know. Sounds like magic. I said softly, not a question. He glanced at me. Yeah, I don't really know magic, until recently I didn't believe in it. But with Camelot and all that, yeah, magic is real, and it's dangerous, so many suspect that some dark mages are taking advantage of the situation. Nightcrawler glanced around the room, as if checking to make sure no one was listening, though we all already were. They say one of the train tunnels near Dijon collapsed overnight. No earthquakes. No explosives. Just, vanished. The walls were like melted wax. And not a single camera caught anything. People whisper it was a spell gone wrong. Or right, depending on who you ask. Manon frowned. And the police don't do anything. They're overwhelmed. And afraid, he replied. They blame it on radicals, mutant terrorists, even environmental collapse. Anything but what it really is. Magic, Maxime muttered. Dark magic. Something old, Nightcrawler said, his voice low. Something that doesn't care if it's seen anymore. The room fell quiet again. Then Mordred exhaled sharply. Well, I was promised monsters. I guess I should be happy I'm getting them. You're not scared? Manon asked her. Scared? Me. Mordred. Ha. I'm fear itself. Monsters are scared of me. She shouted, jumped up, and held Clarent 2 to the sky. Honestly, if I didn't know the truth, I would think she was some crazy cosplayer, playing a bit too hard. But at least she was selling the lie pretty well, even while only saying the truth. Maxime gave a theatrical slow clap. So brave. So loud. Truly, the knight of our generation. Mordred grinned down at him. Damn right. Can you at least not wave the gun indoors? Phantom X muttered. You'll shoot a hole in the ceiling. There are already plenty of holes in it. She said, glancing up at the very much knothole ceiling. Maybe, Nightcrawler sighed. But I wouldn't want more either. Lancelot rubbed the bridge of his nose. This is chaos. Let the kids have their fun, Lancelot. This war is no place for them, so let them enjoy it while we take care of the real work. I said. As you say, Your Majesty. End of chapter.